Yi Yin found herself inexplicably woven into the narrative of a male-oriented tale about breaking off engagements. Indeed, she was the very embodiment of the villainous female character, the one who tramples upon Long Aotion, humiliating him and provoking the mediocre male protagonist into a frenzy of self-improvement. Upon accepting her role as a mere pawn in this story, Yi Yin resolved that the male and female leads could go to hell. No one could thwart her aspirations in the realm of cultivation. Thus began her singular focus on mastering the art of cultivation. Along the way, she inadvertently nurtured a frail yet stunningly beautiful companion, who, in a twist of fate, became an unparalleled sword cultivator, an esteemed alchemist, a master craftsman, and the wealthiest figure in the cultivation world. As her myriad identities flourished, the world was astonished to discover that she was the mastermind behind them all. Just as she was about to revel in her newfound status as the female overlord of the cultivation realm, Yi Yin noticed her abdomen gradually swelling, while the delicate beauty she had been nurturing eyed her with a predatory glint, tail held high in delight. A tail? Yi Yin pondered. What a cunning individual. This seemingly innocent beauty was, in fact, a heartless antagonist who had masqueraded as a pure and innocent maiden for years, deceiving her all along. Chapter 1. Unbeknownst to her, she had conceived. In the Kanglan continent, at the foot of the Wuju sect, in a rundown hut at the base of the Working Disciple Peak, Yi Yin was jolted awake by the biting wind of a chilly night. A gaping hole marred the roof, the old wooden door creaked incessantly, and the thin paper-covered windows had several breaches, allowing the cold air to sweep into the room. A quivering figure lay on the bed, clutching a worn, faded mat, curling into a ball. Every inch of her felt cold, her heart icy, save for a conspicuous warmth radiating from her abdomen. Gradually, the heat intensified, as if threatening to consume her whole. With a sudden jolt, Yi Yin opened her eyes, the bedding behind her soaked in perspiration. Her dark, haunting eyes fixated on the ceiling as she struggled to stabilize her erratic breath. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to an incident 3 months prior. She swung her legs over the bed, her bare feet padding across the floor towards a dusty copper mirror. Her slightly cold, pallid fingers brushed over her warm abdomen, her gaze settling on the reflection of her delicate silhouette. Her slightly disheveled ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a face that was both exquisite and pale, with phoenix-like eyes, a delicate nose, and alluring red lips. The faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye lent her an air of languid charm, reminiscent of a cat perpetually on the verge of slumber. Her figure was striking, with a generous bosom, a slender waist, and long legs that seemed to defy the very fabric of her tattered, color-faded robe, which could hardly conceal her. Future allure that could topple kingdoms. Indeed, she was beautiful, yet tragically, she was fated to be a mere pawn, destined to meet her demise at the hands of the male protagonist. Yi Yin had traversed into the pages of a novel she had been reading late into the night, Dao Jianzhu Shun, a classic tale of breaking off engagements. As a seasoned recluse, she often indulged in novels, her primary source of enjoyment. Tired of the female-centric stories, she occasionally ventured into the male-dominated genres for a change of pace, only to find herself captivated by this particular narrative. The story commenced with the male protagonist, Mo Yunhan, whose parents were slain, leaving him bereft as he became a discarded pawn, ridiculed by his childhood fiancée. This ignited a fire within him, prompting him to cultivate fervently, eventually transforming into the most gifted cultivator in the realm. In the climactic battle, he wielded the dragon-bone sword and the weeping bloodblade, vanquishing the last true god, the Black Dragon, thereby ascending to become the eternal deity that in the end, Long Aotion soared into the divine realm alongside his harem, living a life of leisure and abundance. Among the countless beauties mentioned in the text, Yi Yin was the sole exception, the former fiancée who had humiliated him and forced the engagement to dissolve. Though she was stunning, her heart was treacherous, embodying the very essence of a viper. Years later, when she witnessed Mo Yunhan's resurgence, she was filled with regret, but was unable to rectify her past misdeeds. Her attempts to reclaim him through dubious means were thwarted, and she was left to languish in humiliation, ultimately succumbing to the male protagonist's sword. The comments section was rife with disdain for this character, prompting Yin to pen a lengthy critique in the dead of night. Upon waking the following day, fate had conspired against her, and she found herself in the shoes of this ill-fated character who shared her name. Yin distinctly recalled opening her eyes to find herself in a desolate wilderness, entangled with a man whose features were obscured by a shroud of mist, save for his frenzied crimson eyes. After the encounter, she fled into the night, the heat emanating from her abdomen intensifying. The chill of the wind sent shivers through her as she adjusted her collar, revealing a series of unsightly bruises and marks that had not faded in the 3 months since. How infuriating, she thought. Though the identity of the man remained a mystery to her, he was undoubtedly a beast. Her waist and thighs bore the remnants of strange markings, akin to scales, suggesting a contact with some scaly creature that had left its mark upon her delicate skin. A vague red imprint marred her chest, twisting and contorting, resembling a snake, albeit with horns. Unable to find solace in sleep, Yi Yin resumed her meditation, practicing through the night. The original owner of her body had joined the Wuju sect, one of the 8 great sects for years prior. Yet due to her lackluster 5 spirit roots, she was relegated to the status of a lowly servant disciple, confined to this ramshackle abode. Above the servant disciples were the outer disciples, followed by the inner disciples, with the most revered being the direct disciples of the peak masters. As one ascended in rank, the cultivation resources and living conditions improved significantly. Outer disciples had the opportunity to select from the sect's ordinary courses, such as alchemy, array formation, talisman crafting, and weapon forging. Should one be fortunate enough to become an inner disciple, they would receive direct instruction from the peak masters, gaining invaluable knowledge. The ultimate aspiration for all disciples was to become a direct disciple, enjoying unparalleled mentorship and access to high-tier spiritual instruments and rare elixirs, propelling them to unprecedented heights in their cultivation journey. Every year, servant disciples faced a comprehensive examination for advancement to outer disciples, with a failure to pass after 5 attempts resulting in expulsion. However, the pass rate hovered around 50%, which was not particularly low. Yet, the original owner had failed the exam 4 times in succession. Should she falter yet again this year, she would be irrevocably cast out of the sect, with no intervention possible even from her father, the head of the Yi family. In truth, the original owner was not devoid of intelligence, but her lofty aspirations were hindered by her laziness and discontent with her lowly status as a servant disciple. She often shirked her responsibilities in favor of pursuing handsome male cultivators. Despite the scorn she faced for her lack of talent, her status as the daughter of the Yi family afforded her some degree of superficial flattery from suitors. Yet her heart remained fixated on the male protagonist, neglecting her father and ultimately becoming a laughingstock within the sect due to her destitution and disgrace. Yi Yin continued to meditate, dedicating the night to her cultivation, yet her progress remained stagnant at the first level of qi refinement. The scant spiritual energy in the air, upon entering her body, successfully reached her abdomen but never made its way to her dantian, seemingly siphoned away by an unseen void. Within her, how perplexing, with the sex examination looming in a fortnight, Yi Yin sighed lightly, yet her spirits remained unyielded. According to the information she had gathered, the examination consisted of 3 trials. The first was the heavenly ladder, a 1,000-step ascent that tested the disciples' resolve, physical strength, and extraordinary perseverance. The second stage involved a written examination, collaboratively designed by the esteemed elders of each peak, assessing the disciples' diligence towards their studies, with passing marks required to advance. The third stage, a secret realm, represents the most crucial and climactic challenge. The sect will unveil a small secret domain, filled with both opportunities and perils. Successfully overcoming the obstacles within the designated time frame will signify triumph. The original protagonist barely scraped through the first stage and repeatedly faltered at the second, never even catching a glimpse of the enigmatic third stage. Having miraculously traversed into a world where immortality is attainable for all, Yi Yin is determined not to mirror the original protagonist's lack of ambition. She is resolutely intent on remaining in Wu Ju Zone, driven solely by the desire to indulge in the experience of genuine cultivation. As for the male and female leads, She has long since cast them from her mind. She has no intentions of provoking them, and it is unlikely that they would pursue her in return. Within the dilapidated wooden cabin, a solitary table stands, cluttered with stacks of books, basic foundational texts of cultivation assigned exclusively to the lower-ranking disciples. Over the course of 3 months since her arrival, Yin has diligently studied them all, filling every page with meticulous notes and insights. Tomorrow, she plans to visit the library of Wuju Zone. Subsequently, she intends to venture down to the market to procure supplies in preparation for the sex examination in 2 weeks. Alas, when she retrieved her Chinkoan bag and opened it, she was met with dismay. It was utterly depleted, lacking even a single fragment of spirit stone. Even more pitifully, as the daughter of a prestigious sword lineage, she found herself reduced to possessing only a battered, chipped low-grade sword. The precious blade she once carried had been sold off by the original host, and the meager spirit stones obtained in exchange had vanished within mere days. Truly, she was left destitute. With gritted teeth, Yin slammed her palms against the table, which, already ravaged by termites, emitted a mournful creak before it collapsed under her touch. Stacks of books tumbled to the floor. Rubbing her temples, she crouched down to gather the scattered volumes, piling them in a corner. The table could remain as it was. She would leave it to its fate. Once she successfully ascended to the outer sect, she would seek a more suitable residence. Should she fail the exam, she would simply gather her belongings and depart. The following morning, Yin made her way directly to the library atop Shintian Peak. Wuju Zone, renowned as one of the 8 great sects, boasts an impressively vast library. The structure, resembling a pagoda with golden bricks and azure tiles, is adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, comprising 9 exquisite levels. Numerous disciples clad in azure and white robes soared gracefully through the air on their swords, embodying an aura of elegance and celestial grace. After an exhausting climb to the peak, Yin gazed enviously at the scene before her, then glanced at her battered sword at her waist. With a resigned sigh, she stepped through the resplendent entrance of the library. The library comprises 9 levels, with increasingly rare tomes as one ascends. The lower 3 floors are accessible to all sect members, while the 4th to 6th floors are reserved for outer disciples. The 7th and 8th levels are exclusive to inner disciples and their direct apprentices. The 9th level is strictly off-limits to outsiders, accessible only to the peak masters and their direct disciples, who require special tokens and sect contribution points to borrow materials. As Yin entered the library's 1st floor, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Groups of disciples gathered, some exchanging mockery, others harboring suspicion or astonishment, all eyes turning toward her. Yet the young woman remained unfazed, striding past them as if they were invisible. Strange, why is Yin at the library today? Isn't she usually busy mingling with male disciples? How rare, even if she's cramming at the last minute, it won't help. I bet she'll be expelled from the sect this year. After that scandal, a decent female disciple would have lost her dignity and hidden away, yet she shamelessly parades around. Purity? With that seductive demeanor, one can easily imagine how many male disciples she is entangled with. A bitter female disciple, who had long harbored jealousy towards Yin, scoffed coldly. If we're speaking of true purity and beauty, it must surely be Yi Qing Yao, the rising prodigy known for her dual cultivation of music and alchemy. Just recently, she has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and is on the verge of foundation establishment. I've heard that Bai Yao, the master of Huanyin Peak, is keen on taking her as her sole direct disciple. Tang Wenlu, listening to the gossip swirling around him, cast a derisive glance at Yin, who was perusing the shelves nearby. His expression darkened slightly as he toyed with a golden ring inlaid with spirit stones. As the only son of the Tang family, a lineage of talisman masters, he stood among the 4 prominent families of Yi City, alongside the Yi family. Known for his lecherous and reckless nature, he had pursued Yin a year prior, only to be publicly humiliated by her with a slap, followed by her scornful words, "Do you think you are worthy of me? Humph. That pretentious little harlot. How many men must she have entertained?" He muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth as he touched his face, still stinging from the humiliation he could never forget. This girl truly lacked self-awareness, No wonder she had the audacity to publicly reject the marriage proposal from Mo Yunhan, a figure of recent notoriety. The thought of this formidable male cultivator caused Tang Wenlu to feel a bit less pain in his face. Chapter 2. The Autobiography of the Thief King. He smirked, sprawling lazily across a wooden chair, shrugging nonchalantly as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's amusing how sisters from the same family can differ so greatly. One is a celestial phoenix, while the other is merely a chicken from the coop. Some people truly don't know the meaning of shame." He was determined to make her taste the bitterness of public humiliation. Strange, was he not typically prone to explosive outbursts? Why was he so composed today? Was he merely pretending? These low-ranking disciples could only find solace in gossiping about others to comfort themselves. Yi Yin felt no stirrings in her heart. She merely frowned at the noise, which disrupted her focused study of the texts. Having perused the first floor, she noted that most of the materials were trivial tales, serving as light entertainment rather than serious study. The few martial arts manuals available were subpar, easily discernible as flawed by her accumulated knowledge as a disciple. Ignoring the clamor, she ascended to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was notably more serene and refined, with nearly half the number of disciples dispersed throughout, quietly engrossed in their studies, paying her no heed. Yi Yin stood before the shelves, casually flipping through several books. The quality was significantly superior to that of the first floor. Engaging with these texts would indeed benefit her current endeavors, yet they still fell short of her lofty aspirations. She proceeded to the third floor. The number of individuals on the third floor had dwindled considerably, with only a handful of outer disciples present, all of whom were at least at the fifth level of qi refinement. Observing the diligent atmosphere, filled with the rustle of pages turning, Yi Yin felt a sense of satisfaction at the harmonious environment conducive to learning. A low-ranking disciple at the first level of qi refinement joined the ranks of the more accomplished disciples without hesitation. After much deliberation, she finally discovered a thick tome nestled in a secluded corner of the shelf. The Autobiography of the Thief King, a self-narrative worthy of being included in Wuju Zong, must be penned by a remarkable individual. Yet why had it found its place in a modest third-floor library? Furthermore, the title, Thief King Autobiography? How intriguing. Yi Yin carefully lifted the dusty, yellowed tome, placing it reverently on a nearby table before settling down to read. To her astonishment, after only 2 pages, she became engrossed, losing track of time until evening approached. Without hesitation, she borrowed the book just before closing. Later that night, within the wooden cabin, a dimly flickering oil lamp rested on the bed's wooden boards, while the bedding lay strewn across the floor. The young woman sat cross-legged on the hard bed, reading late into the night, her expression grave and solemn. The first half of the Autobiography of the Thief King detailed various talisman crafting methods and explanations. At last, she comprehended why the Thief King was so dubbed. He had created 2 unique talismans, the Easy Retrieval Talisman and the Modified Swift Movement Talisman. With the aid of these 2 talismans, he successfully pilfered throughout his life without a single failure, becoming a legendary figure in the realm of thievery, affectionately dubbed the King of Thieves, a figure reviled by all. Amidst the thick tomes, there were 10 sheets of yellow paper and 1 of red ink. To acquire this book is a matter of fate. Within its pages lies the culmination of my life's efforts and pursuits as Huang Daowang. Regrettably, I never had the fortune to pass my legacy to a worthy disciple while I lived. Should this book be discovered by a fated child centuries later, I gift you this yellow paper and red ink for practice, and when you achieve renown, you must call upon my name. Huang Daowang, before the world. Yi Yin bowed to the book before the candlelight, then carefully tore off the 11 sheets of paper, dissolving the red ink in a bowl of water until it transformed into a bowl of crimson liquid. She was grateful that the original owner had left her a brush, albeit nearly worn out, still usable enough for her needs. 1 sheet of yellow paper was laid upon the bed, the brush tip lightly dipped in the crimson water. She suddenly closed her eyes, her mind racing with the strokes, movements, and patterns described in the tome. Meanwhile, she whispered incantations, her wrist moving gracefully, the brush dancing like a dragon. If anyone were present, they would witness the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converging towards the young girl. This time, it did not vanish into a bottomless pit as usual instead. It traveled from her wrist to the brush tip, ultimately gathering at the point of red ink, forming her. Strokes. She exhaled deeply, her bright eyes opening wide. The improved swift movement talisman has been successfully crafted. It is said that crafting talismans demands exceptional talent, profound insight, and solid cultivation from the practitioner, with fearsome tales of needing hundreds of wasted sheets to produce a single talisman, and each talisman consuming half one's cultivation. Yet, Yin now felt invigorated, realizing that drawing talismans was quite straightforward. Should the leader of Wu Ju Zone witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for it was he who personally relocated this autobiography of the Thief King from the ninth level of the library to an inconspicuous corner on the third level. The talismans recorded in this book were far too domineering and unorthodox, completely altering the established techniques of classic talismans known to the world. Moreover, since the Thief King's passing, no one knew their authenticity. Once, a remarkably talented disciple of talisman crafting nearly lost their life while practicing from this text. The leader feared further disciples would stray down this perilous path, however, unwilling to discard it. He relegated it to a corner of the third level, reasoning that truly gifted disciples would not venture there, and those lacking talent would never bother to peruse such material. In a single night, Yin fervently completed all 10 talisman sheets, minus 3 used for experimentation. She retained 1 talisman for easy acquisition, 3 improved swift movement talismans, and 4 basic explosion talismans. Yin stored the 7 talismans into her initial Chinkoan bag, ready for use in the secret realm in half a month. As the saying goes, a talisman master who does not aspire to be a thief king is not a true sword cultivator. How ironic that an unparalleled sword cultivator like myself must rely on talismans for sustenance. Truly, my beloved sword is far too costly. I never imagined it would require spirit stones to function. Sword cultivators are impoverished. Yet though I, Huang Dao Wang, live by thievery, I only steal from the corrupt and immoral. Sword cultivator? As Yin flipped to the latter part of the book, her brow arched. This was a master of both sword and talisman cultivation. This tome was divided into an upper and a lower section. The upper section detailed talismans. The latter half, or lower section, recorded numerous sword techniques and methods. The further she read, the more profound and obscure the content became, with levels of applicability ranging from the initial Qi cultivation stage to foundation establishment gold, core, nascent soul, and even techniques suitable for the god transformation, integration, and great accomplishment stages. However, the sword techniques beyond the foundation establishment stage remained but names, lacking annotations or explanations, likely requiring the host cultivation to unlock. Yin was not in haste for success. Instead, she sat cross-legged on her bed, diligently reviewing the sword techniques suitable for the Qi cultivation stage as the night sky outside began to brighten with a hint of dawn. She remained awake throughout the night. With a gentle exhale, she flipped her right palm, causing the battered sword, full of nicks, to soar from the table into her hand, and she stepped outside with it. The chill wind rustled, a bit desolate, as leaves swirled beneath the large locust tree in front of her wooden dwelling. Yin caressed the sword with 2 fingers, channeling spiritual energy into its blade, grasping the essence of sword techniques through repeated failures, striving to achieve the seamless unity of man and sword as described in the tome. The sword wind stirred up a multitude of fallen leaves, a singular green leaf floating before her. Before the blade could reach, a cold, white shadow swiftly sliced through, cleaving the leaf in 2. This was the shadowless sword technique. Surprise and delight flickered in Yian's eyes. Yet she was not satisfied. The true power of the shadowless sword technique lies in its ability to strike without a sword and without a shadow, so swift that even the sword's afterimage eludes the enemy, achieving the ultimate unity of man and sword. From that moment on, she practiced from dusk till dawn, her once azure and white robe drenched in sweat time and again, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. The library, the dining hall, and her humble abode became the 3 points of her existence, as Yin became completely immersed in her own world, devoting each day to reading and sword practice. Before she realized it, half a month had passed. The sect assessment commenced. Yi Yin rose exceptionally early today, seizing the rare opportunity to groom herself thoroughly. While the dawn light still lingered, she hastened towards the location of the first assessment. However, midway, she encountered a dense throng ahead by the time she reached the foot of the celestial ascending ladder. The crowd was so tightly packed that not even a drop of water could leak through, with hundreds of individuals eagerly awaiting the ascending steps. Unbeknownst to her, she was pushed to the forefront of the crowd. A group of inner disciples clad in blue and white robes, adorned with golden embroidery, arrived on their swords to maintain order, their silent authority radiating outward. The previously raucous crowd fell into an instant hush. The gazes directed at these inner disciples brimmed with envy and longing, each person dreaming of the day they too could possess such majesty. Among them, a strikingly handsome young disciple unfurled a long scroll, glancing down at the crowded masses, casually announcing, "This year, there are a total of 456 miscellaneous disciples participating in the preliminary assessment, doubling the usual number, yet the sect only admits 100 outer disciples each year." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, signaling that the competition would be more intense than ever, and several individuals began covertly forming alliances, deliberately avoiding Yi Yin. Her poor reputation from 4 prior failures had already spread throughout the sect, and no one wished to be dragged down with her. Yi Yin surveyed the small clearing around her, created by the crowd's avoidance, and felt no disturbance within. She steadily advanced. Just as she was about to place her foot on the first step of the ascending ladder, her movement halted abruptly. "Sister," a figure clad in flowing white approached, accompanied by a soft, hesitant call that reached her ears. Yi Yin turned her gaze towards the sound. Before her stood a young girl in white garments, her attire fluttering, with delicate shoulders and an elegant waist, her figure as light as a butterfly, seemingly accompanied by the gentle breeze and moonlight. Though her beauty did not surpass Yi Yan's, she was nonetheless a charming and graceful young lady. Her gaze fell upon Yi Yan's calm and serene face, her autumn-like eyes, seemingly veiled in mist, revealing a hint of confusion, as if sensing that the person before her had changed somehow to that moment. Nearly every male cultivator in the vicinity was captivated by the appearance of this white-clad girl. "It's Yi Qingyao, the outstanding female disciple of the sect, adept in both alchemy and talisman crafting. At such a young age, she has already achieved great perfection in qi cultivation. She is even more beautiful than rumored, with the very air around her infused with a faint fragrance of medicinal pills, truly worthy of being the chosen disciple of Bai Yao Xianzi." The crowd erupted with admiration, and Yi Yin lifted her eyes to meet the beautiful face, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "Sister Qingyao, it's been a while." Her gaze swept over the golden embroidery on the girl's robe. She had forgotten that the protagonist was also a member of the inner disciples, a rather fortuitous encounter for the 2 rivals. Before her stood a young maiden clad in white, none other than Yi Qingyao, the half-sister of the original protagonist, and the central heroine of this tale of unparalleled heroism. Initially possessing a dual affinity for both water and fire, she later underwent a remarkable transformation, cleansing her meridians to reveal a rare water-based celestial spirit root, complemented by the hidden identity of a natural furnace, which inevitably attracted the affections of numerous male cultivators in her vicinity. As a quintessential foil within this narrative, the original protagonist and Yi Qingyao had been at odds since childhood. Although the original protagonist predominantly bullied her frail half-sister, these transgressions were frequently witnessed by Ye's father, who would subsequently chastise and reprimand her harshly, leading to an ever-increasing sense of rebellion and arrogance within the original protagonist. Ultimately, Ye's father grew increasingly disillusioned with his eldest daughter, born of his former wife, and thus lavished more affection and care upon his current spouse and their demure second daughter, who was seen as a Tufferone acquisition. However, the semblance of gentleness and docility was but a facade. Yi Yin, having perused the original text, recognized that the heroine was far from the benign figure she appeared to be. She was astute in her scheming and harbored a penchant for ensnaring others that in a past episode, The original protagonist, in her malicious role, had humiliated the injured Yunhan, severing their engagement and compelling her servants to cast him out, leaving him to fend for himself in the wilderness. Yet, under the influence of the heroine's halo and her sixth sense, Yi Qingyao discerned his extraordinary potential, prophesying that he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Thus, each night, she clandestinely ventured to a deserted temple in the wilderness to care for the homeless and wounded youth, Mo Yunhan, thereby earning his heartfelt devotion. Even more astonishingly, the heroine not only fortuitously saved the male lead, but also rescued the son of a revered Buddhist sect, the sole heir of the Wu Jian faction, and a half-demonic, melancholic second male lead. Even a chance encounter with an injured man by the roadside revealed him to be none other than a renowned demon king of the demon realm. Chapter 3. The Yandere male second lead. Every distinguished gentleman who has encountered the female protagonist has been captivated by her kindness, beauty, and unique qualities, remaining devotedly loyal to her. The male lead's share of enemies and challenges has largely been bestowed upon him by the female protagonist, who resides in his embrace on the verdant plains. In a matter of seconds, Yi Yin swiftly organizes the narrative in her mind. Today, according to the timeline of the original book, not only is she participating in the sex assessment, but the male second lead, who bears half-demonic blood, has recently snuck into the sect, achieving the first rank in the assessment to be exceptionally selected as an inner disciple. Subsequently, he endures humiliation for decades, seeking vengeance for his family, ultimately erasing the entire Wu Ju sect from the realm of cultivation. Yi Yin turns slightly, catching a glimpse of Yi Qingyao behind her. Indeed, in a shadowy corner, a boy clad in black is lying with a sword. His slender figure appears somewhat hunched and frail, his long, pale fingers tightly gripping a rusted sword. Seemingly isolated from the bustling crowd, his aura of silence and solitude blending almost seamlessly with the unremarkable air around him. Half of his face is obscured by a gray cloak, and as a gust of wind sweeps by, it reveals ghastly black-red scars marring his visage, grotesque and terrifying. Yi Yin raises an eyebrow, contemplating how the female protagonist has taken the time to come here today, seemingly intending to offer warmth to the Yandere male second lead. While following the updates, she has developed a certain fondness for this ailing character, a well-crafted mid-tier figure. Had the female protagonist not betrayed him before the decisive battle, it is conceivable that he could have harnessed his demonic energy to vanquish the fragile male lead, who is still in the process of forming his equipment. Today, her sister dressed so plainly that she momentarily failed to recognize her. Yi Qingyao is astonished at the sudden change in Yi Yan's style. She has always known Yi Yan to be beautiful, surpassing her in grace, but Yi Yan previously pursued a garish look, her demeanor often brash and overbearing, resembling a flamboyant rooster poised for battle, which was quite off-putting. Now, however, she stands before others clad in a simple white robe, her lush black hair casually tied back with a broken branch, her posture more upright and elongated than ever before. The absence of vulgarity and sarcasm, replaced by a languid charm and a serene determination, renders her unexpectedly captivating. As numerous male disciples divert their gazes from Yi Qingyao to Yi Yan, she bites her lip, her fingers concealed within her sleeves clenching. Qingyao still believes that fine silks and exquisite hairpins are more fitting for her sister's beauty. This current attire, frankly, lacks flavor. She laments. Then why don't you lend me some money to buy them? What? Yi Qingyao maintains a faint smile. Yi Yan rummages through her chinkoan pouch, revealing it to be empty. I am poor, with no money to afford the silks and jewels you speak of. She speaks with a brazen demeanor, surprised that someone would concern themselves with her attire. Oh, dear sister, could you lend me some spirit stones? Her words are precise, devoid of any embarrassment. The keen hearing of cultivators is exceptional, and many are drawn by the 2 or 3 sentences exchanged, intrigued by the spectacle of the esteemed Yi family as eldest daughter lacking funds for clothing. Lend? No, I misspoke. I meant to say repay. Yi Yin playfully taps her forehead, smiling brightly. You mentioned that father has no intention of supporting me anymore. Yet the spirit stones sent home each month are in your custody, are they not? There should be 2 portions, yours and mine. Why have I not seen a single spirit stone in days, my dear sister? Yi Qingyao's heart skips a beat, her smile frozen on her face, turmoil stirring within her due to Yi Yan's few words. She feels a cold sweat trickling from her fingers hidden in her sleeves. How does she know? Did Yi Jindong send a message to Yi Yan during the journey? Facing the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, her thoughts become jumbled. And in her fluster, she hastily retrieves a cannon-fodder pouch. Sister, how can you say such things? She whispers, tears welling in her eyes. Sister has always been extravagant with her spending, lacking any sense of restraint. Father specifically instructed me to safeguard them. Yayan koldi chakdis, weighing the cannon-fodder pouch in her hand. Inside are merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones, far less than what Yi father had provided. It is likely that Yi Qingyao has already exhausted the spirit stones, given that her medium-grade hairpin alone costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. A deep, resonant bell tolls from Daotian Peak, signaling the commencement of the first round of the assessment. Yi Qingyao, feeling the pressure, breathes a sigh of relief and quietly retreats to the side. Her gaze, tinged with envy, shifts from Yi Yin to an unremarkable boy in black amidst the crowd. Her eyes flickering with intrigue. Stealthily, she approaches the flow of people, handing him a vial of medicinal pills, whispering softly, saying, "Remember to take care. You may use one if your stamina wanes." The boy glances at her, but does not accept the offering. Instead, he pulls the brim of his cloak further down to obscure his ugly, scarred face. "For me?" His voice bears the roughness of a young man's changing tone, harsh and unappealing. "Why did that female cultivator, your sister, not give it to you?" Mo Zin, once gravely injured and unconscious in a cave, was fortuitously rescued by Yi Qingyao, who cared for him until he recovered, aiding him in stealthily entering the Wuju sect. He has since regarded her as a kind-hearted person, yet their relationship remains distant, since the aforementioned female cultivator is her sister. Why not bestow such a precious healing pill upon her? Cautious and suspicious by nature, Mo Ziyuan questions whether Yi Qingyao's act of kindness in saving him was truly selfless. Their rivalry has persisted for a long time, both aware of the underlying tensions. Yet she does not wish to be perceived as miserly or stingy in his eyes. The assessment for the disciple of miscellaneous duties officially begins today, with the first challenge being to ascend the 10,000 steps to heaven. Should one fail to reach the summit before dusk, they will be deemed unsuccessful in the assessment. All disciples are encouraged to give their utmost and swiftly embark on the path of cultivation. A golden core elder soars above on his sword, his authoritative gaze surveying the crowd below, exuding an aura of unyielding power. His resonant voice echoes clearly in the ears of every disciple present. The crowd, now brimming with anticipation, stirs with excitement, rushing towards the end of the 10,000 steps. Mo Ziyuan casts one last glance at Yi Qingyao before turning to hasten after the throng. Chapter 4. The chubby boy. The 10,000 steps are shrouded in mist. Under the blazing sun, many disciples are drenched in sweat, their robes thoroughly soaked, the scorching rays beating down upon them, causing their pace to slow. Sighs of exasperation resound through the air. Yet, many others remain resolute, their gazes fixed ahead, gritting their teeth and opting to continue climbing. Only those with unwavering will can tread further and more steadfastly on the path of cultivation. Yi Yin wipes the sweat from her brow, squinting at the seemingly endless white jade steps ahead. Her legs feel as though they are encased in lead, and she senses the surrounding spiritual energy growing denser. However, the disciples of miscellaneous duties cannot rapidly convert this energy, thus it weighs heavily upon them, each step feeling like a burden. Even though she has been diligently training her body for the past 3 months, it remains insufficient as more and more disciples pass her by. As the sun gradually descends, having traversed nearly half the distance, Yi Yin finally feels her stamina nearly depleted, unable to take another step forward, her legs trembling and weak. At that moment, her expression sharpens, sensing the flow of spiritual energy around her surging suddenly. The mysterious abyss within her awakens once more, grinning like a ravenous maw, sweeping away the surrounding spiritual energy with the force of a tempest. Not enough. Still not enough. It strives to gather energy from even further afield. Yi Yin frowns and chooses to sit down, swiftly operating her cultivation method, engaging in a fierce contest with the abyss for the ownership of the energy within her body. The spiritual energy, now several times denser than that at the miscellaneous peak, is methodically absorbed and refined by Yi Yin. The surrounding disciples suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies, their footsteps quickening by 2 or 3 times. The crowd rejoiced, too caught up in the moment to ponder this change, and hastily increased their pace. On the high platform, 2 golden core elders watched with keen interest. One elder, with graying temples, stroked his goatee and chuckled, noting that this year's miscellaneous disciples were indeed more outstanding than in previous years, as none had chosen to withdraw midway. Though their talents might not be exceptional, their diligence and resilience were commendable. It is crucial to avoid giving up halfway on the path of cultivation. A few promising candidates among them might be worthy of further training in the outer sect. The other elder, clad in a green robe, maintained a stern demeanor, his hawk-like gaze fixated on the black-clad youth nearing the summit. This young man felt distinctly different from the average miscellaneous disciple, reminiscent of the prodigious disciple Mo Yunhan, whom the sect leader had exceptionally accepted 3 years prior. Though young, he exuded an air of tenacity, intriguing the elder. The hundreds of disciples behind him had already been left far behind, yet he continued to accelerate. Shao Kun nodded with satisfaction, sensing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this youth would likely emerge as the champion of the selection. As the 2 elders sipped tea and conversed, a peculiar fluctuation in spiritual energy drew Shao Kun's attention. He suddenly stood, his expression sharpening as he focused on an inconspicuous girl in white amidst the crowd, taking a few steps forward. Wait, he Lao, look. This girl is actually sitting down to meditate? In a competition where time was of the essence, she had chosen to cultivate instead. The morning incense in the burner had burned for half its duration, and the competition among the hundreds of disciples was fierce and time-sensitive. How could she have the leisure to meditate? Shao Kun's lips curled in disdain. Some disciples were simply too foolish to discern priorities. Such individuals deserved to be eliminated. This girl, however, looked somewhat familiar. He Lao, with his ethereal presence and remarkable memory, recognized her as the daughter of the Yi family head, who had been relegated to the miscellaneous disciples due to her difficult-to-cultivate 5 spiritual roots, having failed the assessment 4 times prior. This was her last chance. If she failed again, she would be expelled from the sect. He stroked his beard, shaking his head in regret. Shao Kun snorted and settled heavily back into his seat. But a sudden loud thud in the distance captured both elders' attention. The girl had broken through to the second layer of chi refinement, while not uncommon among disciples. It was the first time either elder had witnessed someone advance under such circumstances. Yin stabilized the chaotic spiritual energy in her dantian and abruptly opened her eyes, delighting in the renewed strength and energy coursing through her limbs. After a prolonged stagnation, she had finally advanced. The mysterious black hole seemed to reside in her lower abdomen. Though she was puzzled, there was no time for contemplation. She gazed at the setting sun and, without solidifying her new realm, rose to continue her journey. Her steps were now lighter than before, and the mountain scenery appeared sharper to her eyes. With her abundant vitality, she swiftly left the panting disciples far behind. However, she had wasted too much time, and by the time she reached the peak, the area was already filled with others. She chose an empty spot to sit and rest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, the last of the elegantly attired chubby youths collapsed in exhaustion at the summit. A heavy bell tolled in the distance. The first round of selection had concluded. Over 100 of the 456 participants were eliminated, leaving only 327 to advance to the next round. Yin barely scraped by, achieving the top score, while the second place was claimed by the second male lead. Mo Xin, and the last place went to a seemingly simple, yet tenacious chubby boy. "Hello, my name is Long Tianyu," the chubby boy said, blushing as he scratched his head, noticing the girl's gaze upon him. The surname Long seemed to resonate within Yin's memories. Steadying herself, she smiled back at him. "I am Yin." The boy's face turned even redder as he covered his face with his pudgy hands, peeking through his fingers at the beautiful girl before bashfully running away. Yin chuckled lightly and followed the crowd down the mountain, ensuring that every word was firmly etched in her mind. She then washed up and rested for the night. Strangely enough, her ability to grasp knowledge in this wondrous world of cultivation was quite remarkable. She could read with great speed, and even the most obscure incantations became clear after just 2 practices. Aside from a mysterious black hole within her body that continuously consumed spiritual energy, hindering her advancement, everything else seemed to flow smoothly. The next day, within a vast sect classroom, hundreds of disciples were fervently writing. Several Golden Core masters oversaw the examination from a high platform, with recording arrays set up in the corners of the room. Many disciples bit their pen tips, anxiously pulling their hair in frustration, their expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. Why were this year's examination questions so difficult? They were nothing like those of previous years. The peak masters were making it exceedingly hard. A few disciples noticed the girl seated straight as a pine, calmly answering questions, and some leaned forward to catch a glimpse. However, upon recognizing her face, they scoffed. What bad luck? How could it be Yen? Everyone knew she had never attended a theory class, consistently coming in last during examinations, and had failed the last 4 assessments, soon to become the subject of ridicule. Yen was the last to submit her paper. Her exam sheet was filled to the brim, causing the Golden Core Master in charge of collection to regard her with renewed interest. The following day, the rankings were posted on the notice board in the square. The miscellaneous disciples crowded around the board, anxiously searching for their names. Some cheered, others wept, and some lamented their past decisions. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed, "The first place is actually Yen." The top score was inscribed in golden characters, with an astounding 96 points glaringly evident, leaving the other disciples dumbfounded. What did a score of 96 signify? The gap between the first and second place was a staggering 11 points, as if a chasm had opened, leaving hundreds of disciples far behind. Was this truly the Yen who had never passed an assessment? The crowd was momentarily lost in thought, recalling that the highest score in previous assessments had been 95 points, held by the prodigy Mo Yunhan, who had been directly accepted as an inner disciple by the sect leader 3 years ago. A cold breeze swept through, carrying an invisible pressure that sent shivers down spines. The crowd fell silent as a tall, austere man emerged from the distance. Clad in a black robe, he possessed sharp features and a strikingly handsome visage, especially accentuated by his piercing dark eyes that conveyed an air of aloofness. He was fixated on the list, his jaw tense, and his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, turning pale. It truly was her? Even after his figure vanished from sight, the crowd remained hushed, hardly daring to breathe. The oppressive aura lingered, making it difficult for everyone to draw breath as they exchanged glances until someone weakly spoke up, that Mo Yunhan, the sect leader's direct disciple from 3 years ago, a genius with a mutated lightning spirit root who reached the Golden Core at 19 and single-handedly slayed demons. The crowd erupted in chatter, noting the connection between Mo Yunhan and Yen, a fact not entirely secret due to the past marriage alliance between the Mo and Yi families. Many present were from cultivation aristocracies and were somewhat aware of the backstory. The Mo and Yi families had both been among the 5 prominent families of the industry city, with the older generation having formed a close bond and arranged marriages for their children early on. However, the Mo family had historically taken on the responsibility of exterminating demons, which had led to considerable enmity. 5 years ago, they suffered a horrific massacre at the hands of the demonic sect. The only surviving heir, Mo Yunhan, was left crippled, his meridians severed. Bloodied and battered, he crawled to the doorstep of the Yi family, yearning for refuge, only to be met with hostility from the servants who drove him away with sticks. His fiancée, Yen, contemptuously flung the torn marriage contract at his face, trampling on the wounded boy's frail body to humiliate him further. "You have lost all your cultivation, your meridians are severed, and you are but a useless wretch. By what virtue do you think you can wed me? You no longer have any ties to the Yi family. You are merely a laughingstock, a discarded joke. Depart from our doorstep, and do not bring this misfortune upon us." The boy remained silent, his bloodied, trembling fingers clutching desperately at the hem of her skirt, his bloodshot eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at her, unable to comprehend how his childhood sweetheart could so easily abandon him in his time of despair. The girl, unnerved by his piercing gaze, felt her heart race as her skirt became stained with his blood. "Someone, get him away from me. Throw him out." In her hand, a blood-red whip materialized, striking the boy mercilessly. His already battered body bore even more scars from the brutal assault. Ultimately, he was forsaken by the world, cast aside in a desolate wilderness, struggling daily against hyenas for scraps of food. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon that mysterious blood pearl, he might have long been consumed by the wolves. Inside a dim room, Mo Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of clarity and obscurity. His tightly clenched fists revealed pulsing veins as the humiliating scenes from 5 years past vividly replayed in his mind. The shame and resentment fueled his relentless pursuit of strength. 30 years of fortune in the East, 30 years of misfortune in the West. I shall make Yi Yin regret it for a lifetime. Let her experience the helplessness of being abandoned in the wilderness. Chapter 6. 5 Spirit Roots, by the way. Where is Yi Yin? Why is she not here? A disciple looked around, yet the girl was nowhere to be seen. Fiery wolves and serrated tigers were among the low-tier beasts commonly encountered in the sect's secret realm assessments. Their weaknesses and abilities meticulously documented in texts, though few disciples bothered to search the shelves for such information. A vividly crafted paper crane fluttered in through the window, landing before Yi Yin. She looked up from her book, puzzled, and caught the paper crane. Upon opening it, she discovered a letter from the 7 Peak Masters. The underperforming student, frequently at the bottom of her class, was suddenly summoned by the directors. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Yin as she tidied up and made her way to the sect's Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall, the 7 Peak Masters sat solemnly. The second stage of the assessment was devised collaboratively by them, and due to the large number of participants this year, they had agreed to increase the difficulty. The last 10 questions pertained to high-level courses such as talisman crafting and alchemy, which only outer disciples typically encountered. They anticipated that the scores would be significantly lowered this time. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Yin emerged, shattering the sect's historical records. The last record was set by Mo Yuhan. A prodigy. Could another genius have arisen? The excitement of the 7 Peak Masters was palpable as they hastily summoned her while the sect leader was away, hoping to recruit a promising talent. However, as the girl in white entered the hall, their expressions shifted again. Second layer of Qi refinement, 5 Spirit Roots. Upon stepping into the hall, Yi Yin felt several sharp gazes fixate upon her, filled with shock, confusion, and, predominantly, disappointment. Cough. Did you answer all the questions on the scroll yourself? The elder from Qingdan Peak composed himself, suppressing his disappointment, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the hall. The academy had set up a recording array, granting the elders the right to verify. I answered them all, Yi Yin replied calmly. The elders' expressions shifted slightly. They had already checked the recording array and found it hard to believe that a mere servant disciple could solve such challenging problems. Do you know that the elixirs I mentioned are courses that only outer disciples can access? Some of the rare materials in the Foundation Establishment Pill are only practiced by inner disciples. You not only accurately calculated the required materials, but even supplemented several unconventional methods. Do you know how to refine pills? The master of Qingdan Peak harbored a flicker of anticipation. Yi Yin shook her head, stating that she did not. She was so impoverished that she could not afford a pill furnace and had never even seen the roots of medicinal herbs. If you do not know, how did you come by this knowledge? I often study in the library during my leisure time, and I have read most of the books from the lower 3 levels. The results of this assessment were indeed unexpected. After a pause, she added, it was purely by chance. Although this girl possessed subpar talent, her diligence and humility were commendable, and her cognitive abilities and memory were exceptional. The lower 3 levels of the library were vast and chaotic, making it no easy task to select beneficial books for one's cultivation. The elders sighed. This girl was innately intelligent, and if she had been a 4 Spirit Root, she could have been nurtured. However, her 5 Spirit Roots rendered her a natural failure, a rarity that appeared only once in a millennium. In a realm where spiritual energy was dwindling, the cultivation speed of 5 Spirit Roots was exceedingly slow, and there were no known techniques for them, making it easy for them to fall into madness. It was said that thousands of years ago, a 5 Spirit Root cultivator successfully ascended, while all others had perished within mere decades like ordinary mortals. Chapter 7. The Returning Sword. As Yi Yin stepped out of the sect's Grand Hall, she felt a lingering discomfort until she descended the mountain, at which point the unsettling sensation completely dissipated. The following day marked the 3rd stage of the secret realm, and the dilapidated sword had long become rusty. She needed to select a suitable weapon for herself. Upon noticing a disciple approaching, the steward greeted her with a smile and rubbed his hands together eagerly. What do you need? Weapons, techniques, array plates. We have high-quality items at reasonable prices. A suitable sword, she replied. Alas, dear fellow, it is not that I do not wish to sell it to you. The steward slowly retrieved a sword from beneath the counter, wiping off the dust with a cloth. The slender blade gleamed under the light, yet he continued. But with just these few low-grade spirit stones, do you expect to choose a good sword? The cheapest I have, this Iron Moon sword, with its craftsmanship and material, is worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Weapons are graded from low to high as treasure, magical tools, spirit tools, immortal tools, and divine tools, each further classified into upper, middle, and lower grades. This Iron Moon sword was merely a low-grade treasure, yet it demanded 100 spirit stones? Yi Yan, feeling her financial constraints, could not help but ask, is there truly no other weapon? Seeing her remarkable appearance, the steward hesitated, sensing that she did not seem like someone lacking in spirit stones. Are you participating in the secret realm tomorrow? Yi Yan nodded. Well then, come with me. The steward led her to a storeroom, producing a rusty key from his pocket, inserting it into the creaky wooden door. Inside, you'll find some unwanted stock, items that have quality issues or are less aesthetically pleasing, left at the bottom of the boxes unsold. Feel free to see if anything suits you. If it's usable, just take it. Yi Yan expressed her gratitude and entered the room, sifting through the clutter. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her finger, causing blood to bead up. A flash of chilling light caught her eye. She winced in pain, squeezing out a few drops of blood, then picked up a cloth from the floor, carefully grasping the blade. She had merely brushed against it, yet it had drawn blood. This sword was quite sharp, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mid-grade treasure, nearly new with no significant scratches, except for a hollow recess at the junction of the hilt and blade. Haha, you have an eye for quality. This sword is called the Returning Sword, and it was once a renowned magical tool before it lost its heart. A magical tool? Yi Yan's heart steadied as she gazed at the blade in her hand. What is a sword heart? Her finger gently traced the recess. Cultivators have a heart, and so do swords. The sword heart can endow this blade with unique characteristics and sharpness. The higher the grade, the more sentient it becomes. It is even said that legendary swords can cultivate a spirit. Observing the bewildered expression of the young girl, the overseer, being a person of experience, instinctively switched to an explanatory mode. The area you just touched with your fingers houses the original heart of this sword. Yet regrettably, during battle, the sword's heart was shattered, and its previous owner discarded the weapon here. It was initially intended for repair, but the disciple later acquired a more suitable weapon, leaving the Suhui sword unclaimed. Other disciples who sought this sword were uniformly rejected by it. The overseer handed a vial of healing potion to Yi Yan, recalling how she had been injured by its sword energy moments ago. In the absence of a master, this sword could spontaneously emit sword energy? Such a phenomenon was never recorded in the comprehensive sword manuals she had studied. Thank you, overseer. Yi Yan steadied herself and carefully applied the potion to her wounds. The scabs on her injuries healed rapidly as she produced a handful of spirit stones to offer him, declaring her desire to take the Suhui sword with her. The overseer waved his hand with a smile, saying it was of no consequence. He did not lack these spirit stones. If she could indeed take the Suhui sword, it would resolve a lingering concern of his. A sword left to languish in his storeroom for decades, its brilliance dulled and its luster obscured, naturally evoked a sense of melancholy in his heart. I am willing to seek a new heart for you. Would you accompany me from now on, fighting side by side? The overseer was taken aback. This girl was attempting to communicate with the sword, yet an even more astonishing scene unfolded before them. As the dark radiance flowing along the sword's body began to dissipate, the overseer inhaled sharply, rubbing his eyes, fearing he was succumbing to age-related vision issues. The proud Suhui sword was indeed willing to accept this young girl of merely the second layer of chi refinement. Yi Yan gently caressed the sword's body, a smile gracing her lips. This time, no errant sword energy cut in her hand. She felt the sword beneath her fingers, obedient and as cool as jade. At last, she possessed her very first companion's sword, vowing that they would fight together, and she would help it forge a new heart without ever forsaking it. Her eyes gleamed with determination. The overseer also provided Yi Yan with a scabbard. The Suhui sword, having been successfully coaxed, leapt into the scabbard at her gesture. Yi Yan's eyes widened in surprise. The sentience exhibited by this sword was undoubtedly more than that of a mere treasured artifact. She had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With her inventory now depleted of spirit stones, she pondered how to earn money once they emerged from the secret realm. As the Shueyun boat swiftly navigated through the mist towards the misty forest, a designated small secret realm for the disciples lay 100 miles away. An invisible energy barrier enveloped the boat, shielding it from colliding with birds and beasts while preventing any accidental falls from the vessel. The over 200 disciples who had successfully advanced through the first 2 rounds of assessment gazed around in wonder, touching the railings beside them. They had never encountered such a rare artifact that could change size at will and soar through the clouds. Surely, this was a spiritual tool reserved for elders. This time, I will guide you through the secret realm, and I will also take care of everyone along the way. I have some medicinal pills I usually concoct. Feel free to come to me if you need any. Yi Qingyao spoke gently to the crowd. Today, she had notably changed her style. Adorned in elegant indigo robes that fluttered like water sleeves, exuding an indescribable grace. Originally, another intersect disciple was supposed to lead, but for some unknown reason, it changed to Yi Qingyao midway. Yi Yin observed the dark-clad youth shadowing the female protagonist and suddenly understood how diligent the heroine was in seizing the opportunity to provide warmth to the male second lead. One could only imagine how this scene would appear to the male protagonist. Mo Yunhan. Yi Yin found a corner to rest against the wall, enjoying the unfolding drama, albeit without any snacks to munch on. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged in her abdomen. Why was that feeling returning? The smile on Yi Yan's face vanished swiftly as she climbed the railing and stood up, frowning as she sensed the approaching misty forest. Senior Sister Qingyao is indeed a genius, proficient in both music and alchemy. She even provides us with healing pills for free. If I recall correctly, a single healing pill costs 50 low-grade spirit stones outside. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. A group of male cultivators surrounded Yi Qingyao, their eyes filled with admiration and affection, while she reveled in the attention, bestowing radiant smiles upon each of them. Yet, Yi Qingyao's thoughts shifted slightly as she stepped closer to Yi Yin, who sat meditating with her eyes closed. She bent slightly to offer her a porcelain vial, her voice as gentle as spring water. Sister, I have some healing pills left. Though they are merely low-grade, they may save your life in a crisis. A hint of concern flickered in her eyes as she sighed softly. After all, you're only at the second layer of qi refinement, and the secret realm is fraught with danger. If you encounter peril, others may not be able to assist you. Most of the disciples who reached the 3rd round were already at the 3rd layer of qi refinement or higher, making Yan's cultivation appear inadequate. As they thought she might become a liability, unfriendly glances began to be cast in her direction. A short, stout male cultivator rolled his eyes and jeered. Sisters from the same household differ so greatly. Senior Sister Qingyao is a genius, already at the peak of qi refinement, while someone here is still a mere 2nd-layer cultivator. Just a burden. Peak of qi refinement? Who? Yin opened her eyes, bewildered, glancing around. Are you foolish or simply hard of hearing? Of course. It's Senior Sister Qingyao. The male cultivator retorted angrily, before turning to Yi Qingyao with a sycophantic smile. Senior Sister Qingyao is truly beautiful and talented, unlike that waste. Yi Yin, who is utterly useless. Oh, I see. Yi Yin leaned against the wall with her sword, casually digging in her ears, and slowly replied, seeing you so agitated. I thought you had reached the peak of qi refinement. She looked around at the onlookers, feigning confusion. Hey, did anyone hear a dog barking just now? No such barking. The male cultivator shouted. Don't try to divert the topic. You're just here to drag us down. His voice grew louder. Several disciples who had been meditating were awakened, casting displeased glances at him, but remained silent, holding back their irritation. Ah, listen, the barking is getting louder, disturbing everyone's rest. Yi Yin yawned, pouting in feigned distress. Some dogs only know how to bark without any real skill, yet they love to rely on their masters to annoy others. Don't you agree? She innocently gazed at the male cultivator, who, realizing his folly, flushed and fell silent. With a smile, she added, now the barking has ceased. How wonderful. It must have been your loud voice that scared away those ferocious dogs. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for many had long found the arrogant male cultivator displeasing. His face flushed crimson. The male cultivator was taken aback by her audacity, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Yin. Wait, I remember now. Your name is Gao Junkai, right? Yi Yin shifted to a more comfortable position, propping her chin on her hand. What do you want? The male cultivator felt an ominous premonition and took 2 steps back. Yi Yin assessed the frantic, stout figure before her. A faint smile gracing her lips as she genuinely complimented. "Oh, I simply wanted to say that your name suits you quite well." A soft laugh escaped from a corner where a dark-clad youth stood, but when Yi Yin turned to look, he coldly averted his gaze towards the scenery. The heroine was indeed timely in her mediation. Yi Yin chuckled inwardly, having enjoyed the spectacle at first, but now rushed to play the Good Samaritan, subtly raising her own value while lowering that of her so-called burden. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at the misty forest. Yi Yin quietly followed at the rear, her icy fingers resting on her abdomen. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet she remained vigilant, carefully surveying her surroundings. With her right hand gripping the hilt of the sword at her waist, a slight unease stirred within her heart. The forest around seemed excessively quiet. The large contingent had reached the forest's outskirts, where, due to the sect's long-standing practice of sending disciples for assessments, most of the beasts had been exterminated. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they sought refuge in a spacious cave as night began to fall. This forest was scattered with special tokens arranged by the various peak masters and elders of the sect. The trial would last for half a month, and the disciple who possessed the most tokens at the end would be declared the leader, receiving special rewards, while the top 100 would successfully qualify as outer disciples. Although this was merely a small secret realm, it still posed numerous dangers for them. Although Yi Qingyao did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that their meager cultivation made them susceptible to peril within this realm. After a night of rest, they would be free to venture out in search of tokens. It was advisable for several individuals to form teams. They must remember that they were all disciples of the same sect and should avoid betrayal or harm to one another. Should any incidents of infighting among disciples come to her attention, Qingyao would certainly report them to the elders of the sect. The damp wood crackled as it burned, the gray smoke warming the cave, with the orange glow of the campfire illuminating the anxious and somber expressions on each face. Many began to seek out familiar disciples to form pairs. Yi Yin, however, chose a quiet corner to meditate, preferring solitude, while other miscellaneous disciples were glad to keep their distance, fearing she might become a burden. She reached down to add some firewood to the pile at her feet, feeling a chill enveloping her body, causing her to shiver, her breath visible as a pale mist. "Yi Yin, may I team up with you?" A timid, youthful voice reached her ears. Yi Yin looked up, her bright black eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Upon recognizing the speaker, she smiled gently. "Ah, it's you." The bashful young boy, nervously fiddling with his fingers, resembled a scene from her memories. After pondering for a moment, she patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit. "This spot is quite quiet and warm. Why do you wish to team up with me? Others are unwilling to accept me." Long Tianyu felt a tinge of embarrassment after speaking, discreetly glancing at Yi Yan's expression. His round face flushed as he hurriedly added, "I didn't seek you out because no one wants me. I genuinely wish to team up with you, even if others are reluctant." It's not he stumbled over his words, flustered. Yi Yin, however, was unbothered and tossed a few more logs into the fire. "What is your current cultivation level?" "Second level of qi training." The chubby boy replied earnestly, scratching his head before adding, "I have 3 spirit roots, earth, wood, and fire." He appeared to be no more than 13 years old. Possessing a second level of qi training with 3 spirit roots was indeed decent. Yet, why did no one wish to team with him? "Are you a sword cultivator?" Yin inquired, testing the waters. The boy immediately shook his head vigorously. "I am a disciple from a formation family," but he scratched his head, his face growing redder. "I can never draw the formations correctly. They all say I'm a burden, unable to fight or be of any use. Show me what you have." Long Tianyu responded with a perplexed "ah," but upon meeting the girl's earnest gaze, he hurriedly pulled out his Chinquan bag, and after rummaging through it, he emptied its contents onto the ground. 2 formation books, several formation discs, a formation flag, and a variety of colorful ores and spirit stones were scattered before them. Yi Yin selected one of the formation discs. "Conseil en formation?" "You're a formation practitioner too." Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leaning against the stone wall, Yi Yin deftly tossed her sword into the air and caught it with precision. Long Tianyu was mesmerized, and then he heard the girl's light laughter. "I'm merely a sword cultivator who has perused a few formation books, so my knowledge is limited. Activate the formation disc for me to see." Following her instructions, Long Tianyu placed a spirit stone into the disc's center. Ian suddenly realized that the boy had casually produced a mid-grade spirit stone. Her eyebrows arched in surprise as she glanced at the now anxious Long Tianyu, who was wiping sweat from his brow. Chapter 11. The golden finger given by the great deity unbeknownst to her. Long Tianyu was quite the hidden gem. It is known that in the cultivation realm, the universal currency is spirit stones. 100 fragments of spirit stones equate to 1 low-grade spirit stone, 100 low-grade spirit stones to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones to 1 high-grade spirit stone. For ordinary miscellaneous disciples like them, fragmented spirit stones were the standard currency, and low-grade spirit stones were considered exceedingly valuable. Yet, Long Tianyu had casually produced a mid-grade spirit stone, not to mention the several formation discs he possessed, which were far from ordinary, crafted from superior materials and intricately designed. While Yin was still unfamiliar with the market standards of the cultivation world, she understood that the quality of these formation discs and flags was not something an ordinary miscellaneous disciple could possess. These were all given to me by my parents before I left home. Long Tianyu, noticing her curiosity, grinned sheepishly. Yin lightly tapped the hilt of her sword against his head, advising him, in the future, remember, do not display your wealth. Ah yes. He scratched his head, nodding with partial understanding. The formation disc flickered briefly before returning to stillness. Long Tianyu slumped onto the ground with a sigh, clearly accustomed to this disappointment. Yin remained silent, retrieving the disc from the ground and examining it from various angles before finally speaking. You've made several mistakes in the patterns, and the placement of the focal point lacks consideration for feng shui. You even missed 2 essential pressure stones. This shows a degree of carelessness. She frowned as she summarized her critique. Long Tianyu's face turned crimson as he lowered his gaze to his toes. His parents had scolded him in much the same manner for being overly foolish and careless. Yin flipped through the 2 formation books several times, gaining a fair understanding before opening one, pressing a stone on the curling edge. Pay close attention to these 2 lines. The heavens and earth form the formation. The formation conceals the heavens and earth. The essence of the formation lies in gathering the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth at the focal point. Yin pulled him closer, earnestly explaining and discussing the concepts with him. Having grown up in a formation family, Long Tianyu was not devoid of talent. He merely needed guidance to navigate the superficial knowledge in the books. Crafting formations, much like drawing talismans, requires precision. Even a minor deviation can turn a life-saving formation into one of destruction. Do not sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor details. As the sounds of quiet sobbing reached her ears, Yin turned in surprise to see Long Tianyu wiping away tears. She handed him a handkerchief, bewildered. Had she been too harsh? Having worked as a temporary teacher during her summer break, that familiar sensation resurfaced, and she couldn't help but think, woo-woo. My father often says I'm the dullest among the children, careless and slow to learn, so he eventually stopped bothering with me. This was the first time someone had dedicated so much time to invest in a waste like him. Long Tianyu's nose tingled, his lips quivering, eyes reddening. All right now, what's there to cry about? Such a child. Yin, unable to endure his pitiful appearance, playfully wiped his face with the handkerchief and chuckled. I often go to the library to read, so I know a thing or 2 about formations. In the future, if you have any questions, feel free to seek me out for discussions. The library? Aren't we only allowed to access the lower 3 levels? Long Tianyu asked, sniffling as he wiped his nose and blushingly added, I've seen the formation books there. They're quite ordinary. If you're truly interested in formations, you can come to my place. I have many formation books I brought from home. Long Tianyu presented 2 formation compendiums, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But to his surprise, Yin shook her head. I've already read them. Huh? Didn't you just finish reading them? Yin's expression reflected her confusion. Just now. Long Tianyu's voice rose in astonishment. Will you all keep it down? It's late. Do you mind not disturbing others' rest? Several cultivators meditating nearby were roused from their slumber and grumbled in irritation. Long Tianyu quickly covered his mouth and leaned toward Yin, whispering, Sister, when you said just now, do you mean that hour ago? Did you memorize both books? MHM? I'll test you. Long Tianyu's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, it is not only Xiao Pengyu who finds it hard to believe. Even Yin herself harbors considerable doubts regarding her own extraordinary talent, perhaps bestowed upon her by a transcendent deity. Remarkably, it proves to be quite effective. 5 days later, within the depths of the misty forest, A certain area lies scattered with the remnants of trees severed at the trunk, leaves cascading down like confetti, while the piercing roars of beasts and cries of birds resonate deafeningly. Yi Yin thrusts her sword into the vulnerable spot of the poisonous hidden snake, blood mist splattering onto her exquisite visage, her robe already marred with crimson stains, yet her dark eyes, reminiscent of the night sky, remain remarkably serene. A gigantic python, measuring over a dozen meters, collapses thunderously before her, shaking the ground beneath. The days of rigorous training and bloodshed have dulled her sensitivity to the sight of blood. The perilous realm is rife with dangers, saturated with countless acts of violence and plunder, be it among the beasts themselves, between humans and beasts, or even amongst humans. Yi Yin withdraws her sword from the lifeless serpent, extracting a token from its skull, while Long Tianyu, his face pale, has already concealed his presence. Still retching at the gruesome scene, Yi Yin tosses the token to him, instructing him to keep it safe. Subsequently, she meticulously dissects the snake's fangs, venom glands, skin, and a portion of its flesh, all of which she stows away in her Chinquan bag. Once they exit, these items can be exchanged for spirit stones. The primary Chinquan bag possesses merely 5 cubic meters of space, and after several days of hunting, is now nearly filled to capacity. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but Yi Yin senses an increasing restlessness among the beasts in recent days. She frowns as she gazes southeast, where the 3 beasts she previously captured seem to be fleeing from that direction. This marks the 3rd token. Xiao Pang exclaims joyfully, rushing to the riverbank to clean the token before blowing on it. Just as they take a few steps, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly approaches, followed swiftly by a familiar piercing scream. It is the beast we have been tracking for days. Yi Yin, how dare you take it for yourself? Hand over the token. Chapter 12. Frenzied beast. Yi Yin halts and turns, confronting the aggressive Gao Junkai and the numerous disciples behind him, brandishing their swords. With a raised brow and a slight smile, she responds, "Yours?" Naturally, Gao Junkai clenches his fists, fury radiating from him. Today, he feels particularly emboldened, with numerous disciples to vouch for him, claiming, "This poisonous hidden snake was pursued by us for a full 3 days. Hand over the token, or do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Is it merely a first-tier beast? How could it take you all 3 days to track it down, only to be dispatched by my sword in an instant?" Yi Yin retorts, pulling out a handkerchief to meticulously clean the blood from her blade, smiling at the grim-faced individuals. "Gao Shixiao, your swordsmanship still has room for improvement." Gao Junkai's face darkens, his fingers trembling with rage. He wishes to avoid further debate with her, muttering, "Yi Yin, surrender the token. You go west, I go east, and we shall pretend we have never met." Yi Yin surveys the surrounding terrain, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. "But I rather wish to head east. The dirt path there appears wider and smoother. Will you hand over the token or not?" Gao Junkai's face contorts with fury. They have toiled for 5 days without securing a single token. If this continues, they are destined for elimination. And that wretched Yi Yin seems intent on opposing him. Relying on their numbers, a dozen disciples encircle Yi Yin, all drawing their swords. 2 mere cultivators at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, mere fodder. How dare you claim to have slain the poisonous hidden snake? Had we not severely injured it beforehand? How could it have fallen into your hands? Gao Junkai, petty and resentful, has long harbored malice towards Yi Yin, especially after she made him lose face in front of others on multiple occasions. If he could eradicate her now, it would serve as a fitting end. With these thoughts, he squints his beady eyes, a malicious glint flashing within. Yi Yin perceives the hidden intent to kill, swiftly shielding the pale-faced Long Tianyu behind her, signaling discreetly for Xiao Pang to remain hidden from view. She then calmly states, "Gao Shixiao, have you forgotten? Our sect strictly prohibits disciples from harming one another." Gao Junkai bursts into laughter. "Yi Yin, these are all my people. In this little secret realm, there are no elders prying eyes. Should you perish here, the wild wolves and beasts will devour your remains, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover." Yi Yin nods in agreement. "What you say is indeed reasonable, Gao Shixiao." Her gaze sweeps the surroundings with a deeper meaning. "This place is truly an excellent location for silencing witnesses. I do not initiate conflict with others unless provoked. But if someone dares to offend me, what follows?" She strides towards them, sword in hand. The young woman before them possesses cold eyes and an imposing presence. Her tattered robe, stained with blood, yet devoid of any signs of distress. She raises her wrist, the glint of her bloodied sword tip reflecting ominously. Gao Junkai feels a sense of foreboding. His legs begin to tremble. Daring not to waste any more words, he shouts, "Kill her! Whoever brings me Yi Yan's head shall be richly rewarded." But Gao Shixiang, no matter how incompetent Yi Yan may be, she is still the daughter of the Yi family. Many disciples wish to avoid trouble and start to hesitate. Gao Junkai kicks 2 disciples to the ground, spitting as he remarks, "What? You think you can run? Yi Yan is nothing but a discarded waste of the family. Yi Qingyao is the true daughter of the Yi family." Upon hearing this, the disciples regain their courage and charge at Yi Yan, swords drawn. They are all at the 3rd layer of qi refining, while Gao Junkai is at the 4th layer. Logically, they should have the upper hand against Yi Yan. Yet, in the ensuing chaos, they find themselves at a disadvantage. That insufferable Yi Yan wields an unknown sword technique, striking swiftly and without trace, akin to a swimming dragon, effortlessly sending them sprawling to the ground. The sword in her hand cuts through flesh like butter, cleaving through all opposition. The forest erupts with the clash of blades, leaves swirling, rocks tumbling, and the air filled with anguished cries. As Yi Yan observes the oncoming barrage of blades, she steadies herself and raises her sword to parry. The resounding clash rings out, deafening. Yi Yan retreats a couple of steps, gritting her teeth as she channels her spiritual energy into her sword, forcing back her assailants. Just then, another large blade slices through the air from the side, prompting Long Tianyu to stifle a cry, shouting, "Yi Yan, be careful of your side. There's another hiding behind a tree." Immediately, a disciple rushes towards the tree, sword drawn. Yi Yan swiftly dodges Gao Junkai's assault, knocking 2 opponents to the ground. Just as a fierce disciple prepares to strike down on the incapacitated Long Tianyu, she unleashes an invisible sword energy, cleaving through the assailant. Someone recognizes it and screams in panic, "It's sword energy! How can a disciple in the qi refining stage wield sword energy?" Yi Yan feels a surge of joy. Although that last strike nearly drained her spiritual energy, once a sword cultivator comprehends sword energy, they become an unstoppable force. She continues her assault, knocking down the remaining disciples. "Thank you, Gao Shixiang, for providing me with such willing sparring partners, not only serving as free targets, but also aiding me in grasping sword energy." Gao Junkai, injured in the abdomen, is consumed by rage and spits blood at her words. He closes his eyes in despair, but before he can feign death, the ground begins to tremble violently, causing everyone present to stagger. The earth quakes as if a massive stone has rolled over it, small rocks flying chaotically, sharp bird cries echoing through the forest, and cold winds slicing through the air, while pairs of blood-red eyes emerge from the shadowy woods behind them, hungry for flesh. Dozens of miscellaneous disciples scurry from the southeast, bloodied and battered, as if they have just survived a fierce battle, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Upon spotting others ahead, they wave their hands and scream, "Get out of the way! Step aside, for a horde of monstrous beasts is in hot pursuit. The beasts are upon us! Flee!" Amid the panicked crowd, the female protagonist, clad in tattered azure garments stained with grime and blood, finds herself in a state of disarray. Her once beautiful visage, now marred by fear. How can 2 legs outrun 4? The relentless pack of beasts is nearly upon them. Several fallen disciples are swiftly devoured by the ravenous wolves. "Shiji Qingyao, what shall we do? You are at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Surely you can fend off these beasts." A terrified female cultivator cries, on the verge of tears. In her heart, Yi Qingyao is both alarmed and impatient. Yet to maintain her composure, she halts and retrieves a jade flute from her delicate right hand. As her crimson lips part, the enchanting melody flows into the air, imbued with hidden spiritual power and lethal intent. However, the colossal beast pack behind her merely falters for an instant before surging forward with renewed ferocity. Roar! A blazing wolf lunges directly at her. Yi Qingyao screams in terror, collapsing to the ground, her face ashen, the jade flute slipping from her grasp and rolling away into the underbrush. Countless frenzied beasts rush forth, ready to tear into the crowd. Just as calamity looms, an explosive sound reverberates as something is hurled from above, causing a portion of the beast horde to be obliterated. Chapter 13. Relentless Pursuit. 1, 2, 3. Three explosive talismans are hurled into the fray by Yi Yan. The ensuing detonations send shockwaves through the air, leaving the frenzied beasts charred and disoriented. The remaining wolves flee in terror, and a massive, dark pit appears in the ground. Are they dead? The fleeing disciples, faces pale as death, collapse to the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just returned from the realm of the dead. They gaze in disbelief at the scorched earth, exchanging incredulous looks, tentatively checking their own bodies to confirm their survival. Then, a slender figure, exuding grace, approaches them with a blade in hand, her garments flowing elegantly. With calm and resolute eyes, she strides forward, and it dawns upon the crowd that Yi Yan is their savior. The once derided burden, a cultivator of the second layer of qi refinement, has single-handedly rescued them all. Not far away, Yi Qingyao's eyes widen in shock, her gaze tinged with envy as she fixates on the stunning girl, now revered by all, forgotten in the shadows. Digging her nails into her palm, Yi Qingyao lowers her head, biting her lip. Instead of relief, her expression betrays a sense of foreboding. If Yi Yan is no longer the easily bullied weakling, then her hard-won status within the Yi family is on the brink of collapse. Mu Xin, typically aloof, is suddenly captivated by the sight of her, momentarily taken aback. The tear mole at the corner of her eye, now accentuated by blood, adds a bewitching allure. He quickly diverts his gaze, but cannot suppress a flicker of astonishment and trepidation as his pale fingers brush the fractured jade pendant at his waist. You just used an explosive talisman. Someone realizes. Talisman masters are a rare and proud breed, and many of their talismans are worth their weight in gold. How could she possess so many explosive talismans? Even if they are merely beginner grade, they are beyond the reach of mere servant disciples. Are talismans truly so valuable? Ian glances at him, but her response is evasive. Of course, the assembled crowd understands the worth of talismans all too well, and Yian's casual disposal of 3 explosive talismans without a second thought leaves them in shock. If they had done the same, their hearts would bleed. The explosive talismans you cast would sell for no less than 150 spirit stones each at the market below. A male cultivator explains, referring to the lower-grade spirit stones. Yet for Yian, whose pockets are emptier than her face, it is a significant fortune. Her eyes sparkle with newfound realization. Who would have thought such talismans could be worth so much? Had she known, she would have sold talismans to amass wealth. As the crowd harbors their thoughts, most of their gazes subtly shift towards Yian, curiosity and suspicion swirling within them regarding the source of her wealth for such talismans. Could the rumors of her being abandoned by her family be false? Her recent actions certainly do not align with the image of a mere wastrel. Perhaps their preconceived notions of Yi Yan truly warrant reevaluation. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and the populace reveres the powerful. The group's disdain for Yi Yan morphs into guilt, and some even feel a burgeoning respect and curiosity towards her. Boom! The ground trembles once more, and the disciples, still catching their breath, panic anew. Is this calamity unending? The once blackened ground is suddenly riddled with mounds, and from these, countless slender spider legs emerge. Thousands of grotesque, human-faced poison spiders, towering half a person high, swarm towards them, their sheer number inducing a wave of terror. A disciple screams as a spider from behind sinks its fangs into him. His skin rots away instantly, and he runs, only to collapse into a puddle of blood, leaving behind only his blood-stained robes on the ground. The unexpected horror drains the color from the faces of the crowd. They attempt to flee, but their legs are weak, unable to support them. Even Yi Qingyao's expression is one of sheer panic. Aren't these the deadly poison beasts that lurk deep within a misty forest? Why are they now swarming in the surrounding woods? Each of these human-faced poison spiders possesses strength equivalent to a qi refinement cultivator at the 6th layer, rendering the fledgling servant disciples utterly defenseless. Trembling, Yi Qingyao rummages through the underbrush, yet her jade flute is nowhere to be found. Panic rises within her, completely oblivious to the larger human-faced poison spider lurking behind her, raising its bristly pincers to strike. The sound of metal clashing resonates as Mu Ziyuan swiftly intervenes. Positioning himself behind Yi Qingyao, his sword raised to intercept the spider's lethal strike. The youth's form appears even more frail, and he grits his teeth, blood spilling from his lips. Run! This is a second-tier beast. Its power rivals that of a foundational cultivator. The poison spider king, larger and more terrifying, boasts a body adorned with purple, poisonous patterns, and its barbed pincers resemble scythes of death. Many disciples nearly faint at the mention of a second-tier beast, realizing there is no escape, certain of their doom. Meanwhile, Yin unleashes waves of sword energy, sending the corpses of the poison spiders sprawling across the ground, their stench and blood overwhelming her senses, causing her to feel a surge of nausea. The sheer number of human-faced poison spiders is overwhelming. She cannot strike fast enough, and the energy consumed by her sword techniques quickly depletes her already meager reserves. Activate the spirit-gathering array. Yi Yin tosses Long Tianyu onto a low tree and stands beneath it, wielding her sword to fend off the oncoming spiders. A dazzling pentagram flashes beneath her feet, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge. As she absorbs the influx of spiritual energy, the black hole within her body competes for it. With her sword in hand, she carves a path through the chaos. The panicked disciples seize the opportunity to escape. Just as Yin prepares to follow, a shadow looms above her, and she looks up to find herself facing the grotesque visage of the poison spider king. The beast strikes down, the ground erupting in a massive crater where she once stood, yet she narrowly evades, retreating 100 meters away, gasping for breath. Her tightly clenched talisman disintegrates into ash, and she gazes back to see the colossal spider, now thoroughly enraged, unleashing a deafening shriek as it charges towards her. How could she pursue only one person? Yin found it utterly bewildering, forcing herself to squeeze the dwindling spiritual power within her to contend with the Zhuwang. She felt akin to a succulent piece of Tang Sung meat, enticing the Zhuwang while the crowd remained oblivious, yet it relentlessly pursued her. Chapter 14. Falling into the abyss caught off guard, Yin opted to draw her sword and charge forward, using brute strength to block the dark pincers that pierced through the air. The terrifying force felt as if she were plummeting with 1,000 pounds. Her grip on the sword trembled as her palms were torn apart, her feet sinking into the ground. Blood flowed from her palms, further tantalizing the Zhuwang, which sensed the sweet aroma of the feeble female cultivator's blood and felt an innate urge that consuming her would significantly enhance its own cultivation. The weakness of the Run Mian Mo Du Zhu lay in its eyes. Yian's gaze turned icy as she seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and thrusting her sword into one of the Zhuwang's compound eyes, blood mingling with murky fluids spilling onto the ground. A deafening roar erupted, and she was violently struck into the earth by the enraged Zhuwang. A metallic taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her organs shifted painfully. Every bone in her body felt as if it were being forcibly broken. In a life-or-death situation, Yin could only watch helplessly as the frenzied Zhuwang swung its pincers toward her. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce her chest, the depleted spiritual energy within her surged forth like a geyser. The severed meridians were miraculously restored by the rushing energy, elevating her cultivation to the third layer of qi training. Yian's eyes widened as she crushed another speed talisman. The hissing Ren Mian Mo Du Zhuwang stared vacantly at the dissipating smoke, utterly enraged that a mere human cultivator dared to toy with it. The piercing sound waves of its fury erupted, completely oblivious to the sword energy that surged toward it, accompanied by the explosion of a talisman. As the thick smoke cleared, the massive Run Mian Mo Du Zhuwang lay sprawled on the ground, its legs twitching in a desperate struggle for life. Yian Baredisit Herstagering Sitips, swallowing the coppery taste in her mouth, her fingers gripping the sword hilt turning blue with strain. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, she leaped forward, aiming her sword at the last compound eye of the Zhuwang. Just as the tip was about to descend, she noticed that the once vibrant crimson eye was now eerily swirling in her direction. Indeed, it was a third-tier demon beast, the Gue Mian Mo Du Zhuwang. The crowd trembled and screamed in terror. Over 20 remaining disciples who had not escaped were left helplessly collapsed on the ground. The Ren Mian Mo Du Zhuwang had unexpectedly advanced at this critical moment. Was fate conspiring against them? Their resolve to resist crumbled in the face of such a formidable foe. Yi Qin Yao, terrified by the bloody chaos surrounding her, turned pale, tears streaming down her face as she choked down numerous spiritual recovery pills. her legs trembling and unable to move. Having been pampered all her life, she had never witnessed such a harrowing scene of life and death. Typically, she merely played the flute and concocted pills, encountering only gentle and docile tame beasts. Yet today, these terrifying creatures were ravenous for human flesh. A pungent stench from the beasts' mouths invaded her nostrils. Yi Qingyao had no time to retreat as she looked up in fear, her gaze locking onto the 8 blood-red eyes closing in on her. Paralyzed with fright, she forgot to scream, closing her eyes in terror as tears streaked down her beautiful face, whispering for Yunhan Gij to save her. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a powerful sword energy infused with thunderous might tore through the air. The overwhelming force of a golden core cultivator cleaved the Zhu Wang's massive head from its body, causing it to roll lifelessly to the ground, its 8 blood-red eyes remaining wide open in death. The Zhu Wang's corpse collapsed with a resounding thud. The remaining demon spiders were thrown into disarray, swiftly retreating like a receding tide. Only when warm blood splattered onto her face did Yi Qingyao dare to open her eyes. Spotting the familiar gleam of a long sword, the dam of her tears burst. Yunhan Gij, it really is you. You finally came. Regret washed over her. Had she known the misty forest was so perilous, she would never have come. He stood tall and striking, his handsome features exuding a rugged charm, with deep, cold eyes reminiscent of a tranquil pool. His long right hand gripped a blood-dripping sword, the wide black robe billowing in the cold wind. The crowd fell silent, only to erupt into cheers. It's senior brother Yunhan. He has come to save us. Thank heavens. Luckily, Qing Yao has a special teleportation order. Mo Yunhan landed gracefully, sword in hand as he stepped over the remnants of the fallen, his gaze scanning the unfamiliar faces as if searching for something. Yi Qingyao, resembling a frightened rabbit, dove into his embrace, sobbing pitifully. Mo Yunhan frowned slightly, his body stiffening, yet he did not push her away. His peripheral vision caught sight of a silent figure in black beneath the nearby shade of a tree. He paused, a strong instinct igniting a flicker of wariness within him. Meanwhile, Mo Ziyuan felt the cold scrutiny upon him and tightened his cloak, biting his lip in silence. This trial in the secret realm was exceedingly bizarre, with a horde of demon beasts unleashed, resulting in the loss of 14 disciples from the Wuju sect. Mo Yunhan glanced at the list, counting the casualties, then furrowed his brow, his icy gaze sharp. Where is Yin? His voice faltered slightly, the simple 2 words dripping with a sense of loathing he was reluctant to utter. I'm here. A figure stumbled out from the distant woods. Yin was covered in blood, her sect robe tattered, yet her beautiful eyes shone brightly, the sunset casting a golden halo around her. Mo Yunhan swiftly retrieved a water cloud boat from his bag. Yin was only 100 steps away, and as she saw the crowd boarding the boat to depart, anxiety surged within her. Would this male lead seek revenge? Unfortunately, she was severely injured, each step causing her lungs to burn, blood seeping from her palms, just as she intended to endure the pain and crush her last speed talisman. The ground beneath her trembled once again. This time, the quake was more intense than before. Surrounding trees collapsed, rocks tumbled, and a massive fissure opened up in the ground. Below the crack lay an endless abyss. A female cultivator who failed to board the boat fell backward in fear, plummeting toward the void. In an instant, Mo Yunhan leapt down, grasping her collar with all his might, but from the corner of his eye, he saw another slender figure tumble helplessly toward the abyss. On the water cloud boat, Long Tianyu cried out, "It's senior sister Yin, senior brother Yunhan. Hurry and save senior sister Yin. She was gravely injured while rescuing us." The rapidly widening fissure almost swallowed the entire water cloud boat. Amidst Long Tianyu's cries and the crowd's panic, Mo Yunhan's expression remained unchanged. The hatred and humiliation of the past flooded back, and he cast a disdainful glance at the figure disappearing into the abyss. A cold smile gracing his lips as he shoved a high-grade spiritual stone into the boat's groove. Chapter 15. The enchantingly striking little black snakes suddenly. Yi Yin felt the ground vanish beneath her feet, plunging her into darkness as her consciousness faded. The fissure in the earth gradually sealed, the abyss's darkness silently engulfing the fallen maiden. A faint silver light erupted from her body, wrapping around her to shield her from the falling rocks. It was hot, unbearably hot. She felt as if ensnared by a colossal entity, and, in her hazy state, she seemed to hear the sound of scales scraping against the ground. Water dripping through rocks, the flow of clear springs, and the whisper of the wind. Yi Yin jolted awake from her nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Every part of her body aching as if battered by thugs. Her robe and skin were smeared with blood, indistinguishable whether it was hers or that of the demon beasts. And her torn palms were half-scabbed, surrounded by darkness and dense foliage. Yi Yin furrowed her brow, sitting up to realize she was in a vast, unfamiliar cavern. She looked up to survey her surroundings. The light source at the entrance of the towering cave has been obscured by layers of rock, with only a faint radiance emanating from the various gemstones embedded in the stone walls. Not far from her lies a pool of water, shimmering with a chilling glow, surrounded by an abundance of lush, half-human tall weeds. To her astonishment, a mysterious cavern exists beneath the abyss. Without an exit, she could very well perish in this desolate cave. This sentiment is not rooted in the grievances between the original protagonist and the male lead, but rather a direct emotional response from her own disappointment at the male lead's indifference and inaction. In this realm of cultivation, both the male and female leads are favored by the heavenly Tao, inheriting countless opportunities and gifts from celestial fortune, destined to rise above all as divine beings. Yi Yin finds herself transformed into a mere supporting character, initially adopting a laid-back attitude of avoidance, and even harboring a ridiculous impulse to reconcile with the leads. However, it becomes clear that a male lead who disregards human life for personal desire cannot bear the radiant light of righteousness described in the narrative. As Yi Yin begins her tale from the perspective of a mere pawn, she realizes just how desperate and pitiful her situation was at the brink of death. Strangely enough, having fallen from such a height, she emerges unscathed. Yi Yin ponders this as she takes cautious steps forward, her old wounds long since dried and scabbed over. The hissing sound of the ground scraping against her feet catches her attention, and with a sudden alertness, she bends down, grasping a cool entity by her feet. Upon closer inspection, she is taken aback. A small snake captivates her with its stunning appearance. Indeed, she holds a palm-sized little black snake, its body as dark as exquisite jade, coiling in her delicate fingers and reluctantly curling its shimmering azure underbelly. The little black snake, modestly curling its tail, comfortably fills her palm, lazily resting against her hand, the texture of its obsidian scales enticingly smooth to the touch. Unexpectedly, this place harbors other living beings. Yi Yin experiences a peculiar comfort and chuckles softly, placing it on the ground. However, no sooner had she taken a couple of steps than a chill enveloped her ankle once more. Chapter 16, Spirit Pool. Is it being clingy? Yet, this only breeds an inexplicable fondness within her. She teasingly prods its slick little head with her fingertip, and to her surprise, it does not bite. Instead, it proves to be unexpectedly docile and affectionate. You don't flee when encountering a cultivator? Yi Yin smiles. The little black snake lowers its head slightly, nuzzling against her delicate fingertip, appearing quite content. This diminutive creature, exuding a gentle aura, likely belongs to the realm of ordinary beasts, one she has never encountered in the compendium of magical beasts, probably not even qualifying as a low-ranking first-tier beast, doomed to be transformed into a delicacy upon meeting a cultivator. Yet, this little fool of a snake shows no signs of fear, happily slithering up her arm towards her waist, its vibrant red tongue curiously probing her chinkoan bag. Thankfully, the bag's opening is sealed by a spell, or it might have dived right in. From the little snake's behavior, Yi Yin discerns a sense of longing. She raises an eyebrow. Are you hungry? Her chinkoan bag is filled with neatly prepared magical beast meat, and its sense of smell is quite keen. The little black snake's azure eyes gleam brightly. A quarter of an hour later, a fire blazes in the cave, with Yi Yin seated on the ground, tossing freshly roasted twigs, magical wood intended for sale, into the flames, while simultaneously conjuring a small flame in her palm to add to the fire. Skewered on sticks, chunks of beast meat sizzle over the flames, releasing glistening fat that drips into the fire with a crackling sound, filling the cave with a rich aroma that makes one's mouth water. The meat is not thoroughly cooked, retaining a hint of blood, and without any seasoning. It tastes somewhat salty. In the dim cave, time seems to stand still. Yi Yin, indeed hungry, manages to fill her stomach with 2 skewers of roasted meat, wrapping the remainder in leaves to offer to the little black snake with whom she feels a certain kinship. To her surprise, it possesses a relatively large appetite for its small size, devouring the meat in a few bites before lazily coiling up on Yi Yan's lap as she sits in meditation. The meat of magical beasts is unlike that of ordinary mundane livestock. It carries threads of spiritual energy that recklessly surge through Yi Yan's fractured meridians. Her complexion pales as she suppresses the wave of salty taste in her throat, silently reciting her cultivation method, striving to guide the errant spiritual energy to mend her meridians. The little black snake, after lounging on her lap for a while, grows bored and nudges her, only to be startled by her ashen face. After a moment of hesitation, it slips down to the dark, damp ground. Once Yi Yan completes her meditation and opens her eyes, she rises to tidy up the remnants of her meal and stoke the fire, brightening her surroundings significantly. To her astonishment, the little snake seems to have grown slightly larger, its tail entwined with several green fruits and herbs, presenting them as if offering a treasure at her side. The Yuling grass, aged 100 years. Yi Yan's eyes sparkle with excitement as she picks up one of the green fruits resembling a tiny infant. Almost instantaneously, she extracts detailed information about the item from her consciousness. Linging fruit, known for its ability to nourish the spirit body, allowing cultivators to solidify their foundation and expand their reservoir of spiritual energy, quite rare and valuable in the market. Is this for me? She asks incredulously. The little black snake obediently wags its tail. Is there more? She inquires, half hopeful and half testing. The little snake shakes its head. It seems to genuinely understand her words. Yi Yan is aware that some rare magical beasts, though often lacking in combat prowess, possess extraordinary intelligence and even the ability to comprehend human speech. She never expected to encounter one today. Perhaps this is a fateful connection. With her mindset realigned, she feels no disappointment. After expressing her gratitude, she accepts the precious spiritual fruit gifted by the little snake. She once again engages in a day and night of meditation and cultivation, repairing her damaged meridians and feeling the surging spiritual energy within her, igniting a subtle impulse to break through to the 4th level of chi refining. As night falls, she exhales a breath of stale air, feeling rejuvenated. After consuming the herbs, all her injuries vanish without a trace. Suddenly feeling a weight on her arm, she glances down to find the little black snake lazily coiled around her wrist. During meditation, a cultivator's senses are sealed off, so she had no awareness of the happenings around her. Could it really have been lounging on her arm for an entire day and night? Previously, while she was in a tranquil state, she thought she heard the sound of wind. This cavern, towering nearly 100 feet high and vast beyond measure, envelopes Yi Yan as she unconsciously approaches the edge of the tranquil pool, gazing into the depths of the dark passageway beyond, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. She lightly steps forward, leaping gracefully, and lands on a flat area within the pool, surrounded entirely by water, akin to an island amidst an ocean. Faint patterns begin to emerge on the ground. A locking spirit array. Yi Yan's heart races, and she crouches down, releasing the little snake. Her slender fingers gently trace the array's patterns, confirming her suspicions. In this world, there are gathering spirit arrays, and naturally, there must be locking spirit arrays as well. However, the latter is rarely used, and thus nearly forgotten by the populace. Yi Yan had only glimpsed a fragment of it in the family texts of Dragon Tianyu. Could it be that something lies beneath the pool, requiring the locking spirit array for confinement? Yi Yan hesitates. Beneath the pool could lie an opportunity or a hidden peril, much like Pandora's box, perhaps concealing a monstrous beast that preys upon the unwary. Moreover, her Sutsue sword has shattered in battle, leaving her with only half of it, if she were to encounter a crisis. Yet, the path of cultivation is primarily about seizing opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Surely, her current situation cannot be worse than it is now. Yi Yan forces a bitter smile at her thoughts, ultimately deciding to spend half a day unraveling the locking spirit array. The moment the locking spirit array was released, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted from the pool, rushing towards Yi Yan, clamoring to invade her body. Simultaneously, the mysterious black hole that had long slumbered within her also awakened with unusual fervor, voraciously consuming the nearly palpable spiritual essence in the air. Even the drowsy little black snake suddenly stirred, staring blankly at her. Chapter 17. The Reclaimed Female. Her unrefined body was unable to endure such a dense influx of spiritual energy in a short span of time. Ian, therefore, opted to adjust the array stones, reactivating the locking spirit array, which alleviated the pressure on her nearly bursting meridians. To her astonishment, this place turned out to be a spirit pool. After the initial shock, joy flooded her being, prompting her to cease her frantic search for an exit and to settle down to meditate and cultivate right there. She remained in meditation for a full 7 days. During this time, it was as if she had entered a state of deep tranquility. Her eyes tightly shut, yet fully aware of her surroundings. Countless small orbs of light coalesced around her, a harmonious blend of colors, methodically absorbed and refined by her dantian. The most abundant were the light blue orbs originating from the water spirit energy in the pool, alongside the brown earth spirit energy emerging from the soil. The golden spirit energy buried deep within the oars, and the fire spirit energy wafting from the campfire, as well as the wood spirit energy from the weeds by the pond. Ian successfully broke through to the 6th layer of chi refinement. The spiritual energy within her was on the verge of breaking through the dantian's bottleneck, just a step away from reaching the 7th layer of chi refinement. However, when she attempted to absorb more spiritual energy, she discovered that the surrounding energy had been completely depleted by her. Opening her eyes, she beheld the once vibrant spirit pool, now dried and desolate, the nearby spiritual herbs wilted and lifeless. Was this her doing? Ian stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stroked her chin, feeling a twinge of guilt at the sight of the desolation before her. To think that such abundant spiritual energy could be drained in merely 7 days. Logically, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should not be difficult. Yet her cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refinement. Was it due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy by her 5 spirit roots? Or was it that the insatiable black hole within her body devoured too much? One day, she would undoubtedly uncover the true nature of the black hole that incessantly vied for her spiritual energy. Typically, the bottom of a spirit pool connects to spiritual veins, and after digging through the nearly depleted sediment for quite some time, Yin, though she could not locate any deeper veins, unearthed a considerable number of spirit stones, thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and even 23 mid-grade spirit stones. This was a significant fortune. She stored them all in her chinquin bag, and, just as she was about to emerge from the water, something cold brushed against her ankle. Looking up, she saw the feeble little black snake sprawled on the ground, its body exuding a profound hunger. Had this lazy creature starved itself for a whole 7 days while she meditated? Ian couldn't help but chuckle, untying one of her chinquin bags and waving it in front of it. Amused, she remarked that the bag was filled with beast meat, enough for both of them to last a month, and that it could help itself from there on. Realizing this was a sentient little snake, she decided to share a simple incantation with it. The little black snake flicked its tail, seemingly understanding. To compensate for the snake's hunger, she prepared a grand barbecue feast using more than half of a green bull beast. After successfully satiating both herself and the snake, she meditated for a while longer, only to see the little snake retreat to a small corner, likely feeling drowsy from its meal. Sitting by the campfire, Yin took out the broken Sutsue sword, its fragmented form illuminated by the flickering flames, casting shadows on her face. With her delicate fingers tracing the damaged blade, she sighed. The Sutsue sword had willingly followed her. Yet within half a month, it had ended up in such a state, and she had yet to find a suitable sword heart. Now, with a substantial amount of spirit stones at her disposal, she vowed to restore the Sutsue sword, no matter the cost or effort, once she exited this place. Before leaving, Yin cast a final glance at the little black snake curled up in the corner, a strange flutter of emotion stirring within her. Perhaps she was genuinely fated to cross paths with this little creature. She had felt an inexplicable familiarity upon their first encounter. As she rummaged through another chinquin bag provided by her sect for miscellaneous items, she unexpectedly discovered 5 tokens and a piece of black scale within. When had she collected these? Could they have been given by the little black snake? But where would it have acquired such tokens? Gao Jun and his group had arrived from the eastern forest, lamenting that they hadn't seen a single token. Had the little snake scavenged them all? The sound of the wind rustled through the air. The exit lay deep within the passage. As night fell in the cave, the campfire emitted faint crackles. The remaining would soon succumb to the flames, and darkness enveloped the cave once more, the crystals embedded in the stone walls glowing ever brighter. When Xianzhe sluggishly awoke, he found himself alone with only the snake, the faint scent of a female barely perceptible in the air. Anxiously, he glanced around, searching for the female he had lost. But she was nowhere to be found. Had she slipped away again? Despite his efforts to disguise himself as a harmless young snake, had he still frightened her away? The little black snake, cherishing its treasure, coiled around its tail, its body lengthening and thickening until it grew to over 10 meters long. Hastily following the scent left by the female, following the lingering aroma, it arrived at the misty forest near Wuju Zone. After a long journey, feeling famished, it was elated to discover an abundance of fresh prey darting about the forest. Unable to resist its appetite, it lingered in the woods for several days. Sensing that the female was drawing closer. Was she seeking him? Filled with joy, Xianzhe decided to remain hidden in the depths of the forest, awaiting her arrival. Yet, for reasons unknown, the creatures in the vicinity, upon sighting him, panicked and fled as if faced with a formidable foe, causing several tremors in the ground. On one occasion, after finishing a meal and dozing off, he unexpectedly fell into a mysterious chasm, inadvertently getting lost again. Just when he felt despondent, fate led him to reunite with the long-sought female. Chapter 18. The Strange Cave. Fortunately, he had cleverly concealed some of his scales in her chinquin bag beforehand, allowing him to track her whereabouts. Additionally, he had found a few jade tokens etched with the same pattern as her clothing, which he had carelessly tossed into her chinquin bag, thinking she might like them. Upon exiting the cave, he found that it was already deep into the night. The mountain winds howled, the forest was shrouded in darkness, and the crescent moon hung high in the deep blue sky, casting a cold, silvery light upon the ravaged earth, adding to the somber atmosphere. Before him lay a scene of carnage. The blood rivers dried up. Had a fierce battle taken place here? The black snake wandered through the silent woods in confusion, discovering numerous corpses of demonic beasts, all decayed and inedible. The dismembered, ghost-faced poison spider king lay rigidly across the narrow path before him. Xianzhe recalled that this grotesque creature had bitten him a few days prior, only to flee in terror. To his surprise, it had grown significantly larger and even more repulsive in the intervening days. Displaying a look of disdain, he retreated cautiously, choosing to explore elsewhere. As the dark aura around him gradually dissipated, the land was left bathed in fragrant moonlight, accentuating his tall, elegant figure. Barefoot, he strolled to the clear lake illuminated by the moonlight, gazing at his reflection. The ethereal moonlight graced his strikingly beautiful face, rendering the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. His porcelain skin glimmered under the soft lunar glow, appearing even more delicate and translucent. With his long lashes lowered, his azure eyes mirrored the lake's hue, a beauty beyond words. Xianzhe stood alone by the lakeside, meticulously tending to his luxurious, satin-like black hair. His phoenix eyes gazed thoughtfully into the distance, and his crimson lips curved into a gentle smile, reminiscent of one preparing to meet a beloved, blissfully content. After a moment, he reverently retrieved his chinquin bag, his fingers delicately tracing the intricate patterns upon its surface. The bag was embroidered with a single character, Yin. He murmured the name softly, his expression a blend of joy and melancholy. It seemed he had forgotten many things. Meanwhile, half a day earlier, Yin stepped out of a cave, only to be greeted by a blinding white light akin to perpetual daylight. She lowered her arms and, despite the discomfort, slowly opened her eyes. Instead of the longed-for exit, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar space, a secluded cave. This cavern was far more cramped than the previous one, with a dusty mat placed at her feet and a stone platform nearby, atop which rested a wooden box. The place appeared to be a retreat for high-level practitioners in meditation. How had she arrived here? Doubt filled Yian's heart as she crouched down to touch the mat. The ancient mat disintegrated into dust at her fingertips, causing her to gasp in shock. She searched the surroundings, but found no exit. Not even the sound of wind, a space completely isolated from the world. Now, the cave contained only her and the box. Was it possible? Yian turned to approach the towering stone platform, grasping a protruding rock in an attempt to climb. The physical prowess of practitioners far exceeded that of mere mortals. A mere 3 zhong was easily surmountable with a bit of effort. Yet, each time Yi Yin climbed halfway, an invisible force would send her crashing to the ground. After a few attempts, she initially believed it to be her own clumsiness, but the rocks showed no signs of wear. After pondering for a moment, she bent down to pick up a fragment of stone and tossed it upwards. To her astonishment, not only had the high-level practitioner left the wooden box behind, but he had also erected a barrier of spiritual energy. This suggested he would eventually return. However, it was evident the cave had endured the ravages of time for hundreds or even thousands of years without a single visitor. Most likely, the practitioner had encountered misfortune on his return journey. The path of cultivation, while filled with opportunities, was fraught with peril, and the risk of death was ever present. After reflecting on this, Yi Yin slowly circled the towering stone platform twice. There are no hidden mechanisms, no hints, and no clues. If that were the case, she would have to use a more robust spiritual force to forcefully break through the barrier. Yet, compared to the mighty practitioners of a millennium ago, Yi Yin was merely a beginner at the 6th level of qi refining, her meager spiritual energy hardly worth mentioning. To attempt to breach the spiritual barrier would be akin to chasing a delusion. Yi Yin calmed her mind, her thoughts racing as her delicate fingers explored the chinquan bag at her side, a habitual gesture when faced with uncertainty. Suddenly, an old, creased talisman caught her attention. The Tanong-Tsiwu talisman had been deemed useless by Yi Yin and had remained buried at the bottom of her belongings, nearly forgotten. This talisman was crafted by a legendary thief king from thousands of years ago, representing his greatest achievement and serving as his most formidable ally throughout his prosperous career in thievery. An epiphany struck Yi Yin, and her brows lifted in delight. She pinched the talisman with one hand, igniting it with spiritual fire until it turned to ash. In an instant, the thin spiritual energy in the air began to swirl, and a nearly transparent giant hand formed before her right hand. This ethereal hand mirrored her right hand in shape, but was magnified many times over. With Yi Yin's mental command, the spiritual hand floated steadily upwards, unobstructed, reaching the top of the platform to retrieve the wooden box and place it at her feet before dissipating into the air. As she had surmised, advanced practitioners typically formed a barrier of spiritual energy around their bodies to prevent ambushes and to guard against cunning thieves like the Thief King. Yi Yin speculated that the secret behind the Thief King's smooth sailing throughout his life lay within the Tanong-Tsiwu talisman. Indeed, the talisman allowed one to disregard any level of spiritual barrier within a 5-foot radius, enabling the retrieval of objects from a distance while remaining exceedingly difficult to detect. Setting aside the Thief King's reputation, his exceptional talent for talisman crafting was truly remarkable, having devised such an item that, while seemingly trivial, was in fact extraordinary, earning him immense respect and admiration. The familiar cramped cave remained unchanged, but the individual within was different. He had failed and tried again, reforging his broken sword, undeterred, growing stronger with each setback. He had lost track of how long he had been forging iron within this cave, and Yi Yin had also lost track of how long she had been observing. Days, months, years, decades, or perhaps even centuries had passed. She might have become a mere drop of sweat on the man, or perhaps the heated, distorted air surrounding him, or even the man himself. Through it all, she watched silently from a divine perspective, devoid of voice or thought, fulfilling the role of a perfect, passive observer. Finally, after an indeterminate number of years, she beheld the aged, weary man shake his head, his murky eyes reflecting the nearly extinguished flames, and he sighed deeply. In the end, I have failed. His temples had long since turned gray, and as he closed his eyes, the corners of his eyes crinkled with age. He had pursued an obsession for much of his life, tirelessly searching for a divine artifact, but the fleeting years had slipped away, culminating in an inevitable sense of regret. Ultimately, the old man produced a pristine wooden box, trembling as he carefully folded a yellowed blueprint and placed it inside, along with his lifelong research notes and a chinquan bag. His frail hands could no longer wield a hammer, and he resolved to retreat from the world. Yet he regretted not having produced a satisfactory final masterpiece. The old man departed the cave, and shortly thereafter, Yi Yin awakened from the illusion. She pursed her lips and gazed despondently at the surrounding mountain scenery, her heart unsettled, and after a considerable time, she could only sigh. She had emerged from the cave, yet still clutched the aged wooden box in her hands. The man had lived 1,000 years ago, renowned as a master craftsman of his sect, devoting his life to the art of forging. Creating a supreme artifact was his lifelong pursuit and sole reason for existence. By chance, he had acquired a scroll for crafting divine artifacts, and thus became utterly consumed, dedicating most of his life to it. Unfortunately, he had ultimately fallen short. He felt no regret for not crafting the artifact, only lamenting his lack of talent and the frustration of never knowing where he had gone wrong in that final step. Unable to fulfill his aspirations, he sealed the scroll within the wooden box, waiting for a fated individual to discover it. Yi Yan found a secure corner, sitting cross-legged with the box, attempting to open it, but it would not budge, no matter her efforts. Recalling the scene of the old man sealing the box, Yi Yan thoughtfully approached the riverside and meticulously washed the ancient ironwood box, only to discover a small recess hidden at the front. Was a key missing? Yet, the platform held only the box, with no key in sight. Had the old man taken the key with him? Or perhaps it still lay hidden in some corner of the cave, waiting to be discovered? She had more pressing matters to attend to. Half a month prior, a tremendous crisis had erupted within the secret realm, resulting in the deaths and disappearances of numerous disciples from the Wuju sect. The sect was thrown into turmoil, prompting the dispatch of several Golden Core realists to investigate and search for the missing disciples. Yet after half a month, they had only managed to rescue 2 severely injured disciples on the brink of death. The unconscious disciples had been sent to Qing Dan Peak for treatment, but they had yet to awaken, and the prognosis looked grim. After deliberation, the elders and peak masters unanimously concluded that this ominous sign was indicative of the emergence of a demon king. The demon lord has remained in slumber for a millennium, and since then, the demon realm has been fragmented and beset by various factions, leading to unrest and bloodshed as myriad demons vie for kingship and territory. In recent decades, the realm of cultivation has frequently reported the emergence of new demon kings. The appearance of a demon king heralds calamity. The Wuju sect aspired to seize this opportunity to forge alliances with the new demon king, yet the elders, in their haste, found no trace of him. Fearing he had already departed the misty forest, the leaders of the various peaks sent messages advising inner disciples, who were currently training outside, to pay close attention to affairs in the mortal realm, as turmoil was anticipated. If the demon king is benevolent and gentle, an alliance could be formed. However, if he is a tyrant with a penchant for slaughter, it is imperative to report his presence to the sect immediately and take decisive action. The interrupted assessments for the servant disciples seemed trivial in comparison. The sect had casually opened a new small secret realm, allowing uncompleted servant disciples to form teams and venture forth. Upon the expiration of the deadline, their performance would be evaluated based on the number of tokens each possessed and their overall performance in the 3 challenges. As one of the 8 great sects in the cultivation world, the Wuju sect commands a vast spiritual vein and numerous blessed lands, with its towering peaks piercing the clouds. Several magnificent halls are scattered across the summit, adorned with jade bricks and red tiles, their intricately carved beams and painted pillars surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, resembling an ethereal painting of the celestial realm. At the outermost edge stands a grand, ancient stone gate, towering 3 zhang high, with the 3 characters of Wuju sect inscribed upon its plaque, each stroke exuding an air of authority. Long Tianyu trailed behind the group, catching a distant glimpse of the opulent sect hall, his palms clammy with anxiety. A fortnight of dread had left his once round face considerably gaunter, shadows pooling beneath his eyes as he clutched his Chinkoan bag tightly. His thoughts were consumed by the presence of his senior sister Yi Yan, causing him to falter in his steps. The other inexperienced servant disciples were no better. Upon stepping onto the white jade floor of the great hall, they collectively bowed their heads in trepidation, only to discover the floor's reflective surface. The elders and peak masters sat solemnly upon the high platform, their imposing gazes sweeping over the assembly below. To the right of the platform stood 8 inner disciples, among them Yi Qingyao, who, upon seeing the crowd enter the hall, felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she waved to the conspicuously dark-clad boy in the group. Mo Zhuan paused momentarily and nodded in acknowledgement. An inner disciple produced a scroll. Next, I shall announce the names of the selected outer disciples. In sequence, they are Jia 2, ranked 100th, Niumanshan 99th. Zhang Tizui and Li Chunhua, both at 98th, and Xiaojiao. Hundreds of anxious servant disciples awaited their names, each straining to hear, fearful of missing their own. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, only the top 3 remained unannounced. The third was a graceful female, cultivator clad in blue. Long Tianyu, despite not standing out in the first 2 challenges, had triumphed in the secret realm, earning 3 tokens and placing second. A bandaged Gao Jun Kai approached with a cane, his features marred and one pant leg empty, the flesh long devoured by demonic beasts. He bared his teeth at Long Tianyu, sneering, "Yin is already dead. Do you expect a corpse to claim the qualifications of the living? I ask you all who agrees." Though he dared not openly revel in misfortune, the satisfaction of vengeance flickered in his eyes, his only regret being that he had not found the wretched woman's remains to exact his fury. "You must not speak such foolishness. My sister's body has yet to be found. How dare you presume?" Yi Qingyao's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze fiery yet fragile, akin to a delicate flower, as she bit her lip to stave off tears. While she reproached Gao Junkai, her grip on her handkerchief subtly relaxed. For now, if Yi Yin were indeed dead, then Yi Qingyao would rightfully be the sole legitimate heir of the Yi family. Unbeknownst to her, her sister's concern for her was truly touching, and it pained her to consider abandoning her. Outside the grand door, a clear and melodious female voice rang out, prompting the crowd to peer curiously. Yi Qingyao's face, which had just begun to brighten, turned ashen upon recognizing the figure that had appeared. Death? How could the dead return? Was she here for revenge? Just half a month prior, she had witnessed Yi Yin plummet into the abyss, her remains lost to the depths. Not just her, but most of the servant disciples present had seen it as well. The hall erupted with screams of terror. A ghost. Is a ghost? Could be a ghostly cultivator attacking? Nonsense. As disciples of the Wujua sect, how can you not discern between human and ghost cultivators? The elders' faces darkened, their spiritual pressure palpable, silencing the chaos in an instant. Elder Zhang of the law enforcement hall finally managed to compose himself, his sharp gaze falling upon the poised Yi Yin at the entrance. "Come in, please." Yin Han submitted a casualty report half a month ago, stating you had fallen into a chasm. How could a mere Qi refinement disciple survive such dire circumstances? Speak truthfully and do not conceal anything. Elder Zhang toyed with the heart-seeing pearl in his hand. The other peak masters and elders directed their attention toward her, equally perplexed by the situation. Yin stepped into the hall, met by a mix of astonished and delighted gazes. She performed a respectful bow, calmly addressing the gathered elders and peak masters. "Respected elders, I did indeed fall into the abyss, but to my surprise, beneath the abyss lies another realm, an expansive cave." The peak master of Qingdan Peak cast a cleansing spell upon her. He had previously discerned her exceptional alchemical talent, but lamented her 5 spiritual roots, feeling a twinge of complexity in his emotions. Surviving a great calamity surely portends future blessings. The path of cultivation heavily relies on personal fortune. Perhaps this is your destined opportunity. Yi Yin nodded in agreement. Many accompanying servant disciples beamed with joy, having been rescued by Yi Yin during their time in the secret realm. How infuriating! Why is it that whenever Yi Yin appears, all eyes turn to her? Ye Vingyo setet silently, her feast credentiat. This had always been the case since childhood. Whenever Yi Yin competed for Mo Yuhan's attention, it was as if all of his focus gravitated toward her. And now, history repeated itself. Yi Qingyao resented the unfairness of fate, yet felt powerless to change it. Watching helplessly as Yi Yin was chosen as an outer disciple. Impossible. Yi Yin cannot be selected as an outer disciple. The assessment period had long since passed, and Yi Yin had not a single token in hand. How could she be allowed to violate the sect's rules, upheld for a century? How could my senior sister not have any tokens? Long Tianyu exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation as he retrieved 3 tokens from his Chinquan bag. "Look, these are the tokens I obtained alongside my senior sister. 2 of them rightfully belong to her." "Huh, the rules of the assessment state otherwise." Gao Junkai growled, his hatred palpable as he glared at the composed Yi Yin, mocking someone arrived late. The sect modified the regulations to prevent cheating. The token count is only valid at the very last moment of the assessment. Long Tianyu's face drained a color, but he looked helplessly at the elders on the platform, his lips moving in despair. Finally, he hung his head and gritted his teeth. Then I voluntarily forfeit. Forfeit what? Yi Yan retorted coldly. Long Tianyu pouted, his eyes glistening with tears. He stuffed the tokens into Yi Yan's hands, lowering his head as he whispered, if not for you, someone like me would never have obtained a token. They should all belong to you, senior sister. Fool, Yi Yan chided, flicking his forehead playfully, though warmth filled her heart. This child truly cared for her. However, she insisted, remember, these tokens are yours, earned through your own abilities. And do not call yourself useless at such a young age. Why would you belittle yourself? She placed the tokens back into his small hand. In that moment, she produced another Chinquan bag, and before the eyes of the assembly, she astonishingly revealed 5 tokens. Senior Gao, do you think this is sufficient? No, this is impossible. Where did you acquire so many tokens? This must be a deception. He staggered a few steps, his eyes nearly bursting with disbelief, as if he had been struck hard across the face. Not only did the talented Gao Kaijun find it hard to believe, but Yi Qingyao also suddenly tightened her handkerchief, while the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Even the usually composed peak masters and elders turned their attention towards the commotion. Those with discerning eyes could naturally discern the authenticity of the tokens. However, everyone found it inconceivable that Yi Yan could acquire 5 tokens in such a short span of time. In the annals of the sect, only Mo Yunhan had achieved the remarkable feat of obtaining 6 tokens, claiming the top position, but that endeavor took a full half-month. She's first, I am second. Mo Ziwen suppressed his astonishment and voluntarily stepped forward to produce 4 tokens, accepting his defeat willingly. With the original champion having spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Gao Kaijun nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He could not bear to witness Yi Yan, this wretched person, reveling in her triumph. If the sect accepted someone who harmed their own kind, how would other sects not mock them? What do you mean? Elder Zhang said in a deep voice. Gao Kaijun discarded his cane and hobbled to the center of the hall, facing the probing gazes of the crowd. With a brutal resolve, he ripped off the bandage from his abdomen, revealing a scar that served as evidence of Yi Yan's treachery against her fellow disciples. If the elders did not believe him, they could call upon her to reveal her sword and witness the wound. Harming one's own kind deserves severe punishment, but while Brother Gao seeks evidence, I also possess another piece of evidence. Yi Yan's usual smile faded, her voice turning chillingly cold. Xiao Pengyu, activate the projection array. Long Tianyu swiftly retrieved an array from his universe pouch. This was the proof, the evidence of Gao Saijuan's assault on a fellow disciple. The sister was merely acting in self-defense. Gao Kaijun sensed a shift in fate, but before he could rush forth to stop it, the array activated. Has Brother Gao forgotten? The sect strictly prohibits harming fellow disciples. The array echoed with Yi Yan's anxious and flustered voice. Everyone witnessed the semi-transparent apparition of a young girl in a blood-soaked robe, evidently exhausted and weak, yet surrounded by a group of assailants wielding swords. Her beautiful eyes displayed both resilience and fragility, evoking deep sympathy. Then, Gao Saijuan's sinister laughter rang out. Yi Yan, these are all my people. Even in this secluded space, the elders cannot perceive us. If you die here, your remains will be devoured by wild wolves and demonic beasts. There will be nothing left, and who will trace it back to me? Kill her. Whoever brings me Yi Yan's head will be handsomely rewarded. What is Yi Yan? Just a worthless waste abandoned by her family. Only sister Yi Qingyao is the true daughter of the Yi family. The arrogance in Gao Saijuan's expression during the projection made his current pale and pitiful state all the more laughable as he sat trembling on the ground. How could this be possible? When did this happen? Upon hearing her name, Yi Qingyao's face turned ashen, biting her lip in fear of being implicated by this fool. To attempt to steal a chicken only to lose the rice is truly foolish. The elders were equally furious, never expecting the sect to harbor such a treacherous villain who harmed fellow disciples. They immediately expelled the nearly crippled Gao Kaijun from the sect, never to be employed again, and placed him on the blacklist of the other 7 major sects as a warning to others. The examination for outer disciples concluded at this point. First place was Yi Yan, second place was Mo Ziwen, and third place was Long Tianyu, with a total of 103 outer disciples selected in this round. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, she had claimed the position of champion originally designated for the male second lead. Yian's gaze thoughtfully swept over the dark-clad youth leaning against the wall with a sword not far away, her finger lightly tapping her arm. According to the original storyline, Mo Ziyuan would seize the championship and inadvertently expose his mutated dark spiritual root secret, catching the attention of the master of Jiansong Peak, who would exceptionally accept him as an inner disciple. This would lay the groundwork for his eventual slaughter of the Wuju sect. Now, with the other disciples free to leave, they were reminded to move into the outer disciples' quarters within 3 days and to register their identities in the material hall to receive corresponding supplies. The master of Jiansong Peak halted Himozin, who was about to leave, and coldly commanded, "You stay." It appeared that the plot was still following its original course. Indeed, her small alteration was insufficient to alter the storyline that fate had already inscribed. Yian was not concerned about Mo Ziyuan's future massacre of the Wuju sect in 10 years, for she would meet her own demise at the hands of the male lead 3 years hence. A mere ant cannot shake a tree. If within 3 years she fails to grow strong enough to protect herself, she will inevitably succumb to the tragic fate predetermined for the original owner of her body. After bidding farewell to Long Tianyu, she descended the mountain to register her identity in the material hall, igniting her soul lamp and receiving a new Outer Disciples Beginner Universe pouch, from which she could withdraw 100 low-grade spiritual stones as a resource subsidy each month. Becoming an Outer Disciple marked her true integration into the sect, granting her access to shared resources and personal freedom. On ordinary days, Yian could hunt low-tier demonic beasts in the back mountains or shop for supplies at the market below the mountain. Upon returning to her quarters, Yian opened her universe pouch and examined the first beginner gift package she had obtained after her traversal. Chapter 22. Who is the true leader? The common mid-grade universe pouch for Outer Disciples had a significantly larger capacity, boasting a full 50 square meters. The first items to catch her eye were 2 books of varying thickness. Yian took them out and flipped through the thinner one, which was the sect manual, while the thicker one was an introduction to the various courses that Outer Disciples would study in the future. There was a uniformly distributed low-grade sword, crafted from a century-old mysterious iron, slightly heavy but lacking distinctive features, though it was commendably sturdy and durable. Additionally, there was a bottle containing 5 low-grade fasting pills, sufficient to stave off hunger for a month, along with 100 low-grade spiritual stones, both of which could be replenished monthly. Furthermore, there was a set of Outer Disciple robes in a blue and white combination, low-grade attire equipped with dust-repelling techniques, stretching capabilities, and a certain degree of defensive functions. The design was quite similar to the one she had previously worn, save for a few strands of silver woven into the cuffs, giving it a more elegant and noble appearance. After changing into the clean, tidy new robes, Yian felt a surge of joy as she sat cross-legged on her bed, retrieving the last remaining communication jade disc from her universe pouch. Intrigued, she fiddled with it for a while, discovering a small groove on the back. Inserting a low-grade spiritual stone, the jade disc lit up, revealing a plethora of categorized functions. Goodness gracious! Is this not akin to a smartphone in the cultivation realm? Yian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she spent a while exploring the various features, finding that the multifunctional communication jade disc not only allowed for adding friends, voice calls, and video calls, but also possessed identity verification and location tracking capabilities, with the core schedules for Outer Disciples laid out clearly. The chaotic messages flooding the bottom right corner of the jade disc scrolled rapidly, resembling world messages in modern games, filled with various advertisements, task requests, escort missions, and sales of demonic beast meat and rare materials, overwhelming to behold. Unfortunately, the demonic beast meat she had previously captured had already been given to the little snake. Otherwise, she might have been able to sell it for a handsome price. Yian carefully stored the jade disc. Looking around, the dilapidated shack appeared on the verge of collapse, with 3 sides letting in the wind. Yet after enduring hardship together for 3 months, a bond had formed. With her sleeves empty and little to pack, she placed the autobiography of the Thief King and 2 other foundational mind cultivation books into her universe pouch, giving the wooden house one final clean before departing. Following the coordinates provided by the jade disc, she soon spotted row after row of houses. This was the unified dormitory for Outer Disciples of the Wuju sect. The distribution of sect disciples resembled an olive shape, with Outer Disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The sect had specially developed a small peak to construct the dormitory, all bright and spacious barracks that far exceeded the previously shabby and simple shack. With anticipation, she approached the door of her new dormitory. From a distance, she noticed a new bedding set discarded outside, yet the wooden door was tightly shut and locked. Ian paused for a moment, suspecting something amiss, but remained patient and knocked gently on the door. No one responded, yet the room was filled with hushed laughter, and one could faintly hear a woman's mocking sneer. "Whoever comes in should leave. A mere servant disciple is only fit to tend to pigs and grow vegetables. What right do they have to share the same roof with me? Lee Mayer is an utter disgrace." The two other female cultivators in the room clearly followed Lee Mayer's lead, not daring to speak further, silently wishing the newly arrived servant disciple good luck. Lee Mayer, the second young lady of the Lee family from Longcheng, had always been arrogant and domineering, believing herself superior due to her dual fire and gold spiritual roots. Having entered the outer sect's top 10 in assessments at the age of 7, she naturally looked down upon the newly arrived servant disciple, asserting her authority without hesitation. Seeing no reaction from outside, Lee Mayer was convinced that the new female cultivator was a timid and easily manipulated individual, which only added to her arrogance. "If you want me to open the door, you can make a vow against your inner demons. From now on, I shall be the boss of this dormitory, and you will have to obey my commands." Yin, with a slight twitch at her brow, asked calmly, "Are you really not going to open the door?" "Absolutely not. Just because you say so, I should comply?" Lee Mayer was growing more furious. She despised being spoken to in such a tone. Ian took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, and unleashed a sword chi towards the wooden door. Lee Mayer's face turned pale. She had not expected to encounter someone so formidable. You dare to damage the dormitory. I will report this to the manager." Her face flushed with anger, and she fell silent as the other 2 women had already retreated far away, exchanging glances. The more Lee Mayer thought about it, the angrier she became. She stood up defiantly, raising her chin. "What of it? I did it, and what can you do about it? Those I dislike must be driven out." "Well said." Ian nearly clapped in approval. She seized Lee Mayer's hair, disregarding the cries of pain from her subordinates, and tossed her outside like a chick. When it comes to things she disliked, she found it necessary to throw them out to maintain her peace of mind. Lee Mayer, in Terwa, realized she had no means of retaliation. Embarrassed and furious, she scrambled to her feet, cursing as she drew her sword to attack, only to be sent flying several meters away by another sword chi. Ing Xuanyin and Ding Chun'er stood frozen, their faces pale, unsure of how to react. As Ian entered the room, they hurried to distance themselves, repeatedly shaking their hands. "This has nothing to do with us. It's all Lee Mayer's doing. This new female cultivator is too terrifying. She draws her sword at the slightest provocation." Yin, indifferent to their plight, busied herself arranging her bed. Her calm demeanor left a profound psychological impact on Ing Xuanyin and Ding Chun'er. This girl had effortlessly defeated Lee Mayer, who was at the 6th stage of chi training, undoubtedly a concealed expert. They exchanged glances, and after some hesitation, glanced at the still sobbing Lee Mayer outside. They resolved to curry favor with Yi Yan, quickly stepping forward to assist her in tidying up. "Boss, you should rest. Leave these trivial matters to us." "Boss." Ian's eyebrow twitched slightly, wondering what script she had stumbled into. Outside, Lee Mayer continued to curse. "You 2 opportunistic fools. Have you forgotten how much I have done for you?" In that moment, Ian finally understood why the original owner was so despised. Lee Mayer was an exact replica of the original owner's temperament. Arrogant, spoiled, and explosive, resembling a ticking time bomb ready to detonate. While she had not committed any heinous acts, her very nature was enough to provoke irritation and a desire for retribution. Chapter 23. Have I seen you before? Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Ian opened her eyes once more, staring blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on the recent chaos. The continuous cries from outside only exacerbated her annoyance. She resolved to step outside. Lee Mayer resembled a defeated rooster, dejected and occasionally peering into the room while refraining from entering due to her humiliation, until a long, fair hand reached out to her. "What do you want?" "I do not need your insincere pity." Lee Mayer was taken aback, feeling a mix of indignation and surprise. She had initially thought this person was approaching her to apologize, but to her dismay, they said nothing and turned away. As the evening breeze blew, it chilled her to the bone, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. The thin dress she wore had been shredded by the sword chi, leaving her shivering and pale. Yi Yin had no interest in bullying a young girl, but upon reflection, she realized Li Meier was only 15, still in her rebellious phase. What was there to argue with such a tempestuous adolescent? Though Li Meier's temperament was far from likable, she was not a malicious individual. As Yi Yin recalled the original owner's plight, she felt a twinge of compassion. When Yi Yin began to walk away, Li Meier took a deep breath, hurriedly rising to grasp her sleeve, following closely behind. After much internal conflict, she begrudgingly admitted, "You are the boss." "Yi Yin," she replied. Li Meier bit her lip, seeing no sign of disdain from the other. Her heart lightened slightly, and she tentatively inquired, "What you used earlier, was that sword chi?" Li Meier, though headstrong and self-willed, was indeed a sword enthusiast. She frequently practiced with her sword, and it was apparent to her that although Yi Yin was also at the 6th stage of chi training, her spiritual roots and weapons were inferior to her own. Yet, she had been defeated soundly, which led her to recall the silver-white sword chi that had astonished and captivated her. However, sword chi was notoriously difficult to cultivate. After nearly 8 years in the sect, Li Meier had yet to grasp it, and she knew that among the outer disciples, the number of those who had comprehended sword chi was limited to no more than a handful. Before she could inquire further, the steward arrived to repair the door, sternly questioning the 4 of them, who exchanged knowing glances and managed to conceal the truth. As night fell, the full moon illuminated the once boisterous dormitory, which now found an unusual tranquility. On the wooden table, the candlelight flickered gently, casting warm yellow shadows on the walls, while the floor was embedded with fire-source stones, filling the air with warmth. After having traversed time for so long, it was the first night Yi Yin slept so comfortably. She no longer had to worry about drafts seeping through the walls or being awakened by the cold. Yet, unresolved thoughts stirred within her, and in the later hours of the night, she found herself wide awake, rising quietly. As Yi Yin entered the study, the other 3 girls awoke, still shaken by the day's events, unable to fall asleep, keenly observing Yi Yin's movements. "Ah, it's no wonder Yi Yin is so formidable. She has been secretly studying without us." The 3 girls ignited with an unprecedented sense of rivalry. "We cannot fall behind. We must rise and study too." Li Meier had set her sights on surpassing Yi Yin as her immediate goal. However, after picking up a book, they barely managed to read for half an hour before collapsing back into slumber. Yi Yin was aware of the commotion, but focused entirely on the stacks of books before her. Comprehensive Weaponry Volumes 1, 2, and 3, Sword and Blade Maintenance, and Advanced Material Explanations. She pored over each page by the dim candlelight, her drowsiness completely dissipated. As time slowly passed, a hint of dawn crept through the window, and the knowledge contained within the pages seeped into Yi Yan's consciousness, each seemingly unrelated piece of information intertwining in her mind through countless collisions. Meanwhile, her pen flowed across the paper, saturating it with ink until the last drop was used. 500-year-old Xian iron, Sunluo skin, ice spider silk, and Nirvana water iron liquid were essential materials for reshaping the Suhui sword. She gazed at the full page of notes and felt a twinge of regret as she touched the spirit stones in her bag. It is entirely natural for a sword cultivator to lavish money on their beloved. However, Yi Yin fears that even if she were to sell everything she owns, she would still be unable to afford the vast array of sword crafting materials. Indeed, sword cultivators are the poorest of the poor, with no exceptions. She must descend the mountain once more, for urgent matters await her. Yi Yin nodded with a smile, indifferent to whether she stood out or blended in. Yet she would not deliberately reject the olive branch extended to her by others. Ding Chun'er and her companions also breathed a sigh of relief, their sincere smiles illuminating their faces as they joyfully departed, the initial turmoil having been swiftly resolved. At the foot of the mountain, in the bustling marketplace, it was Yi Yan's first descent, and she was nearly entranced by the vibrant chaos surrounding her. The place resembled a small town that proudly claimed its own identity. The streets were teeming with activity, with vehicles weaving through the throng, while various vendors shouted enthusiastically from their stalls, and the shops on either side thrived with business. Yi Yin first sought refuge in an inn, ordered some food, and inquired with the innkeeper about where she might procure the required materials. Although the innkeeper was not a local, he had managed the establishment for over 20 years and was well acquainted with the myriad shops within a marketplace. After examining the list of materials Yi Yin provided, he stroked his goatee and chuckled, saying, "Little girl, These materials are indeed precious and rare, and their prices are mostly exorbitant. Noticing that Yi Yin wore the disciple robe of Wuju Zong and appeared to be of noble birth, he quickly deduced her affluent background and offered her a few locations where she might find what she sought. The Jinbao Pavilion and WNQSU Inn should have what you need. If you cannot find everything, try visiting these shops multiple times. Just as she exited the inn, a sudden commotion reached her ears. Instinctively, Yin lifted her gaze and was taken aback by the sight before her. Chapter 24. A setup? Before a steamed bun shop. The owner was furiously berating. I've worked here for so many years, and I have never encountered such a shameless individual who eats a bun without paying. He implored the onlookers, please help me seek justice. The crowd, eager for excitement, gathered to voice their accusations. At that moment, he looked bewildered, glancing around in confusion, instinctively tightening his grip on the half-eaten bun as 2 drops of broth fell onto his long, pale fingers, causing him to frown and bite his lip. The man's exquisite, coldly beautiful face resembled flawless jade. His nose was elegantly straight, his lips a deep crimson, and his narrow eyes held a glimmering blue reminiscent of a serene lake. Faced with the crowd's accusations, his long eyelashes trembled with unease. What a stunning figure! The moment their eyes met, Yi Yin felt a flutter in her heart, catching her breath unexpectedly. She was not one to be swayed by looks, yet the beauty before her exuded an allure that resonated deeply with her aesthetic sensibilities, as if crafted to perfection just for her. However, the beautiful man's complexion appeared somewhat pale and fragile, evoking a sense of pity. It was unclear whether he was frightened or merely faint from hunger. I'll cover his bun, Yi Yin said as she pushed through the crowd toward the owner. The beautiful man's long lashes quivered as he turned to her, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. The owner huffed. This is a spirit bun, made with beast meat and spirit herbs. Even the broth is nourished by spring water. It costs no less than a low-grade spirit stone. Yi Yin produced 10 low-grade spirit stones, stating, I'll take another basket. The owner fell silent, promptly providing her with an additional basket, and the crowd soon dispersed bored. The two found themselves in a secluded alley. Here you go. Yi Yin offered the basket of buns to him, feeling no hunger herself, for he was a feast for the eyes. The beautiful man did not accept the buns, but lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions, softly murmuring, Xian Shi. Yi Yin paused for 2 seconds, responding, Is that your name? It was merely a chance encounter, and he had introduced himself first. Before she could speak further, the man gently took her hand, his long, cold fingers tracing her palm with meticulous care, as if afraid she might overlook or forget. Yi Yin belatedly realized he was writing his name, Xian Shi. So that is how you write it, she thought. Though they were strangers, this small gesture felt peculiar. Yet Yi Yin found herself inexplicably reluctant to withdraw her hand, allowing him to finish inscribing his name. Just as he prepared to write a 6th time, she hurriedly pulled her hand away, saying, All right, I've memorized it. She then thrust the basket of buns into his arms, adding, I have urgent matters to attend to. Remember, food requires payment. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a situation like earlier. It struck her as odd, despite his noble appearance. Even his coarse clothing could not hide the elegance that radiated from him. How peculiar that someone so refined would eat buns without paying. His garb was disheveled, the ties improperly fastened, resembling a scholar who hastily donned a few scraps of cloth. Were he not so delicately handsome, Yi Yin might have suspected him to be a down-and-out beggar. Could he be an oblivious young master engaging in performance art? As she pondered this, she took 2 steps before sensing footsteps following closely behind her. A slender, cold finger reached out, gently tugging at her sleeve, accompanied by a faint, weak whisper, Yin Yin. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder as the beautiful man collapsed against her, utterly unconscious. His tall, heavy figure nearly toppled her, and she barely steadied herself against the wall, the buns scattering across the ground. At that moment, Yi Yin could only curse internally, realizing she had been set up. Inside the inn, the room was adorned with sandalwood furnishings, the floor covered in a snowy blanket, and the fragrant curtains veiling a soft couch where the beautiful man lay. Still unconscious, his clothes in disarray and his ink-black hair cascading alluringly around him, Yi Yin propped herself up with one hand beside the bed, gazing at the man with a mix of disbelief and frustration. Who would have thought she would be so foolishly drawn in, willingly stepping in to play the Good Samaritan? Now look where it had led her, being taken advantage of, This man had fainted before her, making her appear as if she were a sinister creature preying on souls. One basket of buns cost 10 spirit stones, and a room in this top tier cost 12 spirit stones. The realization that this man had consumed 22 of her spirit stones in such a short time ignited a newfound resistance within her against beauty, even rendering her averse to the sight of him. A beam of fragmented light filtered through the window, illuminating the beautiful man's face as he gradually awoke. Clearly unaccustomed to the harsh glare, when his eyes met Yan's, he pressed his lips together and, after a moment, whispered, "I have no spirit stones." Yan regarded him with skepticism. His stunningly beautiful face seemed to scream, "I am extremely wealthy." Yet he was indeed dressed in the most ordinary, coarse fabric. "Forget it," she thought, not intending to make things difficult for him, as she crumpled the paper in her hand. Yin, just as she was about to rise and leave. Yin froze, her tone suddenly turning icy. "How do you know my name?" She had never spoken it aloud. The man pointed to her chinkoan bag, smiling faintly. "It's embroidered with characters." His smile was like a gentle breeze parting the clouds in a forest, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. After a pause, he reiterated, "I recognize this character." Yin, unconvinced, opened her chinkoan bag, and to her surprise, there indeed was a small corner at the bottom right that she had rarely noticed. The way he spoke her name, in a deep and melodious tone, felt like he had called it countless times before, softening her heart. She had never heard anyone pronounce her name so beautifully. "Do you know me?" she asked, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with him. Yet someone with such a distinguished aura and appearance could not have escaped her memory. She nodded. To her astonishment, she had guessed correctly. Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she inquired, "When?" Observing his robe, it bore similarities to the style of Wu Juzong. "I do not know," he replied, shaking his head, appearing sincere. He could not recall anything, yet he knew she was his Yin. Upon witnessing his bewildered expression, Yin's heart suddenly surged with a speculation. "What is your name?" Shi. "Who am I?" Yin. "Where are you from?" "I don't know." "Where is your home?" "I don't know." Yin let out a soft sigh, pressing her palm against the edge of the bed, aside from our names. "What else do you know?" He shook his head, lowering his gaze, and slowly replied, "I'm hungry." Chapter 25. Mental confusion if this man was not deceiving her. Then he truly had a problem. Yin pondered for a couple of seconds before suddenly rising. "I'll step out for a moment." "Don't leave me." Came a low call from behind. The man's complexion changed dramatically, his pale fingers tightly gripping the bedding, his azure eyes showing strands of crimson, filled with restraint and pain. 1,000 years ago, it was the same. He did not wish to endure that heart-wrenching agony again. He could only murmur repeatedly, his voice chilling and suppressed. Gritting his teeth in anguish, "Don't leave me, Yin, don't abandon me." The veins in his arms bulged, his fingers turning white. Don't abandon him. Don't lose him time and again. He vowed to do better, to be stronger than any other demon. So please, do not forsake him. Do not seek that other person, all right? Yin halted her steps. What? What do you mean by abandon? His complexion grew even paler and weaker than before. The corners of his eyes reddened and moist, long lashes adorned with a few tears. His delicate lips lost their vibrant hue, resembling a shattered flower. Beautiful yet fragile. Yan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as she sighed softly. She bent down to tuck him in more snugly, ensuring his limbs were properly covered. Standing by the bedside for a long while, an inexplicable sentiment stirred within her, a warmth emanating from the mark on her chest. Instinctively, she tidied his disheveled dark hair. "I didn't say I wouldn't buy you food. Didn't you say you were hungry?" Yin exited the inn, heading straight to the 7 gates, presenting the image of the man to 2 constables. This was the department in the cultivation realm responsible for town disputes and population surveys. Yin described as best as she could. When one constable recorded the man's exquisite appearance using another image array, he was secretly astonished. Then used a communication jade disc to connect with Yin, assuring her, "I will notify you here as soon as there is news." All right. After finishing her communication and leaving the 7 gates, it wasn't long before Yin visited a nearby food stall to purchase some soup dumplings, roasted meat, and a few pieces of butter candy. These ordinary snacks did not cost much spirit stones, but they were all Yin's favorites. Dishes she believed no one could dislike. The moment he heard the door creak, she hurriedly pulled his sleeves down to cover his arms, wrapping himself in the bedding. revealing only his beautiful face, looking towards the door with a mix of hope and trepidation. The aroma of food and meat made him swallow hard. Yin Yen. Yin placed a large bag of food on the bedside table, saying, "Here, it's all for you. Just consider it a good deed for the future." Xianxi's eyes lit up, resembling a small animal that had finally spotted food after days of hunger. Yet in front of the favored female, he still restrained himself, taking small bites. Especially after savoring the taste of the butter candy, his enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Ian raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting him to share her taste. Most people would get tired after just one piece. Once she finished eating, a faint blush appeared on his pale face. His soft lips gleamed, sprinkled with playful sugar crumbs. Ian instinctively took out a handkerchief to wipe him clean, an unconscious gesture that made her feel like a reluctant caretaker. Xianxi paused, feeling shy, and lowered his head, acutely aware of the soft touch through the thin fabric. His fair earlobes tinged with a hint of red. "Before I left, I heard you mention the word abandon. What is it?" Ian sat by the bed, tidying the dishes, her voice soft and gentle. "Is it related to your family? Think carefully." "Abandon?" Xianxi looked perplexed. "Did I say that?" Ian was even more surprised, gazing intently into his bewildered, clear eyes. "Before I left, you kept repeating that word and called my name several times." "No, Yan Yan would never abandon me. Never." Xianxi's eyes filled with panic, as if confronted with something he greatly feared, and he urgently grasped her soft hands, desperately seeking confirmation. "Isn't that so?" Ian allowed him to pull her, remaining silent. Her calm and accepting gaze seemed to possess a certain magic, causing the flustered man to quickly settle down. He began to drift in his slumber once more, yet stubbornly held on her hand, refusing to let go. His contrasting states of mind, appearing both amnesiac and mentally disturbed, made Yin, who had traversed through various amnesia tropes in past lives, understand more. She had a sudden whim to check if there were any signs of an injury on the back of his head from a heavy blow, but out of politeness, she restrained the impulse, helping someone until the end, guiding a Buddha to the West. The cultivation realm emphasizes the concept of cause and effect, and there is also the belief that accumulating good deeds can enhance opportunities on one's path. The heavens had destined these two unfamiliar individuals to meet, which meant the other must possess the fruit he needed. After lulling the delicate flower to sleep, it was nearing dusk when Yin finally stepped out to attend to her own affairs. With a map given by the innkeeper in hand, she traversed most of the market, visiting dozens of shops, yet still fell short of three materials: 500-year Xian iron, Jiu-in water, and Yukanjin Luo lotus. The 500-year Xian iron was the primary material for forging the sword body, while the other two were rare materials required for upgrading the Sui Hui sword, both being less common. After inquiring around, Yi Yin arrived at the Jinbao Pavilion. The imposing 3-meter stone doors and the 7-tiered tower embodied grandeur, with opulent decorations that spoke of the world's premier trading house. Today, the Jinbao Pavilion happened to have 500-year Xian iron up for auction. As Yi Yin entered the pavilion, she followed the flow of people towards the second-floor auction hall, only to be stopped by a waiter. "Do you have a pass to our pavilion?" Yi Yin noticed that the surrounding merchants each held a token, varying in color from red to purple, with the purple ones signifying the most distinguished guests. Shaking her head, she inquired, "How can I obtain a pass?" "Anyone who purchases goods at our Jinbao Pavilion with a total amount reaching 500 mid-grade spirit stones will receive a red token." The waiter's previously warm demeanor quickly cooled upon seeing Yi Yin's apparent lack of resources. He had assumed she was a potential big client, but instead found a penniless disciple. With an air of impatience, he added, "What we auction at Jinbao Pavilion are treasures of the cultivation realm, not something anyone can stroll into. Do you think you can steal something without money?" Chapter 26. The material merchant Yi Yin left empty-handed, her impression of Jinbao Pavilion plummeting due to the snobbish waiter. Even if she became prosperous in the future, she had no desire to return. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard an urgent call from behind. "Young friend, are you looking to purchase Xian iron?" Tong Jin, having finally spotted a young disciple radiating wealth, hurriedly climbed up from his stall to intercept her. Yi Yin assessed the middle-aged merchant who had appeared unexpectedly. He looked quite ordinary, but his triangular, shrewd eyes betrayed a calculating glint, a trait typical of a cunning merchant. There's no merchant without cunning. and no cunning without commerce. Yi Yin was not particularly surprised and simply inquired, "Do you have 500-year Xian iron?" "Not only do I have it, but it's even better than what Jinbao Pavilion offers." She scanned the ordinary goods on his stall, which included some third-rate books, a few bottles of fasting pills, and several wilted herbs with yellowing leaves, making it hard to believe his exaggerated claims. "Please follow me." As dusk descended, Tong Jin's mouth decided to close shop, leading Yi Yin to a place resembling a scrap collection station. The cramped warehouse, untouched for years, was laden with dust and cobwebs, cluttered with various items, both large and small, while a dilapidated sign read by Sheng Materials. After some effort, Yi Yin discerned the 5 characters on the cracked sign, noting that the character portion was inscribed in traditional form, suggesting that this establishment had existed for several centuries. How had such an ancient shop fallen into disarray? Tong Jin scratched his head and kicked a few small boxes aside, sheepishly admitting that the shop was no longer viable. He had been contemplating transferring the lease and clearing out the stock at bargain prices, with only a few treasured items remaining. He carefully retrieved a large wooden chest from the warehouse, meticulously wiping the dust from its lid. After a series of maneuvers, he finally opened the chest to reveal Xian Tai. And not just any Xian Tai, but a Millennium Grade one. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 500-year-old Xian Tai was already exceedingly rare, and if she could utilize the pure Millennium Grade Xian Tai to remold the Su Hui sword, it would be a remarkable feat. Hundreds of years ago, Bai Sheng Materials was renowned far and wide, but it had fallen into decline due to the jealousy and suppression of competitors. Nevertheless, the shop still boasted several treasures passed down through generations, with the Millennium Grade Xian Tai being one of them. Tong Jin, having already prepared for the closure and transfer, offered it to Yi Yin at the lowest possible price, 60,000 lower-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 600 middle-grade spirit stones. The starting price for 500-year-old Xian Tai at the Treasure Pavilion was 500 middle-grade spirit stones, and after speculation, it likely soared to over 1,000. Tong Jin's offer was indeed generous. Yi Yin touched her withering Chinquan bag, reflecting on how deceivingly noble her appearance was. "How much do you think this talisman is worth?" she inquired, pulling out her last remaining improved speed talisman. Tong Jin eagerly accepted the talisman, examining it through a spirit mirror from various angles, analyzing its patterns and the smoothness of the spiritual energy flow. Although his family had fallen on hard times, his ability to identify spiritual treasures remained intact. Half an hour slipped by. Despite the talisman's patterns differing from traditional methods, its effectiveness was undiminished, perhaps even superior. If placed for sale at the Treasure Pavilion, it would fetch at least 200 lower-grade spirit stones. Tong Jin's face flushed with excitement. In over 30 years of life, this was the first time he had encountered such a fluid talisman. Tong Jin momentarily froze, then, as if struck by enlightenment, asked in astonishment, "You wish to sell this talisman through me?" Although the speed talisman was not of the highest quality, its convenience made it a popular item among many qi refining and foundation-building cultivators. Bai Sheng Materials had once employed many talented talisman masters, but they had been poached by competitors like the Treasure Pavilion, leading to a scarcity of talismans and a subsequent market downturn. Tong Jin's demeanor shifted from ease to seriousness as he scrutinized Yi Yan's sect robe, contemplating before tentatively inquiring about how many talismans she could provide monthly. Yi Yan pondered for a moment and held up a finger. Tong Jin's expression darkened. "Just one? How could that suffice?" She grimaced slightly and shook her head. 10. His eyes brightened. While the talisman wasn't of the highest quality, its production cost remained steep. And for a disciple of her age, to produce even one talisman from 100 pieces of parchment was a remarkable achievement. Producing 10 talismans in a month would rival many seasoned talisman masters. Although the quantity was still somewhat limited, it was marketable. Most importantly, Tong Jin, with his keen eye, recognized her exceptional talent and foresaw her potential to become a significant figure in the future. He wished to cultivate a friendship and expand his connections. In truth, Yi Yan's talisman drawing was akin to doodling. As long as she remained focused, she could produce a talisman in half a tea's time. If she dedicated all her time to talisman crafting without eating or sleeping, she estimated she could easily produce over 50 talismans a day. However, she understood that the output of talismans in the cultivation world was notably low, which contributed to their high value. Even for a common speed talisman, achieving 0 errors was nearly impossible. Thus, she conservatively extended one finger, proposing to provide 100 speed talismans monthly, splitting the profits equally. 100! Tong Jin nearly exclaimed. He had already sensed the girl's exceptional background, perhaps from a renowned family of talisman masters, which would naturally provide her with numerous sources for talismans. Yet, he wondered why she chose his nearly defunct shop. After the initial surprise, his rationality resurfaced, and he shook his head, his eyes dimming once more. To be honest, I have nearly no sales channels left. Otherwise, esteemed friend, why not consider other prestigious shops? He alluded to the Treasure Pavilion. Although he disdained their underhanded tactics, it was evident that the Treasure Pavilion would be a better choice for the young cultivator before him. Yin, however, remained resolute. I have my methods. If you follow my approach, those mere 100 talismans will surely be snatched up within 3 days. The noble girl, with her clear and determined gaze, exuded an undeniable aura that momentarily stunned Tong Jin, who could only nod in agreement. In 3 days, I will deliver the 100 speed talismans to you. Furthermore, you must reserve the Xian Tai for me as a deposit. Yi Yin produced 20 middle-grade spirit stones, nearly all her savings, and added, if the shopkeeper agrees, I am willing to repay the remaining stones with 6 months' worth of speed talismans. Tong Jin, only then realizing her intentions, thought that if the speed talismans could genuinely sell, he would gladly offer the Xian Tai. Additionally, esteemed friend, are you in need of any other sword-forging materials? He inquired politely. I still have some on hand. Feel free to take what you need. In Chapter 27, Gambling on Stones, Yin mentioned needing Jiuyin water and Yukanjin Luo Lian. While the Yukanjin Luo Lian was precious, it was not extinct. He had some channels to procure it, but he hesitated, stating, however, my finances are quite tight at the moment. I can barely scrape together the funds for inventory. A cautious and profit-oriented merchant would not engage in unguaranteed losses. Yin chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose the truth. Let us wait until 3 days later when I deliver the talismans. Then we shall discuss further. Knowing that the sex dormitory was cramped and noisy, making it unsuitable for talisman crafting, and that outer disciples could not apply for dedicated caves, Yi Yin decided to rent a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. At a cost of 800 lower-grade spirit stones per month, it was a reasonable deal. Aside from eating and sleeping, Yi Yin dedicated the next 3 days to intensely crafting talismans. On the first day, she managed effortlessly, but by the second day, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She crushed several spirit stones just to persevere until the 3rd day. Finally, after completing her work, she suddenly stood up, feeling dizzy and stumbling a couple of steps, her surroundings swirling with stars. A long hand steadied her, the cool fingertips gently resting on her waist, and she was guided back to a seat. She noticed her pale complexion as she supported her dizzy head, tiredly rubbing her temples. Yin Yin? He offered her a piece of sweet butter candy, then thought better of it and handed her a cup of warm water. It's all right. The warm, sweet water soothed her dry throat, and the delightful butter candy lifted her spirits. Yin placed the cup on the wooden table, took a moment to recover, and then headed to buy Shang materials. She had drawn a total of 120 talismans, 100 speed talismans as collateral for the month, and 10 additional speed talismans and explosive talismans for her own use. Shi, uneasy, accompanied her. At the dilapidated shop, Tong Jin approached upon hearing the noise. He accepted the 100 speed talismans with trembling hands. It had been ages since he had seen so many talismans together. This stack was thicker than his palm. However, the dilapidated shop by the city has seen little patronage in recent years. Tong Jinjue lacks the funds to promote his wares, and even with quality goods at hand, the inability to sell them results in losses. The innate caution of a merchant casts a shadow of worry upon him. Yi Yin consoled him, asserting that fine wine fears not the depth of its alley, and if he follows her advice, within 3 days, all 100 talismans will surely be snatched away. Tomorrow coincides with the sword cultivation practical class, and Yi Yin has already devised a preliminary plan in her mind. After bidding farewell to Tong Jinjue, she ventured into the bustling marketplace, perusing the various food stalls. Ordinary fare hardly costs a few spirit stones. Yet upon encountering a meat stall roasting a lamb demon beast over an open flame, the tantalizing aroma and the golden-brown hue of the meat drew the attention of passers-by. After several days of abstaining from meat, Yi Yin found herself irresistibly drawn into the crowd. Look here, authentic roasted lamb, made from exquisite beast meat rich in spirit energy. 6 spirit stones for a large skewer. Yin touched her somewhat deflated Chinquan bag with a sigh of despair. After purchasing various sword forging materials, the small windfall from the cave had nearly been exhausted, leaving her with only 34 low-grade spirit stones. Such is the bitterness of life. Do you desire meat? Yin suddenly asked. She paused, then replied honestly, I am hungry. I wish to eat. Yin gritted her teeth and produced 6 spirit stones to hand to the vendor. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, she could not help but inquire, Yin, are we that poor? Is my aura of poverty not obvious enough to prompt such a question? Yin cradled the roasted meat, intending to savor it later that evening. Surprised by the steep price, she resolved to hunt demon beasts in the mountains behind the sect for sustenance in the future. The street was alive with chatter and shouts from vendors, but the most conspicuous of all was the raucous gambling den in the southeast corner, where desperate gamblers flocked in droves for a grand stone gambling competition. With just one low-grade spirit stone, one could unveil a medium-grade spirit stone, or even a high-grade spirit stone, or other celestial treasures. Xianxi insisted on dragging her into the gambling den, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yin, look, there are so many spirit stones here. Yin hesitated, glancing at the naive beauty eager to try her luck. Indeed, the den was filled with spirit stones. However, these were the devil that offered only intake and no return. Many gamblers had lost everything, leading to countless broken families. Yin shook her head in disapproval. The gambling den preyed upon people's hopes. Yet she remained insistent. Upon entering, the cacophony and the stench of alcohol overwhelmed Yin, making her feel nauseous. The cool touch of a jade-like object in her palm soothed her slightly. Noticing their arrival, a server rushed over, asking, what games would you like to play? We have odds and evens, dice, four-door fortune, pai gao, stone gambling, everything you could wish for. Especially the stone gambling. It's the hottest game. His smile was so wide that it seemed more focused on the glimmering spirit stone mountains than on them. Little did he know that their combined wealth barely exceeded 40 low-grade spirit stones. Yet their noble appearance deceived many, suggesting they were wealthy newcomers ripe for exploitation. Yin raised her chin confidently and declared, stone gambling. Very well. The server enthusiastically led them to the gambling area. Thousands of stones, each encased in heavy rock garments, sprawled across 20 tables. Many gamblers had lost so badly that they were left without pants, their eyes crazed with desperation. Under the server's watchful gaze, the handsome man exuded an air of nobility as he elegantly lifted a long, beautiful finger to draw out a low-grade spirit stone. The server's smile froze on his face. Yin selected a stone with a promising green window, yet Xianxi, without a second thought, picked up an unremarkable small gray stone. Curiosity peaked among onlookers as the server cut it open. A strikingly pure azure light burst forth, dazzling everyone's eyes. A high-grade spirit stone. Unbelievable! Some shouted in excitement, while others fainted on the spot, and many wore expressions of disbelief. Yin was equally astonished. The beauty appeared docile and obedient. Could she be a seasoned gambler? Xianxi eagerly approached, casually tossing the high-grade spirit stone into her Chinquan bag, saying, Yin, let us go buy meat. I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Chapter 28, Kill for Treasure. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy, urging him to reveal more stones. However, Xianxi was reluctant. This gambling den had only the one high-grade spirit stone, which he had already claimed, dismissing the remaining stones as worthless. Yin, contemplating, offered him a few more low-grade spirit stones to try again. All right, Xianxi agreed obediently, following her instructions. The crowd watched as the once deflated Chinquan bag quickly filled to bulging proportions, their envy turning their eyes red. The entire gambling den fell silent, save for the sharp crack of stones being opened, as the spectators were rendered speechless by shock. This man had never missed a bet. With only 26 low-grade spirit stones, he had revealed one high-grade spirit stone, 19 medium-grade spirit stones, and 6 refining stones. The refining stones were also incredibly precious, used in weapon forging to enhance toughness and impart a beautiful azure sheen to the weapon's surface. This was a fortune that would incite jealousy. After the two departed, 2 burly men exchanged sinister smiles before quietly slipping out of the crowd to follow them. How did you discern the spirit stones hidden within the gambling stones? If it were once or twice, it could be explained as luck or experience from prior gambling, but even the best gambler cannot succeed every time. I can see it, Xianxi replied honestly. See it? How so? He nodded, explaining, it's similar to the scent of meat. I can tell at a glance whether a stone conceals treasures or rubbish. But upon feeling the girl's questioning gaze, he pondered briefly and added softly, there are fluctuations of spirit energy. I can sense them. Yi Yin had always regarded him as an ordinary person, devoid of spirit energy, yet the world is vast, and many extraordinary individuals exist. Perhaps she possessed a similar fortune? Yi Yin had no further doubts and was about to fulfill her promise to buy meat when she suddenly sensed movement behind her. She halted abruptly, her voice as cold as frost. Is it entertaining to lurk in the shadows? Two burly men stepped forward, chuckling. They had not anticipated being detected by a mere chi refining stage girl. How intriguing. The two men, clad in rough brown garments and towering at 8 feet, were both robust and imposing. The scarred-faced one, presumably the elder brother, was at the peak of chi refining, wielding a 2-meter-wide blade, his scarred face adding to his fearsome appearance. The other, though at the 8th level of chi refining, wielded massive iron hammers, making him equally formidable. Seems you two have gathered quite a haul at the gambling den. Why not show it to my brother and me? One of the burly men suggested, his lecherous gaze fixating on the girl's delicate features, excitement bubbling within him. Xianxi's expression turned cold. He wanted to cool things down. Step aside. Keep your distance. If you're hungry, just eat your meat. Yi Yin handed a pile of food to Xianxi, her tone calm as if soothing a child, while she subtly gathered spirit energy to push him back a few meters. The two men's expressions darkened, humiliation igniting rage as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Yi Yin grasped her sword, turning to face them, her presence commanding and striking. What if I refuse? Unwise. Then prepare to pay with your life. His countenance darkened as he let out a furious roar, charging at Yin with a heavy iron hammer raised high. When the smoke cleared, he had vanished, leaving only a massive pit in the ground. Yin had long since crushed the swift movement talisman in her hand and soared into the air, brandishing a chilling iron sword as she dove towards the burly man. Despite immense strength and muscular build, the weight of his hammer only magnified his shortcomings, making him appear cumbersome and slow. In contrast, Yin's mastery of the wooing sword technique granted her agility and ferocity, with no retreat available. He could not withstand her assault. The sword's shadow struck down like a flurry of icy beams, and in an instant was cleaved in two, a torrent of blood spraying into the chaotic pit, his head rolling to the feet of, "You vile wretch! How dare you slay my brother? I will kill you!" His eyes blazed with rage as he unsheathed his blade and charged forward. Yin propelled herself off the ground, meeting him head-on, and braced herself against the 2-meter-wide blade, her palms numb from the impact, while rising in her throat. After 3 days of cultivating the liver talisman, she had sensed the barrier of the 7th layer of chi refinement, and now, all she needed was an external stimulus to break through her limits. Though her 5 spiritual roots slowed her cultivation, their profound accumulation of spiritual power allowed her to challenge opponents beyond her realm. During her encounter with the Demon Spider King, equivalent to the early stages of Foundation establishment, she had gained significant insight. Now, even without the Sohei sword, she felt she had a chance against the fully realized. Amidst the clash of blades, Yin was forced to retreat repeatedly, yet she keenly observed the techniques of the burly man. Wielded his large blade with a swiftness and fierceness that surpassed hammer strikes, and several times, she narrowly escaped disaster by shattering her swift movement talisman. In a moment when the blade swung wide, twisted his wrist, and launched a vicious sideways strike aimed directly at her neck. At that instant, the surging energy within Yin's dantian finally broke through the barrier, and she raised her sword to block, withdrawing her leg to dissipate the force. A silvery sword light cut through the air, a manifestation of sword energy. His eyes widened in shock, attempting to halt his advance, but it was too late. Yin was thrown against the wall by the residual energy, her iron sword shattered, and the surrounding stones collapsed in a tumultuous chaos. Struggling to rise, she wiped the blood from her lips only to find her palm nearly pierced by her own wounds. "Stay back," she shouted, catching a glimpse of the hastily approaching Su Nsh. Not far away, staggered to his feet. Bloodied teeth clenched as he retrieved a pill from his chinkoin bag and swallowed it, his form swelling like a bear. It was a violent spirit pill. YYN's pupils constricted. This pill could elevate a cultivator's realm dramatically, propelling them from the peak of chi refinement to the early stages of foundation establishment. But after a short duration, the cultivator would revert to their original state, utterly drained and vulnerable. Laughed maniacally, casting his broken blade aside, his muscles bulging grotesquely. What does it matter if my blade is shattered? I specialize in physical cultivation. With a sinister grin, he fixed his gaze on the sword-shattered girl. In 1 instant's time, no, in half that time, I will sever your head and let you experience the taste of dismemberment. He gathered all his strength into a single iron fist, striking towards YYN with the ferocity of a beast. In a critical moment, she hurled a blasting talisman at him. She had successfully advanced. The free training partner was of no further use. Chapter 29, Promotion Boom. Boom, boom. 3 more blasting talismans exploded in a blaze of fire. Was instantly engulfed in flames. As the smoke cleared, the massive man lay on the ground, coughing violently, charred and tattered. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Regret coursed through, but it was too late. It was either his enemy or him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he staggered to his feet, his eyes dark as he set his sights on the defenseless SH nearby, moving like a specter. He intended to take a hostage. YYN forbade herself from intervening in the battle. SH could only remain outside the fray. As hunger gnawed at him, he took a piece of Jiang tea cake, thinking it would be reserved for YYN after a battle, knowing she would be famished. A shadow flickered before him, the aura of death palpable. His iron fist descended like a tiger. Protecting the roasted meat, he raised his eyes, only to see YYN's gaze turning crimson, resembling a blood-red blade. It was terrifying. Oh no! His body suddenly froze mid-strike, his eyes wide in shock, his mind blank. It was as if a fearsome, cold-blooded beast had him in its sights, and an overwhelming dread coursed through him, immobilizing him completely. Get back! YYN dashed forward, pulling SH away as she retreated, hurling several more blasting talismans at. The time for the incense stick was up. Collapsed, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Akin to a fish laid bare on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. YYN turned, grasping the broken blade, sending him off to his final resting place. Approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. It seemed someone had noticed the commotion. After taking the chinkoin bags from and his companion, YYN swiftly departed with SH. Along the way, YYN noticed his pale complexion and frail demeanor, coughing uncontrollably into his hand. What's wrong? Her gaze fell upon his clear blue eyes, filled with concern. Your body seemed to be improving. Why have you fallen ill again? He shook his head, his lips pale, a flush creeping into the corners of his eyes, clearly unwell. What kind of discomfort are you feeling? YYN reached out to touch his smooth forehead, finding it warm, but upon further contact, it became ice cold. Upon their first meeting, his health had seemed fragile, like a delicate beauty steeped in medicinal herbs. Coughing every few steps, staggering after every 5. He appeared as if he were on the brink of death. She cast a cleansing spell upon them both and intended to take him to the nearby medical clinic, but SH pulled his hand away. What's wrong? YYN instinctively reached for him. SH hurriedly evaded her gentle touch, lowering his gaze, his fingers retracting in surprise. Beneath the cover of his sleeves, thin, soft black scales began to emerge along his arms. Under YYN's bewildered gaze, he cautiously extended half of his hand, resembling a timid creature foraging for food. From her chinkoin bag, he withdrew a medium-grade spirit stone, which promptly disintegrated into powder in his palm. Not enough. Still not enough. SH looked at her helplessly. YYN understood and handed him a bag of spirit stones. Here, use these. They are rightfully yours from your victory. The impoverished girl generously offered, pausing for a moment before adding, just remember to save some for the principal and for buying meat. SH crushed more than half of the spirit stones, including the abundant and pure top-grade stones, which were also reduced to dust in an instant. Only then did a hint of color return to his pallid face. Remarkably effective. YYN fell into contemplation, scrutinizing the frail beauty she had inadvertently rescued. He exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, clearly not a cultivator. Yet he could effortlessly discern the essence of gambling stones and convert spirit stone energy within his body. A singular word suddenly sprang to her mind: demon. Beasts of the fourth tier and above could cultivate into human form, and some could conceal their demonic aura, making them nearly undetectable among humans. Could it be that Su-NSH was a demon? His appearance certainly bore a touch of the supernatural. Yet, were demons truly so fragile? YYN rushed to support the man who had fainted again, deep in thought, realizing that he was indeed a consumer of spirit stones. Upon returning to the courtyard, YYN assisted Su-NSH onto the bed, ensuring he was comfortably covered with blankets, before she began to tally the spoils of her recent endeavors. Almost all the spirit stones won in the gambling house had been crushed by Su-NSH. As for the two bandits who had ambushed her, just as she had suspected, they were desperate gamblers, impoverished to the core. The combined contents of their chinquin bags amounted to merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. The only valuables were a few formidable weapons, leaving behind a reasonably adept iron sword. The others were of no use to her, so she decided to pawn them, yielding over 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Cultivating, with 5 spiritual roots, consumed an excessive amount of spiritual stones, and Yin wished she could convert herself into spiritual stones for her training. Among the spoils were some replenishing elixirs and blood-replenishing pills, all of which required spiritual stones for purchase and could be utilized at any moment during combat. Yin, feeling justified, collected them all into her chinquin bag. The following day, at the back mountain of the sect, the external disciples were to undertake their sword cultivation practical lesson. They were required to exert every effort to slay the demon beasts, gaining combat experience that theoretical knowledge could not provide, in order to reach the realm of unity between man and sword. To their surprise, they encountered a second-tier, heart-stealing amethyst lizard, its strength comparable to the early stages of Foundation establishment. The group of Chi refinement disciples fled in disarray. Ding Chunner accidentally tripped over a stone and cried out in alarm. Trembling, she attempted to control a few slender vines that sprouted from the ground, but they were crushed under the claw of the heart-stealing amethyst lizard. With a long, soft tongue extending from its mouth, the lizard aimed to ensnare her. But under the watchful gaze of hundreds, Yin swiftly drew her sword, positioning herself in front of Ding Chunner with a speed that could only be described as terrifying. As a sword aura cut through the air, a blasting talisman was also thrown. The outcome was evident. Yin stored the corpse of the heart-stealing amethyst lizard in her chinquin bag, the iron sword vanishing from her hand. As her calm gaze swept over the crowd sprawled on the ground. "Are you all right?" "Of course not. We nearly lost our lives," Li Meyer exclaimed, having witnessed Yin shatter something just moments prior. She rose from the ground, her face flushed with excitement. It was no wonder she had previously lost to Yin. This girl must have secretly used a hidden tactic. Oof. She had always thought it impossible for herself to be easily subdued. Other disciples gathered around, astonished that Yi Yin had single-handedly defeated a second-tier demon beast. Yi Yin smiled slightly, not concealing her talents, and calmly produced 2 talismans, the speed talismans and the bombing talismans. A disciple from a family of talisman practitioners recognized that these talismans were distinctly more powerful than the usual ones. The speed talismans enabled even greater velocity, while the bombing talismans boasted a larger blast radius and stronger explosive damage. "Where did you acquire these talismans? How many spiritual stones do they cost?" "I wish to purchase a few for self-defense." Naturally, someone eagerly broached the topic. Chapter 30. The resurrected old shop. Yi Yan's smile brightened, her beauty enhanced by the mole at the corner of her eye, captivating several male practitioners who gazed at her, their hearts racing. The Baishu material shop, located in the market at the foot of the mountain, offered both types of talismans for the price of 150 low-grade spiritual stones each. Most disciples present hailed from affluent cultivation families, comfortably wealthy and accustomed to purchasing talismans. At the moment Yin finished speaking, they recognized the incredible discount being offered. Such powerful talismans were priced 50 spiritual stones lower than those at the Zhenbao Pavilion. How could they not take advantage of this? Early that morning, Tong Jinzui opened his shop as usual, expecting another day of solitude. The streets were empty, and the chilly wind made him shiver in his faded, worn clothing. He squatted at his stall, using a few stones to weigh down the corners of the flying talismans, even investing his meager savings to stock up on new goods. As the sun rose higher, Warming the air, he felt cold sweat on his palms, filled with both anticipation and dread. This shop, this sign, was an ancestral legacy with a history of over 700 years. If he let the family business wither away in his hands, how could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? If it weren't for necessity, who would willingly sell off their inheritance? Is this the place Ian mentioned? Why can't I see the shop? A few exquisitely dressed disciples scratched their heads, glancing at their map and then around in confusion. Was the Baishang Materials shop truly located in such a desolate area? Upon hearing Yan's name, Tong Jinzue's eyes sparkled, and he hurried forward to attract customers. Are you here to purchase talismans? This is the Baishang Materials shop, offering high-quality goods at reasonable prices, including speed talismans. Feel free to take a look. The disciples surveyed the desolate shop, the precarious sign, the unremarkable stall, and the seemingly inconspicuous merchant before them. Ordinarily, they would have dismissed it without a second thought. But for Yi Yan's sake, they felt an inexplicable trust. Li Meier took the lead, raising her chin at Tong Jinze. Yes, I am here to buy talismans. I have the money. I will buy them all. Hey, that's not fair. If you buy them all, what will we have left? Amidst the playful banter, Tong Jinze eagerly presented the talismans. The disciples recognized these as the very talismans Yi Yan had used yesterday, priced at only 150 low-grade spiritual stones. Li Meier, her eyes gleaming with determination, immediately retrieved her Chinquan bag, filled to the brim with spiritual stones. I want them all. Tong Jinzue apologized. My humble shop appreciates your generosity, but these talismans are not easy to come by. We only sell 100 per month, and each customer is limited to 3. Ian said this is called hunger marketing. However, for every 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones spent, you will receive an additional talisman. Ian referred to this as bundled sales. Currently, during our promotional period, spending 500 low-grade spiritual stones will grant you the privilege of becoming a registered member of our shop. You will not only enjoy numerous discounts, but also earn points. 500 points can be exchanged for a talisman or other products of equivalent value. Ian termed this a membership system, which would attract new customers while retaining old ones. The crowd appeared bewildered, but after Tong Jinze's eloquent explanation, they soon understood that no matter how they looked at it, the more they purchased, the cheaper it became. Why not buy? The more they bought, the more they saved. Those naive young disciples, newly entering the world, quickly found themselves enchanted, selecting talismans and other quality goods in abundance. Oddly, they wondered why they had never discovered such a great place before. Compared to the Jinbao Pavilion, the items here were much cheaper and more practical. Although Li Meier secured 3 talismans, she remained unsatisfied. Tong Jinzue, perceptive as ever, mentioned that during the promotional period, for every 5 new customers a friend brought in, an additional talisman would be gifted. For every 10 new customers, 2 would be given. Yian described this as a viral marketing strategy. Though Tong Jinzue did not comprehend the term, his business acumen allowed him to adeptly apply this tactic. Li Meier and the other disciples exchanged knowing glances. The next day, they arrived in a grand procession, accompanied by other sect disciples, family friends, and even passers-by from the street. Li Meier was particularly determined to outshine Yian as the dormitory leader, hiring a dozen people to purchase talismans on her behalf. Many curious onlookers were drawn in, believing a new store had opened, only to find that the previously overlooked shop had suddenly become a sensation. Customers not only sought speed talismans, but also bombing talismans. Tong Jinze, both astonished and delighted, messaged Yian via the transmission Jade Disc, knowing that in 7 days, he would receive another shipment of 100 speed talismans and 100 bombing talismans. The swift runes are still used to settle debts, while the explosion runes are exchanged for spirit stones for her. In just over half a month, the long-closed old store has miraculously revived. At night, Ting Jane Zhu was so excited that he could not sleep. He picked up the ledger and flipped through it over and over again. Despite the smile on his face, 2 lines of tears quietly fell. Ting Jane Zhu has encountered a benefactor. This is the first time since taking over his ancestral business that he has earned so many spirit stones. He has always dreamed of purchasing a fine storefront in the bustling center of the city to celebrate a grand opening and revive his family's enterprise. Previously, he had been hindered by financial constraints, but now, 3 days later, YYN received a message from a Jade Plate and personally rushed to the material shop, where Ting Jane Zhu presented her with the item she requested, Millennium Xian Iron, Nine Hidden Water, and the Ghost Silkworm Golden Lotus. Chapter 31. The Ancient Artifact. Crafting a sword is an endeavor that requires utmost caution. YYN originally intended to seek out an experienced swordsmith for greater assurance, but upon seeing the price, she was dissuaded from her plans as a struggling young girl. Self-reliance is the way to go. YYN planned to procure some sword-making tools when she happened upon a small stall and abruptly halted her steps. Among the jumble of miscellaneous goods, a rusted, ancient key caught her eye. She clasped the chinquin bag at her side, feeling the long-stored wooden box stirring with anticipation. As she approached to inspect, she noticed the key's mottled patterns resembled those on the wooden box. Could it be, young friend, that you have taken a liking to this key? You have a discerning eye. The stall owner, noticing YYN's unwavering gaze, rubbed his hands together and grinned, eager to seize the opportunity presented by this seemingly affluent girl. This key is a treasure, acquired from the Xian secret realm. It has changed hands numerous times before reaching me, waiting for a fateful encounter. If this item captures your interest, I can let it go for a mere 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Nearby vendors and passers-by scoffed at the absurdity of the price for a mere broken key. This cunning stall owner, recognizing the girl as youth and noble demeanor, believed her an easy mark, easily swayed by talk of treasures and fate. However, to his surprise, the girl turned to leave. In a panic, the stall owner called out, Wait, how about 200? No, 150. I can't go lower than that. 50. Just 50 and it's a deal. In the end, YYN acquired the key for 50 low-grade spirit stones, along with 2 bottles of low-grade spirit-replenishing pills, leaving amidst the astonished sighs of onlookers. The stall owner feigned distress, but was secretly overjoyed. This Navi girl was easy to deceive. The key was merely something his brother had stumbled upon in the secret realm, as worthless as a stone by the roadside, but its mysterious patterns had made it a talking point. Selling it for 50 low-grade spirit stones alongside 2 bottles of spirit-replenishing pills was indeed a profitable venture. YYN sensed the connection between the key in her hand and the wooden box in her chinquin bag. Similar to the classic male-oriented literature, such as Tao Sword Slaying Gods, which often exceeds 1,000,000 words, the original text was no exception, filled with countless narratives. The Xian secret realm was one such tale, marking a pivotal turning point in the life of the male protagonist, MYNHN. There he gained numerous opportunities, spirit treasures, and martial arts techniques, as well as his first companion sword, which allowed him to triumph in battle. The Kyuju sword, a high-grade immortal sword, was on the verge of becoming an artifact, ranking 13th among weapons, forged by a grandmaster from millennium ago. Although it was a metal-type companion sword, it was perfectly suited for MYNHN's unique Thunder Spirit root. In the later parts of the original text, due to the male protagonist's inability to match the strength of the demonic second male lead, the Kyuju sword was severed by the second male lead S artifact, the crying Bloodblade, nearly giving birth to a sword spirit, a great pity. The stall owner claimed to have found the key in the Xian secret realm. Could it be that the swordsmith who left behind the wooden box perished within that very realm? As YYN pondered this, she used the key to unlock the box, yearning for answers. A wave of ancient, mysterious energy washed over her as the lid opened. The first thing that caught her eye was a weighty, ancient book, thick enough to fill a palm, its cover made of an unknown material. Preserved for a millennium, only the corners had slightly yellowed, while the rest remained as fresh as new. Within the book was a noticeable seam, containing a folded blueprint. YYN carefully unfolded it on the wooden table, discovering it to be a process diagram for crafting a long sword, based on the memories she had acquired. This diagram likely belonged to the swordsmith, and the book chronicled the manuscript and insights left behind from a lifetime of dedication. The chinquin bag held many crafting tools, though most had decayed and crumbled to dust at a mere touch. Nevertheless, the chinquin bag itself was of high quality, boasting a spacious 500 square units, truly a treasure. YYN tucked it away securely. The ancient book and the text on the blueprint were primarily written in archaic script, posing a challenge for comprehension. Fortunately, YYN had previously studied related texts in the library, and with her remarkable memory, she was able to read through it smoothly. In the days that followed, aside from eating, sleeping, attending classes, and drawing runes, YYN devoted herself entirely to studying the book and blueprint. Her delicate fingers brushed over every character and symbol written on the pages, the sound of turning pages resonating repeatedly, leaving shallow impressions in the paper. It felt as if her soul merged with that of the ancient swordsmith from a millennium ago, becoming entranced in the knowledge and experiences, digesting them over and over again. With her fingers tracing shapes in the air and using a branch to sketch sword forms in the sand, she earnestly contemplated each concept, tirelessly persevering, growing ever more resolute. Finally, after a month, YYN corrected several errors in the book and, on the last 2 blank pages, penned her own annotations and insights. If the swordsmith were to see from beyond, she would have fulfilled a part of his unfulfilled wishes. Contrary to the swordsmith's expectations, this divine sword was a growth-type weapon, uniquely featuring patterns that integrated rune techniques, a groundbreaking innovation. Unfortunately, the Grand Swordsmith was not well-versed in runes, which left him regretful throughout his life, unable to overcome that final barrier even before his demise. With YYN's current abilities, while she could not forge the divine sword, especially since the materials required were nearly extinct on the continent, she could nonetheless rely on this knowledge to reforge the Su Hui sword, engraving runes upon it. A growth-type sword, she placed arrays for concealing presence and defense at each corner of the room to prevent interruptions during her crafting process, which could easily lead a practitioner astray. Crafting also required a substantial amount of spirit energy. Thus, YYN placed over 1,000 spirit stones around her. She then retrieved dozens of crafting materials she had prepared from her Chinquan bag. With her palms igniting with spiritual fire, she prepared to commence her work. Chapter 32. His Blood. Thousands of years ago, since the end of the sensational divine surge era, the spirit energy of CNGL and DOL seemed to have been completely drained by those prodigies, gradually diminishing for tens of thousands of years without recovery. The various sects guarding the major spirit veins and blessed lands could not conceal the signs of depletion. In such dire circumstances, practitioners yearned to break through their realms and ascend to higher planes, increasingly praising the single spiritual root that allowed for the fastest cultivation, while dismissing those with multiple roots as worthless. 5 spiritual roots were considered the most useless, utterly hopeless. However, YYN maintained a positive outlook. She was quite optimistic about her 5 spiritual roots. Although the slow cultivation speed was an unavoidable flaw, the advantage of having 5 roots was the diversity of cultivation paths. She could learn anything she desired. For instance, alchemy required practitioners to possess a fire root, or the art of weapon forging requires cultivators to ideally possess both Jinhua, exotic fire, and dual spiritual roots. Although array formation does not impose such requirements, throughout the ages, most grand array masters have been endowed with both earth and with spiritual roots. The same holds true for talisman crafting and puppet manipulation, where the foundational spiritual roots of the practitioner impose numerous demands on their cultivation. However, those with 5 spiritual roots can disregard such stringent prerequisites. Upon returning indoors, Yi Yin arranged the over 1,000 spirit stones she had pawned around herself, consuming several spirit-replenishing pills. As the essence of the pills permeated her, she assumed a lotus position, summoning an increasingly vibrant spiritual flame in her palms. This meditative state persisted for half a month. As time ebbed away, an array of materials, including the shattered Suhui sword, were gradually fused together under the influence of the spiritual fire. Yi Yin meticulously controlled her spiritual energy, slowly merging these molten materials, as this liquefaction process was a crucial step in weapon forging. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to drastic errors, necessitating an exceptionally adept control over time, temperature, and materials. As Yi Yin transitioned from initial clumsiness to a state of proficiency, she closed her eyes, seemingly entering a state of self-forgetfulness akin to her usual meditative practice, yet imbued with a more profound mystique. Despite her eyes being shut, she perceived an abundance of flames converging towards her, with the materials she was refining floating before her amidst an expanse of boundless darkness, as if the world had been reduced to just herself and the flames and materials. The passage of time lost all significance as she became immersed in this experience. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Xianzhe gradually awakened from a 2-month slumber. Compared to his prolonged lifespan, this was but a fleeting moment. There were instances when he had overslept through winter, awakening to find a century had passed. He gazed vacantly at the bed curtains, his arm lazily draped over his forehead, strands of inky hair cascading through his fingers. Clad in disheveled attire, he revealed a glimpse of his elegant wristbone. As his gaze sharpened, his beast-like vertical pupils transformed into round, human-like irises. He glanced outside the bed, only to find Ian absent. Xianzhe's long eyelashes drooped slightly, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he descended from the bed to seek her in the next room. Upon opening the door, he discovered a defensive array plate positioned at the entrance. This array plate, being merely a low-grade defensive formation, could only deter cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage or below. Curiously, Xianzhe prodded the almost ethereal barrier with a finger as he peered inside, noticing Yin in a perilously deep meditative state. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped unobstructed into the room, personally erecting a barrier with the remnants of his regained demonic energy. Initially, Xianzhe had intended to find Yin in search of sustenance, but given the current situation, he chose instead to sit cross-legged beside her, patiently awaiting her awakening to prepare a meal for him. The iron water, transformed into a puddle by the spiritual fire, shimmered with a faint cerulean hue. Despite his instinctive aversion to the searing heat, he found himself drawn closer, extending a hand toward the solidifying iron water. A sharp claw sprouted from one of his fingers, which he lightly grazed against the palm of his other hand, drawing blood without a flicker of emotion crossing his face. He seemed oblivious to the pain, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly before he clenched his fist, letting droplets of blood cascade down. Instantly, the lively spiritual fire greedily consumed the blood like a venomous serpent. Xianzhe's fair complexion paled slightly as he bit his lip, allowing the blood to fully merge with the iron water, then tossed a piece of black scale into the voracious flames before turning to leave, his tall figure swaying slightly. Upon awakening from her meditative state, Ian discovered it was already evening. The raw iron for the sword had finally taken shape, yet to her surprise, it bore a pitch-black hue reminiscent of inked jade. Hadn't she added 4 pieces of quenching stone? Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns. Success was all that mattered. Next came the forging of the sword's shape. The courtyard still had 4 vacant rooms, the most spacious of which she transformed into a smithy, preparing an array of tools: forge, clamps, anvil, hammer, and whetstone, all meticulously arranged. Ian spent another half-month in the smithy, refining the sword based on the prior foundation of the Suhui sword, thinning the blade and elongating the edge, incorporating ice silkworm silk, rendering the blade capable of cleaving iron like mud, soft as water, thus creating a sword of unparalleled perfection. Once the Suhui sword was fully formed, Yin grasped a seal knife, carefully inscribing a water pattern along the blade, a design inspired by the artifact blueprint. Akin to talisman crafting, having become adept at engraving talismans, she proceeded without hindrance. From material collection to conceptualization, forging, and engraving, the entire process of reconstituting the Suhui sword consumed 3 full months, yielding a final result that was exceedingly satisfactory. Although the sword lacked a core, the quality of the Suhui sword had ascended to that of a superior magical artifact, radiating vibrant waves of spiritual energy that rivaled the spiritual instruments of the sex elders. Yet, the scabbard was instantly rent asunder by the spiraling sword energy enveloping the blade. It seemed that, given time, she would need to select a sturdier scabbard for it. As she contemplated this, Yin placed the Suhui sword on the rack atop her table, admiring it from every angle. The long sword was light as a feather, its blade as crisp as autumn frost, exuding a serene elegance akin to flowing water, while retaining the unique sharpness of the blade, captivating the gaze and making it irresistible to touch. If the Suhui sword were to one day manifest a sword spirit, it would surely take the form of a delicate and gentle maiden. Her destination was the Xiantian secret realm. Chapter 33. Concealment Talisman. As Yin unfurled the scroll map, yet had not even begun to study it, a tall figure loomed before her, obscuring much of the map. She raised her brow, recognizing the newcomer. "Awake? I'm hungry," Xianzhe declared, striding towards her with an unwavering gaze, demanding food. The sun had already ascended high in the sky, yet he appeared as though he had just roused from a deep slumber, his disheveled hair cascading haphazardly around his neck, his attire askew, revealing a generous expanse of shoulder and exquisite collarbone. He was currently preoccupied with tying 2 waist cords, a task that seemed increasingly difficult as he tied several tight knots, his elegantly long fingers appearing unusually clumsy. Yi Yin suppressed a smirk, unable to watch any longer, and rose to assist him in untying the knots, reading the waist cords and his clothing. It was evident that a typical person would not have such difficulty. Yi Yin was now nearly certain that this beauty was indeed a demon. What kind of demon was he? What was his purpose in the realm of cultivation? Why did he linger by her side without any intention of leaving? With a mind full of doubts, Yi Yin chose not to pry further. Everyone had their secrets, which she respected. However, having this little demon constantly mooching off her was somewhat unreasonable. They were all financially strained, after all. Sensing her gaze, Xianzhe looked at her directly. In the face of Yi Yan's hopeful stare, he lowered his long eyelashes, extending his exquisite fingers to gently tug at her sleeve. A playful gesture. "I'm hungry, make me food." Every day, it was either hunger or fatigue. Yi Yan had initially suspected that the beauty was a fox spirit, yet now he increasingly resembled a lazy little piglet. Like flawless jade marred by a villain scratch, Yi Yan found herself momentarily stunned, knitting her brows, yet ultimately said nothing. After finishing their lunch, she paused before adding, "If you recall the past and decide to leave, please leave me a note to let me know." Xianzhe accepted the Chinquan bag without a word, continuing to chew on the suddenly bland piece of pork rib. Just as Yi Yan was about to depart, he softly inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the Xiantian secret realm." There was no reason to conceal this, Yi Yan replied casually. Xianzhe stood at the door, watching her silhouette gradually fade away, then lowered his gaze to the Chinquan bag resting in his palm before turning to leave. Once he became an outer disciple, Wujue sect would arrange relevant courses for him. The curriculum consisted of required and elective courses, 1 mandatory class and 2 electives, with assessments every 6 months. If one failed to pass the assessments, they would need to retake the classes the following year, a system reminiscent of modern university credit systems. In the realm of compulsory courses, disciples are required to choose one specialization among the various paths of sword cultivation, saber cultivation, sound cultivation, body cultivation, or other less common martial arts. Each disciple must adhere to their chosen path without alteration. On the other hand, elective courses are diverse and abundant, including alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, formation engraving, and puppet manipulation, from which students may select 2 every 6 months, with the option to continue in the subsequent term. Yi Yan has chosen 2 elective courses in which she excels: artifact forging and talisman crafting. The instructors at the sect are typically lenient and do not meticulously keep a record of students who skip classes. However, when a year-end assessments arrive, those who have neglected their studies will inevitably face the consequences. In the talisman crafting class, the esteemed Elder He, a distinguished Yuan-ing elder of the sect, teaches with a gentle demeanor, clad in a flowing white robe that exudes an ethereal aura. He is well loved by the disciples. For the past 6 months, I have been instructing you in the art of crafting concealment talismans. Although they may appear simple and hasty, the intricacies of talisman crafting are profound and complex. Even a basic concealment talisman requires 100 failed attempts to produce a single successful one. In the audience, Tang Wenle, with a brush in his mouth, leaned back in a manner reminiscent of a spoiled rich kid, disdainfully observing the outer sect disciples who were anxiously scratching their heads. A mocking smile spread across his face. Coming from the illustrious Tang family of Yeqing, a lineage of talisman crafters with a history spanning millennia, he deemed the concealment talisman to be child's play, having successfully crafted his first talisman at the tender age of 8. The teachings of the sect are far too simplistic, merely suitable for these amateurs, he thought. Elder He, noticing Tang Wenle's demeanor, shook his head slightly. The essence of cultivation lies in solidifying one's foundation, and the simplest talismans embody the fundamental principles of talisman crafting. This disciple is evidently too impulsive. If he cannot rectify his mindset in future cultivation, he will struggle to progress. Elder He then glanced towards a refined young woman, who was diligently studying the flow of talismans, her strokes precise and exacting. He stroked his goat beard and smiled genuinely, recognizing that, although she had yet to finish, the signs of success were already beginning to manifest. Tang Wenle, aware of Yi Yan's progress, clenched his fists and scoffed coldly. He was taken aback that this insignificant person had managed to enter the outer sect, but he thought, what does it matter? A useless disciple with 5 spirit roots who dares to attend a talisman class. What an embarrassment. He grimaced, recalling the humiliation of being publicly slapped, a memory that still stung. Fueling his desire for revenge against Yi. With his legs crossed on the desk, he sneered, "Look at your brush. A mere stick with a few hairs. Does that look like a talisman crafting tool? You can't even pretend to be serious." He deliberately displayed his family heirloom. A white jade pen inlaid with gold, a low-grade magical artifact. The surrounding disciples gazed at it with envy. A quality pen is crucial for a talisman master. Yi, undeterred, continued to focus on her talisman crafting. The concealment talisman can shield against the spiritual senses of other cultivators, proving invaluable in secret realms. Although Elder's lesson was on a low-grade concealment talisman, which could only evade detection from cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and below. The crafting methods were fundamentally similar to those of mid-grade concealment talismans. Yi aimed to forge several mid-grade concealment talismans for her upcoming expedition into the Xuantiang's secret realm, where numerous cultivators, some at the Golden Core stage, would undoubtedly converge. In life-or-death situations, these talismans could very well save her life. Chapter 34. The Top Spot. Well-deserved in the Xuantiang's secret realm, she was determined to explore its depths. Following the original narrative, 3 years hence, the male protagonist would wield the Qijue sword to sever her head. Ignored, Tang Wenla's fury intensified, his neck thickening and face reddening as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Do you look down on me? Do you think you are still the eldest lady of the Yi family? Yi, if you have the ability, challenge me in a match. I will show you what a true talisman master is." Tang Wenla, frustrated and seeking a confrontation, wished to demonstrate his prowess to this ungrateful woman. He believed he was no less capable than the male cultivators she consorted with. This woman truly had no appreciation for her situation. Before Elder, he could intervene. Yi merely scratched her ear, exasperated by his presence. Finally, she lifted her gaze to regard him, asking, "Who are you?" Tang Wenla nearly choked in disbelief. Staggering back a few steps, incensed that the woman who had publicly humiliated him a year prior could so easily forget him. Elder He, known for his gentle temperament, stroked his goat beard and, despite the commotion among the disciples, remained amiable. The younger generation, full of vigor, can be impulsive. He cheerfully suggested, "A competition is not a bad idea. It allows one to recognize their shortcomings and learn from one another. How about we modify the assessment slightly? Whoever can craft a concealment talisman first will receive a small reward." With a wave of his hand, Elder He conjured a brush from thin air. The brush, crafted from emerald bamboo, adorned with intricate patterns and tipped with the finest wolf hair, was a mid-grade magical artifact, surpassing Tang Wenla's white jade pen in quality. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Truly, as a sect elder, even a trivial reward was beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Even Yian's interest was piqued, her eyes gleaming with determination, for she was in need of a fine brush. Instantly, the previously lethargic assembly of disciples sprang to action, fervently focused on their talismans, competing vigorously in a race to complete their work. Tang Wenla, his eyes ablaze with ambition, momentarily shed his carefree demeanor. He took out yellow talisman paper with one hand while dipping his brush in ink with the other. He had consumed a mid-grade gathering spirit pill beforehand, and before the effects fully manifested, he stood up, leaning forward with his left hand tucked into his sleeve while his right hand wielded the brush to craft his talisman. Each stroke, though seemingly simple, was laden with complexity, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as an unseen force hindered his pen's movement, causing his progress to be agonizingly slow. Yet, compared to the frequent mistakes made by the surrounding disciples, his strokes were undeniably precise. But that was not enough. He aimed to produce a talisman in one go, intending to showcase his true talents to these amateurs. As he approached the final strokes of the talisman, just before he could revel in his impending success, a cool voice echoed beside him. "I'm done." Startled, he looked up, his pen faltering, causing his talisman to become chaotic in an instant. The backlash of spiritual energy forced a metallic taste into his throat. Tang Wenla stumbled, his eyes fixated on the graceful figure not far away, overwhelmed with disbelief and rage. Yi stood, presenting a freshly crafted concealment talisman to Elder He, her hand steady and the ink still wet. As a diligent worker, she had lost count of how many talismans she had crafted, Her control over the brush and flow, second nature. The extra time she spent was merely due to her previous lack of instruction, necessitating a deeper understanding of the talisman's spiritual dynamics. Elder He, taken aback, inspected the talisman closely before bursting into hearty laughter. Well done, well done. This truly exceeds my expectations. You are able to craft a talisman in one go at such a young age. This girl indeed possessed talent. In his 200 years of teaching, he had encountered only 4 or 5 individuals capable of such feats. The luck played a role. Each of these disciples eventually became renowned talisman masters in the realm of cultivation. Half a year ago, during the Ascension Ladder assessment, Elder He had noticed this remarkable girl. And once again, she had surprised him. Although Elder He was seasoned, he was not an inflexible traditionalist. He did not underestimate those with multiple spirit roots, even 5. He believed that every spirit root has significance in the grand scheme of cultivation. Above all, he valued the cultivation character and integrity of his disciples over the so-called quality of their spirit roots. Top of the class, truly deserved. This is the reward you have earned. He handed the Tsueching wolf hairbrush to Yiyan. Yiyan expressed her gratitude with a bow, her delight unmistakable. She savored the warmth of the brush, as smooth as jade in her palm, before carefully placing it into her chinquin bag. Under the gaze of those who looked on with envy or jealousy, she turned and took her seat with composure. In the following days, she seized the moment, diligently submitting her assessments for other courses. The weapon forging course required her to create a weapon of at least inferior grade treasure. Given that she had once forged a superior grade magical artifact, this task was a mere formality for her. The sword cultivation course necessitated slaying a first-grade post-transformation flame wolf on the back mountain and obtaining its signature wolf fawn. Yiyan had plenty of wolf fangs in her chinquin bag and chose to submit a second-grade pre-transformation fawn. Over these days, Yiyan attended her classes by day and practiced talisman drawing by night. After acquiring a fine talisman brush, she energetically produced over 20 inferior-grade concealment talismans. Once her hand grew accustomed to the motion, she challenged herself to draw a medium-grade concealment talisman. However, this endeavor nearly drained her spiritual energy. The difference between inferior and medium grade might seem minimal, yet in practice, it was akin to a chasm. Yiyan consumed several spirit-replenishing pills and shattered numerous spirit stones. By a twist of fate, she also broke through to the 8th level of chi refinement. Encouraged by her progress, she produced another medium-grade concealment talisman. At the task hall, Yiyan followed the flow of people into the room. Outer disciples were required to undertake at least 2 sect tasks annually for practical experience, during which they were excused from classes. Yiyan calculated that her expedition into the Xingtong secret realm would likely last around half a year. So she decided to take on a nearby task as well. The Xintian secret realm was located in Xingchong Mountain. After perusing the bulletin board thoroughly, she found no tasks listed for Xingchong Mountain, but there was an A-level task in the nearby Fengyu County. She took the notice and placed it in her chinquin bag, then approached the front desk to register the task with the jade plate. "Senior Sister Yiyan, you two have come to take a task," a familiar voice called out, and she turned to find the chubby Long Tianyu, whom she had not seen for several days. Long Tianyu cheerfully moved closer to her, peering at the jade plate in her hand with surprise. An A-level task. Although it offers 50 points, such tasks are often peerless, usually undertaken by foundation-building disciples. Long Tianyu mused, then opened his task map, revealing, "I accepted a relatively simple C-level task. Recently, a horde of porcupine beasts has been invading Shiba village at night, attacking the villagers' sheep and cattle. The locals are suffering greatly, so I plan to set up some defensive formations for them." He sighed. "It's a pity we are on different paths, or we could have journeyed together." In Fengyu County, at the Sifang Inn, a girl clad in black entered, bringing with her the chill of autumn. Dressed in military garb, with her long hair tied high, dark locks cascading softly behind her neck. She chose a window seat and placed her iron sword on the table. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she savored the vibrant green froth, gazing out at the ground strewn with yellow leaves. After some inquiries, she learned that the Xintian secret realm would not open for another month, surprising her with the early timing of her arrival. At this moment, the male protagonist, Mo Yunhan, was likely still en route. This was preferable. She had no desire to encounter that hypocritical individual, her former fiancé, or rather, her future adversary, an encounter that would be awkward beyond measure. with a month still to wait. It seemed wise to complete the sect tasks first. The streets were desolate, nearly devoid of passers-by. The innkeeper emerged from the back kitchen and, upon noticing a guest, hurried over. "Dear guest, will you be dining or lodging?" he inquired. "Business has been quite poor lately. You must be an outsider, unaware of the strange occurrences in Fengyu County that have left every household afraid to venture out. Travelers have been deliberately avoiding our county, causing a significant drop in business," he lamented, shaking his head repeatedly. Yian listened quietly, her cup resting on the table, her attention fully on his words. "About half a month ago, a peculiar incident began in our county. Individuals started disappearing at night with no trace found. The county lord has been in a state of panic, dispatching numerous personnel to investigate, even seeking help from various sections. Yet, to this day, the matter remains unresolved." Noting Yian's demeanor, the innkeeper, out of concern, warned, "If you have no urgent business in the city, it would be wise to leave before nightfall." Before he could finish, a group of individuals entered the inn, prompting the innkeeper to call out to them. Several young men entered, swords at their waists. Although dressed in common attire, Yian's keen eye caught sight of a jade token at one man's waist. Wu Jianpai, one of the 8 major sects, the pinnacle institution for sword cultivators. Unlike comprehensive sects like Wu Zhong, Wu Jianpai specialized solely in sword cultivation, earning its reputation as the foremost sect for sword practitioners. Mo Yunhan would eventually become an exceptional disciple of this sect, elevating his swordsmanship to unparalleled heights. Yian delicately traced the rim of her teacup, her gaze lingering on the group. To her astonishment, such secrets were hidden within this small county. Half a month ago, 3 outer disciples from our sect accepted this task, yet they have not returned. 3 days prior, their soul lamps extinguished. They must have fallen victim to malevolent hands. One disciple exclaimed, slamming his sword onto the table in frustration. The innkeeper, startled, called the server aside to manage the situation. The group ordered several dishes and engaged in animated conversation. Among them, a seemingly ordinary man possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He meticulously polished his sword and, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, "Since our elders speculate that there are evil cultivators lurking here, we shall flush them out and eliminate them." Ah, the members of Wu Jianpai certainly have grand ambitions, but it is unfortunate that their collective intellect seems rather simplistic. These evil cultivators may not be as straightforward as you imagine. Just then, a man and a woman entered, both adorned in luxurious garments, exuding an air of nobility. The man who had just spoken was dressed in white. He was handsome, with charming peach blossom eyes, fanning himself with an ornate bamboo fan, sarcasm evident in his demeanor. Before he could continue, the woman in red behind him pinched his arm, hissing, "Be gentler, my kind-hearted junior sister." The striking red-clad maiden stepped forward and bowed, introducing herself. "I am Qiuyu from Sifang's sect, and this is my senior brother Feng Jingtong. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." A renowned sword cultivator frowned and asked, "Why is Sifang's sect meddling in this affair?" Feng Jingtong leaned against the door, fanning himself, and retorted, "If we do not intervene with your dense-headed sword cultivators, you will inevitably meet a premature demise." "What are you saying? How dare you insult us, sword cultivators?" A hot-tempered disciple from Wu Jianpai rose in outrage. Qiuyu sighed, aware of her senior brother's penchant for trouble, and apologized. "We share the same goal. Our sect's elders have detected the presence of evil cultivators in this town through the Qiyun Wuxiang mirror, and they have even discovered an ancient sacrificial soul formation. Should the evil cultivators activate this formation, this town will instantaneously become a dead city." The crowd gasped in shock. If this were true, could it mean the return of evil cultivators? This matter was of utmost importance and warranted immediate notification to the sect elders and the town lord. The seemingly ordinary sword cultivator produced a communication jade plate, sent a voice message, and promptly led his disciples towards the town lord's residence. Feng Jingtong, watching their departure, did not hasten to follow, but instead beckoned to Qiuyu. Together, they departed in another direction. After witnessing this unfolding drama, Yian rose with her sword in hand. She had initially intended to head to the town lord's residence, but paused, redirecting her steps towards another path. She sought a secluded hilltop where she could gaze out over the town below. Yian retrieved a paper crane from her Qingquan bag, performed a gesture, and the crane swiftly enlarged as it floated into the air. She leaped onto it, soaring high above the city to survey the landscape. Taking out a sheet of rice paper, she lay it flat on the crane's back and dipped her brush in ink, meticulously recording every building, house, shop, and the labyrinthine roads of the town on the paper. A barrier of spiritual energy formed above the crane, allowing her to write undisturbed by the winds. As she completed her final stroke, she was about to retract the paper when a melodious female voice suddenly reached her ears. "Are you also a formation master?" Yian looked up to find the same man and woman she had encountered earlier that day. They hailed from Sifangzong, the highest institution for formation masters. "Wuju Zong, Yian." She introduced herself with a courteous smile, explaining that she had come to Fengyu County to investigate a mission assigned by her sect. Unbeknownst to them, the two had overlooked Yian's presence in the inn's corner, and they proceeded to introduce themselves. Feng Jingtong, upon noticing her beauty, expressed delight and began to fan himself theatrically, remarking that this young lady seemed inexperienced and perhaps unaware of the malevolent aura pervading the city. However, did you notice that the buildings and roads in the city are arranged in parallel, resembling a formation? He inquired. The city forms the array, a soul-capturing formation. "May I have a look at your map?" he asked politely, extending his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Yian handed it to the man. Feng Jingtong unfurled the scroll and, after a brief examination, astutely analyzed the formation's layout with clarity. Yian was surprised. Despite his appearance as an unlearned dandy, he possessed considerable insight. She speculated that these two siblings from Sifangzong were likely inner disciples of a certain elder within the sect. "Do you know where the core of this formation lies?" he teased, raising an eyebrow. Yian shook her head honestly. Feng Jingtong smirked, closing his fan with a clap, and squinted towards the city lord's mansion. "The core is right before us." However, he appeared to have aged several years due to the recent turmoil in the city. His hair now streaked with gray. When Yin and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion, the lord had just finished receiving the disciples of Wujianpai and hastily instructed his servants to prepare accommodations for them. He then led the group to the main hall, treating them as honored guests. "I trust you have heard about the recent events in our town," the city lord began. "Every night, several townsfolk mysteriously disappear, leaving their fates unknown. Initially, it was just one person, then two, and soon entire families vanished overnight." The city lord sighed heavily, rubbing his temples, his eyelids dark with fatigue. "Even after I imposed a curfew, the malevolent presence refuses to relent. I implore you, esteemed practitioners, to save our small town and its innocent citizens. Fear not, for we have traveled great distances to uncover the truth and restore peace to the townsfolk." One disciple from Wujianpai vowed, exuding righteousness. Feng Jingtong, fanning himself leisurely, asked, "What intelligence do you possess, city lord? Has anyone seen the visage of this malevolence?" The city lord shook his head, lamenting, "Those who have encountered the malevolence are likely." After a brief discussion in the hall, the city lord, noticing the waning daylight, suggested, "Esteemed practitioners, you have journeyed far. Please rest for the night. I have prepared a grand banquet in your honor. No matter how dire the circumstances, we must uphold the courtesy of a host." The feast was indeed lavish, brimming with delicacies, yet Yian could only manage a few bites. Feeling nauseous from the excessive richness of the food, she politely excused herself. Countless nameless flowers and plants were meticulously cultivated on either side of the courtyard, blooming vibrantly in the autumn air, while dark green vines crept along the walls like serpents, resembling twisted hands reaching over the fence into the inner chambers. How to describe it? Beautiful, yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. The expansive courtyard felt desolate, devoid of any maidservants, and the stone slabs beneath her feet were layered with dust, while withered leaves fell silently, as if abandoned by their master. As Ian gathered her thoughts and prepared to leave, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from behind her. She swiftly produced a low-grade concealment talisman and slipped into the nearby thicket. To her surprise, it was the city lord. Before he stepped into the courtyard, he cautiously sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings and called out in a cold voice, "Who goes there?" His demeanor was no longer that of the kind host. His voice was dark and commanding, sweeping through the area. Coughing, Ian emerged from behind the rustling leaves. The city lord's expression changed abruptly, instantly regaining his previous amiability. She did not miss the shift in his demeanor. I ate too much earlier and felt a bit unwell, So, I was merely taking a stroll when I accidentally wandered here, she explained, rubbing her stomach. Her face still pale and haggard. Haha, esteemed practitioner, you are not accustomed to mortal food. Let me have my servants bring you some radishes later. The city lord chuckled, stroking his beard. I appreciate your kindness, Yin replied, glancing around the courtyard with feigned curiosity. Such a vast courtyard, yet it feels so desolate. The dust on the floor hasn't been swept. Perhaps your servants are slacking off? Ah, my friend, you are unaware. This is my wife's residence. The city lord seemed to struggle with his words. My wife is rather eccentric, often fearful of being disturbed by strangers, so I strictly forbid the maidservants from approaching her, lest they disrupt her. Eccentric? Yin peered through the vine-covered window, the night thickening. She vaguely saw the flickering of yellow candlelight within, and a woman's enticing silhouette was partially revealed. Yet, the city lord had ceased speaking. Yin, sensing the awkwardness, took her leave. Before departing, she discreetly surveyed the courtyard once more. Once in her room, she promptly drew the curtains and produced the low-grade concealment talisman, which had already ignited in her palm. This talisman not only obstructed the spiritual perception of foundation-building cultivators and below, but also had the remarkable effect of rendering her invisible to ordinary mortals. The city lord claimed to be a mere mortal, yet it had no effect on him. How intriguing. Yin pondered the formation core, her gaze deepening with icy resolve. She then retrieved a jade disc from her chinkoan bag and, after inserting a mid-grade spirit stone, swiped at it, projecting a video onto the screen. She had cleverly placed a recording formation in the thicket earlier. The formation and jade disc had already been linked through her spiritual sense. Half an hour later, the video revealed a figure. The city lord staggered out of the courtyard, his steps unsteady as if drained of vitality. He bore the appearance of someone who had been depleted of essence. He did not seem to visit his wife, but rather to rendezvous with a beautiful ghost. After a few steps, shadows in the thicket shifted, and he quickly turned a corner, leaving the monitoring range of the recording formation. There was definitely something amiss with the city lord, and he was concealing it well. Feng Jingtong had already deduced that the core of the soul-capturing formation resided within the city lord's mansion, and the most crucial aspect of the formation, the source of its power, was hidden somewhere within the mansion. If her suspicions were correct, that courtyard was the key to unraveling the mystery. Under the cover of night, she made her way back to the courtyard. Faint singing wafted through the air, as if a woman were softly crooning. The melody was enchanting, akin to the lament of a siren upon the rocks, captivating to the point of irresistibility. It was now well into the night, yet the candlelight within the window remained unextinguished. The woman's alluring figure flickered in and out of view as if she were changing garments. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring a glimpse of spring's allure. But in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, leaving the window empty, the candlelight extinguished, and the room shrouded in darkness. Yin steadied her mind and pushed the door, only to be met with an invisible barrier. This was not a spiritual energy barrier. I had intended to keep you here a while longer, but since you have discovered my presence, you shall perish. A sinister aura suddenly surged from behind her, and she instinctively drew her sword to block the impending attack. Chapter 37, The Undeniable Sword Cultivation Prodigy. The malevolent visage of the city lord surged forth like a tempest, his iron fist striking down upon Yi Yin with the ferocity of a tiger. With a resounding crash, the iron sword shattered into two, the fist descending towards her forehead. Fortunately, she managed to bend at the waist just in time to dissipate the force, narrowly avoiding being reduced to a mere pulp. However, the residual shockwave still sent her staggering backward several steps, blood oozing from the corner of her lips. The city lord was indeed no ordinary man. The overwhelming aura of malevolent energy surrounding him obscured her perception of his cultivation level, indicating that he was far superior to her. You clever girl. It's a pity your wits are misplaced. Great wisdom often appears foolish, and you are utterly foolish. Otherwise, I might have allowed you to live a few more days. The city lord remarked with a twisted smile as he approached. He regarded the broken sword tightly gripped in the girl's hand with disdain. But his expression faltered slightly when he saw her nonchalantly draw the Suhui sword once more. You actually possess a high-grade magical artifact. The audacity of this girl was truly impressive. Since the city lord had no intention of holding back, Yi Yin resolved to reveal her true capabilities. Wiping the blood from her lips, her eyes gleamed with a cold light. As the next heavy punch came crashing down, her figure moved with the grace of a swallow, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and she lunged at the city lord with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, engaging him in fierce combat. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, unstoppable in its path. The two exchanged blows, each strike lethal, and for a moment, the outcome remained uncertain. The city lord's previously disdainful expression began to crack, his bloodshot eyes revealing his rage. This was the first time the Suhui sword had been used in battle after its reconstruction, and, as its wielder, Yi Yin could distinctly sense the enhanced sharpness of its sword energy, far surpassing its former strength. Yet it was also akin to a wild beast, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. She seized this opportunity to further attune and guide it through combat. The city lord, caught off guard by her tenacity, lost his last vestiges of patience. With a forceful stamp of his feet, a blood-red formation flickered into existence beneath him. In an instant, countless wails of anguish filled the air as malevolent energy surged into his body. The man's clothing tore apart, and the black-red veins pulsating across his form writhed grotesquely. Ghost-killing palm, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy with a single palm strike, crashing violently against Yi Yan's sword energy. The two forces collided explosively. Fortunately, Yi Yan managed to evade just in time. The city lord's body was plagued with intertwining black marks from the malevolent energy, and he no longer concealed his cultivation level, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Yi Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her form swaying precariously as she nearly fell from the tree. This man's strength was undoubtedly at the Golden Core stage, or even beyond. How could such a small town harbor a ghost cultivator of such caliber, previously undetected by the various sects? Little sister, retreat quickly. Leave the rest to us men. Several disciples from the Wu Jian sect arrived, encircling the city lord. The city lord's eyes bulged in fury, trembling with rage. You all took my sleeping powder, didn't you? You should be sound asleep in your rooms, waiting for me to come and claim your lives. The leader, an unremarkable male cultivator, laughed heartily. Are you referring to that food? I was too clever for that. I didn't touch a single bite. Although these gluttons behind me indulged, I had already given them emetic pills. What shame for the delicacies you prepared. Yi Yan consumed several recovery pills and retreated to a safe distance. She had long since added these cultivators from the Wu Jian sect and the Xifang sect as friends, and had sent them the footage she received earlier. The plan for the night had been discussed well in advance. As the pills took effect, Yi Yan found a vantage point from which to observe the chaotic battle below, while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. In the initial days of her arrival in Fengyu County, she had inadvertently investigated the city lord's background, discovering that he was indeed of mortal origin. But how had he fallen into the path of the ghosts? There must be a hidden hand orchestrating this, perhaps lurking in a corner, waiting to profit from their mutual destruction. Why is it that you cultivators can ascend to the heavens and live alongside the divine, while we mortals are doomed to endure the cycle of life and death? Your so-called cultivation exploits the soul, capturing a ray to harm the innocent and devouring the lives of passing cultivators. The leader of the male cultivators sneered. Cultivation is inherently a rebellion against the heavens. Though we may be favored by the heavens, we must still face tribulations of lightning, where a single misstep can lead to our demise. You, foolish girl, would achieve nothing even if you entered the realm of cultivation. A sword cultivator exclaimed, Master brother. He intends to activate the soul-capturing array. The leader of the male cultivators swiftly unleashed a sword energy, commanding, stop him. Delay as long as possible. The two cultivators from the Xifang sect had already left the estate. They needed to buy enough time for the others to dismantle the array. Amidst the myriad of flashing blades and swords, the courtyard suddenly erupted in flames, resembling the sun crashing into the night. In the heart of the inferno, the male cultivator channeled his inner energy, and his sword was instantly engulfed in raging flames. With a single swing, he unleashed a fire-attribute sword intent, even stronger than sword energy. This was the pinnacle of the sword cultivator's unity with their weapon. Yi Yan watched in astonishment as this male cultivator, no more than 20 years old, wielded such formidable sword intent. He was undoubtedly a prodigy of the Wu Jian sect. Her eyes sparkled with the flames. She felt an irresistible urge to join the fray, her innate combative spirit ignited by the chaos and fervor. Shui Longyin. Yi Yin grasped her first sword intent technique during her cultivation journey. "My, you little sister," the male cultivator chuckled, bemused. "Your comprehension is remarkably high. You managed to learn my technique, but please don't use a sword intent that counters mine." The clash of water and fire caught the city lord off guard, and he crumbled to the ground under the heavy onslaught, yet he remained obstinate. The male cultivator glanced at the fervent Yi Yin, a playful smile crossing his face. As he suddenly felt a competitive spirit arise, it was a first for him. He drew another long sword, and with flames swirling around both blades, he thrust them directly into the city lord's heart. Yi Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. This man was capable of controlling two swords simultaneously, unleashing an even stronger fire attribute sword intent. As far as she knew, only the male protagonist in the entire narrative could wield two swords at once. Was she truly witnessing this? The male cultivator laughed heartily, drawing yet another sword, 3 blades now orbiting around him. With his terrifying golden core strength no longer concealed, he declared, "Today, you shall witness true sword cultivation genius, little sister." The 3 swords united, exploding with fiery spirit roots, a vibrant display of youthful exuberance. A name that had nearly slipped from Yi Yan's memory flashed through her mind. A quote from the original text resonated. "This is an era brimming with prodigies, where talented youths from all sides vie for supremacy, rivaling the divine surge of millennia past. Yet, there was one prodigy who had fallen prematurely, Yin Sui, the sole heir of the Wu Jian sect's leader." Chapter 38, You Are Actually a Prince. Mo Yunhan was a gifted cultivator favored by the heavens, a fact Yi Yin could not deny. However, if one were to speak of the foremost sword cultivation genius, Yin Sui undoubtedly held that title in the early stages. The sole heir of the Wu Jian sect's leader, a prodigious talent with a fire spirit root, he achieved the golden core stage at 20. A once-in-a-millennium sword cultivator capable of wielding 3 flying swords simultaneously. Unfortunately, he later became entangled with the female protagonist, and his fate intertwined with the male protagonistess. Since Mo Yunhan joined the Wu Jian sect, the 2 young sword cultivation geniuses engaged in a constant covert rivalry, ultimately leading to Yin Sui's downfall, as he could not compete with the male protagonist's prowess. His life-bound spirit sword was severed by Mo Yunhan's 7 absolute sword, and thereafter, he faded into obscurity within the realm of cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Yin Sui remained the same spirited sword cultivation prodigy. The city lord had entirely abandoned hope for survival, burning through his remaining lifespan to unleash his ghostly powers, intent on perishing alongside everyone. Amidst the chaos, Yin Sui commanded, "We will hold the city lord back while you destroy the source of the formation." Yi Yin gathered her spiritual energy into her palm, shattering the barrier with a single strike. She swiftly entered the courtyard, the city lord's furious roars echoing behind her, followed by the clashing of blades. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, a chilling wind sweeping through, sending shivers down one's spine. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, shrouding the surroundings in inky blackness, devoid of any lamp's glow. Yi Yan's steps slowed as a flicker of ethereal flame ignited in her palm. The woman's gentle hum grew ever closer, as if softly whispering in her ear. Just then, a cold breeze swept by, causing Yi Yin to shiver involuntarily. Her fingers had already brushed against the door. Suddenly, the pitch-black room was illuminated, revealing a graceful figure dancing behind the window. Yi Yin swallowed a few spirit-replenishing pills, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, and pushed the door open. Yet, the room was utterly vacant. The figure she had just seen was nowhere to be found. The interior was furnished simply, covered in a thick layer of dust, with the only striking feature being a painting on the wall. It depicted a serene, half-blooming Yudn flower. Its soft, delicate branches resembled a captivating beauty, yet around the painting extended countless dark green thorns and vines, resembling ghostly claws that ensnared it tightly. The source of energy must have been exceedingly potent, yet after circling the room both inside and out, Yi Yin found nothing. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the solitary painting. Why would someone create an artwork of a Yudn flower entwined in thorns? Could it hold some special significance? The dust accumulated in the room suggested it had been abandoned for many years, whereas the painting remained pristine. Yi narrowed her eyes, extending her hand to gently touch the soft canvas. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and when her consciousness returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar space. A voice emerged from a swirling mass of black mist. A nascent righteous cultivator, how intriguing. I never expected my carefully concealed hideaway to be breached by a mere girl. The figure, though vaguely human in shape, was devoid of flesh, with only two blood-red eyes glaring fiercely from the darkness. The aura it exuded was so malevolent that it sent chills down Yian's spine. In an instant, she concluded that this entity was the mastermind behind luring the city lord into the realm of the undead. Its presence far more potent than that of the city lord outside. Such a tender soul and flesh. I haven't encountered anything like this in years. Today, I shall indulge. The black mist cackled ominously, extending countless ghostly claws toward her. The entity, known as the Ghost Slayer, had been vanquished centuries ago by these so-called righteous cultivators, losing its physical form and fleeing in a state of desperation with only a remnant of its soul. It harbored deep resentment for sword cultivators like Yi Yan, as it required vast amounts of flesh and souls to reconstruct its body. To it, a delicate cultivator, such as Yi Yan, was a sumptuous feast. With her keen sense of danger, Yi Yan evaded the attack in an instant, retaliating with a wave of sword intent that severed several ghostly hands. The Ghost Slayer, enraged, unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy mixed with anguished wails toward her. Yi Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by the oppressive force that rendered her immobile. Just as life and death hung in the balance, the Su Hui sword suddenly slipped from her grasp, blocking in front of her. With hair cascading like ink across her face, a man clad in blue appeared out of thin air. His gentle features resembled a tranquil stream, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed several sword intents, his garments fluttering like wings in the wind. Chapter 39. A fortunate discovery. The Ghost Slayer had long since perished, leaving behind only a fragment of its lingering soul. The blue-clad man raised his palm and swept it forward, dispersing the black mist with a surge of sword intent. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The elder's piercing wail echoed, laden with profound resentment and rage. The black mist erupted violently, a chilling wave of ghostly energy surging toward the two. The man raised his hand, forming a defensive barrier from sword energy. Finally, when the tumult subsided, he bent down to retrieve the Su Hui sword, presenting it to the slightly dazed girl. With a smile that felt like a gentle breeze, he spoke in a warm, melodious voice as a sword cultivator. You must always wield your sword to protect yourself. You are the spirit of the Su Hui sword. Yi Yan finally reacted, unable to conceal her astonishment. Oh, that is unnecessary. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by another matter. After scrutinizing the man closely, confirming their spiritual connection, she spoke in a calm, yet excited tone. It is said that only divine swords can manifest sword spirits, yet your current grade is merely of superior magical artifact quality. How did you gather a sword spirit? The Su Hui sword responded, I am unaware. From the moment of my forging, I inherently possessed consciousness, allowing me to perceive the world and grasp certain emotions. However, my true awakening occurred during the moment of my master's reformation, when an exceptionally powerful and mysterious energy unexpectedly surged in, granting me a corporeal form. Such a powerful and mysterious energy. Yi Yan pondered, unable to ascertain its nature, attributing it to the water patterns on the artifact's blueprint. Due to the limitations of my sword's grade, my existence will not last long. I shall soon fall into slumber again. I may only awaken when your soul suffers grave injury. In the final moments, the Su Hui sword revealed a page from her Dao Wang Zichuan. Rainfall Sword Technique. Yi Yan silently recited it twice, imprinting the sword technique in her mind before extending her consciousness to survey the space. After the Ghost Slayer's demise, the black mist enveloping the area dissipated, revealing its true form. Before her lay a vast expanse of white, with only a spirit pool nearby. Its rich spiritual energy so dense that a single sip revitalized the spirit. This must have been the rebirth location chosen by the Ghost Slayer. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Yi Yan had encountered such spaces in the library. They operated on principles similar to a Chinquan bag, where Yuaning cultivators could open spatial domains, halting the flow of time within. Without hesitation, she approached the edge of the pool to sit in meditation, striving to enhance her cultivation before entering the secret realm. Time passed unheeded. When she finally opened her eyes again, she expelled a breath of turbid air. Her gaze brightened. She had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Chapter 40. An interesting individual from the 8th level of chi refinement to the pinnacle in a single leap. Compared to before, her dantian had expanded more than twice. Her meridians grew more resilient and broader, capable of containing an even greater amount of spiritual energy, enabling her to unleash 3-sword intents simultaneously in a short span. Yin clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy mingled with an urgent desire to pursue strength. Though being at the pinnacle of chi refinement placed her among the elite of outer disciples, she was still far behind Mo Yunhan and the excellent disciples from other sects she had just encountered. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, with treacherous currents and the ever-watchful eyes of demon clans, ghost clans, and beast clans. A moment's inattention could lead to her demise as a fragile cultivator. She had to grow stronger to survive. Suddenly, a chill swept over her, jolting Yin from her epiphany. Surrounded by a radiant glow, she realized she was perched on a cold, hard stone slab, staring at the barren bottom of the spirit pool. She had drained it dry once more. It was undoubtedly the work of the black hole within her. Regaining her composure, Yin swiftly leaped down to the bottom of the pool. After searching left and right, she discovered the formation source hidden behind a rock. With a single stroke of her sword, she shattered it. Darkness engulfed her again, forcibly ejecting her from the space. As the thorns receded, the Yudn flower blossomed gracefully. The figure of an ancient beauty emerged from the painting, her long lashes slightly lowered, hair loosely arranged, and a sheer veil revealing her delicate shoulders as she languidly reclined upon the opulent petals of the Yudn. The beauty's enchanting features captivated the heart, particularly a bud of Yudn blooming at the corner of her eye, a true masterpiece by the artist. Suddenly, 5 words flashed in Yi Yan's mind. Yudn Qian and Tuesday. This was one of Mo Yunhan's fortunes, one of his harem's treasures. After all, the male protagonist's vast harem comprised stunning beauties from all races, humans, demons, ghosts, and spirits alike. He confronted the ghost head-on, severing its head beneath the Chiju's sword, and thus acquired the Yu Tan Qian Nu Tuesday. This ghostly maiden was once a lady of a mansion who perished unjustly before her demise. A drop of her heartfelt blood fell upon the ancient Yu Tan flower demon that had cultivated for a millennium, leading to their rebirth as a ghostly woman. At that moment, a rather artistic ghost cultivator happened to pass by, transforming her into the Yu Tan Qian Nu Tuesday. The ghost woman was not inherently malevolent. However, she relied on death energy or ghostly aura to survive. Thus she could only cling to a master whose hands were stained with the scent of blood, drawing sustenance from him. The likes of Mo Yunhan, a ruthless sword cultivator, perfectly suited this requirement. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her fingertips, and Yi Yin frowned. Taking a sharp breath, she watched in astonishment as a drop of blood floated spontaneously onto the painting, instantly absorbed. Soon after, the soft moan of a woman awakening echoed, and the beauty emerged vividly from the scroll. The ghostly maiden smiled gently at the bewildered newcomer. With delicate fingers, she cupped the young girl's face. Her voice languid and fragrant like orchids. Those 2 useless stinky men were unexpectedly killed by you youngsters. How delightful. You are indeed a sword cultivator and quite lovely. I like you. The ghost maiden's satisfaction was apparent, her red lips curving into a wider smile. From now on, you shall be my new master. This contract may be dissolved upon your death, and I imagine such a beautiful girl must have a delightful soul. Was this a forced contract? Yi Yin pinched her aching fingers, her lips twitching at the ghost maiden's last words, which left her feeling apprehensive. In the original narrative, after absorbing the death energy of an entire city, the ghost woman had reached the transformation stage, becoming both a member of Mo Yunhan's harem and a capable assistant, only to be destroyed later by the son of the Buddhist sect. Yet now, the ghost cultivator lay dead, the source of the formation was destroyed, and the male protagonist was still on his way. Had this opportunity fallen into her hands? Perhaps the plot could indeed be altered. Had the source of the formation been located? Yin Sui burst into the courtyard with his companions. And Yin seized the moment to stuff the scroll into her chinkoan bag, turning to the bewildered group, stating, "The source of the formation has been destroyed. Tonight, Fengyu County is destined for unrest." The slumbering citizens were awakened by the sounds of flames and explosions, rushing out in their night clothes, hastily carrying buckets of water towards the city lord's manor, only to find the lord's corpse hanging on the wall. The arriving celestial beings vehemently condemned the ghost cultivator, claiming he intended to sacrifice the lives of the entire city to summon souls, and discovered a substantial collection of ghost cultivation techniques in his residence, along with 40 or 50 corpses buried in the backyard, drained to mummified husks. Many citizens came forward to claim the bodies, wailing in despair. My son," an elderly woman collapsed from the shock, being assisted away by others. A 3-year-old child, orphaned and left alone, could not comprehend the boundary between life and death, merely weeping at the familiar figure clad in the same robes. Yin Sui reported this situation to the sect, receiving a sum of compensation to distribute among the citizens, assisting those in distress within the city. "By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask, what is your name, little sword cultivator?" Before leaving, Yin Sui scratched his head, revealing a hint of simplicity. "Yin, I am Yin Sui, of the Wujian sect. If you have time in the future, you may come to our sect to find me. We have many sword cultivation manuals sought after by sword cultivators, and even an ancient sword tomb. If time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit," she replied politely with a smile. "Do you require an escort?" Yin Sui noted her cultivation had reached full mastery of qi, marveling at her rapid progress. But since foundation establishment was necessary for sword flight, he instinctively inquired. "No, thank you," she declined gracefully. "I am here for the Xian Tian Secret Realm." The legendary Xian Tian Secret Realm was said to be left behind by ancient powers, opening annually during this month, attracting a multitude of cultivators. The treasures within had long been divided among them. Yin Sui shook his head and chuckled. "It can only deceive those inexperienced cultivators like you. Nonetheless, for us sword cultivators, secret realms are indeed a significant avenue for enhancing our strength. Then I wish you a smooth journey, little sister Yi." "Senior brother, you seem quite attentive to that young lady," someone remarked curiously. Their gossip ignited. "Did you not notice? That girl possesses extraordinary talent as a sword cultivator. She learned my sword intent at a glance." Chapter 41. The secret realm opens half a month later. The male and female protagonists finally arrived. At a tea stall, Yin set down her teacup, her veil obscuring her already emerging beauty. Leaning her chin on her hand, she casually chatted, "Little ghost, what do you think of that man?" A soft, sultry yawn echoed in her mind. "Just a boring, stinky man. Why pay him any mind? I do not like him." Yin found this amusing. In the original story, the ghost maiden had fiercely competed with many beauties for Mo Yunhan's affection, yet now she dismissed him so casually. Meanwhile, Mo Yunhan accompanied Yi Qingyao, strolling leisurely by various stalls. Sensing something, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, but his gaze remained calm as it drifted toward the tea stall in the distance. However, the stall was empty. A strange emotion flickered in his heart, and he relaxed his palm, letting it drop. The girl, merely 15 or 16, possessed stunning features, almond eyes like shimmering water, a delicate nose, and red lips, her skin glowing as if one could squeeze water from it under the radiant sunlight. Seizing the rare opportunity to wander together, Yi Qingyao donned a dress that accentuated her fair complexion, the ethereal fabric flowing like a fairy, her shoulders slender and waist delicate, projecting an air of refined elegance. She purposely revealed a slender wrist, deftly securing a hairpin in her cloud-like hair, tilting her head as she smiled at the man. "Brother Yunhan, what are you daydreaming about? Do you think Qingyao looks lovely?" In his memories, another person had always beamed this kind of radiant smile at him, cheerfully asking if she looked beautiful and when he would come to marry her. Yet that girl had always been assertive and domineering, preferring vibrant red garments over this simple attire. "Beautiful," he nodded softly. Noticing the man's distracted demeanor, Yi Qingyao felt a surge of pride. She found these mundane ornaments beneath her notice, but sought a topic to engage him, as he had been uncharacteristically taciturn throughout their journey, leaving an awkward silence. Rarely venturing into the mortal realm, she browsed the small stalls, purchasing many trinkets for women, all paid for by Mo Yunhan. Yi Qingyao observed this with delight. Half a month passed swiftly. Numerous cultivators, having waited long, finally witnessed the opening of the Xian Tian's secret realm. Xing Chongshan had been surrounded, bustling with excitement as cultivators eagerly anticipated their turn. Yi Yan found a corner and gazed at the mountain peak, realizing Yin Sui was correct. Though there were no realm restrictions for this ancient secret realm, its long-term opening meant that the visible treasures had been exhausted and high-tier cultivators had lost interest. Most of the arriving cultivators were at the Qi and Foundation establishment stages, with few at the Golden Core stage. Of course, the male protagonist, drawn by the allure of the treasures, was an exception. True treasures left by ancient powers lay deep within the secret realm. Brother Yunhan, what are you looking at? Yi Qingyao lightly linked her arm with him, following his gaze, and suddenly encountered a familiar figure, her previously bright smile turning to shock. How could that wretched Yi Yin be here? She has already reached full mastery of Qi. Her fingers clenched tightly. Mo Yunhan frowned at her, prompting Yi Qingyao to awkwardly withdraw her hand, lowering her gaze to her toes, murmuring, I. However, he had no time for her excuses. Striding forward, from Yi Yan's perspective, the male protagonist, who had been concealing his presence within the crowd, suddenly revealed himself, passing right before her without even casting a glance. As if merely passing by. I never expected you to still be alive, he said after a long silence. Yi Yan, is there something wrong with you? Indeed, thanks to you, my life has been quite pleasant. She wore a smile that concealed her disdain, perplexed by the presence of this individual who had deliberately chosen to appear before her. Within the secret realm, countless cultivators engaged in ruthless battles for treasures, where blades and swords spared no one, and the risk of death loomed at every turn. He made it clear that he would show no mercy. His hatred for her was unwavering from beginning to end. How ironic it was that he sought to take her down while cloaking his intentions in such subtlety. Just as Yi Yan resolved to leave, a brilliant ray of light shot up into the heavens. The secret realm had been activated. The cultivators erupted into chaos, leaping eagerly into the vortex one after another. Without hesitation, Yi Yan joined the throng and vanished into the whirlpool. Fortunately, her sect's robe possessed a cleansing spell, preventing her from appearing disheveled. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered she had arrived in a desolate, mountainous expanse, utterly alone. To her surprise, the secret realm had a mechanism for randomly assigning spawn points. This was advantageous, as it would mitigate the formation of alliances among cultivators and prevent excessive conflict over the coveted treasures. In a realm free from oversight, morality and principles were mere illusions. The true danger lay not in the beasts or crises, but in the hearts of men. Feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloping her, Yi Yan inhaled deeply, sensing her dantian expand. Even if she did not acquire any celestial treasures in the secret realm, spending several months here would undoubtedly enhance her cultivation. Brother Lu, do you truly believe that spiritual herbs can grow in such a barren landscape? Could we be mistaken? One female cultivator whispered. Another woman echoed her sentiment. They were accompanied by one man and two women. The two female cultivators were merely in the mid-stages of Qi refinement, while the male cultivator had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Their garments were distinct, indicating they had been randomly grouped together to form this temporary team. You too, as loose cultivators, cannot comprehend our sect as practices. Every year, our senior brothers venture into the secret realm to seek treasures and have meticulously charted a map. The location we are heading to has yet to be discovered by others, Lu Yi replied, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He found the two ignorant women to be of use for the time being, but he had no desire to associate with them further. He continued to reassure them. Don't worry, dear sisters, we will arrive shortly. Our sect's brothers have been gathering rare herbs here for years, earning substantial rewards. I will need your assistance shortly. Chapter 42. The Breath of Earth. The trio stealthily approached the edge of a field of herbs. One of the female cultivators spotted a fearsome beast lurking among the plants, nearly crying out in terror. Fortunately, Lu Yi swiftly covered her mouth, cursing inwardly before leading the two women away. Brother Lu, are you suggesting that we distract this beast? The frightened female cultivator stammered, her face pale and lips trembling. That was a second-tier beast, comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. They were merely mid-stage Qi refiners, surely destined for death. Why not send me to draw its attention? Lu Yi regarded the two women with a seemingly gentle gaze, yet a mocking glint flickered in his eyes. He crossed his arms and scoffed. Harvesting spiritual herbs is not as simple as it appears. It requires the right techniques to excavate. One must carefully maintain the roots with spiritual energy. Otherwise, if they break, the medicinal properties will be lost. The loss of value is trivial, but a rare millennium spiritual herb could become worthless. Do you too possess such capabilities? Lui Pires. The two women exchanged glances, aware of their shortcomings, and reluctantly agreed to lure the beast away. Lui reassured them that their contributions would not go unrecognized once they succeeded. As they plotted, they remained oblivious to the fact that a living person was concealed behind a nearby tree. Yiyan had applied 2 concealment talismans to herself and silently followed them, initially seeking a tranquil place to cultivate, but instead overhearing their hushed conversation. Who would be foolish enough to ignore treasure? As she pondered, the 2 female cultivators made their move, entering the herb field and working together to draw the beast deeper into the forest. While the hidden male cultivator seized the opportunity to swiftly gather herbs into his bag. Star Spirit Herb, 8-pointed ice grass. Lui's eyes gleamed with greed as he stuffed one spiritual plant after another into his bag, wishing to take them all to avoid future regret. This was his first encounter with such an abundance of treasures. Selling them after leaving would surely bring him immense wealth. In the distance, the forest echoed with the cries of women, and Lui deduced that the 2 decoys had been consumed by the beast. The sect's map had indicated that this beast could strike with incredible speed, a fact he had deliberately concealed from the 2 women. They're mine, all mine. I will not share these spiritual plants with anyone. Lui's eyes reddened with fervor as he became engrossed in his collection, failing to notice the stirring of the wind around him. Another identical beast lunged at him, sending him flying several meters. Roar! The beast was furiously enraged, its massive jaws roaring, eager to reduce these greedy human cultivators to mere pulp. To his dismay, there were 2. Lui realized he had underestimated the situation. Despite only having gathered a handful of herbs, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. A struggle ensued between man and beast, both at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, resulting in a stalemate, while the sounds of further roars echoed nearby. Lui's heart raced with fear as he weighed his options, casting a reluctant glance at the herb field before fleeing. Yet the furious beast relentlessly pursued him, granting others an opportunity to seize the spoils. Spiritual herbs, being treasures of heaven and earth, were inherently unclaimed and were continuously fought over among numerous beasts and cultivators. The capable would always reap the rewards. Yiyan seized the moment and dove into the herb field, mimicking the male cultivator's earlier technique, hoping to gather a few spiritual herbs to sell. However, upon touching the dark, rich soil, she was taken aback by its fertility, rich with spiritual energy. In such a barren wilderness, it was unfathomable that such fertile soil could exist. Moreover, the male cultivator had mentioned that their sect sent disciples annually to harvest these spiritual plants. Yet, the herb field remained thriving, even nurturing precious herbs that had matured over a millennium. With her extraordinary memory and keen observation, Yiyan had thoroughly studied the texts of the Wuju sect's lower 6 levels. She recalled an annotation she had encountered in a tome on celestial treasures, the breath of earth, a trace of primordial energy from the birth of heaven and earth infused into the soil, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, resulting in soil rich with spiritual energy accumulated over millennia, capable of nurturing spiritual plants. By sowing spiritual plant seeds into the breath of earth, one could cultivate a plethora of 100-year spiritual plants within just a few years. Even rare millennium plants that were priceless. The sect to which the male cultivator belonged was likely a minor, obscure sect, narrowly focused on immediate gains, blind to the true treasures at hand. Without hesitation, Yiyan produced a high-grade bag left by a powerful being, flipping her palm to channel earth-type spiritual energy, gathering the breath of earth and the spiritual plants into her bag. The 500-square-foot space was just enough to contain it all. After collecting her bounty, she swiftly departed. Not only had the spiritual plants vanished, but an entire section of the herb field had been uprooted, leaving not a single clod behind. Roar! Who dares to do this? The 2 beasts were nearly apoplectic with rage, vowing to exact vengeance upon the cultivators. Return the spiritual plants. I wondered why I felt someone stealthily following me. It turns out to be you, this ungrateful woman. Lu Yi emerged from the forest, confronting her openly. He appeared ragged and disheveled, his red eyes glaring at the girl emerging from the direction of the herb field, his fists cracking ominously. Observing that she was merely at the peak of qi refinement, he felt a surge of murderous intent, his greed overpowering his judgment as he unleashed a gust of energy towards her. Yin, wary of the beast's thunderous roars behind her, did not wish to engage in a struggle here. Just avoiding the attack, she swiftly circled around Lu Yi and made her escape. "You wretched person, return the spiritual plants." Lu Yi was infuriated, chasing after her relentlessly. He could hardly believe that all his efforts were for another S-gain. Boom! A blast from an explosive talisman caught him off guard. Lu Yi did not have time to curse as he dodged one explosive talisman after another, his movements increasingly awkward, resembling a figure struck by divine lightning, charred all over. He spat out a mouthful of blood, fixating his gaze on the agile silhouette of the girl ahead. Gritting his teeth and cursing, "You cannot escape me. They are merely explosive talismans. I am eager to see how many you have left." 10, 20, hundreds of explosive talismans, each worth 200 spirit stones, were casually discarded by the girl as if they were mere scraps of paper. And she showed no sign of stopping as she continued to pull more from her chinquin bag. Lu Yi was bombarded to the point of vomiting blood, and his heart ached even more. Who was this girl? How could she possess such profound resources? He could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, quickly left behind by the girl. Behind him, the dark forest erupted with several beast roars. The earth trembled and cracked. Yin, tightly clutching a swift movement talisman, halted her steps. This was no commotion caused by just two second-tier demon beasts. She had arrived at a mountaintop. Suddenly, a vast expanse of radiant light surged from the distant peak. The ground split apart, the demon beasts scattered, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The fire phoenix Luan egg emerged into the world. Yin's expression remained calm. She had already anticipated the events. The protagonists, blessed by fortune, had indeed stumbled upon a treasure within mere days of entering the secret realm. This egg, soon to hatch, was one of Yi Qing Yao's fateful encounters. The fire phoenix Luan bore the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, being a descendant of the current demon king of the Feather Clan. Since the slumber of the demon god master, the demon realm had descended into chaos, with the 8 great demon kings fighting desperately for supremacy, all vying for the position of the new demon god. The Feather King was a formidable contender. 3 days later, Yin found herself in a dense forest with stone tablets. 10 towering stone tablets stood before her, each inscribed with ancient characters. She extended her fingers to trace the recessed inscriptions, walking around them twice, growing increasingly familiar with the recorded events. Was this not the essence of the insights detailed by that renowned artifact refiner? However, the annotations on the tablets expanded significantly compared to what she had previously read. It seemed her earlier conjecture was correct. 1,000 years ago, that great artifact refiner had perished within the Xian Tian secret realm and, before his demise, had inscribed his life's wisdom on these stone tablets, yearning for talented successors to discover and inherit his legacy. Yin silently recited the inscriptions twice, committing them to memory, then looked down thoughtfully. The tablets indicated that the legacy left by the great being lay beneath the ground. Yet no matter how she examined it, the land beneath her seemed utterly ordinary. She stomped her foot down. It was hard and solid. Confusion compelled her mind to race, and suddenly, she remembered reading some ancient texts in a library. In that era, cultivators were fond of employing a 7-star spatial array to seal off space. However, due to the passage of time, parts of the array's patterns or uses have been lost, and no array master in the realm had successfully replicated it. Yin picked up a branch and casually sketched a rough outline of the array on the ground, while simultaneously visualizing the hidden spiritual momentum within the array in her mind, repeatedly contemplating the incomplete sections based on the patterns recorded in the Sect scrolls. After a day and a night, having eliminated countless errors in her mind, she successfully constructed a magnificent and complete array diagram. She had not formally studied array techniques before. This deduction was purely instinctive. Yin was uncertain whether the restored patterns were correct, but she decided to take a chance. If it failed, she would simply conclude that this opportunity was not meant for her. "Brother, it's her. This vile girl stole my spiritual plant. We must kill her, show her our strength. Seize her chinquin bag." Before Yin could finish drawing the final stroke, A cacophony of footsteps reached her ears, turning her gaze. She was astonished to see the male cultivator she had encountered in the spiritual field, now followed by a throng of cultivators, clearly not friendly. However, the male cultivator appeared utterly disheveled, charred black as if struck by divine lightning. Yi struggled to recognize him for a few seconds. He encountered the girl once more, fists clenched, trembling with rage. He had never been so unfortunate in his life. Now reunited with his sect brothers, he was determined to take this girl's life. Yian's gaze fell upon the male cultivator, tightly clutching his chinkoan bag and his furtive, guilty eyes, which drew a cold smile from her as she realized. You claim I took your belongings. Then what do you have in your chinkoan bag? Dare to show it to your brothers? This spiritual field was sought by our sect, and my junior brother has spent days on it, while you merely benefited from it. This behavior can only be deemed theft. A tall young male cultivator stepped forward, blocking the enraged Yi, speaking in a calm tone. This young man was clearly the so-called senior brother, possessing an upright appearance, yet his words carried a hint of protection and threat. If you are willing to hand over the spiritual plant, we will spare your life. If not, he coldly smiled, a murderous glint in his eyes, as the dozen cultivators behind him drew their swords in unison. So, you are all cut from the same cloth, Yi replied with a faint smile. I had no idea that this spiritual plant bore the names of some minor sections. Why don't you call out to it and see if it responds? As she spoke, she patted her chinkoan bag, a provocative gesture that instantly enraged the cultivators. You are seeking death. Seeing the girl standing alone, daring to speak so arrogantly, several cultivators rushed forward, swords drawn, determined to take her head. To be honest, Yi was not frightened. Among these dozen cultivators, most were at the chi refinement stage, and the only challenging opponent was the senior brother in the late foundation establishment stage. She casually threw dozens of explosive talismans, and the scene reversed dramatically, forcing the cultivators back. Amidst their astonished gazes, the girl continued to pull out handfuls of precious talismans from her chinkoan bag, which seemed like a bottomless pit, with talismans that never seemed to end. Her casual tossing of talismans, devoid of concern, caused the impoverished cultivators to feel a pang of heartache, and they grew increasingly indignant at the unfairness of fate. They brandished their swords and charged again. Having spent several days in the spirit-rich secret realm, Yi sensed her Dantian's bottleneck loosening once more. She abandoned her playful mindset and joined the fray, honing her sword intent amidst the clash of real swords. Finally, a torrential downpour of petals, a strand of sword intent cleaved through the air, condensing into thousands of needle-like strikes, piercing toward the crowd with the force of 1,000 knives, breaking through their spiritual defenses. It was somewhat interesting. The only remaining young male cultivator barely steadied himself, a metallic taste rising in his throat. He was horrified to realize that this girl had comprehended sword intent at such a young age. But what of it? In the face of an absolute gap in strength, any minor skills were insignificant. With eyes aflame, the youth gritted his teeth in jealousy at Yi Yan's extraordinary talent. The surrounding with spirit energy converged, and he stomped heavily on the ground, causing thick vines to burst forth like ghostly hands, lunging directly at Yi Yan. She was a spell cultivator. In the ensuing chaos, Yi Yan's gaze remained clear. She leaped into the air, gripping her sword to slash, and several powerful sword energies instantly severed a multitude of vines. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of vines, one of them struck directly at her forehead. Yi Yan tilted her head, narrowly dodging the blow, but a gash appeared on her cheek, droplets of blood splattering to the ground. The array began to materialize. A cornered beast still fights fiercely, but ultimately it is a dying horse. The young man failed to notice the commotion on the ground. He sneered down at the half-kneeling girl, his footsteps crunching over fallen leaves. I already gave you a chance, but you did not recognize it. Now, Yi Yan used her spiritual energy to complete the final array pattern, and the stone tablet collapsed with a thunderous roar. Surrounding lights surged, instantly engulfing the girl's slender figure. As the youth had yet to finish his words, he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the girl had vanished without a trace. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Search! Find her for me. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will uncover her." Upon reopening her eyes, Yi Yan found herself in a dim chamber with only a coffin before her. Could it be that the remains of the great artifact master lay within? She cast a healing spell upon herself and approached with a sense of reverence. The coffin, a mere wooden box, bore no inscription of its master's name, and its lack of a lid was almost pitiful. Ascending the steps, Yi Yin beheld the desiccated bones within, their features long since indistinguishable. Perhaps it was because this great master had been her first teacher in the art of artifact crafting that she felt no fear, but rather a deep respect and sorrow. It was lamentable that such a formidable figure had perished in obscurity, unknown to the world for millennia. Yi Yin was grateful to have met her predecessor 1,000 years later and expressed her thanks for the guidance she had received. She bowed before the wooden coffin, performing a standard apprenticeship ritual, and stated, "Half a year ago, due to the ignorance of a junior, I inadvertently entered the cave left by my esteemed predecessor and received a handwritten manual from you." From her chinkun bag, she retrieved the manual and the artifact blueprints, placing them beside the remains, acknowledging the folly of her youth in correcting a few of the predecessor's mistakes, and inscribing her insights on the last 2 blank pages. It was time for the rightful owner to reclaim their possessions. Chapter 44. Dragon Bones. After a millennium of waiting, she had fortunately encountered a kindred spirit. Her heart's wish was fulfilled. A robust man, adorned with a sword case, appeared in a distant corner, his expression a mix of joy and sorrow as he bowed to the girl. Yet, when Yin blinked again, he had vanished, leaving her to wonder if it had all been an illusion. However, the man's resemblance to the young blacksmith in the cave was uncanny. The sensation of being watched since entering the chamber gradually faded, her long-held obsession dissipating. Before her, the scene transformed. The skeletal remains in the stone coffin had vanished, replaced by a half-human-sized sword case lying quietly at the bottom of the coffin. Alongside the manual and blueprints she had placed earlier was an additional, thicker artifact manual. It was indeed an illusion. Regaining her composure, Yi Yin cradled the manual in her hands and began to peruse its contents, unsurprisingly discovering it to be the legacy of the artifact master. He had not only compiled a catalog of renowned artifacts, but had also left behind his proudest creation within the sword case. The sword case? Yi Yin tilted her head toward the coffin, contemplating deeply. However, as she attempted to pry open a corner of the sword case, her pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing her to stumble down the stone steps. She wiped her cheek, her fingers trembling slightly, revealing blood from shallow cuts made by the sword energy that had leaked from the edge. The overwhelming and terrifying sword energy was far beyond her control. Unable to form a spiritual barrier around herself, that destructive sword energy could easily shred a chi refinement stage cultivator to pieces. Yi Yin quickly cast a healing spell on herself, but dared not recklessly open the sword case again, still shaken by the previous moment. In that fleeting instant, she caught a glimpse of the sword within the case. The blade was adorned with intricate golden patterns, its back sharp and defined, tapering to a deadly point. Each glimmer of sword light radiating a lethal aura. The sword's surface was enveloped in countless strands of overwhelming sword intent. This was the superior immortal sword, Qi Ju Jian. It turned out that the great master was the swordsmith of this celestial weapon, although he lamented not having forged a divine artifact. He had personally crafted the Qi Ju Jian, ranked 13th on the Kangling continent's weapon list. But was this not a significant opportunity for the male protagonist? To her astonishment, it had fallen into her hands first. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with joy, yet she felt a twinge of concern. She had inadvertently seized 2 opportunities from the male protagonist. Although both were earned through her own merit, she could not help but worry about the celestial path perception or potential retribution. However, she would never willingly relinquish her fortune. Casting aside her chaotic thoughts, Yi Yin resolutely decided to forge her own path. Having finally glimpsed the bizarre and wondrous world of cultivation, she knew that if she remained timid in the face of the original narrative, she would ultimately fall victim to a tragic fate. It was better to seize the opportunity to grow stronger, thus enabling her to truly take control of her destiny. In the original tale, Mo Yunhan had just acquired his first opportunity when the entire secret realm began to collapse. In his flight, he had inadvertently stumbled into the hidden chamber left by the great master, nearly falling victim to possession. Fortunately, a mysterious blood pearl within him had annihilated the remnant soul of the great master, allowing him to tame the Qi Ju Jian. In contrast, Yi Yin, having dispelled the great master's lingering wish, had naturally avoided the possession plotline. Though she had obtained the Qiju Jian, she was powerless to tame it. Unfazed, Yi Yin decided to store the entire sword case in her Chinquan bag. There would be time enough in the future. Just as she was about to place the artifact catalog into the bag, her fingers unexpectedly flipped to a corner of the book's seam, revealing a hidden letter. Signed by Shangwan Cheng. So, the great master was named Shangwan Cheng. Her emotions surged as she used her spiritual power to inscribe Shangwan Cheng upon the wooden coffin before opening the envelope. The letter revealed that the master had inadvertently entered this secret realm, intending to seek a breakthrough opportunity before his lifespan waned, but had unfortunately encountered the collapse of the realm. The ancient text, "I am doomed to bring calamity upon the world," was hastily scrawled, and Yi Yin could only decipher these few words. In all the historical texts she had read, dragons were merely legends. The current demon realm held no trace of dragonkind. Perhaps she had misinterpreted it? Continuing her reading, she learned that the great master had expended his final ounce of spiritual energy to hastily leave behind this legacy realm, and this letter for his loved ones. Filled with boundless remorse, he had rushed through life, dedicating his entire being to the crafting of artifacts, yet had neglected those around him, only to awaken to this truth at the end of his life. If a fated person were to acquire the treasure, he implored that this letter be delivered to his closest kin. Yet 1,000 years had passed, and his loved ones had likely long since departed. Yi Yin bit her lip, unable to conceal her emotions as she clasped her fists toward the wooden coffin, expressing her gratitude to Master Shangwan for this generous gift. "I am deeply grateful, and if I am fortunate enough to meet your descendants, I shall certainly deliver this letter." Returning to where she had been, she found that the stone tablet had entirely collapsed, and the group had vanished without a trace. The ground beneath her trembled and cracked, while the forest echoed with the roars of countless beasts. "I can smell the scent of death in the thousands." Gui Ji stirred awake, akin to a cat catching the scent of blood, licking her lips. "Let's take a look over there. Perhaps a good show awaits." Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, the stench of death and blood permeated the air, with countless bodies of cultivators piled high. The remaining few dozen cultivators drew their swords to confront the advancing black-clad man. Mo Yunhan did not even blink, severing their bodies with a single strike, the cold blade dripping with blood. "Brother Yunhan, what is happening?" These cultivators seem to have gone mad, attacking anyone they see. Yi Qingyao trembled behind him, her pale face clutching a precious egg close to her chest. Mo Yunhan closed his eyes for a moment and spoke solemnly. "It is the dragon bones." He struggled to suppress the surging bloodlust within him, veins bulging beneath his skin, as an unseen force compelled him to step forward. Yi Qingyao closely followed him, sensing the egg in her arms trembling. Was it just her imagination? Or were dragon bones? Were they not merely a legend? Confusion clouded her face as she relied on the man's protection. Yi Qingyao trailed behind Mo Yunhan through the twisting paths until he finally came to a halt. "We have arrived." His eyes blazed with intensity, fixated upon the spiritual pond before them, its aura so rich it seemed to drip. Yet his focus was elsewhere. "Obtain it." A voice in his heart clamored. Mo Yunhan's gaze darkened. It turned out that dragons truly existed in this world. They were not mere myths. Chapter 45, Mine. "Stay here and do not wander," Mo Yunhan commanded, gripping the sword hilt tightly as he turned to her, speaking in a low voice. "Be careful, Brother Yunhan." Yi Qingyao, feeling helpless, nodded and timidly retreated to the corner. She then witnessed the man plunge into the water pool without a moment's hesitation, his pant legs completely soaked. "I must obtain it." His eyes burned fiercely as he fixated on the impending dragon bone, but an overwhelming force suddenly overturned him. Mo Yunhan fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, his gaze dark as he looked ahead. Behind him, Yi Qingyao's panicked cries echoed. How could there be a demon beast? Such a terrifying demon beast. Before them stood a formidable 7th-tier white tiger demon beast, its power approaching that of a great ascension stage cultivator. Even the usually composed and proud Mo Yunhan felt his pupils constrict and a bone-chilling cold grip him. How could such a realm, long trodden by countless cultivators for millennia, still harbor a demon beast of such extraordinary strength? The demon beast towered like a mountain, its golden eyes glinting with menace. And as it struck the ground with its paw, the entire cave began to tremble, its roar resonating like a tangible attack. Ah! Yi Qingyao intended to approach Mo Yunhan with a healing elixir, but terror seized her, causing her to scream and collapse, fainting from sheer fright. Under the oppressive aura of the demon beast, the chasm of power between them felt insurmountable. Mo Yunhan sensed his heart meridian shatter, blood oozing from his orifices, his body swaying, on the brink of unconsciousness, his frail form sustained only by sheer will. The demon beast's eyes widened with fury as it spoke. I am the guardian demon beast appointed by the demon lord, having slumbered in this secret realm for a millennium, and yet you reckless children dare to disturb my rest. You ignorant humans, greedy cultivators, how dare you attempt to seize the divine dragon bone? This is utterly unforgivable. Today I shall bury you here. With that, the demon beast struck down with its paw. Mo Yunhan found himself immobilized by the oppressive force, his body rigid, yet he gazed defiantly at the impending death. Wielding his sword and charging at the white tiger with thunderous sword intent, akin to a desperate last stand. However, his full-powered strike was effortlessly shattered by the demon beast's paw, leaving the beast unharmed. This was the sheer dominance of strength. With life hanging by a thread, a radiant red light erupted from within Mo Yunhan, resembling thousands of sharp blades surging toward the demon beast. The white tiger revealed astonishment as it was pierced by the red light, collapsing like a hill. The ground quaked and fissured, cracks expanding from the depths of the cave, signaling imminent collapse of a portion of the secret realm. Enduring immense pain, Mo Yunhan drove his sword into the ground, gathering strength to rise. The dying demon beast no longer posed a threat. He plunged into the water pool, intent on seizing the dragon bone. His fingers barely brushed the glowing aura surrounding it when a terrifying force suddenly repelled him, crashing him against the stone wall, large shards lacerating his skin. This object, as an owner, from the darkness emerged another figure, his voice cool and calm as he spoke, unnoticed by anyone. The man, with black hair and red eyes, possessed an enchanting and extraordinary visage, surrounded by swirling dark energy, resembling a dragon. He paid no attention to the bloodied Mo Yunhan nor the dying white tiger, instead moving directly toward the trembling dragon bone. As the man submerged into the water pool, the originally clear waters reflected glimmers of dark scales. A serpentine tail lurking in the depths, poised to emerge. Mo Yunhan's eyes glowed red with intensity, fixated on him. Had this man been lurking here all along? Or had he just arrived? How had he remained undetected? Since the appearance of this male cultivator, the voice within him had also vanished. Mo Yunhan was oblivious to the reasons, but a singular thought consumed him. He must acquire this dragon bone, come what may. If not, he would rather destroy it. He leapt into the air, sword in hand, charging toward the approaching figure. The man did not even blink, extending his palm toward him. The seemingly light force carried with it the weight of annihilation, sending Mo Yunhan flying dozens of meters away. Mo Yunhan bit down on his bloodied teeth, glaring resentfully at the man who had intervened, his heart filled with unwillingness as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Divine Lord, you have finally awakened, the white tiger exclaimed in joy, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood before its eyes gradually closed. The man glanced over, his expression indifferent, as if the fate of the demon beast held no significance for him. But why had he inadvertently arrived here? He had intended to search for her. A woman's figure flickered in his mind, yet remained indistinct, her face unrecognizable. Who was she? Lost in thought, he grasped the dragon bone in his palm. The jade-like cold white spine instantly transformed into countless specks of light, surging into his body. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted from him, unleashing a cataclysmic impact throughout the secret realm. Within the secret realm, a dragon's roar shattered the heavens. The earth split apart, mountains crumbled, and countless cultivators fled in panic, only to have their lives extinguished moments later. The surviving cultivators raced desperately, seeking an exit from the secret realm. Demon beasts fled through the forest, while birds and beasts circled high above, all gazing at a particular mountain range, ultimately prostrating before it in reverent fear. The demon lord had awakened. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xianxi absorbed the dragon bone, and fragments of previously blank memories began to resurface. He vaguely recalled something, yet a certain consciousness impeded him from delving deeper, leaving him increasingly agitated and violent. His crimson pupils flared brighter, the beast-like gaze becoming terrifyingly fierce, swirling with dense malevolence. He extended his palm, dark energy coiling within, exuding the potential for devastation. He yearned for slaughter, for destruction. Clenching his fists, he forcefully suppressed his body's thirst for carnage, his long lashes trembling as he finally approached the lifeless white tiger, drawing a bloodied line across his palm. Golden red blood dripped down onto the tiger's forehead, revealing the initial traces of the Demon King's divine markings. It signified the beast's ascension from a seventh-tier demon beast to a demon king, its power rivaling that of a cultivator in the tribulation stage. 1,000 years of guarding had earned this. This is what you deserve, he declared before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Half an hour prior, Yi Yin had reached the mountain range, her gaze falling upon the corpses of hundreds of cultivators. The electric power lingering on their wounds indicated the handiwork of the male protagonist, Mo Yunhan. Adhering to her principle of waste not, she collected the Qian Kuan bags from the fallen cultivators. As she probed the bags with her consciousness, she discovered countless precious spirit plants, spirit fruits, and beast skins, treasures that the proud male protagonist disdainfully overlooked, yet for her, a girl from the slums, it was a windfall. Subsequently, Yi Yin applied a mid-grade concealment talisman to shield her from the probing consciousness of cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below. She stealthily entered the cave through a faint trail. However, before she could delve deeper into the cave, an overwhelming pressure swept through, shattering her very soul. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, stumbling to the ground as a surge of energy barely shielded her heart meridian, yet she still succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, someone approached the fainted Yi Yin, bending down to extend a hand. His long, pale fingers brushed against her fragile neck, drawing blood along her snow-white skin. The man's red eyes deepened, a sinister aura emerging. Just a bit more pressure, and an exceedingly resistant force suddenly repelled him, causing the man to take 2 steps back in surprise, only to realize that this familiar power did not belong to him. It was as if he had awakened from a stupor. His eyes lost their crimson hue, shifting to a deep blue. He bit his lip, shaken, gazing at the unconscious female cultivator. Yin Yin. He scooped her up in his arms and swiftly departed the secret realm. In the next instant, the secret realm collapsed entirely, expelling the remaining cultivators, who fell unconscious at Xingqiu Mountain. What has transpired? The Xiantian secret realm has collapsed? Does this mean no one will ever enter the realm again? An ever-growing crowd of cultivators and mortals gathered at the mountain peak, their faces etched with fear as they discussed the event. Word spread rapidly, igniting a sensation among the 8 great sections. Chapter 46, Pregnancy? In the ancient secret realm, it is either the spontaneous birth of heaven and earth or the legacy left by powerful beings from millennia ago. Without external influences, such places may endure for thousands of years. However, the Xiantian secret realm has suddenly collapsed, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. The greatest shock is felt by the Wuju sect, which recalls the calamity that befell their minor secret realm half a year prior, which similarly shattered into chaos due to the emergence of a demon king. What could have caused the collapse of the Xiantian secret realm? Could it be that some disciples awakened days later, entirely oblivious to what transpired, as if their memories were forcibly taken? Meanwhile, Mo Yunhan remains in a deep coma with no signs of awakening, causing the sect leader great distress. Numerous banquets have been held to invite elders from the Yaodan Peak to diagnose him, yet there has been no improvement. After awakening, Yi Qingyao wept profusely before the elders. Though she too has forgotten the events within the secret realm, she vaguely recalls encountering something terrifying. Brother Yunhan did this to protect me, she sobbed, dabbing her tear-streaked cheeks with a handkerchief, her soft tear marks evoking sympathy. Yet she feigned strength, assuring the sect leader and the elders that despite her simplicity, she has some understanding of medicinal herbs and will care for Brother Yunhan until he awakens. As long as Brother Yunhan remains unconscious, I will stay by his side. In just a few words, she not only showcased her kindness and gratitude, but also subtly drew their connection closer. The gathered crowd seemed to understand, wearing expressions of knowing but not speaking. The ties between the Mo and Yi families were well known, yet another protagonist was conspicuously absent. However, it now appeared that this second daughter of the Yi family was indeed fostering a bond with the sect leader's prodigious disciple, hinting at a potential romantic union. Many had speculated that Mo Yunhan would inherit the sect leader's mantle and become the next leader, leading to a shift in the way some regarded Yi Qingyao, now imbued with a hint of favor. Meanwhile, upon exiting the secret realm, Xianxi hurriedly carried the unconscious Yi Yin to a nearby clinic. Surely, a human would need a physician when unwell, he pondered uncertainly. Are you the patient? He asked. I am, Yin Yan Xiong Xian. He hesitated, carefully choosing his words. Then shyly added, Yin Yin is mine. I am hers. The old physician, feeling out of touch, pondered the intricacies of young people's dialogues before clearing his throat. It was evening, and the clinic was devoid of other patients, so he did not bother to lower his voice. Xianxi stood frozen in surprise at the old man's words. Ah, you young ones truly lack concern. It's one thing during ordinary times, but to cause such a ruckus over something so significant. Every year, I encounter several like you. The old physician shook his head while moving to the medicine cabinet. He swiftly prepared 2 packets of medicine, one to replenish vitality and the other to stabilize the pregnancy, delivering them to the still-dazed young man. Make sure to take these on time, he urged. How long has she been pregnant? In their ancestral memory, the gestation period for their lineage could extend to 3 years or longer. If converted, the 6-month time frame equates to slightly over a month for humans. However, their lineage faces great difficulty in reproducing, which is why they are on the brink of extinction. While Xianxi firmly believed the female belonged solely to him, he was uncertain about the child in her womb. The best approach would be to indulge in intimacy. If the egg truly belonged to him, the mother would require his energy to sustain the pregnancy. Otherwise, it would continuously drain her spiritual power. If it were not his egg, he would take the opportunity to eliminate any rival males. 3 days later, Yi Yin slowly awakened, staring blankly at the wooden ceiling, her mind in disarray. Guest, the water is ready. Do you need assistance? A voice called from outside. How strange. Someone brought her to the inn? After some contemplation, she undressed and slipped into the bath. The water was perfectly warm. Perhaps the prolonged tension and chaos in the secret realm, along with fragmented memories, had left her utterly exhausted. Leaning against the edge of the tub, she closed her eyes to relax, massaging her temples. Indulging in a bath, her mind finally found a rare moment of tranquility. Behind the screen, amid swirling mist, flower petals adorned the water, and her long, lustrous hair floated atop, while her skin gleamed like snow, marred only by faint red marks that added a touch of allure. The tear mole at the corner of her eye enhanced her delicate beauty, her expression languid and sleepy, a yawn escaping her lips as a haze clouded her gaze. A sudden wave of heat enveloped her. Yi Yin jolted awake, covering her chest with her hand, feeling an intense warmth beneath her palm. Looking down, she noticed the previously faint red patterns becoming alarmingly vibrant, as if she were ensnared by crimson ribbons, exuding an oddly captivating beauty. Damn, she almost cursed. Why does this seem endless? Such sensations had occurred frequently over the past 6 months, but today they were particularly intense, accompanied by a strange softness and an overwhelming heat. At that moment, a pleasant voice called from outside, Yin Yan. How could it be him? Yi Yan's mind clouded further, her body languid and weak, leaving her speechless. The voice outside grew more urgent, followed by increasingly frantic knocking. Finally, the knocking ceased, and a tall, elegant figure entered her line of sight. In the next instant, cool fingers brushed against her feverish skin, sending shivers down her spine. Yi Yan's eyes flew open, locking onto the startled expression of the man before her. He was truly handsome, the kind that seemed to blossom in her heart. Unable to resist, she took his hand, relishing its coolness, and smiled at him, her lips forming a delicate dimple, her dark hair cascading over the water like a siren. Xianxi suddenly found himself entranced, hesitating to meet her gaze as a blush crept onto his cheeks. Yin, she began, but before she could finish, he was pulled into the bath by her. A moment of urgent relief had arrived. Chapter 47, 101, 74, 96. To break through from the perfection of qi refinement to foundation establishment is the first formidable challenge that cultivators face on the path to longevity. Except for a few with exceptional roots who can advance independently, most cultivators of average talent require the assistance of foundation establishment pills to facilitate their breakthrough. However, it is often said that pills carry a trace of toxicity. Typically, Those who resolve to rely on foundation establishment pills are often those who face bleak prospects of advancement thereafter. Once they consume the pills, their subsequent breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Though Yin possesses 5 spiritual roots, making her cultivation speed slow and her advancement exceedingly challenging, she had no intention of relying on foundation establishment pills. She had prepared herself for spending resources to establish her foundation, only to awaken one day to discover she had genuinely established her foundation, a legitimate early stage of foundation establishment. After the battle last night, upon awakening at dawn, Yin felt invigorated, having not only easily broken through to foundation establishment, but also fully restored her damaged meridians. Could she be a furnace body, dressed and tied her way sash? Yin turned her gaze toward the bed, her brows furrowed in confusion. Beneath the fragrant canopy, an alluring figure lay disheveled on the soft couch, his eyes glistening like dew, the corners tinged with red. His clothes were slightly damp and half removed, his dark hair cascading enticingly over his bare shoulders, adding an enchanting allure to his cool demeanor. At that moment, he gazed at her with a pitiful expression, his watery eyes filled with emotion, his scarlet lips slightly bitten, a blend of annoyance and shyness. The man's exquisite collarbone bore faint red marks, reminiscent of playful scratches from a mischievous cat. These crimson imprints stood out starkly against his pale, cool skin. Realizing the source of these marks, Yian's gaze quickly darted away, her heart fluttering in uncertainty. As adults, they had willingly engaged in their liaison. Why then did she wear such a look of unjust victimization? The joy was mutual. It wasn't as if she had forced him against his will. He merely gazed at her, his lashes partially lowered, lips pressed together in silence. His stunningly delicate face appeared pale and fragile, evoking a desire within her to rush to his side. Weight drained, her brow furrowed again as Yin stood frozen beside the bed. She closed her eyes and focused her energy, feeling the vibrant spiritual essence within her dantian. Surely, she hadn't truly drained him, had she? Typically, it is the spirits that absorb human essence. Why did he seem to appear as though he had been drained instead? Yian's thoughts became somewhat convoluted as she pinched her brow. The events of the previous night had been extraordinarily bizarre. She had lost control in a moment of folly. And it was indeed absurd. How could Xianzhe not have resisted? A swift strike to render her unconscious would have been far less awkward than this embarrassing predicament. Are you awake? Feeling any better? Yian steadied her mind and offered him a pouch of spiritual stones. Her voice softened considerably. Xianzhe accepted the stones without hesitation, crushing them into powder. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. The awkwardness lingered, as she was inexperienced and unsure of what to do next. Ultimately, she sat by the bed, grasping his hand, her expression earnest and sincere. I will take responsibility for you. I will not abandon you. He fixed his gaze upon her, his beautiful eyes glistening. Then, with a slight flutter of his lashes, he murmured, "Don't lie to me." Ian couldn't help but chuckle, nodding earnestly. In that fleeting moment, she had an epiphany. In the original story, the male lead was unafraid even of female ghosts. She, after all, was harboring a charming demon in her golden chamber. Was there anything wrong with that? No, there was none. However, she needed to know what kind of demon he truly was. As they opened their hearts to one another, it was only right for them to understand each other's backgrounds. Since Yin had embraced him as her own, she wished for transparency between them. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Xianzhe, feeling the delicate skin beneath his palm, allowed his gaze to droop slightly as he pressed a little harder, murmuring, "I'm thirsty." His voice was hoarse, and he leaned weakly against her shoulder, gently curling a finger around hers and giving a light shake. Yin immediately smiled. "I'll fetch you some water." After their tumultuous night, he must have been exhausted. She needed to replenish his strength promptly. "I want meat," he stated, as per his usual demeanor. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to the window, adeptly listing the dishes she would order. Oblivious to the way Xianzhe's eyes brightened and a smile graced his lips. "However, I'm not very familiar with this small town you're looking for, so I'll have to keep an eye out while we travel." As they exited the inn, Yin felt as if she had forgotten something important. Upon reflection, she realized how Xianzhe had fortuitously found his way to Xingqiang Mountain and happened upon her in her unconscious state, bringing her to a nearby town to rest. If one were to call it mere coincidence, she would not believe it. Perhaps demons possess unique tracking abilities? shaking her head to dispel her doubts. She unwittingly approached a clothing shop. Xiaohuagu. The name sounded rather pleasant. Upon entering, a young attendant greeted her warmly, inquiring what the customer wished to purchase. Though our shop is small, we offer a plethora of styles and exquisite craftsmanship, especially the recently popular Yunjin fabric, which is in high demand. The attendant suggested she measure herself in a fitting room. 101, 74, 96, Yi Yin efficiently recited a set of numbers, having measured herself thoroughly the previous night. Not only was she satisfied with her appearance, but her figure was also pleasing. Choose the finest fabric available. The attendant's eyes lit up, realizing the young lady was selecting a gift for her beloved. Yi Yin reiterated her measurements, paid, and then selected several beautiful fabrics for custom orders, which would be ready in a few days. Let me try it on to see if it fits. She noticed he had been wearing the same outfit and was unsure from which cultivator he had obtained it. It was only fitting to provide him with a new ensemble, especially since his previous one had been soaked through last night. Xianzhe's expression brightened with joy, appearing both surprised and cherished. After changing into the new clothes, Yi Yin tied the belt for her clumsy little demon, stepping back to admire her handiwork before nodding in satisfaction. Now you look like a proper person. After resting for a few days at the inn, Yi Yin decided to organize her Chinquan bag. As she retrieved a communication jade dish, she discovered dozens of unread messages, all from one individual, Tong Jinzue. Yi Yin was somewhat astonished. Once Xianzhe fell asleep, she took out a mid-grade spiritual stone and placed it into the jade dish's central recess. Almost instantly, a video call was established. Oh, my dear aunt, you finally have news. It has been 2 whole months without a word. I thought you had vanished without a trace. Tong Jinzue exclaimed, fidgeting anxiously, surrounded by indistinguishable noise. His words tumbled out, revealing his palpable urgency. Yi Yin, unperturbed, smiled and rested her chin on her hand. What has happened that has you so flustered? Sit down and have some cool tea to calm your nerves. She took a sip of her tea, moistening her lips, feeling somewhat parched of late. Tong Jinzue had no time to savor tea or recite poetry. He lamented, the 200 talismans you entrusted to me have already been sold out. Our shop has not received any new talismans for over half a month, and the orders have been delayed for 3 months. Many customers are complaining about the slow delivery and demanding refunds. Do not fret. I will return in 3 days. Not only will I hand over 400 talismans to you, but I also have another surprise in store. She presented herself as a strategist, her demeanor deceptively composed. On the other end, Tong Jinzue's voice quieted, his excitement palpable as if he had been anchored by a stabilizing charm. Yi Yin, too, had formulated a plan. Just as she stored the jade dish away, Xianzhe was stirred awake. He rubbed his eyes sleepily, leaning his head against her shoulder, and asked softly, what are you doing? Money has arrived. The spiritual stones you like, she said, lightly flicking his smooth forehead with her finger, succinctly summarizing. Afterward, Yi Yin firmly closed the door, then retrieved several formation plates from her storage bag, placing them at the door and window to prevent prying eyes from other cultivators. Xianzhe lay on the bed, watching her busily, propping his chin lazily, as he was not inclined to help. Once everything was arranged, she pulled out the spoils she had acquired from the secret realm, carefully stacking them on the floor and meticulously counting and organizing each item. A variety of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, along with an assortment of demon beast hides, bones, and teeth, filled half the room, leaving hardly any space to stand. Yi Yin took out a few sheets of paper, diligently recording each item. Among them were numerous materials suitable for crafting talismans and refining tools, as well as precious spiritual plants that could fortify her spiritual energy. Yi Yin retrieved 2 Chinquan bags, placing her share of the spoils into one, while categorizing the items intended for sale into another, managing them with care. The young attendant arrived to collect the bathing tub, only to find it half filled with water, impeccably clean, as though it had been meticulously scrubbed. How odd! The attendant scratched his head before leaving with the tub. Once the door was closed, Yi Yin noticed Xianzhe gazing in that direction and couldn't resist pinching his face, which was smooth and cool. Wasn't this all you're doing? Xianzhe recalled their intimate moments from the previous night, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he mumbled something inaudible. Yi Yin did not catch his words. Regardless, he felt indifferent. Whether closed or not, he would follow Yi Yan's lead. Upon reaching the foundational stage, A cultivator can soar through the skies on a sword. Coincidentally, Yian's Chinquan bag contained only a few paper cranes capable of fleeting flight, and her spirit stones were nearly depleted by Xianxi. Thus, she boldly attempted to fly on her sword. The two ascended a nearby mountain peak, enveloped in mist, resembling an otherworldly paradise. With a flicker of thought, her Suhui sword leapt into her palm, hovering momentarily in midair before settling at their feet. The blade expanded with the wind, transforming into a broad sword suitable for carrying another. She invited Xianxi aboard, no, on the sword, although the Suhui sword displayed a hint of reluctance. Disapproving of carrying anyone but its master, its inherently gentle nature meant it merely swayed slightly in protest before diligently commencing its task. Aware that its master had recently acquired a new sword, the two swords had exchanged pleasantries several times within the Chinquan bag, yet the newcomer always bore an unruly demeanor, disdainful of all, including its master, refusing to submit to a lower-tier cultivator, and mockingly dismissing the Suhui sword as an inferior blade. The Suhui sword longed to distinguish itself, not merely for the sake of competition, but to uphold its pride. Yi Yin gazed into the distance, consulted her map to ascertain their location, and urged Xianxi to hold her waist tightly. With a swift incantation of the sword control technique, the sword surged upward, piercing through the clouds and ascending towards the heavens. In an instant, they traversed several miles. The scene before them was a mesmerizing tapestry of swirling mist and radiant hues. As beautiful as a celestial realm, it felt as though divine companions were soaring through the skies together. And the atmosphere was so harmonious that it stirred deep affections within them. Xianxi sweetly remarked, "This is my first time riding a sword." Yan repeated, "Ah, me too. What a coincidence that we are both novices." Suddenly, the young beauty behind her fell silent for a moment. Xianxi tightened his embrace around her waist, burying his face in her fragrant hair, casting a furtive glance at the unfathomable abyss below, feeling as if even the slightest tremor could send him plummeting into a dismal fate. Ian reassured him with unwavering confidence, "Trust me, it will be fine." However, no sooner had she spoken than calamity struck. A sudden surge of wind from above swept towards them, and Yi Yin, still inexperienced in sword control, found herself and Xianxi thrown off balance. Fortunately, she had already established a protective aura, stabilizing herself and embracing Xianxi as they descended to a nearby mountain peak. They exchanged silent glances. After a moment, she said, "Trust me once more." Xianxi gazed at her quietly, casting a sidelong glance at her lower abdomen, suddenly contemplating the possibility that it might indeed be his child. After all, with the way she had been carrying on for half a year, it would have likely vanished otherwise. Appearing hesitant for a while, Xianxi ultimately took her hand. His hand was perpetually cold and slender, akin to an unyielding stone that could never warm up, yet the young lady's palm felt soft and warm, a sensation he cherished and wished to hold on to. While cultivators at the foundational stage could fly on swords, most required years of practice before daring to embark on such journeys. Only Yi Yin, unafraid like a newborn calf, took to the skies immediately upon reaching this stage, her innate talent for sword control truly enviable. After a couple of minor mishaps, they successfully arrived at the market. Chapter 49. Investment. The shop was noticeably quieter than when she had left, evidently struggling without talisman support. Upon receiving word, Tong Jin eagerly rushed out to greet her. As if he had finally grasped the last straw of hope, tears of joy streaming down his face. Yi Yin not only presented the promised 400 talismans, but also revealed spoils from the secret realm, intending to sell them as well. As he beheld the entire Chinquan bag filled with rare treasures, Tong Jin's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. However, Yi Yin did not immediately hand over the talismans and materials. "I wish to amend part of our previous agreement," she stated. Tong Jin shook his head, offering a harmless smile. "It's not a matter of price. I wish to invest." Invest. Even Tong Jin, a merchant by trade, was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar term. Yi Yin nodded and simplified the explanation. "After investing, all these treasures will be entrusted to you for sale, and I shall not seek any other merchants. Furthermore," she added, "I will provide you with a certain number of talismans for free each month, all for you to sell. However, the condition was clear. I require 50% of the shop's profits." The shop would remain his, with all rights and ownership still under his name. I can unconditionally supply you with talismans and other rare treasures, but I demand a 50% share of total sales. This would be my new contract. I wonder if the shopkeeper would agree? This matter is significant. Allow me to ponder it further. He feigned hesitation. To be frank, the new contract heavily favored Tong Jin, binding Yi Yin to the shop and preventing her from abandoning it, thus cutting off the sole source of talismans for the store. Moreover, the young lady's exceptional identity hinted at a potential backing from a prestigious cultivation family. If he could secure her support, they would be as one, naturally gaining the protection of that mysterious family. As for the profit share, Tong Jin had modest aspirations, merely wishing to open his small shop, earn a little for a family, and this young lady was his first and most significant stepping stone. Tong Jin, a shrewd businessman who could discern priorities, ultimately nodded in agreement. As you wish. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with sincerity, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox that had just succeeded in its schemes, causing Tong Jin to shiver slightly. She continued, I have prepared 2 copies of the contract for you to review. If there are no objections, we shall swear the heart demon oath. Tong Jin focused on the immediate benefits, while Yi Yan's gaze was far more ambitious. She envisioned nurturing a future enterprise that could rival the Zhenbao Pavilion. After accepting the signed terms, Yi Yin departed with satisfaction. In the early stages of qi cultivation, the significance of spirit stones had not yet dawned upon her. However, as she progressed, she increasingly realized their vital role in her cultivation. Beyond the insatiable void within her, her 5 spirit roots demanded excessive amounts of spiritual energy, and as a sword cultivator, she needed to venture forth and hone her skills to ascend, making it impossible to divert energy towards earning spirit stones. Moreover, her beloved sword required spirit stones for maintenance, and the precious little demon she nurtured consumed them like a bottomless pit. The scarcity of spirit stones became a recurring theme in her life. Yi Yin resolved to pursue her primary objective, to earn spirit stones. It was evident that the absurd tales of hidden ghost cultivators in mortal towns had spread across the major sections. Yi Yin, upon seeing the 100 contribution points displayed on the jade plate, fell into contemplation. Generally speaking, outer disciples train for 4 years to ascend to inner disciples. 4 requirements must be met. 1. Breakthrough in foundational cultivation. 2. Pass all course assessments each year. 3. Maintain a contribution point total of no less than 200. 4. Successfully navigate the inner disciple promotion assessment held that year. If all 4 conditions were satisfied, the outer disciple could directly leap to inner disciple status. Otherwise, they must continue their training. Yi Yin had an inexplicable premonition that she would ascend next year. The next day, at the hour of the hare, Yi Yin quietly entered the classroom early, only to find the usually sparse room filled to capacity. From the moment she stepped in, all eyes turned toward her, gasps and murmurs echoing as if witnessing an incredible spectacle. Something felt amiss. Yi Yin paused slightly, her expression calm as she ignored the myriad gazes directed at her and walked straight to her seat. The crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Is she Yi Yin? One female cultivator murmured, covering her mouth. It was a momentous occasion when I finally encountered the legendary figure known as Xianren Banban. Such extraordinary talent, achieving first place in the Kiki assessment. A disciple observed the sword sheathed at her waist, deepening his confusion. Was she not a sword cultivator? It was one thing to excel in the swordsmanship course, but how had she managed to secure the top position in the elective courses on artifact crafting and talisman making as well? The examination venue was equipped with surveillance formations, making it impossible to cheat. As Ian settled in her seat, Long Tianyu approached her. Indeed, she had enrolled in the formation course this semester, and they happened to share the same classroom. I overheard some senior disciples mention that no outer sect disciple had ever claimed multiple first places in previous assessments. Yet here she was, having mastered 3 subjects in 1 semester and attaining 3 first-place honors. Little Fatty Yu gazed at the young woman with admiration. Although she was only 2 or 3 years older than him, she exuded an aura of calmness and excellence that compelled him to look up to her. Ian was momentarily taken aback. She had merely submitted a couple of assessment tasks and had inadvertently stirred such a commotion. She coughed lightly, covered her mouth, and glanced at the talkative little Fatty Yu, tapping her fingers on the table. Sensing something, she remarked, "Ah, little Yu," as the saying goes. One should not judge others by their apparent success. Although I have made a remarkable impression, I have put an extraordinary effort behind the scenes. Little Fatty nodded earnestly, clenching his small fist, resolving to not neglect his studies in the future and to strive diligently, like his senior sister, aspiring to achieve greatness one day. Chapter 50. In fact, I am quite wealthy. How have your studies been progressing? At the mention of this, Little Fatty's spirits sank. He retrieved several recently crafted formation plates from his chinquin bag and arranged them on the table. Ian picked each formation plate up, infused her spiritual energy into them for inspection, and then raised her eyebrows in admiration. You have made significant progress. These formation plates are usable, and the flow of spiritual energy is well controlled. What astounded me most was that this second-grade 5-elements formation, with its intricate patterns, contained no errors whatsoever. At your age and level of cultivation, you truly possess exceptional talent. Yi Yin praised sincerely. Many foundation-building formation masters could not achieve such results. And yet Little Fatty was merely at the 7th layer of qi refining. Just half a year ago, he had only reached the 2nd layer of qi refining. The advancement of a formation master relies on the quantity and success rate of the formations they craft. The more formations they successfully create, the higher their rank and the faster their cultivation speed. Such rapid progress indicated his remarkable aptitude for formations. Long Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling shyly as he scratched his head. I only discarded the flawed formation plates so that no one would see them. Since receiving guidance from Yi Yin half a year ago, he had become enamored with crafting formations, holding himself to stricter standards. Although he presented these crafted formation plates, he had privately ruined hundreds of them in his practice. How many completed formation plates do you currently possess? He counted on his fingers and estimated there were about 20 or 30. Sometimes, to fully grasp a formation, I need to continuously craft several identical formation plates, though most of them are collecting dust and storage. Excess formation plates can be sold. Ian's mind began to formulate a plan and offered some sound advice. Cultivating the 5 arts of cultivation consumes a great deal of spirit stones, and among them, formation masters are particularly costly. Various high-quality formation plates, flags, and stones must be purchased at high prices, and once damaged, they cannot be reused. Typically, only affluent families possess the resources to cultivate formation masters. Although it seems that Long Tianyu is not currently lacking in spirit stones, having spent time together, I have a general understanding of his family situation. Little Fatty is not particularly gifted among his siblings, so his family naturally does not prioritize his training, and the resources available to him are limited. In the future, when he attempts to inscribe higher-level formations, the materials required will demand even more spirit stones, and he will find himself in a tight spot. Are you suggesting I sell the unused formation plates? Little Fatty's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. But most of my formation plates are first grade, quite common, and not very valuable. I doubt any shop would buy them. Having grown up in a cultivation family and sect, you cannot comprehend the rarity of formation masters. From your perspective, formation masters and first-grade formation plates seem ubiquitous. However, in the broader context of the cultivation world, most cultivators remain ordinary loose cultivators, forever stuck at the qi refining stage. They primarily need such low-level formation plates, Yi Yin explained. While being able to inscribe high-level formation plates is indeed commendable, we need not exclusively pursue high-end sales. We can start from the ground up and adopt a strategy of selling more at lower margins. After all, we have excelled in this regard. Look at how flourishing our business has become. One must consider all aspects. After Yi Yan's enlightening words, Little Fatty suddenly understood and resolutely decided to join the money-making endeavor. Which shop should I go to sell the formation plates? With the numerous classes at the sect, I cannot spare time to set up a stall at the market. Yi Yin patted his shoulder. You have come to the right person. I'm a master at this. For selling formation plates, I recommend Baisheng Material Shop, where transactions are fair and honest. The best part is that we can split the profits 50-50. As the bell rang, the instructor walked into the classroom, and the previously boisterous room fell silent, leaving only the instructor's clear voice resounding through the lecture hall. Inscribing formations shares similarities with talisman crafting, as many spiritual patterns are interconnected. Even though Yi Yin had missed 2 months of formation classes, she found herself adapting well upon revisiting the material. However, inscribing formations required a broader scope and tested the application of spiritual energy. Yi Yin could complete talisman inscriptions in a mere half an incense stick, yet she spent an entire day without finishing even half of a formation. In the courtyard, as night deepened, Yi Yin found herself wide awake. Under the shimmering moonlight, she stepped outside, sitting cross-legged to continue inscribing the formation plates that she had failed to complete during the day. She possessed an innate stubbornness, resolute in not postponing any task until the following day. Even though she understood that formation masters often took months or even years to inscribe a high-level formation, she felt the urgency of her situation, compelling herself to maximize every moment. Inscribing a complete formation is an extremely energy-consuming endeavor. Yi Yin stuffed handfuls of spirit-replenishing pills in her mouth. Yes, handfuls, not just one at a time. Though she had recently advanced to the early foundation building stage, it had been less than a month since her last promotion. Advancing too quickly could lead to an unstable foundation, and she intended to use this opportunity to solidify her somewhat fragile cultivation. As dawn broke, the sky turned a pale white, and a thin morning mist rose in the courtyard. Yi Yin finally completed the formation plate, albeit it was merely a very basic first-grade concealment formation. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, silently lamenting the difficulty of inscribing formations. Suddenly, as she stood up, her vision blurred, and her legs went numb, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, a long hand reached out from behind her, steadying her. She gazed at her, lips pressed together in silence. Having waited behind her for an unknown duration, he had finally warmed his bed last night, hoping she would join him, only to find her sitting alone in the courtyard throughout the night. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment, he chose not to disturb her, silently keeping her company all night long. Yi Yin had entered a state of deep concentration and had not noticed his presence. Xianxi's gaze fell upon the formation plate she held, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, "Is this one also to be sold?" The first-grade concealment formation was of no use to her, so Yi Yin nodded without much thought. A wave of sorrow washed over Xianxi. For Yi Yin's sake, she had sacrificed her sleeping hours. He felt like a useless male. "In truth, I am quite wealthy," he recalled, remembering the countless sparkling spirit stones and treasures that had once been in his possession. He deeply felt that he should not be impoverished. Yi Yin glanced at him. "Where's that money?" "I don't know. It is over." The child is driven to despair. It is not yet evening, and he has already begun to dream. Yi Yin sighed, affectionately patting his head, and earnestly declared, "Do not overthink. There is no need to worry about spirit stones. Since I have promised to care for you, I will not go back on my word." Yet, Xianxia felt no comfort from her words. Instead, he sank deeper into despondency. In some deeply ingrained subconscious, he believed he should not present himself in such a disheveled state before her. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her assurance. Should he perhaps pluck a couple of scales and sell them? His dragon bones and scales might be quite valuable. Otherwise, he would not have entertained such a thought. A fleeting darkness crossed Xianxi's gaze, a glimmer of crimson flickering within, and he instinctively clenched his palm. Nevertheless, he was drawn to the warmth radiating from her body, an instinctive desire to draw closer. Yi Yin, however, was captivated by an object, exclaiming in curiosity, "What is this?" She moved towards a window. Chapter 51. Entrapped in nightmares, on the windowsill lay a scroll and a map, placed there by an unknown hand. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, "The 9 Nether Secret Realm? Is this yours?" Yi Yin turned to Xianxia, who averted his gaze slightly. After a brief pause, he corrected himself. "It was given to me by someone else." "Who?" Yi Yin's expression turned suddenly vigilant. Drawing her sword, she surveyed the surroundings, having set up defensive formations around the courtyard. How could someone have infiltrated so silently? Either the intruder was far more powerful than her, or they had been lurking in the courtyard without ever being detected. Xianxia stepped forward, taking her hand and shaking his head. "Yin Yin, do not be afraid. He is also a demon. It seems I know him." His tone betrayed uncertainty. "He came last night. You were busy, so I did not dare disturb you. He mentioned that this secret realm contains something of mine that I need to retrieve personally before he departed." Listening to his slow explanation, Yi Yin picked up the scroll again, examining it. "Are you certain the information is reliable? Is he not deceiving you?" "He should have no reason to deceive me. Then I will accompany you." Yi Yin seated herself on a stone bench in the courtyard, casually remarking, "Perhaps the opportunity for the little demon's amnesia lies within the 9 Nether Secret Realm." Xianzhe's eyes brightened slightly as he quietly sat beside her. Yiyan then produced a wolf hairbrush, marking several locations on the map before handing it to him. Look here. The Kanglan continent is divided into 3 sections by various forces. The 8 great sects and the human cultivation realm occupy the largest central area, while the demon realm lies in the southern region and the demon realm in the northern. The 9 nether secret realm, however, is situated at the boundary between the southern and central regions, even closer to the southern demon realm. Furthermore, with the current turmoil in the demon realm, danger lurks everywhere. Yiyan instinctively glanced at the man beside her, only to find he displayed little emotion, maintaining his languid demeanor. She continued, "If we set off directly from here, we would have to traverse the chaotic Soul Sea, the Blood Mist Forest, and the Death Desert, each a peerless region. With just the 2 of us, we cannot pass through." She rolled up the scroll. "Ah, is that not Lady Yi, whom I have not seen in ages?" The leader, a dandy clad in a green robe, fancied himself charming as he fanned himself, grinning with a crooked smile, his gaze lingering on her. His eyes bore a hint of appraisal, a touch of wickedness, and a dash of frivolity. Yiyan raised her eyes to regard him coolly, confirming that she did not recognize this person, and searched her original owner's memories for any trace of him. Yu Kai-ji gazed at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, astonishment coursing through him as he closed his fan, his interest piqued. She stood there, captivating enough that one could not tear their gaze away. Although she wore a simple Taoist robe, her ink-black hair was casually tied with a black ribbon, and her face bore a chill, yet her phoenix-like eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were mesmerizing, adorned with a beauty mark that drew the eye. The light fell upon her fair, exquisite face, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Not only was Yu Kai-ji spellbound, but those behind him were equally astonished. Was this truly the same Yiyan who was once loathed by all? When had she become so beautiful? No, to be precise, she had always been beautiful, but her previous beauty had been overly garish and commonplace. And due to her owner's behavior, she had become an object of disdain, akin to a pearl dulled by dust. However, her current beauty radiated brilliance, akin to a thorny flower, with an ethereal quality in her cold gaze that compelled one to delve into the depths of her enchanting eyes. Is he one of the former lovers of the original owner? Yiyan was taken aback and looked at the newcomer. The original owner had a penchant for handsome men, frequently seeking out lovers, and Yu Kai-ji was among them, though he had been disdainfully rejected with scorn. "What brought it back now? Is there something you need?" she asked, frowning, her tone slightly urgent as she feigned indifference. "Apologies, I am not free." It appeared he had come to curry favor upon seeing her newfound success. She had no desire to befriend such a sycophant. "What?" Yu Kai-ji was taken aback, not expecting to be so decisively rebuffed. Hearing the chuckles from the crowd behind him ignited his anger, his face flushing. No female cultivator had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. Yet, upon gazing at the girl's exquisite face, he restrained himself, attributing her coldness to a mere pretense of aloofness due to their previous unpleasant encounter. Before he could continue to pester her, the atmosphere shifted. The sky darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Thunderbolts like dragons surged down towards Daoyuan Peak. This was a heavenly tribulation. Was someone about to undergo a thunder tribulation? It had been years since the sect had witnessed such thunder. This appeared to be a tribulation for those at the Yuanying stage. I have never seen such formidable and thick thunder. The entire peak seems on the verge of being cleaved in two. Looking towards that direction, it was Daoyuan Peak. Could it be the genius disciple with a mutated thunder spiritual root that the sect leader had accepted a few years back? At the tender age of 19, he had condensed his core. At 21, he has reached the Yuanying stage. Is he even human? The crowd was thrown into a frenzy, and even Yin could not help but glance in that direction, narrowing her eyes. This spectacle could only be orchestrated by the male lead. From calamity to fortune, he had successfully reached the Yuanying stage by the age of 21. This timeline was even 2 years ahead of the original story. Such extraordinary talent is rare in the entire cultivation realm, spanning thousands of years. Yi Yin clenched her fists, her gaze heavy with contemplation. Meanwhile, atop Daoyuan Peak, Mo Yunhan was ensnared in a protracted nightmare. More accurately, he faced his greatest karmic obstacles and inner demons, the first hurdle in his quest for the Yuanying stage. Memories from his childhood, the most unbearable past, flooded his mind. A boy, appearing no older than 12 or 13, curled in a corner. In the biting winter, amidst swirling frost and snow, he was clad in a tattered, patched garment, ill-fitting and exposing his frostbitten, cracked ankles and hands. Mo Yunhan was born into the Mo family, a lineage of cultivators. Yet, he was not favored, lacking even the qualification to assess his spiritual root. He was born of a servant girl who rose in status through illicit means, only for that lowly-born mother to be killed by the master of the house. The head of the Mo family did not recognize him as his son, treating him like a servant and providing just enough sustenance to keep him alive. During a frigid winter, after completing his chores, he huddled in a corner, his mind foggy from the cold. Suddenly, a small, snow-white hand appeared before him. It belonged to a girl of merely 7 or 8 years. She was exquisitely fair, clad in a bright red coat, her hair styled in 2 small buns. Resembling a delicate doll, a round, red beauty mark at the corner of her eye was particularly striking. She was clearly a child who had been pampered and cherished since birth, adored by her parents. Even the small silver hairpin casually tucked in her hair was an object of extraordinary value. At that moment, Mo Yunhan felt an inexplicable jealousy welling within him. With reddened eyes, he stared at the delicate figure before him, struggling to comprehend why fate could be so unjust. It is indeed true that some individuals are born into a realm perpetually beyond their reach. Chapter 52. She will take away everything from me. The little girl had just taken a bite of the vibrant red tonghulu, with sugary residue adorning her rosy lips, exuding a delightful charm. She hesitated as she gazed at the disheveled youth before her, extending her tiny hand and softly inquiring, "Big brother, would you like to have some?" He appeared to be in a state of discontent. Mother always said that consuming candy brings joy, so she thought to share her beloved tonghulu with him. "No need," came his abrupt rejection, swatting it away. The boy's expression turned ferocious, resembling an enraged little wolf. His breath heavy and his eyes tinged with red as he glared at her. He did not desire the pity of these affluent individuals to pierce through his fragile self-esteem. The tonghulu rolled helplessly in the snow mud, and the little girl stood frozen, her small hand still outstretched, tinged with a faint rosy hue. Later, Mo Yunhan felt regret. He should not have unleashed his pent-up resentment upon an innocent child, especially one who seemed to be a cherished guest of the household. If the patriarch of the Mo family were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. She would surely report him. The youth rubbed his cracked arms, his body marred not only by frostbite, but also by numerous unhealed bruises. He huddled in the corner, trembling in anticipation of the impending punishment. Time dragged on mercilessly, and it was not until evening that he was summoned by the servants for a meal. The so-called meal consisted merely of the remnants of the master's leftovers, hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. It was during the idle chatter of the servants that he learned the little girl was the sole legitimate daughter of the Yi family, lavished with affection and cherished as a precious gem. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Mo Yunhan let out a self-deprecating smile, believing he would never cross paths with her again. Yet, to his surprise, merely 2 days later, she reappeared before him. By then, he was 13 years old, already at the age when one should enter school. He did not wish to live his life as a mere servant, subject to the whims of others. So he tore apart the last remnants of his pride and begged the father with whom he had never shared a bond, yearning to enter school and learn to read. Perhaps out of a faint semblance of paternal affection, the patriarch of the Mo family acquiesced to his trivial request. On the first day of school, as he pushed open the door, a pair of small hands suddenly rushed forward, tugging at him desperately. It was too late. As a bucket of cold water poured down upon them. In the frigid winter, the icy chill extinguished the last flicker of warmth in his heart. Laughter erupted within the classroom. "Ha ha ha, did you hear? A servant wishes to learn to read and rise above his station? What a joke. You should be like your mother, forever a lowly slave. Oh, right, your mother sold herself to give birth to you, a bastard." The boys present were sons of prominent families, and in their eyes, a lowly servant was worth less than a dog. How could they tolerate such a person standing on equal footing with them? Mo Yunhan stood at the door, drenched, with water dripping from his forehead. His expression devoid of emotion, fists clenched tightly. Yes, they were wrong, but I cannot stop them. Her soft, trembling voice faltered upon seeing the boy's grim countenance, leaving her staring blankly at the dejected youth. Mo Yunhan's vacant gaze fell upon the little girl. He had not expected to see her again. In her attempt to assist him, she too had been drenched, her damp red coat clinging to her skin, her round face pale, and the two little buns she had styled now disheveled, dripping water to the ground. Fear glimmered in her bewildered, almond-shaped eyes. Mo Yunhan silently stared at her for a long moment, causing her to feel uneasy before picking up the soaked, red hair tie from the ground, gripping it tightly before releasing her. His face darkened as he advanced, swinging his fist towards the boy who had laughed the loudest. With a resounding thud, the seemingly robust boy was knocked to the ground by the frail Mo Yunhan, who unleashed a flurry of blows, resembling a beast driven to fury, each strike more powerful than the last, blood soon staining the ground. The boy cried out in fear, his nose and mouth bleeding. Yet, Mo Yunhan was relentless, each punch more ferocious than the previous, as if determined to inflict mortal harm. The surrounding children were thrown into chaos. They had never witnessed such a scene. No one dared to intervene until the teacher hurriedly arrived, bringing the brutal skirmish to an end. Mo Yunhan silently laughed to himself, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes closing in pain, yet the image of the little girl lingered in his mind. She was like the snowflakes dancing in the sky, innocent and kind, the first person he had ever encountered who was willing to help him. He yearned to safeguard this purity. The Mo and Yi families were both among the 4 great clans, having maintained a cordial relationship for 3 generations, often engaging in alliances. The little girl frequently visited to see her relatives and secretly play with him, and as time passed, their bond deepened. One day, she mysteriously presented him with a stone, claiming it to be a spirit-testing stone, urging him to place his hand upon it. Mo Yunhan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the cultivation world, complied, resting his hand on the stone and closing his eyes to channel his so-called energy. Suddenly, 2 pure beams of light erupted from the grayish stone, one a brilliant gold, the other a deep blue. She beamed with joy, exclaiming, "You possess both gold and water, spiritual roots." I knew it. Brother Yunhan is truly remarkable. This is an exceptional talent. He did not comprehend the significance of it, only to be hastily taken before the patriarch of the Mo family. After a brief discussion, he was reassessed for his aptitude, and for the first time, his biological father smiled at him. "Ha! Truly my son, such innate talent is indeed extraordinary," he proclaimed. Yet, Mo Yunhan felt nothing but scorn within. From that day forth, he finally shed his status as a servant and was revered as the legitimate heir of the Mo family, respected by all. Once they reached adulthood, marriage would follow. However, as he ascended to greatness, her life plummeted. Her mother passed away, her father remarried, and she gained a half-sister. Her once gentle and lively demeanor turning increasingly morose and volatile. One day, she suddenly broke down in front of him, and it was the first time he witnessed her cry so sorrowfully, unable to contain the accumulated sadness any longer. "Everything has changed. They caused my mother's death. They took my father away." Her eyes swollen from tears, she wiped her face and, with a choked voice, lamented, "Wushi. She will take everything from me." Mo Yunhan was at a loss for how to console her, unaware of the turmoil within her family, merely asking, "Who is she?" He gazed at the sorrowful girl, drawing his sword and thrusting it into the ground with conviction, declaring, "I will protect you with my sword. Others may abandon you, but I shall never leave your side. No one can take me away from you." He earnestly and clumsily pledged to her, marking the only promise he would ever make in his life. The girl ceased her tears, sniffling as she replied, "Then you must keep your word. I despise being deceived." Her voice was muffled. She clung to him tightly, yet when he inquired again about that individual, she stubbornly remained silent. It was a matter concerning her family, and she believed no outsider should interfere. However, Mo Yunhan remained vigilant, keenly observing any movements from the Yi family. He occasionally visited their home, which led him to meet Yi Qingyao, a girl who always wore a gentle smile, embodying innocence and romance, as pure as snow. Through her, Mo Yunhan often recalled the past and could not help but develop feelings. Yet this affection remained within the bounds of ordinary friendship. He understood his limitations. The two individuals seldom met, often going half a month without seeing each other. Even when they did meet, their conversations were limited to mere exchanges of words. The camaraderie of their youth seemed to have faded significantly. At this juncture, YQingEO extended an invitation, and without much thought he accepted, considering it a chance to breathe some fresh air. Gij, this is a birthday gift from QingEO. Open it and see if you like it. The girl said, her cheeks flushed as she pressed a small wooden box into his palm, her voice laced with anticipation. Upon opening it, he discovered a finely crafted sword tassel adorned with a precious Su-in being stone-tied with a red cord. It was precisely what he needed, and he gratefully accepted it, unaware of another figure lurking outside the door. The girl in red silently observed the embroidered mandarin duck sachet in her hands, her rosy fingertips marked with tiny pricks from a needle. Her talent paled in comparison to YQingEOS, and without the support of Y-Father, she could not afford such extravagant gifts. Instead, she had crafted a sachet to present to him, but in light of the comparison, she felt her own offering to be woefully inadequate. He had changed. He no longer required such trivial tokens. MYNH sensed something and glanced toward the door, yet saw no one. He smiled as he accepted YQingEOS gift, though his heart was not as jubilant as it appeared. He was still waiting for another gift. However, as evening fell, that person did not arrive. I wonder what my sister gifted Yun H and Gij. It must be more suitable than what QingEO prepared, considering your future together. YQingEO teased, sticking out her tongue at the youth. MYNH pursed his lips, maintaining a gentle smile, yet his hands beneath the table tightened slightly. This is the slanted cloud hairpin Yun H and Gij gifted me. Do you think it's beautiful, sister? He must have given you something too, right? This is the purple gold bracelet Yun H and Gij gave me. He initially intended to gift you one as well, but this bracelet is so precious that only one was available for sale. YQingEO deliberately showcased her matching sword, playing with a hilt. A couple S design akin to MYNH. Such provocations had become numerous over the past 2 years. Initially, YYN would respond with anger, even resorting to physical confrontations with YQingEO, only to be reprimanded by Y-Father each time, which only exacerbated her temperament, leading her down a path of resentment. Yet, as time passed, YYN noticed MYNHN and YQingEO grew ever closer, attending lantern festivals together each year. This realization rendered her previous fury absurd. It had been 3 years since she received a birthday gift. Not only had Y-Father forgotten, but so had he. Yet, they both remembered YQingEO's birthday. She will take everything from me. No one can snatch me from your grasp. She thought bitterly. In her anguish, the girl in red wept aloud, feeling utterly devoid of everything, all of it taken by that wretched girl. The marriage contract was already a mere formality. It would not be long before MYNHN came to annul the engagement, marrying YQingEO instead. A thought both pitiable and laughable. Unexpectedly, the M family faced calamity, their entire household annihilated overnight. The youth suffered grievous injuries, bloodied and broken. With his last ounce of strength, he crawled to the gates of the Y household, yearning for her to rescue him once more as she had 5 years prior. Yet, the girl in red looked upon him with no affection left. Disgusting. She lashed out with her whip, pushing him away. Do not touch me with your filthy hands. She seemed only to notice her new dress stained by him, ordering the servants to remove him, and, before his eyes, she tore the marriage contract in half. From this moment on, our ties are severed, and we shall have no further connection in this life. In her gaze, he saw nothing but ridicule and disdain. Bloodied and helpless, he appeared to have fallen from grace, still the despised outcast. It became clear that all had been a facade, deep within her heart. She had never truly cared for him. The moment he fell from the heights, she had easily cast him aside. He was discarded by the servants in a desolate wilderness, his body left unable to move, nearly becoming prey for wild wolves. He harbored a profound hatred for her, unlike any he had felt before. Even toward M-Father, he had only felt aversion. But for YYN, the girl who had once lifted him to the clouds only to let him plummet into the mire, his love turned to an all-consuming hatred. He vowed to exact revenge, to make her regret her actions, to make her taste the agony he endured today. Later, he stumbled upon a mysterious blood pearl, which not only restored his meridians, but also transformed his dual spiritual roots into the rare lightning spiritual root. At last, he was able to witness her regret. Yet the satisfaction he anticipated was not as fulfilling as imagined. Eventually, she succumbed to darkness. He wielded his sword to behead her. Yet his heart remained untouched by any ripple of emotion. Perhaps there was a remnant of feeling, but it was so faint, so insubstantial. Mynhn gazed at the head that fell to the ground. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I will protect you with my sword. Whose words were these? He could no longer recall. After a century of tribulation, he stood on the verge of becoming the supreme deity of the realm. Soon, he would acquire the true bones and blood of a god. He infiltrated the demon realm, where the last true divine black dragon had slept for millennia. Just as he prepared to strike, the dragon abruptly awoke. They both perished in a cataclysmic clash, a world-ending event. Yandere, you have finally awoken. Ingyo was truly frightened. A voice, chattering and somewhat grating, reached his ears. Mynhn suddenly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings in bewilderment. He had been reborn. As spiritual energy coursed through him, he inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" Supporting his forehead, his voice was low and hoarse. "You have been in a coma for half a month," Ingyo replied, noticing none of his unusual demeanor. Still, she expressed concern, producing several healing pills. After he took them, she wiped her tears and gently asked, "Yandere, do you feel any other discomfort? Now that you are awake, I will inform the sect leader and the elders." "I am fine." Once she departed, Mynhn remained in a daze, reclining on the bed, his arm resting over his forehead, silently assessing his surroundings and physical condition, ensuring they remained unchanged from his previous life. As his gaze casually swept over the red cord around his wrist, he was momentarily stunned. The red cord appeared to have been worn by its owner for many years. Its color faded and difficult to notice. After a brief moment, he recalled that it was Yyn's red hair ribbon from her childhood. Her mother used to braid her hair with it, but after her mother passed away, she had never worn such adornments again. During their first encounter at the academy, he had picked up the ribbon but forgotten to return it. He never expected to carry such a trivial trinket with him. How absurd! Concentrating his spiritual energy, he swiftly destroyed it, leaving not an ounce of sentiment behind. Surrounding spiritual energy surged chaotically, and outside, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky as thunder struck the protective array atop the mountain, creating several fissures in the once impenetrable barrier. Mynhn realized that his Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation had arrived, unexpectedly 2 years earlier than in his past life. Having endured the 99 levels of Ascension thunder tribulation, he had no fear of this trifling heavenly thunder. A look of disdain crossed his eyes as he unhesitatingly leaped through the protective array, facing the 3 bolts of lightning head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The threefold thunder tribulation unleashed devastating power, each strike more destructive than the last, the figure suspended in the air dwarfed by the colossal lightning, swiftly consumed by the thick, jagged bolts. The surrounding mountains trembled, were it not for the protective array set by the Transformation Realm Elder. The Yuan Peak would surely have been irreparably shattered by the heavenly thunder. The sect leader, accompanied by the elders from the 8 peaks, arrived in unison. Amidst the throng of people, Yin patiently observed, though her demeanor remained largely unaffected. She pondered why the male protagonist Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation would occur a full 2 years ahead of schedule. Could it be that her transmigration had instigated a subtle butterfly effect? Regardless, this was hardly a fortuitous development for her, a mere cannon-fodder character. With a barely perceptible sigh, Yin withdrew from the crowd and made her way to the mission hall. The male protagonist possessed his own unparalleled opportunities, while she too had her own path to forge. A month hence, the Juyo Secret Realm would be unveiled, a newly discovered domain in the last decade, harboring an uncertain number of celestial treasures. Thus, on the day of its opening each year, various factions would vie for entry. To prevent any single faction from monopolizing the realm, the 8 great sects intervened, imposing restrictions on the number of entrants under the guise of protection, thereby balancing the infiltration of various powers. The Wujiu sect allocated 100 entry slots annually. Initially, this privilege was reserved for inner disciples. However, as opportunities often coexist with peril, the majority of inner disciples were nurture prodigies, having their families dedicate immense resources to their upbringing. Although they coveted the chance for fortune and advancement, the risks did not warrant their participation. Consequently, a significant number of those precious 100 slots remained unfilled. The sect had no choice but to relax the criteria, allowing outer disciples to apply by submitting 200 contribution points. Yin was still 100 points short. With less than half a month remaining before the registration deadline, she needed to secure enough contribution points in this pressing time frame. Thus, she directly accepted the only available Grade A mission at the mission hall. Once the others had departed, a disciple rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "By my mother, I must be mistaken. That female cultivator is merely a first-year outer disciple and has audaciously taken on an exceedingly perilous Grade A mission. Isn't she courting death?" It was evident she was a naive newcomer, unafraid of the tiger. However, as he hurried outside to dissuade her, he found she had already vanished. The mission was to venture into the lair of the Zeo poison bees and collect the exquisite honeydew. Poison bees were second-tier demonic beasts, comparable to humans in the Foundation establishment stage, with venomous stingers capable of claiming the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Additionally, a third-tier poison king bee guarded the hive. This mission was fraught with danger, classified as Grade A. Many disciples had ventured forth, only to never return. This was also a team mission, and after 2 days, they finally gathered the required number of participants, agreeing to meet in the woods behind a mountain. By evening, when Yi Yin arrived, the 3 men were already present, all adult male cultivators. It was rare to find female cultivators taking on such perilous tasks with high mortality rates. The 3 men looked at her, momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, one spoke first, "I am Lu Qi," at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Another added, "I am Lu Yi," also at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The eldest among them, Shantai Ran, stated, "I am Shantai Ran," at the late foundation establishment stage. After the introductions, the remaining 3 regarded Yi Yin with evident displeasure. The mission was already perilous enough, and now they had a female cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage joining them. This only served to complicate matters. They had heard of Yi Yin's achievements, but what did it matter if she had won numerous accolades? Ultimately, she was merely a first-year newcomer, audaciously assuming this Grade A mission. Shantai Ran, the oldest among them, had spent decades in the outer sect and had only dared to undertake a Grade A mission after successfully breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Their discontent towards Yi Yin was palpable, tinged with a subtle hint of jealousy. They had long since been overshadowed by their lack of talent, barred from entering the inner sect. Thus they sought to accumulate contribution points to build their resources. Yi Yin, on the other hand, was in stark contrast to them. Lu Yi spoke first. "Let us agree on the distribution of spoils based on effort, prioritizing the mission above all else. No internal conflicts shall arise during this endeavor. This mission is exceedingly treacherous, and we are all here to fulfill the task. None of us is responsible for the safety of another. Life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the heavens. Let us strive not to be the one who hinders the group." He cast a meaningful glance at Yi Yin, openly displaying his disdain. The 4 of them took to the skies on their swords. Shantai Ran, swift of foot, took the lead in diverting the swarm of bees, while the other 3 seized the opportunity to enter the cave, swiftly producing containers to collect the exquisite honeydew. This honey, a rare treasure produced by the Zeo poison bees, not only replenished spiritual energy in large quantities over a short period when consumed, but also strengthened the spiritual body with prolonged use. After the 3 gathered the required share for the mission, Lu Qi suddenly climbed atop the hive, exclaiming, "If we are fortunate enough to find the queen's honeydew, we will strike it rich." The queen's honeydew was a product of the queen bee, even rarer than the ordinary honeydew, invaluable to cultivators for its tremendous restorative properties. "What are you doing? Come down," Lu Yi shouted angrily. Yet Lu Qi licked his lips, parched with excitement. "Brother, we have a rare opportunity before us. We cannot waste this chance. If we truly find the queen's honeydew, we might even break through to the golden core stage, even if we do not consume it ourselves. Selling it would provide us with ample resources for cultivation. We would never have to toil endlessly on missions again." His face flushed with excitement and barely concealed greed. Lu Yi, swayed by his words, resolved to take the plunge, and they both abandoned Yi Yin, leaping onto the massive hive. However, before they could locate the queen's honeydew, a piercing scream erupted from above, followed by the sound of a brutal crash to the ground. "Ah, help!" Lu Qi rolled on the ground, clutching his face, which had turned a terrifying shade of purple and swollen grotesquely, with yellow pus oozing from his wounds. Little brother. Lu Yi's eyes turned red. He quickly hoisted Lu Qi onto his back and turned to flee. Yet, behind them loomed an even larger Zeo poison bee, the poison king bee. Simultaneously, the sounds of buzzing wings filled the air as more bees emerged from the cave, leaving them with no avenues of escape. A multitude of Zeo poison bees brandished their stingers, launching an assault on the intruders, which now included Yi Yin on their hit list. Even Yi Yin, usually of gentle temperament, could not help but curse these two fools under her breath. She had intended to dissuade them from their reckless endeavor, but she knew all too well that the brothers would dismiss her words, suspecting ulterior motives and potentially harboring intentions to monopolize the resources for themselves. Initially, she had thought they were confident enough to succeed, but they turned out to be clumsy fools who had inadvertently awakened a third-tier demonic beast, the Poison King Bee. How utterly useless! Lu Yi cursed silently, believing Shantai Ran had failed to divert the swarm. The Poison King Bee, enraged, fixed its gaze upon the scoundrels, leading a swarm of thousands of venomous bees towards them with deadly intent. Lu Qi writhed on the ground in agony, while Lu Yi and Yi Yin brandished their swords to fend off the swarm, retreating towards the cave entrance. Yi Yin narrowly avoided the venomous stingers several times, her heart racing, palms sweating, her dark, deep-set eyes widening in fear. As her stamina waned, she gasped for breath, her movements growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, she hastily consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, and before the effects could take hold, she unleashed a flurry of sword energy. A multitude of shadows fell to the ground. Yet more poison bees surged forth, attacking her with renewed ferocity. Assessing the remaining spiritual energy within her, she realized she could muster only one more surge of sword intent. Raining petals. The sword intent coalesced into a myriad of needle-like projectiles, piercing through the horde with overwhelming force, carving a path to freedom at the cave's entrance. Lu Yi's eyes lit up as he seized the moment, unleashing several sword strikes, and swiftly dragged the half-paralyzed Lu Qi out of the cave, fleeing at an astonishing pace. Completely disregarding Yi Yin left behind, the Qi, raising its tail and stinger, charged at her with a piercing shriek. Yet, she found herself too weak to wield her sword. At this critical juncture, an extraordinary floral fragrance suddenly enveloped the air, as several blossoms of Yudan bloomed between the stone walls, releasing mist of a deep violet hue, saturating the entire cavern. The swarm of menacing Zeo poisonous bees became disoriented by the enchanting aroma, swaying their heads in confusion as they sought the source of the scent. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground, their slender legs twitching. Just a brief interval later, the bodies of the poisonous bees lay stiff and lifeless. Although Guiji had not absorbed the death energy of an entire city's worth of citizens and cultivators as depicted in the original text, she had nonetheless consumed the life essence of hundreds of cultivators within the secret realm, bringing her cultivation level perilously close to the Yuanying stage. Dealing with a mere swarm of bees was no challenge for her. Nonchalantly, she absorbed the death energy from these bees, her eyes glistening with tears as she yawned. Gratefully, she expressed her heartfelt thanks to the little ghost for its timely rescue, panting heavily, struggling to articulate her words. Guiji let out a delicate hum, lazily resting her chin on her palm, extending a slender finger to lift her chin. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then assist me in slaying a few fresh cultivators, so that I may savor a hearty meal. That would be more fitting. The mist in the cavern gradually dissipated. Yi Yin, still tense, extended her spiritual awareness to examine the ground, confirming that all the poisonous bees were indeed dead before finally shedding her sense of impending danger. However, her complexion remained pale, her heart still uneasy. She sheathed her sword, freeing her hands as her right palm ignited with a flickering flame of spiritual fire, illuminating her surroundings. She then leapt up to the apex of the hive, where a deeper hue of the bee king's nectar caught her eye. Richer than the ordinary Cheongjiangmilu. Truly, this brush with death was not in vain. Yi Yin's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to suppress her eagerness as she rubbed her fists together. To escape death, to survive against the odds, and to fortuitously acquire treasures, such experiences were truly exhilarating. Without hesitation, she stored the bee king's nectar into her chinquan bag, treating the other, Cheongjiangmilu, with equal regard before noticing the scattered remains of the poisoned bees on the ground. Unable to bear wasting the resources, she also collected the stingers from their tails. The third-tier bee king was akin to a golden core cultivator, possessing a demon core that was particularly nourishing for demons. Remembering her own, she gathered the demon core as well. Upon surveying the hive, she saw numerous unhatched bee eggs remaining. While the ZU poisonous bees were fearsome second-tier beasts to cultivators, they were exceptional pollinators for spiritual plants. After a moment of contemplation, Yian suddenly recalled the she rang within her chinkoan bag. Inexplicably, she decided to collect all the eggs as well. The entire cavern had been thoroughly ransacked by her, every valuable item meticulously gathered. Only then did she leave, elated and laden with spoils. Typically, cultivators afflicted by bee venom would succumb within an hour. Louis, gritting his teeth, felt any remnants of guilt evaporate, turning to leave on his sword. En route, he encountered Shuntai Ran, briefly explaining the situation. Should we just abandon her? As cultivators, we adhere to the principles of cause and effect. Doesn't this seem a bit? Shuntai Ran felt a twinge of unease. Lu Yi glanced at the semi-conscious Lu Qi, resolutely stating, "Before we set off, we emphasize that life and death are fated." She was simply outmatched and insisted on taking on a perilous task. He made no mention of the foolish acts committed by the two brothers. Even if we were to rush to her aid now, what could we achieve? Lu Yi continued indignantly. In such a crisis, even we might not survive, let alone someone at her early foundation establishment stage. She must have perished without a trace. They had gathered sufficient Qiong Jiangmi Lu, weighing the pros and cons. The three shared a silent understanding and ceased to discuss the matter further, focusing instead on their return journey. However, upon their hurried arrival at the task hall, they were astonished to find the figure who was supposed to be dead not only alive, but having arrived before them and submitted the task ahead of time. "You!" Lu Yi stared in disbelief, utterly perplexed. How could this be? Shuntai Ran mirrored his confusion. Was it not said she had perished? Had these two brothers deceived him? Yet, Yian paid them no heed, her expression cold and indifferent. Lu Yi, however, discerned a hint of mockery within, his hands clenched in anxiety and fear. Ultimately, he murmured to Yian, "My sincerest apologies." In the cave, had it not been for her desperate strike that carved a path of survival, they would all have perished. Yet he had cast her aside to save himself. They had previously deemed her a burden, but now it appeared tragically ironic. Lu Yi hurried off with Lu Qi to the Yaodin Peak. Shuntai Ran, witnessing the three depart successively, submitted his task before shaking his head and leaving. Chapter 55, Wan Huazhen. After gathering sufficient contribution points, Yian proceeded to the registration hall to sign up, awaiting the Elderess review. This back and forth consumed nearly half a month, and she wondered if her little demon had behaved while she was away. Had it gone hungry? Before departing, she had left ample jerky and spiritual stones for it. At this moment, it lay with its long eyelashes closed, stray strands of dark hair inadvertently brushing its lips. Its delicate mouth pursed, exuding a captivating charm. The warmth of the sun enveloped it, appearing quite comfortable. Yian's lips curled into a smile, and she quietly approached, bending down to tuck the unruly strands behind its ear. Then, she raised her palm to shield its eyes from the glaring light. In that fleeting moment, the soft touch, akin to butterfly wings, gently brushed against her palm, sending a delightful shiver through her hand. What exquisite eyelashes! Yian marveled inwardly. The enchanting little one soon awakened. Its bewildered blue eyes, illuminated by sunlight, sparkled with a golden halo, its face strikingly beautiful and ethereal, capable of captivating souls with just one glance. However, the little beauty seemed somewhat displeased. It lifted its gaze, casting a resentful glance at Yian before pouting in defiance, long lashes quivering, on the verge of tears, a mist of sorrow swirling in its eyes. Oof. She had left it alone in this little courtyard for half a month, with no provisions prepared, making it feel abandoned. It nearly believed she no longer wanted it. She sighed softly, reaching out to pull it up, casting a cleansing spell over it. "I did not abandon you. Are you not eager to venture into the Jiuyu secret realm? I have discovered a method. In half a month, the sect will establish a special teleportation array that can directly transport us to the secret realm's entrance. At that time, you can accompany me and proclaim yourself my protector." Yian handed over the acquired demon core, This is for you, as compensation. It should greatly benefit your health. Xianxi instinctively reached out to accept it, but then hesitated, looking up at her with uncertainty. Did she know? Seeing the panic on its face, Yi Yin chuckled, causing Xianxi to become momentarily spellbound before she continued with a smile. It's not hard to guess. Although the beauty had hidden its tail exceptionally well, it was a pity that it was a foolish beauty, leaving too many clues behind. Xianxi was unbothered. He had initially intended to wait until he regained his majestic form to reveal himself to her. But now it mattered not. As long as he did not expose his serpent tail, she would never uncover the truth. Feeling slightly reassured, he extended his slender, pale fingers to delicately grasp the dark demon core, his expression one of distaste. Yet, for Yin's sake, he reluctantly consumed it. He swallowed it down casually, akin to taking a candy. This was a demon core from a third-tier beast, and after ingesting it, he exhibited not even the slightest reaction. Yin could not help but be astonished. What caliber of demon was this little one? Each time she covertly tested him, while he appeared amnesiac and naive. He was actually shrewd and not easily fooled. Yin shook her head with a smile, then presented him with a bag of spiritual stones before diving into her refining room, remaining inside for an entire 7 days. Since her breakthrough to the early foundation establishment stage, she turned to a particular page. The Wan Lu Du Sha Jun is a lethal hidden weapon, capable of killing without a trace. At present, she lacks a suitable hidden weapon, yet the primary materials for crafting this deadly tool bear a striking resemblance to the stingers she previously collected. Yi Yin meticulously selected 100 of the most intact, sharp, and sturdy stingers from her collection of thousands to create the poison needles. A portion of the rare materials needed for the crafting has become extinct on the continent, while most of the remaining materials are scarce and exorbitantly priced. Yi Yin, wary of overestimating her capabilities in replicating a spiritual tool, sought out some affordable substitutes, intent on crafting a reliable hidden weapon for herself. The 9Yu secret realm differs significantly from the Xiantian secret realm. It is certain that many advanced practitioners, including those at the Gold Core and even Yuan Ing stages, will gather from all corners, their powers unfathomable and their affiliations diverse. Her cultivation and background are utterly inadequate in comparison. Therefore, thorough preparation is imperative. The low quality of her materials is inconsequential, as there exists a remedy. Yi Yin discovered a matching pafong when on the artifact blueprint to enhance the weapon's attack speed and increase its explosive strength, enabling it to kill invisibly in the blink of an eye. However, unlike the conventional and robust weapons, etching the pafong one onto the slender poison needles post-refinement proves to be exceptionally arduous. It demands exquisite control over spiritual fire and significant investment of spiritual consciousness. With each intricate engraving requiring utmost precision, any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure or even spiritual backlash. As she embarks on this endeavor, she must carve 100 needles. The challenges and obstacles she faces are daunting indeed. The 7 days that follow feel interminably long to Yi Yin, as the spiritual energy within her dantian depletes time and again, and ordinary replenishing pills fail to meet her bodily needs. In desperation, she resorts to consuming divine nectar solely for the purpose of replenishing her spiritual power. A single sip invigorates her energy far more effectively than the replenishing pills. Should an outsider witness this, they would undoubtedly condemn her for squandering heavenly resources. Finally, after Xianxi finishes his 13th piece of jerky for the day, Yi Yin emerges from the refining room, her appearance dusty and her attire smeared with ash. She hastily performs a cleansing incantation. What is this? Xianxi offers the jerky, then his gaze falls upon her wrist, where an additional bracelet is visible. This bracelet conceals a hidden mechanism. Do not blink. Watch closely. Yin steps back, slightly rotating the bracelet, murmuring an incantation, and countless poison needles erupt from within, striking the tree trunk with explosive force. The trunk collapses. Even Xianxi, who usually maintains an aloof demeanor and shows little interest beyond Yi Yin and food, cannot help but express astonishment, extending a pale finger to gently touch her wrist bone. Remarkable, he sincerely praises. Yin Yin, you are truly formidable. Yi Yin is somewhat taken aback, having assumed he was referring to the bracelet's prowess, and she receives his compliment with satisfaction. With this weapon, they gain an added layer of security for their upcoming venture in half a month. Yi Yin bestows upon it a beautiful name, Wan Hua Zhen. Beneath its lovely title lies a deadly intent. In the remaining days, Yi Yin dedicates herself to meditation and cultivation. To strengthen her spiritual body, she purchases exquisite demon beast meat and a considerable quantity of spiritual rice, which she prepares into a delectable spiritual meat porridge. To her surprise, the spiritual rice proves even more expensive than the demon beast meat. A mere small measure of spiritual rice costs her over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. This is attributed to the delicacy of the spiritual rice, which has exceedingly stringent growth requirements, with a good yield being merely a few dozen pounds per acre. If only she could cultivate it extensively. Yi Yin recalls the Xizhang within her spatial realm, but has yet to find suitable farmland. After months of accumulating wealth, Tong Jinzue finally gathers enough funds to rent a spacious shop in the bustling center of the market. Choosing an auspicious day, he officially relocates to the new store. He decorates festively, celebrating a prosperous opening, and emulates the various business strategies Yi Yin taught him, launching numerous discount promotions to attract customers. He is in high spirits, having just sent a message to Yi Yin when a group of uninvited guests arrives. Chapter 56. Resentment arises as the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alley. Over the past few months, the Shang Material Shop has garnered praise and favor from surrounding customers due to its affordable talismans, spiritual plants, and various fine materials, thriving splendidly. Many larger establishments nearby have begun to secretly compete, striving desperately for clientele, yet they remain unable to stifle Shang Material Shop's impressive rise. However, such prominence has attracted envy, and soon, those with ulterior motives began to harbor resentment towards the material shop. Recently, Zhen Baoge has seen its performance plummet to new lows, with sales experiencing a dramatic drop. Fang Tung, in his distress, has turned gray, unable to sleep at night. What wind has blown through that nearly bankrupt shop recently? It has seemingly revived, selling talismans at prices even lower than Zhen Baoge's. The customers, not foolish sheep to be slaughtered, have naturally deserted the place. This is a dire situation. Fang Tung curses under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury as he flips a table, shattering porcelain teacups across the floor. The servants hurriedly approach, kneeling to clean up. Listen up, you lot. I need you to handle task. Fang Tung gazes solemnly out the window, fiddling with his white jade ring. He summons several young cultivators, all at the foundation establishment stage, the strongest among them having reached half a step into the gold core realm. After dismissing the servants, they conspire in hushed tones. One of the cultivators asks, what if that person refuses? Fang Tung confidently replies, anyone with even a modicum of sense should know how to act. As the sun sets, the flow of customers gradually dwindles, and Tong Jinzue is just about to close up shop when a group of individuals approaches. Master Tong, we hear you have recently acquired quite a few fine goods. Allow us to take a look. Several young men, dressed in casual attire, boldly enter the shop, behaving like ruffians as they handle various items. Some worthless first-grade explosive talismans and these inferior herbs. This little dump can only survive by selling trash at low prices. The leading cultivator laughs derisively, casually knocking over a jar of spiritual plants and crushing the vibrant green herbs beneath his foot. Tong Jinzue's face flushes with anger, yet he feigns cowardice, unwilling to speak up, for all present are cultivators he cannot afford to offend. Haha, esteemed sirs, the goods I sell are indeed not worth much. Merely enough to make a living. If you fancy anything, feel free to take it. Tong Jinzue forces a smile, eager to send them on their way to avoid further trouble. However, these individuals are clearly prepared and do not fall for his charm. The most powerful male cultivator produces a contract, white paper with black ink, and slams it down before him. Master, you toil day and night, yet earn so little. Why not be wise and sign this contract to sell your shop to Jinbao Ge? They will surely treat you well. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for such a small shop is more than enough for you mortals with mere decades of lifespan to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. The cultivator looks down at him with disdain and arrogance. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is no small sum. It would suffice to purchase 10 shops. These common folk likely have never seen such wealth in their lifetimes. Unexpectedly, Tong Jinze resolutely declines, I am sorry, but I cannot comply. Anger swells within him, and he maintains a stern demeanor, realizing they are mere lackeys sent by Zhen Baoge. Moreover, he has already sworn an oath of loyalty to Yi Daoyu, declaring that the shop belongs to both of them, and he cannot unilaterally hand it over. While 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones are tempting, Tong Jinzue values righteousness and the principles of commerce. What? The cultivator is taken aback. Then his expression darkens with rage. This mundane being dares to refuse me? If you do not accept our kindness, do not blame us for being impolite. He led his companions forward, and the oppressive aura dissipated completely. Tong Jinzue's face turned ashen in an instant, and he stumbled to the ground. Who is it? Who launched the sneak attack? The expression of the most powerful cultivator among them changed drastically. His cultivation had already reached the half-step Jin Dan stage. Yet the recent assault had actually shattered his aura barrier. Moreover, there were no fluctuations in spiritual energy surrounding them. The most plausible explanation was that the person behind this was far more powerful than he. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant shop had a formidable ally behind it? No wonder this shop on the verge of closure had miraculously revived and was flourishing. There must be a powerful figure supporting it. Upon this realization, the cultivator's expression darkened, and he felt a sense of vigilance arise within him. He didn't even have time to tend to the pain coursing through his body. He shot a resentful glance at the dazed Tong Jinzue before hastily leading his group away. Once they had completely left his sight, Tong Jinzue remained seated on the ground, his legs weak, still reeling from the oppressive force of the cultivator that made his head spin. It was not until someone lifted him up that he turned in a panic, only to be pleasantly surprised to find it was you, Dao Yi. If it weren't for your timely intervention just now. Hush. Yi gestured, her fingers brushing over her bracelet, and smiled. Let us discuss this inside. Tong Jinzue finally snapped back to reality. He cautiously glanced around with his peripheral vision before unlocking the door and leading her inside, setting up defensive formations in each corner of the room. This new shop was situated in a favorable location, spacious and elegantly decorated, showcasing Tong Zhonggue's keen eye for aesthetics. Missy, please don't tease me, Tong Jinzue said, half laughing and half crying. He had initially been filled with joy at renting the new shop, only to discover that he had already drawn the ire of someone with ill intentions. There is no need to panic, shopkeeper. I demonstrated my strength, in secret, just now. Those individuals are still apprehensive and will not dare to act recklessly for the time being. You just need to focus on your work. There is no need to worry about anything else. Since I have invested in this shop, I will naturally ensure its safety. Yian looked at him with a light smile, her clear eyes radiating determination and seriousness that instilled confidence in him. Chapter 57. This is not Candy, although this young girl was merely at the age of maturity, appearing significantly younger than him. The calm and composed aura she exuded drew people closer to her, willingly submitting to her guidance. It seemed there was nothing in this world that could confound her. She always radiated confidence and tranquility, repeatedly surprising those around her. Tong Jinzue also felt a surge of confidence, a relaxed smile spreading across his face as he declared, with Missy backing me, I, Tong Shi-san, have nothing to fear. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall block it. I have been in this business for many years. What grand scenes have I not witnessed? After touring the new shop, Yian provided him with 2 months' worth of talisman quotas. Besides the usual monthly quota of explosive and swift movement talismans, this time he received an additional 100 concealment talismans, priced at 300 low-grade spirit stones each. Tong Jinzue was ecstatic and hurriedly presented half of the month's earnings from the shop with both hands, waving his handkerchief to bid her farewell. Now, relying on the sale of talismans, she had accumulated a considerable fortune. Though her earnings were substantial, her expenses were even greater, resulting in a deficit. Half of the spirit stones would naturally be reserved as essential resources for cultivation, while the other half would be used by Yi Yan to purchase various formations, refining materials, talisman drawing materials, and needed medicinal resources, making full use of her assets. Days later, the Nine Nether Secret Realm finally opened its doors. At the Sect Square, hundreds of disciples had gathered early. Yian arrived as promised with Xianxi, who always liked to hold her hand, as if letting go would cause her to lose her way. The beauty's palm was slender yet cool, but after she made an effort to warm it up, it radiated a just right warmth. Many inner disciples were accompanied by protectors. a euphemism for the elite bodyguards dispatched by influential families to safeguard their talented members against misfortune. Some disciples came from affluent backgrounds, accompanied by a group of inscrutable protectors. Yi's edition of she did not seem out of place, yet their striking appearances attracted numerous glances, especially since Yin was an outer disciple. She was a rather rare sight among these inner disciples. In this expedition into the secret realm, with dangers lurking at every turn, the opportunities were secondary. The primary goal was to hone their minds and strength within the realm. Once inside, it was imperative to stay close to the group and not venture off alone. The leader, an imposing yawning elder, exuded a stern yet warm demeanor, droning on with admonitions that made everyone's ears feel raw. At last, he ceased his incessant chatter, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, activating the formation. A golden light burst forth beneath their feet as the intricate formation unfolded. This supermassive teleportation array, capable of transporting thousands of miles, consumed vast quantities of high-grade spirit stones with each activation. Such an extravagant expenditure could only be afforded by the 8 great sections. Everyone felt a sudden brightness, followed by darkness, and when they opened their eyes again, the surroundings had transformed. No longer were they in the magnificent square of the sect, but rather in a dark, fog-laden mountain forest. The ground beneath their feet was no longer smooth white stone, but rather sticky, blackened earth. In the stillness of the night, the chirping of insects and the cries of birds were replaced by a chilling wind that howled like a ghost. Thick clouds of toxic mist loomed, pressing down on the night, making the air feel heavy and uncomfortable. The group advanced cautiously, with Yin pulling Xianxi along behind, glancing up thoughtfully. The dense fog enveloped the sky above like a multitude of ghostly hands, as if it were ready to snatch someone away. Yin's hand rested on her Chinquan bag, sensing the restless spirit within. This extremely sinister burial ground was a perfect cultivation haven for her, as it thrived on the consumption of ghostly energy. However, she could not release it just yet. Ghost cultivators and human cultivators had always been at odds. Should the ghostly spirit emerge, it would undoubtedly attract the relentless pursuit of countless righteous cultivators. As they ventured deeper, the acrid stench of decay intensified, a nauseating odor that made one feel faint. This was the remnant of an ancient battlefield from 10,000 years ago, where countless cultivators, ferocious beasts, and demonic entities were buried. As their corpses decayed, they released these toxic mists that harmed spiritual beings, alongside the chilling ghostly energy. This vast burial ground contained not only chi-refining cultivators, but also many who had transcended tribulations, leaving behind unknown legacies and opportunities. The yawning elder cautioned, "Be careful. You might step on someone's skull." A mischievous male cultivator jested, instantly alarming the nearby female cultivators, who turned red-eyed and punched him, exclaiming, "Shut up, you idiot." Laughter erupted, and as they ventured further into the forest, it became evident that the buried corpses grew more numerous. They had now reached the outskirts of the secret realm. "All right, we will stop here for now. Proceeding further will bring us officially into the 9 nether secret realm. It is said that the miasma inside is extremely toxic. Given your current cultivation levels, you must consume detoxification pills beforehand." The elder raised his hand to halt the group. Yi Qingyao and several other alchemy disciples began distributing detoxification pills to everyone. Yi Yin took 2, swallowing one herself and offering the other to Xianxi, only to find him grimacing in distaste, refusing to open his mouth. The pill, dark and unattractive, smelled bitter and sour, clearly unpalatable. Xianxi's disdain grew stronger with each glance. Moreover, he did not require detoxification. "I happen to possess a high-grade detoxification pill, which I can generously offer you for free, should you desire it." Yi Qingyao arrived just in time. Her pair of beautiful eyes gazed longingly at the man as she opened the small jade porcelain in her hand, releasing an enticing fragrance from medicinal pill that stimulated one's appetite. Numerous disciples from the inner sect turned their heads in envy, their faces filled with admiration. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this high-grade pill was meticulously crafted from various precious spiritual herbs. A treasure worth 100 times more than the ordinary detoxification pills held by other disciples. Originally, it was refined for her by her master, the immortal Bai Yao, but it now seemed to hold a better purpose. With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyao extended the pill towards the man. The moment she laid eyes on him at the sect, she was captivated. His striking appearance was undeniably eye-catching. Previously, she had believed that Mo Yunhan was the most stunning man in the world, unmatched by any other, but now she realized her perspective had been limited. The true beauty was right before her, yet it irked her that he had encountered that wretched Yi Yin first. Nevertheless, she consoled herself that if she could claim one, she could certainly claim the second. Xianzhe, however, did not spare her a glance. He disdainfully knocked over the pill, detesting the proximity of others. Had it not been for Yin Yan's presence, which required him to maintain his pure and adorable persona, he would have long since reduced this annoying human to ashes. Yi Qingyao felt a sharp pain in her palm as she watched the high-grade spiritual medicine tumble into the mud. She suppressed her fury, her eyes reddening as she looked at the man with a pitiful expression. Yi Yin, taken aback, turned to Xianzhe, wondering if the little demon was in a bad mood today. Had she not fed him enough? Xianzhe bent down and took the detoxification pill into his mouth, the soft yet cool sensation causing her fingertips to tremble. It was bitter and unpalatable, he thought as he struggled to swallow. Yi Yin chuckled, "It's not candy." "Then why didn't you eat the one from earlier?" Xianzhe's long lashes lowered slightly as he pointed nonchalantly at the pill bottle that had fallen to the ground, responding without a second thought, "This one is unappetizing as well." After a pause, he added, "A trash pill, all of them are unpalatable." He had no intention of consuming inferior trash. However, if it were to be fed to him by Yin Yin herself, it would have a different significance, akin to a sweet delicacy. The surrounding spectators gasped in disbelief, exchanging glances at the noble, aloof man. They had come merely to enjoy the spectacle. Yet they were astonished by his arrogant words. Did he truly lack discernment, or was he feigning ignorance? This was a premium detoxification pill. How could he dismiss it as trash and unpalatable? Did he think it was candy? This was a high-grade pill sought after by countless cultivators. Some scoffed dismissively, while others shook their heads in astonishment. A few cultivators began to scrutinize Xianzhe with discerning eyes, speculating on his true identity. Yi Qingyao's face reddened with anger, her usual gentle demeanor cracking. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, she bit her lip, her face burning with embarrassment as she tightly clenched her fist. Storming away with Yi Yin, muttering about the unworthy and the mundane, concluding that he was only fit to be a mere lover. Yi Qingyao did not believe for a moment that this man was any so-called protector of the path. He emanated no aura of spiritual energy, merely an ordinary mortal. It seemed that his only redeeming quality was his handsome face, likely taken by Yi Yin as a plaything to alleviate her boredom in the secret realm. With this thought, she felt considerably better. After all, he was just a commoner, not worthy of comparison with her Yunhan Gij. What is a plaything? Xianzhe was indifferent to the laughter surrounding him, instead turning his attention to Yi Yin. Yi Yin suppressed a smile, responding calmly, "It means our relationship is good. Also, please refrain from asking me such strange questions. But I feel like that human is insulting me." Xianzhe instinctively disliked Yi Qingyao. No, he loathed her. Her hidden animosity towards his Yin Yin was palpable, and he could sense it. Thus, he decided to trust his instincts and keep his distance from her. Xianzhe acknowledged with an "oh" and followed Yi Yin to a resting place. After a moment, his gaze unconsciously drifted back to her. Yi Yin opened her eyes from her meditation, initially thinking he was looking at Yi Qingyao, but upon closer inspection, she found his attention fixated on the egg nestled in her arms. At that moment, Yi Qingyao was in a secluded corner, her back turned to the crowd as she carefully nurtured the fiery red, cloud-patterned beast egg with her spiritual energy, sweat beading on her forehead. Yet she dared not slacken her efforts, clearly straining herself. That was the egg of the fire phoenix, a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the fire phoenix, capable of igniting fierce competition in the cultivation world, hence why the female protagonist cherished it so. Could it be that the little demon sensed something? Yi Yin pondered, aware that the demon clan placed great importance on bloodlines. High bloodline demons exert an innate suppression over those of lower bloodlines. So Xianzhe should experience an instinctual fear towards that egg. Yi Yin chose not to interrupt, but after a moment, she noticed him tilting his head towards her, tugging at her sleeve with a playful demeanor, saying, "Yin Yin, I'm hungry. Didn't you just eat?" She sighed, resigned to take out some precious beast jerky. A beautiful person is indeed pleasing to the eye, but nurturing them can be quite costly. They only desire the finest food, being both pampered and lazy. Xian shook his head, waving his hand towards the direction of the egg. I want to eat that egg. Eat the egg? What egg? Yin instinctively followed his pointed direction, and upon realizing, her brow twitched, nearly covering his mouth to prevent him from speaking nonsense. It was one thing to indulge in a bit of food, but he actually wanted to eat the fire phoenix egg? That was a progeny of one of the 8 great demon kings. This wasn't amnesia. This was outright foolishness. That egg cannot be eaten, she said, placing her hand on her forehead to maintain her usual composure. Why not? He looked bewildered. I used to eat such eggs all the time. They were delicious. And every day there were demons offering them to me. It was their utmost honor. That is not an ordinary beast egg, but that of the fire phoenix, a descendant of the demon king, containing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. If you inadvertently consume it, you may provoke the entire demon clan to hunt you down. Yin appealed to both emotion and reason, urgently dissuading the little demon from this audacious notion. But it doesn't he even have 1% of divine beast bloodline? He murmured, his face showing defiance, still yearning to eat it. Before long, he fell silent, lost in thought, his mind unclear. After resting for a moment, as the detoxification pills took effect within the crowd, the Yuanian elder waved his hand, leading them onward to the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many from other sections. Upon arriving at the entrance, nearly all the disciples of the 8 great sects had gathered. Wuju sect, Wujian sect, Sifang sect, Shunfu sect, Wan Fo sect, Daokuei sect, Shueijin sect, and Huanin sect. Each sect's disciples donned robes of distinct styles and patterns, making them easily distinguishable. Yin even spotted a few familiar faces. This year, tens of thousands of cultivators had come to explore the Jiuyu secret realm, with disciples from the 8 great sects only making up a small fraction, alongside many spies sent by various other factions and a greater number of nameless, independent cultivators. Perhaps due to her years of experience in crafting tools and talismans, Yin's spiritual awareness was sharper than that of other cultivators. She distinctly sensed several different auras concealed among the vast crowd of independent cultivators. There were demonic cultivators, demon clans, and more ominously, the sinister ghost clan. Little sword cultivator, I didn't expect to see you again. We truly have a connection. Yin Sui spotted a familiar figure not far away, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly abandoned his fellow disciples, soaring towards her on his sword. He hastily dismounted and approached, giving her shoulder a light pat, with a flurry of disciples from Wu Jian sect trailing behind him. What is the senior brother up to now? Why is he running toward another sect? Several months have passed since their last encounter, and Yin Sui has been deeply concerned about the exceptionally talented sword cultivator, Yi Xiaomei. The saying goes that it is rare to find a kindred spirit across 1,000 miles. He has always relished the company of like-minded individuals, but alas, most of them are dull and pedantic men. To finally meet a charming and beautiful female sword cultivator is a probability even lower than that of a rare spirit stone appearing in a gambling den. Just as Yin Sui intended to approach Yi Yin for a warm embrace, he was unexpectedly obstructed, stumbling back a couple of steps and nearly losing his balance. What on earth? He exclaimed. Yin Yin, I'm famished. She stood firmly in front of her, speaking thus, but making no move for the jerky he referred to. Instead, incessantly rubbing her collar, her brows knitting tighter with displeasure. The thought of this annoying human male touching his Yin made him wish he could sever the intruder's hand, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes. Chapter 59. Concealed killing array. Yin keenly sensed the man's unusual emotions, her heart racing slightly. In an instant, she pulled him behind her. As she felt the softness in her palm, Xi's fiery temper began to subside. He subtly increased his grip, remaining quietly protective behind her, loathing the proximity of any other males. An instinctual and intense possessiveness surged within him, growing wildly and clamoring for attention. Even though the other party was merely an irrelevant human, yet it was sufficient for him to feel a disquieting threat. What was he afraid of? Yin Sui glanced at Yi Yin, then at the unfamiliar man she was shielding, scratching his head in confusion as he racked his brains to deduce the relationship between the two. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Ah, it seems I have been rather impolite. He thought, Yi Xiaomei, I still maintain my invitation for you to visit my Wu Jian sect. I shall challenge you to a proper duel then. Yin Sui immediately discerned Yin's early stage of foundation establishment, silently marveling at her rapid progress in just a few months, which instigated a sense of comparison within him. Senior brother, do you really have no shame in challenging a mere girl in the early stages of foundation establishment? Lamented a nearby sword cultivator disciple. The disciple rubbed the back of his head with a grin, knowing that only their sword-obsessed senior brother would think that engaging in combat with a young girl would foster camaraderie. Once the members of the Wu Jian sect disappeared from sight, Yin Sui had not cast even a glance at Yi Qingyao, not even a shred of his attention, indicating that the narrative arc had yet to reach the point of their acquaintance and unrequited affection. Yan, lost in thought, was oblivious to the whispers and glances exchanged among the nearby disciples, their expressions filled with astonishment. Good heavens, am I mistaken? Is that not the prodigious sword cultivator, Yin Sui, from the Wu Jian sect? I have heard he has already entered the golden core stage, and his cultivation seems unfathomable. Who would have thought he is so young? Such unparalleled talent rivals that of Master Mo. Yin Sui, renowned for his triumphs in the sect's competitions, was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet the speculations began to swirl regarding who would seize the crown in the upcoming contest against Master Mo. Although they lacked the capability to emerge victorious in the sect competition, the innate curiosity of the onlookers could not be suppressed. I believe Yin Sui has the upper hand. I heard he ventured deep into the demon realm years ago and single-handedly defeated a formidable nascent soul demon with his golden core strength. Some, unable to mask their envy, remarked sarcastically, well, he is blessed with talent and illustrious lineage, not to mention the resources and spirit stones lavished upon him by his father, the sect leader. However, the majority were perplexed and turned their gazes toward Yin, unable to contain their curiosity as they whispered, "Isn't that female cultivator one of our sect's outer disciples? How could she possibly be acquainted with Yin Sui? They appear quite familiar with one another. Their identities, statuses, and cultivation levels were clearly not on the same echelon. Logically, there should be no intersection between them. Even many inner disciples from prestigious families rarely received Yin Sui's favor. It was indeed puzzling that he would be so cordial with Yin, stirring subtle feelings of intrigue among the onlookers. Upon hearing the murmurs of her fellow disciples, Yi Qingyao bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched, as she glared indignantly at Yin, who was soothing the man with gentle words. Her feelings of jealousy and dissatisfaction burned fiercely within her. She simply could not comprehend how Yin consistently managed to attract such extraordinary talents. Years ago, it had been Mo Yunhan. Would she now encounter Yin Sui as well? Before she could spiral into further baseless conjectures, a commotion erupted in the crowd as someone shouted, "The secret realm has opened." The crowd surged forward in a frenzy. She nearly stumbled to the ground, stomping her foot in frustration, feeling helpless. It seemed every time she encountered Yin, her fortunes turned sour. In a moment, the throng of people gathered at the entrance of a narrow cave, which could accommodate only 2 or 3 individuals at once, while thousands of cultivators pressed forward. The atmosphere shifted. The once jovial discourse among the cultivators ceased, replaced by a wary silence as they cautiously eyed one another, waiting for the opportune moment to leap into the cave, fearful of losing their chance. As the first brave soul activated a swift movement talisman and entered the secret realm, the stillness shattered, and the crowd erupted into a chaotic rush towards the cave, their excited clamor drowning out the elders' shouts from various sections. In an instant, the cultivator who stepped into the cave was mercilessly slaughtered. Blood sprayed violently, leaving no trace but a shocking scarlet stain on the ground. The subsequent arrivals were stunned, their pupils dilating in terror as they attempted to halt their advance. However, an irresistible force yanked them towards the cave, and soon, their cries for help faded into silence. Many newcomers, terrified by the sudden upheaval, froze in place, silently grateful they had not rushed in, or they too might have met a grim fate. Someone screamed in despair. The elders of the sect led their disciples forward, channeling their spiritual energy to investigate. After a thorough examination, one elder solemnly declared, "This is the sole entrance to the secret realm, but it conceals a deadly array." He stepped forward, commanding authority. "All irrelevant individuals retreat quickly. We are here to dismantle the killing array." Seeing this, the crowd hastily retreated, fearing collateral damage. The day turned to night, and back again over 2 full days and nights. Finally, the elders of the sect, accompanied by hundreds of disciples, expended countless high-grade array plates before managing to breach a corner of the killing array. Once the disciples of the sect successfully entered, the cautious onlookers were filled with exhilaration, eager to follow suit. Yi Yin, accompanied by Xian Shi, entered the cave along with the throng. Inside, they discovered a hidden expanse. It was a tunnel, initially quite narrow, but opening up as they ventured deeper, though the lack of light diminished visibility. Gradually, Yi Yin noticed the sound around her growing fainter, and when she clenched her palm, she found nothing but air. The person beside her had vanished without a trace. Not only him, but the other disciples from their sect were also nowhere to be seen, leaving her utterly alone. Chapter 60. The Master of Recruitment as Yi Yin emerged from the tunnel. Her surroundings finally cleared, revealing a desolate burial ground. Scattered before her were a few chi-refining cultivators battling vengeful spirits. According to the elders' accounts, the Geo-Secret Realm was divided into 9 layers, with each deeper layer presenting greater opportunities and perils. The highest a cultivator had ever reached was the 7th layer, and no one had ever successfully traversed to the 8th. The legendary 9th layer was said to be purely a figment of imagination, never having been set foot upon. The nearby vengeful spirits sensed the presence of life and swiftly drifted towards her, clawing and howling. Yi Yin deftly applied a full array of concealment talismans on herself, causing the spirits to hesitate momentarily, their hollow eyes scanning the surroundings before they shook their heads and drifted past her. Yi Yin let out a sigh of relief, her gaze sweeping across her surroundings. It appeared that the secret realm randomly assigned cultivators, and she now found herself in a first-level ghostly domain. Here, only the lowly, mindless, resentful spirits drifted about, likely devoid of any treasures. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yin tightened her grip on the swift travel talisman and proceeded deeper into the realm. A day later, the surrounding ghostly aura had intensified noticeably, and the level of resentful spirits had risen, seemingly gaining a modicum of intelligence. Yi Yin slaughtered numerous spirits along her path, distinctly sensing their growing strength, which was nearing the foundation establishment stage, making it somewhat taxing to handle. She must have reached the edge of the 2nd-level ghostly domain. Suddenly, her foot struck a mound, and before she could react, a pair of chilling skeletal hands burst forth from the ground, grasping her ankle tightly and yanking her downward. In the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared as the skeletal hands were severed by a surge of sword energy, rolling lifelessly at her feet. Yi Yin tore off the half-skeletal hand clinging to her pant leg and tossed it disdainfully into the nearby thicket, casting several cleansing spells on herself before continuing her journey. Still shaken, with heightened vigilance, Yi Yin became increasingly alert to the slightest rustle around her. She decided to extend her consciousness outward, akin to a mobile radar, accurately detecting movements within a 10-meter radius. However, projecting her consciousness was exceedingly taxing on her spiritual power. A typical Foundation establishment cultivator could only maintain it for the duration of an incense stick before requiring several days to recuperate. Fortunately, Yi Yin was not lacking in resources for replenishing her spiritual energy. She had prudently prepared a full bag of replenishing pills, healing elixirs, and spiritual nectar for just such an occasion. Although prolonged projection of her consciousness greatly consumed her spiritual energy, it also indirectly honed her sea of consciousness and dantian, rendering her significantly stronger than her peers of the same cultivation level. After an indeterminate amount of time, she spotted a ruin in the distance. However, upon approaching, she discovered a hidden world within. The cavern was approximately 10 zhang high, vast and expansive, with bizarre rocky formations suspended from the ceiling. Yi Yin conjured a cluster of spiritual fire in her palm, and, feeling along the walls, cautiously ventured inside. The sounds of clashing swords and blades growing ever clearer in her ears. Following the dark tunnel and navigating a few turns, she arrived at a cavern filled with flowing water at her feet, the shimmering reflections illuminating the various embedded crystals in the stone walls, revealing the piled-up bones scattered on the surface of the water. Not far off, a group of cultivators was fiercely battling a horde of skeletons. These cultivators wore varied robes, including disciples from the 8 great sects, as well as numerous nameless rogue cultivators, evidently having accidentally wandered into this place after getting separated from the main group. They exerted all their strength, colorful spells lighting up the cave like neon lights. Yet they hardly inflicted significant damage on the skeletons. Some had shattered blades, others had broken swords, and many had long since exhausted their talismans and array plates. However, the number of skeletons crawling out from the water and earthen mounds only increased. Just as despair set in among the group, someone clapped a hand on a shoulder. "Hey, fellow cultivator, how about a blasting talisman? 300 low-grade spirit stones each. Buy 5, get 1 free. And this improved rapid talisman can instantly increase your speed 5-fold. A must-have for secret realm exploration. Also, this cost-effective concealment talisman. 600 low-grade spirit stones apiece. Holding this talisman makes you immune to attack from resentful spirits and skeletons. Just watch, these skeletons won't attack me." A figure emerged from the crowd, effortlessly navigating the battle, her face unflustered as she hawked her talismans, while not a single skeleton turned its aggression towards her. "This is truly a scheme to extort money," someone in the crowd complained. Just then, a skeleton charged at him from the front. Ian casually tossed down 3 blasting talismans. With 3 thunderous explosions, the skeleton was reduced to dust, leaving the onlookers astounded. The cultivator, drenched in cold sweat, shut his eyes in fear, believing he was doomed. Upon opening them, he found himself utterly unharmed. Witnessing the charred crater left by the explosion, his eyes lit up. The power of this low-grade blasting talisman was astonishing. It had obliterated a Foundation establishment skeleton, rivaling the potency of an ordinary mid-grade attack talisman. "Quick, quick, I'll buy, however many you have," the cultivator exclaimed excitedly. Ian held up 3 fingers. "First, pay me for those 3 blasting talismans." "You're forcing me to buy," he retorted, though his speed in pulling out spirit stones was unmatched. Anyone with discernment could see that 300 spirit stones for a talisman comparable to a mid-grade one was an incredible deal. Observing this, nearby cultivators rushed to purchase talismans. And soon Yan's bag of talismans was sold out, replaced by a bag brimming with spirit stones. She still had 2 full bags of talismans remaining. She was not short on them. With the added advantage of talismans, the group soon overwhelmed the skeleton horde. Afterward, they thoroughly searched the entire cave, but found scant treasures. While the others emerged in disappointment, Yan's keen eye caught sight of the weapons held by the skeletons, and she looted them all. These skeletons were likely former cultivators who had perished in the secret realm, transformed into skeletons under the influence of ghostly energy. Most of the weapons they carried were still usable, hovering between the grade of precious and magical artifacts. Once outside, she could sell them at a pawn shop for a decent sum of spirit stones. Seeing her, someone scoffed, "Do you really need these spirit stones? Who would complain about having too much money?" Yandere retorted. This remark resonated with the crowd. "By the way, where did you buy those talismans? They work quite well. We should check it out another day," someone eagerly inquired, particularly the first cultivator who had purchased talismans. Ian flicked her sleeve, flashing a professional smile at the crowd. 4 talismans. Head to buy Shang Material Shop. Fair trade, no deception. Once outside the cave, the crowd split ways, though one male cultivator maintained a solemn expression. His gaze fixed on Yi Yan's departing figure. Gripping his blade, he smirked mysteriously and stealthily followed her. Chapter 61. The man who creates puppets. Yi Yan's footsteps paused momentarily. With her keenly extended consciousness, she quickly detected the male cultivator stealthily tailing her from behind. She remained nonchalant, focused solely on her path, her light form gliding gracefully through the toxic jungle. She wondered where her Sectes team was now, and if she was still with them. Her small demon, typically delicate and weak, would be at risk of becoming a meal for a fierce ghost if caught alone. She needed to find him quickly. Meanwhile, the delicate little demon had just flipped over a high-ranking skeleton with a single strike. Countless skeletons clawed at the man, but he dispatched them all with ease, creating numerous deep craters in the ground. "Damn it, I got separated from Yin Yan in that wretched tunnel, and now I can't even catch her scent." The foul ghostly aura completely masked his sense of smell, making it unbearable. Xianxi lifted his sleeve to cover his nose, his face twisted in irritation. Exuding a mur de roue aura. The mindless skeletons only fueled his frustration. He dispatched one after another, aimlessly searching for Yi Yan. The group of Wuju's sect disciples trailing him gradually shifted from initial shock to calmness, numbly watching as the male cultivator effortlessly swatted away several high-ranking skeletons, forcing his way through with brute strength. The crowd fell silent, their faces ashen, unable to articulate the overwhelming shock in their hearts. This male cultivator, with the appearance of a pampered pretty boy, was unexpectedly powerful. They had truly failed to recognize his prowess earlier, wishing they could blind themselves for their oversight. This male cultivator must be at least at the nascent soul stage, right? Yi Yin is merely an outer sect disciple, rumored to originate from a second-rate family. How did she acquire such a formidable protector? Yi Qingyao, too, fixated on the path ahead, her teeth clenched and fingers tightly gripping her sleeve. An indescribable sensation surged within her. Was it jealousy or the shock of an overwhelming complexity that choked her heart, rendering her breathless? The group was effortlessly led by Xian into the fourth layer of the abyss. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, creating an illusion of unreality for the onlookers. Typically, most sect disciples would find themselves exhausted upon reaching the second layer of the abyss, with their guardians sent from their families already drained by the time they reached the third layer. Deeper exploration was fraught with peril, and given their capabilities, they had planned to remain in the third layer to cultivate and gain experience, not anticipating the sudden emergence of Xianxi. He seemed to be in a hurry to find someone, scanning the crowd with urgency before departing in disappointment, continuing deeper into the secret realm. Nearby cultivators and disciples seized the opportunity to follow, collecting numerous treasures along the way. Xianxi appeared indifferent, or perhaps he simply could not be bothered, as his singular focus was to locate his yin-yin. Upon reaching the fourth layer of the abyss, the level of the skeletal resentful spirits had escalated to the golden core stage, far surpassing the realm of most cultivators. However, as they sought shelter, they realized they had lost track of Xianxi. A skeletal claw pierced the chest of a Foundation establishment disciple. A cry of panic erupted from the crowd. They had long lost contact with their sect elder, and even the most powerful cultivator among them was merely at the early golden core stage. In the chaos, Yi Qingyao felt a sense of urgency, catching sight of the ruins not far away. Her eyes brightened, and she dashed toward that direction. In the face of imminent danger, the group had lost their ability to think and instinctively followed Yi Qingyao toward the ruins, completely unaware that they were heading into hell. If you are sensible, hand over the Gui Nu too, and I shall spare your life. The male cultivator could no longer restrain himself, leaping from the forest to intercept Yi Yin midway. He wielded a broad blade, his visage menacing, with his eyes greedily fixed on the Chinquan bag at her waist. Having previously attracted too much attention with his wealth, he could not escape the envy of others. Yi Yin initially assumed he was merely out for murder and plunder, so she was not surprised. However, upon hearing the mention of the Gui Nu too, her heart sank slightly, and she scrutinized him closely. I do not know what you are talking about. What painting? I have never seen it before. She retreated 2 steps in trepidation, her delicate brows furrowed, a look of confusion on her face, while a faint gathering of spiritual power formed in her palms behind her. Futile arguments. Since you refuse to recognize the situation, do not blame me for being impolite. The man had no intention of engaging in further conversation. His expression darkened as he gathered strength in his legs, launching himself toward her like a bolt from a crossbow, aiming to cleave her with his great blade. Water barrier. The spiritual energy surged from her dantian. The broad blade struck the solidified water shield, its attack power significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yin retreated while channeling her spiritual energy, unleashing a sword chi that surged toward the man with unstoppable force. Simultaneously, she shattered a movement talisman, her figure darting like a specter as she approached the male cultivator's neck for a swift strike. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The attack was thwarted. Waves of energy erupted, causing the broad blade to emit a resonant hum, hinting at the possibility of fracture. To his astonishment, the woman proved to be incredibly strong. The male cultivator staggered back 2 steps, his expression darkening as he grew wary. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have already been severed in 2. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and decided to reveal his true strength. I admit you possess some skill, but it ends here. Prepare to die. The man's palm brushed over the bloodstains on his neck, rage bubbling within him, his face suffused with a heavy, murderous intent. The sinister aura enveloping him intensified as his cultivation level surged from the late Foundation establishment stage to the early golden core stage. He turned out to be a ghost cultivator, posing a significant challenge. No wonder he could detect the Guai within her Chinquan bag. It seems she would need to apply an invisibility talisman to the Guai in the future. As Yin pondered this, her expression grew graver. When the man launched another attack, she thrust her sword into the ground, leveraging its force to leap into the air, narrowly evading the sweeping blade aura, her feet landing firmly atop the broad blade. Boom! The broad blade shattered under the force of her spiritual energy. Impressive. The male cultivator's pupils constricted, forced back several meters by the residual shockwave as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ian did not allow him a moment's respite. Water dragons roar. The overwhelming sword intent surged forth, coalescing into a dragon of water. The male cultivator hastily drew his blade from the Chinquan bag, hastily unleashing several sword chi strikes, severing the water dragon in midair. However, it transformed into a multitude of smaller water dragons that pierced through his entire body. Ian ceased to delay, decisively finishing with her Huan needle, obliterating the last vestige of the man's life force. With a thunderous crash, his massive form collapsed to the ground. Once the ordeal concluded, Ian exhaled a sigh of relief, her hands trembling as she gripped tightly, her palms tingling with soreness. Although her five-element spirit roots surpassed those of other cultivators, and with numerous talismans and weapons at her disposal, she still faced peril when confronting higher-tiered practitioners. Engaging this early Golden Core practitioner had nearly exhausted her. If at that moment it had been Mo Yunhan standing before her, Yin felt a pressing urgency within. She needed to elevate her cultivation speedily. Unbeknownst to her, several strands of silver threads detached from the man's corpse, swiftly vanishing from sight, barely perceptible. Chapter 62. The Blinded Genius. The silver threads from her fingertips severed. Wu stared intently at his own hands. A pale confusion reflected in his gray-white eyes as his lips pressed tightly together. A disciple rushed over, panting, "Senior brother, we just completed a scan of the surroundings, and this location is relatively safe. Let us remain in the third layer of the abyss and avoid delving deeper." The other disciples looked anxiously toward the gentle and noble man in the wheelchair. They couldn't help but express concern. The disciples of the Tao puppet sect were unlike those of other sects. They relied on their exceptional puppet control skills. Before entering the secret realm, they had prepared many high-level puppets, perhaps to contend in the fourth layer, but given Senior Brother's current condition. "Apologies, I have burdened everyone." Wu offered an apologetic smile to the group, his gray-white eyes nearly blending with the Scara, adding an air of eerie emptiness to his gaze. The disciples of the Tao puppet sect felt a pang of sympathy. Wu sight was nearly lost, and with his legs paralyzed, he had to sit in a wooden wheelchair, pushed by a remarkably lifelike puppet. The disciples immediately displayed alarm. "No, Senior Brother, you mustn't say that. We could never abandon you. You are the most extraordinary genius of our Tao puppet sect. The sect leader and our masters have specifically instructed us to ensure your safety. Wherever you go, we shall follow. If it weren't for that incident, their Senior Brother would have surely shone brightly throughout the cultivation world. Then let us remain in the third layer of the abyss." With that, Wu retrieved a puppet head and carving knife, meticulously sculpting the puppet's visage. After years of toxins corrosion, his vision had become somewhat blurred, and the time required for carving had significantly increased, with the quality of the finished product steadily declining. His master had said that his eyesight had but a few years left. At most, he would lose his sight entirely in 3 more years. The most exceptional puppet master? Huh. Wu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Where's the genius that has gone blind? He wished to carve the most exquisite humanoid puppet in the limited time remaining. Yet until now, he had been at a loss for inspiration. Just moments ago, an image suddenly emerged in his mind. As time slowly passed, the puppet head in his palms gradually took shape. Its features remained that of a strikingly beautiful woman. The tear mole on her face served as an exquisite detail. However, his carving skills ultimately fell short, and he could not capture even a fraction of her essence. If only he could see the real face once more. How wonderful that would be. On the other side, Yin took possession of the male cultivator's Chinquan bag and extended her spiritual sense into it for inspection. To her surprise, she discovered some unexpected treasures. In addition to a few common spirit stones, weapons, and talismans, there lay a fragment of a map. She examined it closely, noting that it was written in ancient script, leaving her momentarily perplexed, and she ultimately set it aside to gather dust. 3 days later, She successfully arrived at the Sanchong Yujing. Before her stretched a vast expanse of guiyu grass. The juice extracted from guiyu grass can be used to create mid-grade talismans known as Taiming Fu, which can withstand fatal damage once, up to the full force of a Yuan Ing cultivator strike. Due to the extraordinary practicality of Taiming Fu, it is in high demand and extremely precious. The key ingredient for crafting this talisman, guiyu grass, is exceptionally finicky about its growth environment, typically flourishing in sinister, damp places, such as the notorious Jiuyu secret realm. In shops, a century-old guiyu grass is nearly impossible to acquire, yet the vast field before her was almost entirely comprised of plants thousands of years old. Once Yi Yin had harvested all the guiyu grass, Su Hui, emerging from the Qinquan bag, soared in a specific direction. Yi Yin, sensing a connection, followed closely. Together, they arrived at a nearby, fractured valley. The stringent growth requirements of guiyu grass indicated that this region was likely to yield Inshui stone. Su Hui transformed into a humanoid form and spoke softly, scanning the surroundings with excitement barely contained. This celestial stone resonates with my attributes. If refined, it would serve perfectly as my sword's core. Should I stumble upon a 1,000-year-old Inshui stone, I might even transcend into a spiritual weapon. Among swords, competition is fierce, and naturally, they aspire to ascend in rank. Not only would it enhance their master's experience, but they could also flaunt their prowess among other swords. Yi Yin, equally elated, wasted no time and, alongside Su Hui, turned the entire valley upside down. Finally, 2 days later, she unearthed a palm-sized gray-blue crystal from a crevice in a rock. Is this it? She could feel the rich water spiritual energy swirling in her palm, albeit tinged with a chilling, piercing coldness. If made into a sword core, it would undoubtedly amplify the attack power of Su Hui's sword. No wonder he coveted it so dearly. Su Hui swiftly floated over, examining it closely with barely concealed delight, declaring it to be a 10,000-year-old Inshui stone. Truly a delightful surprise. Yi Yin was equally overjoyed, unsure if this was the most valuable item in the secret realm, but it was certainly the most precious thing she had ever encountered. She carefully stored the Inshui stone. This area seemed relatively safe, allowing Yi Yin to take a moment to meditate and recuperate. She sipped a mouthful of divine nectar, savoring the sweetness and spiritual energy that spread across her tongue. Once her spiritual power was restored, she set out once more. In the Sichong Yudi, the skeletal resentful spirits here were nearly at the golden core stage, many of whom had developed sentience. The effects of concealment talismans were increasingly ineffective against them, forcing Yi Yin to engage in combat with several skeletal soldiers along her journey, narrowly escaping with her life. However, she made a new discovery. The skeletal soldiers beyond the golden core stage had spines that transformed into a golden hue, a highly coveted material known as Jinyang bone. Chapter 63. Realm Within a Realm. Yi Yin had collected 5 Jinyang bones through her relentless combat. Given the properties of this material, after refining and reworking it, it would be ideal for crafting pole weapons or defensive armor. Within just a few days, she had fought multiple times against the early golden core skeletal resentful spirits, each encounter accelerating the depletion of her spiritual energy. The relentless battles with the skeletal soldiers had proven both lengthy and impressive. Yi Yin sensed that her bottleneck was beginning to loosen once more. Having spent nearly half a month in the Sichong Yudi without any sign of Xianxi, she hesitated on whether to continue her search when suddenly she heard a somewhat familiar cry for help. Are these disciples of Wu Ju Zong? Yi Yin paused on a rock to take a long drink of water, her gaze gravitating towards the ruins not far ahead. Steadying her mind, she activated a swift movement talisman and rushed over. However, upon reaching the ruins, the scene before her abruptly transformed. She had entered a realm within a realm. Her steps faltered, and as she attempted to exit, her back pressed against a cold hard wall. The entrance had vanished without her noticing. Only entry, no exit? How intriguing. Realms within realms are typically left by powerful beings, either as a legacy awaiting a fateful person or to seize the body of a fateful individual for rebirth. Yi Yin calmly ventured into the cave, discovering it resembled an ancient altar long abandoned. At the center of the altar, there was a noticeable depression, but the item that should have rested within had vanished, presumably taken by a cultivator. Meanwhile, the disciples of Wu Ju Zong found themselves ensnared by the altar. Beneath their feet, A large formation flickered into view. Yi Yin observed closely from a distance, recognizing it as an ancient soul-capturing array she had previously encountered in the library. Clearly, the second hypothesis was correct. That powerful being sought to seize a body for rebirth. Since entering the cave, she had felt an almost imperceptible gaze upon her, reminiscent of the powerful artifact cultivator she had met before. Sure enough, as she spread her spiritual sense throughout the cave, she discovered an old man lurking in a dark corner, casting a sinister smile upon them, a grin so chilling it sent shivers down her spine. Yet when she turned her gaze, the corner was empty. This formation can be broken. Who among you understands formations? Join me in breaking it. Upon hearing that Yin was also trapped here and claimed to be able to break the formation, the crowd disregarded the distinction between inner and outer disciples, seizing the last glimmer of hope and stepping forward to declare, "We have some understanding of formations." Yanskan her surroundings, striving to discern the various formation stones and patterns. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the altar. Approaching for inspection, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Who among you took the item from the altar?" The crowd shook their heads in confusion, unaware of what had been placed in that accursed location. Initially, they had only sought refuge from the terrifying, skeletal, resentful spirits. Unwittingly stumbling into this place, without having had the chance to discern the treasures within the cave before finding the exit blocked. Realizing this, they began to blame Yi Qingyao. If it weren't for her misguided suggestion, they would not be suffering here. The formation was draining their life force, and in no more than 12 hours, they would perish within. Most of those who had come to the Jiuyu secret realm for training this year were new inner disciples of Wu Ju Zone. Although they were all prodigies cultivated by affluent families, most were under 20 years old, and this was their first outing for training, only to encounter such perilous circumstances. Regret washed over them, and a few timid female cultivators began to weep. Hearing the incessant cries around her, Yi Qingyao suppressed her inner turmoil, clutching her Chinquan bag tightly, remaining silent among the crowd. Yi Yan's gaze swept over the group, lingering on her for a moment before moving on. Since no one had taken the item from the altar, the only course of action now was to forcibly break the formation. She pointed to the earlier speakers and selected a few of the highest-ranked disciples, instructing, "You all will follow my guidance to block the formation's 8 corners." Then, an outer disciple directing the inner disciples was, in theory, a ludicrous situation. However, at that moment, they seemed to grasp onto the last straw of hope, instinctively placing their trust in her. As time passed, the formation continued to sap the life force of the gathered disciples, and many of the lower-ranked ones collapsed to the ground. Only a few early Golden Core and late Foundation Establishment disciples remained standing. Finally, just as they too were about to fall, the formation shattered. The entire cave began to collapse. Yi Yin and the remaining few, who were barely conscious, swiftly carried the unconscious disciple to a safe area. In mere moments, the cave behind them collapsed into ruins, with large boulders crashing down. Yi Yin crushed several swift movement talismans and narrowly escaped at the last moment, as the spot she had occupied was already crushed into a deep pit by the falling stones. Once the dust settled, they let out a sigh of relief, exhausted and slumped to the ground, their tense nerves finally relaxing. They gazed at Yi Yin with immense gratitude. Surviving such a calamity surely brings blessings, and it was fortunate that she had come to aid them. Otherwise, they would have likely perished here. Yi Yin distributed a vial of exquisite nectar to each of them. One discerning individual recognized it immediately as the rare and precious Xiongjiang Milu, produced by the Zio poisonous bees. The group, inhaling the rich spiritual essence emanating from the small bottle, was not only shocked but also deeply moved. Though they belonged to the same sect, they were essentially strangers, and yet Yi Yin was willing to share such a precious elixir with them. This person was worthy of deep connections. Yekinjiao stared at the nectar in her hand, feeling as if a lump had lodged in her throat, her face alternating between pale and flushed. This reminiscent scene reminded her of the time she had given Yi Yin a detox pill, which was only the most inferior grade. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Yin would be so capable, unlike certain individuals who were miserly and kept only low-grade pills for themselves. Someone shot a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Yekinjiao and deliberately mocked her. It was not only because Yekinjiao had previously led them into danger, but many had long found her displeasing. This woman, with talent that was mediocre at best, had managed to become a direct disciple of an elder through nepotism. And her temperament had only worsened, bullying the weak and flattering the strong. Yin paid no heed to their grievances and merely wished to inquire about the whereabouts of her little demon. Chapter 64. Gu Yandere. She had initially thought that she would remain with the disciples of Wu Ju Zone, which was why she had taken the risk to come, but to her surprise, he had already left. Judging by the direction, he must have headed to the 5th level of the abyss, yet their strength was too weak to follow. One disciple remarked, "Thank you for the information," Yin replied before turning to leave, casually leaving behind some defensive array plates and protective talismans. She is truly kind-hearted. This is what true friendship in adversity looks like. The disciples watched Yin's increasingly noble figure depart with reverence. The brilliance of her 10th level holy light so dazzling that it brought tears to their eyes. Seeking a secluded and safe spot, she opened the wooden box she had stealthily retrieved, which contained the offerings from the cave altar. Upon opening it, her eyes widened with astonishment, and she nearly let out a scream. Inside was a heavenly-grade pill, Gu Yandere. The rich and pure scent of the pill was intoxicating, with 9 golden patterns swirling around the dark pill body, resembling tightly bound chains that sealed the vigorous spiritual power within. Yekinjayo swallowed hard, her throat parched, her fingers trembling as she held the wooden box. This was the legendary heavenly-grade pill, capable of washing the marrow of spiritual roots, with a 50% chance of enhancing one's spiritual root quality. Yet there was also a 50% chance of failure, resulting in the transformation into a poor-quality, mixed spiritual root. Remembering the derisive mockery from the earlier disciples, Yekinjayo bit her lip, no longer hesitating, and placed the pill in her mouth. The medicinal power rapidly dissolved. A torrent of spiritual energy surged within her body. Alas, her mortal form could hardly withstand the impact from the heavenly-grade pill. Her veins burst, and her frail body nearly tore apart. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vision darkening, and she collapsed to the ground. In that critical moment, a warm hand caught her, cradling her in a protective embrace, while an invisible yet powerful force soothed her shattered meridians and dantian. Brother Yunhan, she struggled to open her eyes, weakly gazing at the approaching man, before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. When she awoke again, it was 3 days later. In the cave, the flickering campfire cast shadows as Yekinjayo curled up in a corner among the weeds. With a startled gasp, she suddenly opened her eyes, fixating on the stone wall before her. She had not died? Yekinjayo stared in a daze at the cave and the fire, her mind momentarily blank. She anxiously checked her body. The internal injuries and bruises had been completely healed. Not only that, her spiritual root emitted a faint awareness, revealing a clear and flawless single-water spiritual root that radiated a soft blue light. Tian Lingzhen, she had successfully transformed into a single-water spiritual root. Before she could revel in her joy, another wave of happiness washed over her. Her spiritual root had not only been successfully transformed into the rarest water spiritual root, but her cultivation speed had significantly accelerated, far surpassing those intersect disciples. This was truly a case of fortune arising from disaster. Thank goodness he had arrived in the end. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Yunhan? As soon as she spoke, not long after, a tall figure appeared at the cave entrance, enveloped in a chill and frost. You dared to privately consume a heavenly-grade pill without any protection? An opportunity beyond your ability can either make or ruin you. This was a foolish act. Mo Yunhan halted before her, frowning as he spoke coldly, tossing her a bag of high-grade spirit stones. He had always believed Yekinjayo to be clever, but he had not expected her to be so impatient for success, nearly destroying her entire foundation. I understand my mistake, Yekinjayo murmured softly, her tearful eyes gazing at him pitifully, her eyelids tinged with red, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Mo Yunhan's fingers twitched slightly, as if recalling something, and his expression softened considerably. He crouched down and ruffled her hair, his voice imbued with a subtle tenderness. Remember to be more cautious next time. Do not act so recklessly. She nodded earnestly, her tears turning into a smile. By the way, Brother Yunhan, how did you come here? She recalled that when the list was being filled out, he had shown no intention of entering the secret realm. Yet now he seemed to have ventured in alone. I came by myself. Mo Yunhan replied tersely, confirming her suspicion. He indeed had plans to enter the Jiryo secret realm, but did not wish to associate with mediocre individuals. Those inner sect disciples would only hinder his progress. It was better to venture alone. Yekinjio scrutinized his expression, and she surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. Lowering her gaze and fiddling with her fingers, she timidly asked, "Am I a burden as well?" "It will only get increasingly dangerous," Mo Yunhan succinctly stated, implying that she should stick with the Sect S team for training in the third level of the Abyss. However, Yekinjio felt reluctant deep down. Though the depths of the secret realm would be more perilous, they also held greater opportunities. The fourth level had already produced a heavenly grade pill. What about the fifth, sixth, seventh, or even the ninth levels? Had Mo Yunhan not been present, she would have followed the Sect S team without complaint for further training in the third level. But now that he was by her side, wouldn't it be fine to have him accompany her? "I want to go with you," she declared firmly, lifting her pale face to him. After a moment's pause, Mo Yunhan nodded. "Fine, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Stay close behind me and do not wander off." Meanwhile, Yin pondered whether to delve deeper into the fifth level of the Abyss. The strength of the spirits in the fourth level had already approached her limits, and the spirits in the depths would only be stronger. She might even encounter skeletal soldiers in the nascent soul stage. Yet, she was very likely already in the fifth level. As she ventured deeper, human presence became increasingly rare. The fourth level was nearly untouched, and the deeper fifth level would provide the Ghost Princess with ample secluded training space. After some contemplation, Yin resolutely stepped into the fifth level of the Abyss. The wailing and screeching spirits charged towards her life force. In that critical moment, she hastily drew out the Yu, Tan, Qian, and V, Tuesday. The ghostly princess, upon revealing herself, opened her mouth wide and devoured the relentless, vengeful spirit, consuming it whole. "I had endured long enough. The taste of the ghostly energy in this place is quite exquisite." The ghostly princess licked her lips, still yearning for more. The surrounding vengeful spirits trembled in fear. "You may feast upon these spirits at will, but aid me in locating a person." Chapter 65. Marked by him what? "Are you still pining for that young lord of yours?" The ghostly princess smirked, her crimson lips curving enticingly as she playfully lifted her chin, smiling sweetly. "Fear not. Once I have consumed these vengeful spirits, I shall naturally acquire the memories they leave behind." With a lowered voice, she added, "Regardless of where that man flees, I shall undoubtedly unearth him." This expression of deep grievance and vengeance evokes the impression of a betrayal. Yi Yin had reason to suspect that the ghostly princess had endured some form of trauma in her past. She chuckled, expressing her gratitude to the ghostly sister. After a fortnight, the ghostly princess had ravaged the entire fifth level of the netherworld, devouring thousands of vengeful spirits. Only after she had burped, sated to the brim, did she reveal that your young lord had ventured into the sixth level of the netherworld. Not only was Yi Yin greatly astonished, but even the ghostly princess hesitated upon uttering these words. The fifth level had begun to manifest vengeful spirits in the nascent soul stage. It was no mere stroke of luck that one could wander through it freely. Is your delicate young lord pretending to be weak while hiding his true strength? Yi Yin felt compelled to reiterate the true identity of the little demon. Just how much had he concealed from her? Once she found him, she would surely interrogate him rigorously. "Sister Ghost, with your current prowess, can you delve deeper into the sixth level of the netherworld? It is worth a try." The ghostly princess mused after a moment's contemplation. Previously, her strength had already approached the nascent soul stage. And after consuming so many vengeful spirits of the golden core and nascent soul stages, although not as revitalizing as the fresh ghostly energy of newly deceased spirits, the sheer quantity had brought her power close to the god transformation stage. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she believed she could handle the latter stage vengeful spirits in the sixth level. One person and one ghost moved swiftly like a flash of light. In the sixth level of the netherworld, the toxic miasma had thickened to the point where one could barely see their hand before their face, and visibility was appallingly low. Yi Yin felt as if a veil had been drawn over her eyes, relying solely on her spiritual sense to navigate slowly. The lurking vengeful spirit skeletons eyed their opportunity. Yet whenever they dared to reveal themselves, they invariably fell victim to the ghostly princess's lethal grasp. Trapped in the miasma, the two lost track of their whereabouts, only faintly sensing a significant reduction in the number of vengeful spirits around them. After half a day, they had not encountered a single spirit. The surrounding oppressive silence suddenly intensified. It descended upon her like a 1,000-pound weight. Yi Yan's heart raced with terror, her steps faltering until her body became rigid and immobile. This is bad. A solid, ghostly hand, 10 yards wide, cleaved through the air towards her, and the ghostly princess's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly shielded Yi Yan with her own body. Before she could retaliate against the enemy, she was unexpectedly struck, her soul dissipating into nothingness. Yet this provided Yi in a fleeting moment to gather her strength, resisting the immense pressure that bound her. She forcefully broke free, rolling a few meters to evade the attack, only to find that the spot where she had just been had become a deep pit. Water Dragon's Cry. A blade of sword intent cleaved through the air, but the massive, misty form of the vengeful spirit only split open a narrow seam, which rapidly healed within moments, causing Yi Yan's complexion to change dramatically. Ah, humans are so vibrant. The immense, vengeful spirit closed the distance swiftly, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Its lantern-like, fiery red eyes fixated on Yi Yan. The raspy voice, akin to grinding sandpaper, reverberated painfully. Humans possess such fresh bodies. Ah, how jealous I am. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Why must it be you who lives? Why must I perish? I want to survive. If only it were not so. It mumbled incoherently, yet one could visibly see its hatred for Yi Yan escalating, its sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Then came a piercing shriek. Yi Yan clutched her ears, darkness enveloping her vision as the ghost's anguished voice resonated with penetrating force, causing blood to seep from her ears, nose, and the corner of her mouth. The vengeful spirit struck with all its might, the nauseating stench of ghostly energy overwhelming her senses. In that critical moment, however, a pair of cold, long hands pierced through the layers of mist, embracing her tightly. Yin Yan, hold on to me. The little demon's stunningly beautiful face came into view. At that moment, his brows were tightly knitted, anger and panic intermingling in his eyes. Gathering his demonic power in the palm of his hand, he directed it towards the late-stage, vengeful spirit. Yi Yan's mind was foggy. She cast a cleansing spell upon herself and hastily consumed a few mouthfuls of elixir, instinctively wrapping her arms around him, her senses awakening to the firm, well-defined muscles beneath his clothes. She realized that the beautiful figure was, in fact, tall and strong, having been misled by his seemingly delicate demeanor all along. Then she watched as he effortlessly dispersed the vengeful spirit. Well, it seems he was indeed pretending to be weak. How pitiful she was, toiling from dawn till dusk, earning a living while supporting him all this time. She led her to a safe location. Yin Yan, how did you end up here? He was the first to take the initiative. The rich spiritual energy from the elixir coursed through her body, restoring some of her strength. She lowered her gaze, her tone gentle yet resolute, stating, I'm more curious about how you ended up here. I came to find you. The little demon replied, his voice filled with grievance. Find me? She nodded, pointing towards the depths of a secret realm, his exquisite brows furrowing with confusion. Having found Yin Yan, how was there still another Yin Yan? He had left his exclusive mark upon her, yet he had consistently sensed the aura of that mark emanating from the depths of the secret realm. Could there be something else he had marked? Seeing the bewilderment on his face, Yi Yan began to piece together the puzzle, an amused smile breaking across her lips. You can even mistake me for someone else? She remained silent, looking even more aggrieved as he allowed her to tease him. You have no idea how hard I searched for you, fearing you would be devoured by these ghostly creatures. I rushed from the first level of the secret realm all the way to the 6th level. Moreover, as we ventured deeper, the level of the ghostly beings heightened. How could I, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly possess the strength to traverse the deeper realms? Truly a foolish beauty, acting without thought. Though she scolded him, she felt warmth blooming in his heart. Yin Yan truly cared for him, risking her life just to find him. Do you still intend to venture deeper? She inquired once more. Their initial purpose for embarking on this journey was to assist him in locating the thing. Perhaps the miasma had muddled his senses, leading him to confuse her aura with that of the object. That thing was likely situated at the very heart of the secret realm. But Yin is injured. He shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, I do not wish to pursue it any longer. I want to escort you to the medical hall first." Yi Yan, however, firmly disagreed. "I am fine. There is no need for you to be constrained by me. Go pursue what you truly wish to do. Do not forget the purpose that brought us here through so many hardships." She reached out to caress his slightly flustered face, smiling softly yet with an air of determination, stating, "I do not appreciate half-hearted efforts." Chapter 66. Who is he? After Yi Yan's heartfelt persuasion, coupled with her repeated reassurances of her well-being, Xianxi finally resolved to delve deeper once again. However, he would not leave her alone in the secret realm. Yi Yan consumed the royal jelly elixir she had been saving, calming the chaotic spiritual energy within her. After a brief respite, she propped herself against the wall, firmly grasping his hand, and raised her gaze earnestly, declaring, "I will accompany you." The spirits of the 6th level of the netherworld had largely reached the mid to late stages of the nascent soul, and even the god transformation stage could pose a threat, as evidenced by their recent encounter. The 7th level of the netherworld was even more perilous. Xianxi, who had initially approached the situation with a nonchalant demeanor, began to show signs of pallor as time passed, as if his demonic energy was depleting, unable to sustain the extravagant demands placed upon it by his master. Yi Yan offered all the spirit stones she carried to him, yet it proved futile, as his complexion visibly deteriorated. At last, the pair navigated through the 6th level of the YUD and successfully reached the 7th level, only to discover that they had arrived at the innermost sanctum of the secret realm with no path ahead. It is no wonder that it is said that cultivators can reach only the 7th level. There is no passage leading to the 8th. However, after surveying the surroundings, Xianzhi released her, seemingly sensing something, and slowly approached a long-abandoned ruin. With his palm shaped like a blade, he carved a 3-finger-wide gash into his other palm. The crimson-golden blood dripped into a hidden spot within the ruins, and the formation, obscured by weeds and rubble, was instantly activated, causing a radiant glow to emanate beneath their feet. Immediately, a thick beam of dazzling white light descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, Mo Yunhan arrived at the 4th level of YUD with Yi Qingyao, both prepared for confrontation, only to find that most of the skeletons had been mercilessly slain. Moreover, the method employed was exceedingly cunning, having extracted only the spines while leaving behind disordered heaps of bones. Mo Yunhan's gaze darkened as it drifted toward the already cleared path ahead. After some contemplation, he led Yi Qingyao unobstructed to the 5th level, only to find that the spirits of the 5th level had also been thoroughly dealt with. He felt a twinge of alarm and quickened his pace toward the 6th level. But to his shock, it too had been entirely swept clean. The faint discomfort in Mo Yunhan's heart transformed into a tempest of astonishment. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes dark as rolling storm clouds. Who could possibly be responsible for this? How could someone eradicate the lower 6 levels of YUD in such a short span of time? Mo Yunhan struggled to conceal his astonishment, a sense of wariness blossoming within him. In his previous life, no such figure had emerged, and at this rate, that person had likely already reached the 7th level of the secret realm, having experienced both tumultuous waves and countless treasures that could drive the cultivation world into madness. The secret realms of the lower 6 levels and the so-called opportunities held little allure for Mo Yunhan. His true ambition was to reach the 8th level of the secret realm. In his past life, he had accompanied his sex team to the Juyo secret realm, where all the disciples except for him perished. Though he had not witnessed the legendary 9th level, he had inadvertently succeeded in reaching the 8th. Reflecting upon that peculiar space, a fierce determination flickered in Mo Yunhan's eyes. He must arrive at the 8th level before anyone else. Having been reborn, he was well aware of where the true treasures lay and could not allow them to fall into the hands of others. However, the opening of the 8th level required certain conditions. What a joke it would be if that person, having fought tooth and nail to reach the 7th level, ultimately found himself at a dead end. As Mo Yunhan mused, his expression lightened slightly. Yet, upon arriving at the 7th level of the secret realm, he immediately caught sight of that familiar pillar of light reaching to the heavens. How could this be? He was astonished as he gazed at the 2 figures ahead. The sight of the familiar silhouette sent a shiver through him, and almost instantaneously, he exclaimed in anger, "Yi Yan, what's she doing here?" Hearing his voice, Yi Yin instinctively turned to look back, her gaze meeting the dark, handsome face of Mo Yunhan. She paused, exclaiming, Mo Yunhan? How could I possibly run into this man again? It was truly a relentless twist of fate. Her initial confidence in coming to the Geo-Secret Realm was partly for Xianzhe and partly due to her belief that Mo Yunhan would not be part of this expedition. Little did she expect to encounter him once more, a cruel joke played by the heavens. Yin Yan, who is he? Xianzhe inquired, stepping closer with a gloomy expression and a low murmur. It was the first time he had witnessed such a strong emotional response from her, especially towards another male. Xianzhe felt a pang of jealousy. He would rather see her angry with him than to witness her display any emotional fluctuation toward another man. Yi Yin gently pushed aside his handsome face and reassured him, It's nothing. I don't know him. Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Yunhan let out a cold snort, tinged with mockery, and spoke through gritted teeth. No wonder you were so eager to tear up the marriage contract back then. It turns out I was blocking your way to mingle with other men. Marriage contract? Xianzhe echoed those two words. Though he had spent little time in the mortal realm, it did not imply ignorance. How could Yan Yan have a marriage contract with someone else? Could it be that the child was truly not his? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became, and he secretly gathered his energy, intent on eliminating this bothersome male before him, ensuring that Yin Yan's child would have no choice but to recognize him as the father. Seeing the little demon's gloomy and distressed expression, Yi Yin guessed he was once again overthinking things. With a sigh and a smile, she replied, Don't overthink it. It's merely an obsolete marriage contract. We have long since parted ways. At most, she raised her eyes to the dark face of Mo Yunhan, smiling brightly like a cluster of stars. At most, he can only be referred to as my former fiancé, right? Former fiancé. Such a phrase was indeed apartment. The many fond memories from their youth were effortlessly reduced to 4 simple words. These words struck Mo Yunhan like a dagger, piercing deep into his heart, even though he knew their bond had long since been severed, and his feelings for her had dissipated, leaving only endless resentment. Hearing her articulate those 4 words still left him feeling lost and melancholic. Why does Taoist Mo wear such a look of bitter resentment? You have your beautiful junior sister. Should you not allow me to seek another? Though Yi Yin was not the original, Mo Yunhan's indignation only served to amuse her. How could he juggle 2 relationships while forbidding others from seeking new ones? How can you say that, sister? Yunhan has been sincere to you. How could you treat him so? Yi Qingyao, on the verge of tears, staunchly defended Mo Yunhan, her demeanor one of utmost grievance. If not for your previous actions being so hurtful, how could Yunhan have severed ties with you? Chapter 67. Celestial Aura, Yin Yin. Those 2 humans are quite bothersome. Shall we ignore them? Xianzhe, filled with jealousy, expressed his discontent. Yi Yin tightened her grip on his hand, smiling brightly, fully in agreement with his sentiment. The 2 turned and dashed toward the beam of light. Upon noticing this, Mo Yunhan's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly activated his utmost speed, catching up to the pair in mere moments. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao, lagging far behind, grew anxious. She felt helpless, fearing that without the protection of a man, terrifying specters would emerge, and thus she had no choice but to sprint after them, her slender legs nearly giving way. The little demon had exhausted too much of his demonic energy, and the 2 were naturally no match for the already advanced Mo Yunhan, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Mo Yunhan's palm, resembling an eagle's claw, lunged towards Yi Yan's shoulder. Boom! She unleashed a barrage of explosive talismans. Mo Yunhan's expression changed drastically. The sheer number of talismans descending upon him left him no time to evade. Several explosive talismans detonated upon brushing against his hair and clothing, resulting in a widespread explosion. Although these low-grade talismans could not harm him fundamentally, his speed noticeably slowed. Yi Yin, relying on her inexhaustible supply of talismans, repeatedly widened the gap between the 3 of them. What's wrong? Can't you keep up? Am I not allowed to have a little advantage? Each time Mo Yunhan assumed she had exhausted her supply, she would produce yet another handful of talismans. My hands are so sore, she lamented, tossing down hundreds of talismans and shaking her wrists. I still have a large bag of talismans left. Who knows when I will finish using them? Perhaps I should just create a talisman machine gun next time, so I won't have to scatter them manually, Yi Yin mused thoughtfully. Mo Yunhan glared at her, a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly fainting from the weight of her words. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Yi Yin, Brother Yunhan, are you all right?" Yi Qingyao arrived late, breathless. She had been following behind, watching in distress as explosions erupted around him. He clearly despised her, wishing nothing more than to reduce her to ashes. Yet, when he saw her in the company of another man, one whose status rivaled his own, a fire ignited within him, giving rise to jealousy and resentment, emotions he could scarcely contain. It felt as though something that rightfully belonged to him was being stolen away. Even if he had no particular fondness for that thing, it ultimately belonged solely to him, to be wielded, discarded, or destroyed at his discretion. He could not bear to witness it being taken by another. If she no longer belonged entirely to him, he might as well destroy her himself. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Mo Yunhan suppressed his contemplations, hesitating no longer as he seized the flustered Yi Qingyao and declared, "Let us go." The two of them stepped boldly into the beam of light. As darkness enveloped them, they opened their eyes to find their surroundings transformed. Before them lay a pristine, blindingly white space so dazzling it induced dizziness. Ethereal clouds floated amidst the mist, creating the illusion of being in a celestial realm high above the earth. This was the first thought that crossed Yi Yan's mind upon entering this space. The atmosphere was thick with an energy so potent it felt as if it could condense into droplets. It was not merely spiritual energy. She had just circulated her internal technique, absorbing a hint of this essence, and her mortal body felt on the verge of bursting from the intensity. This was an aura far more powerful than spiritual energy. After calming the tumult within her, she looked up, her heart filled with doubt. According to the original narrative, wasn't this celestial energy a universal resource of the upper realms? How could it manifest in a mundane world of cultivation? Even the protagonist only encountered his first trace of celestial energy in a relic from ancient times during the later stages of the story, allowing him to leap from the transformation stage to the integration stage. She wasted no time settling down to meditate, repeatedly circulating her technique to refine the celestial energy bit by bit. However, the next moment, she thought, where on earth is this? Could this be the legendary 8th layer of the underworld? The crowd had all been transported here by that mysterious beam of light. Besides Mo Yunhan and Yi Qingyao, Yi Yin also spotted several familiar faces in the bewildered throng, including Yin Sui, as well as Qiu Yu and Feng Jing from the Sifang sect, totaling nearly 100 individuals. They had intended to venture into the 4th layer of the underworld, but, upon discovering that the monsters had been eradicated, curiosity led them to the 5th layer to seek out the renowned figures responsible. Yet, they found that even the monsters of the 5th layer had been cleared away. As they staggered into the 6th and 7th layers, they discovered the monsters were absent there as well, but a mysterious beam of light awaited them. Before they could approach, the light drew them in. The next second they opened their eyes, they found themselves in this very space. Upon arrival, they were all profoundly struck by the celestial energy within this realm. Without hesitation, one by one, they began to meditate and cultivate, eager to refine the scarce celestial energy. Mo Yunhan's expression darkened further, as if his bones would shatter from attention. In a previous life, this had been his exclusive chance for transcendence. Yet now it had become a communal feast for all. The root of this calamity lay with him. He glared resentfully at Yi Yin and Xian Shi, vowing to repay this grievance. But first, he had to compete with these individuals for the celestial resources. He no longer concealed the pressure of his nascent soul stage, unleashing the potent, domineering variant of his thunder spirit root to voraciously consume the celestial energy. Many less competent cultivators were rendered unconscious by the force. This action provoked discontent among the crowd. However, Mo Yunhan remained indifferent, for this world was one of survival of the fittest. How dare a bunch of mediocre mortals challenge him for fortune? They were utterly delusional. Yi Qingyao, who had been following closely by his side, naturally benefited from the bounty as well. The flourishing celestial energy surged toward them, and she quickly activated her technique to refine it, feeling herself on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation building. Just a little more, just a final touch, and she would reach the late stage. Yet at that moment, the direction of the celestial energy abruptly shifted. Just as Yi Qingyao was about to ascend to the clouds, the power seemed to withdraw, causing her to plummet into a chilling abyss. Her face turned pale, and as she opened her eyes in confusion, she saw all the celestial energy rushing toward Yi Yin. The alert cultivators turned their gazes toward Yi Yin. Mo Yunhan too, his jaw clenched, hands tightly gripping his sleeves, struggled to contain the tumult in his dark eyes. Some among them could not resist harboring ulterior motives, yet Yi Yin, in her meditative state, was closely guarded by Xianxi, whose icy gaze and silent pressure sent shivers down the spines of all present, preventing anyone from daring to approach. In that moment, Yi Yin seemed like a vortex, no? A bottomless pit. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the sounds of swallowed breaths and gasps, as all eyes were fixed on the seated female cultivator. In just a few blinks, the entire celestial energy of the space had been consumed by her. Her cultivation soared from the early to the mid-stage of foundation building, and then to the late stage, where it stabilized firmly. Everyone could only exclaim in astonishment, is the five-spirit root truly this overbearing? This was celestial energy, a substance said to be exclusive to the upper realms, not mere spiritual energy. After devouring it all, her cultivation reached the late stage of foundation building and did not advance further. Truly a divine prodigy. Some were deeply disappointed, while others reveled in misfortune, thinking that after this trial, a new genius would emerge in the world of cultivation, only to find that this ephemeral flower had barely bloomed. Apart from a handful of jealous and dissatisfied individuals, most accepted the outcome, as the world of cultivation prized opportunity. What did not belong to one, no matter how fiercely seized, would never truly be theirs. Meanwhile, despite being in a state of deep meditation, Yi Yin remained acutely aware of her surroundings. Just moments ago, the mysterious black hole within her re-emerged, as if starved for a long time, voraciously consuming celestial energy. Curiously, since encountering Xianxi, this enigmatic black hole had not appeared for quite some time, yet today it inexplicably resurfaced. As the black hole devoured the celestial energy, she too received a share of the bounty. The strands of energy, well within her capacity to endure, were skillfully absorbed, ultimately stabilizing her strength at the late stage of foundation building. At the late stage, breaking through to the golden core would require enduring the thunder tribulation, a perilous endeavor. Yi Yin understood the need to suppress her strength at this level. Simultaneously, she extended her spiritual awareness, noting that her flesh and bones, nurtured by the celestial energy, exhibited a subtly ethereal and pure quality. Although not overtly apparent, a transformation was indeed taking place. Once the celestial energy's nourishment subsided, the entire space dimmed instantaneously. Unbeknownst to all, a wisp of pale violet energy infiltrated Yi Yin's abdomen, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, the space began to collapse, yet no one could find an exit. A radiant light descended from above, enveloping everyone present, and in an instant, they all lost consciousness. Girl, you finally awakened." A strange voice lingered in her ears. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Yin gathered the strength to open her eyes. Blinking awake, she found herself lying in the middle of a street in a town, sprawled out like a corpse. The scorching sun beat down on her, causing her to sweat profusely. Her clothes drenched. Nearby, small clusters of pedestrians had gathered. As she awoke, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. They inquired about her family background, name, and age, but Yi Yin appeared dazed and could not muster a single coherent reply. She surveyed her surroundings and the passers-by. Where was this place? How had she ended up here? Where was Xianxi? Had she not ventured into the Ba Chong's secret realm with Xianxi, along with the male and female protagonists and Yan Sui? What was the situation here? A stout old man in a grayish-blue robe approached, wiping his perspiring face with a damp, foul-smelling towel. His wrinkled visage expressed his bewilderment. "I am merely a humble melon vendor. How could I possibly know anything about this?" He had just set up his stall early in the morning when this young girl lay motionless, prompting others to suspect him of wrongdoing. "I am truly wronged." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and a young man waved dismissively, sending the old man on his way. He then turned his attention to Yi Yin, introducing himself with a smile. "My surname is Sang, and my name is Zheng. Little girl, do you truly not remember your name or where you come from? If not, why don't you come with me? I can arrange for your accommodation." His grin resembled that of a cunning fox. Yi Yin scrutinized him for a moment before rising from the ground and casting a cleansing spell upon herself, taking in the scenery around her without responding to his questions. "Where's this place?" "My dear girl, you are indeed a cultivator. Sang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he witnessed her adept use of magic. You are in Kongsang City, the largest hub for selling Yunjin fabrics in the central region. Kongsang City? Yayan's Throket Hatching. Her expression suddenly shifting to one of shock. She had diligently studied various historical texts in her sex library and recalled that Kongsang City was indeed one of the largest trading centers for Yunjin fabrics on the continent. But that was a millennium ago. The city had long been extinguished 1,000 years prior, the records failing to specify the cause. Yet one phrase lingered in her memory. The city was obliterated in a single night, with no survivors. A chill ran down her spine, and her hair stood on end. She staggered back 2 steps, suddenly realizing that since awakening, something had felt amiss. It was a blazing day, yet none of the people around her cast shadows. The pedestrians had no shadows, the melon vendor had no shadow, and even Sang Zheng, who stood merely half a yard away, was devoid of a shadow. These people had long since perished. Were they mere remnants of consciousness or specters? Sang Zheng, noting her astonishment, laughed heartily to clarify. Every year, we encounter a few bewildered outsiders like yourself. This phenomenon is merely a natural spectacle caused by the geographical location of our city. And what time is it now? She inquired, her voice tightening. Sang Zheng paused for a moment before responding seriously. It should be around the time of Su. The time of Su. The onset of night. As he spoke, the sun that had been blazing in the sky suddenly dipped below the western mountains, plunging the horizon into darkness. A fierce wind erupted, and loose stones flew about as many merchants rushed to salvage their wares. What a peculiar weather today. It seems night falls earlier than usual. Just as the crowd engaged in casual conversation, their words abruptly ceased. Their lips had not even finished closing when, boom, their bodies erupted instantaneously. No one witnessed what had just transpired. An unseen force swept through the city with such swiftness that even Yi Yen was caught unawares, her consciousness once again spiraling into darkness. Young lady, you have finally awakened. Chapter 69. End of the cycle? As Yi Yen opened her eyes, the first sight to greet her was Sang Zheng, who had not yet spoken when he saw the frail girl rise from the ground. Sang Zheng, she exclaimed. He was taken aback. Oh, you know me? He then broke into a broad smile. Ah, let me see. It should be around the time of you. What is happening here? Sang Zheng's previously frivolous demeanor turned serious. Time of you, she murmured, her forehead damp with cold sweat, forgetting to cast her cleansing spell. This city had likely met its demise for a reason. As the onlookers regarded her with confusion, her emotions gradually regained composure. Yian's mind raced as she pieced together her situation. She had previously been in the Bachong secret realm, but had failed to discover the passage to the Jiuchong secret realm, subsequently being drawn into this temporal space. Perhaps this was a gateway to the Jiuchong secret realm. But what were the conditions to pass through? She only knew that the challenge would conclude in an hour, but the specific requirements remained elusive. Fortunately, it seemed that failing to pass would result in a reset, and although she was unsure of any limitations, designers of such puzzles typically allowed players some time to gather information. What is that direction? Yian pointed toward the city center. If her memory served her correctly before her demise, that energy fluctuation had emanated from there. That is the Lord's manor. What? Do you intend to go there? The Lord has been busy with something lately, but there are notices all over inviting cultivators. You might want to give it a try. Thank you. Yian expressed her gratitude, instinctively reaching for some spirit stones as a token of appreciation, only to suddenly notice his shadowless feet. This man was already dead. Whether she succeeded or failed in the challenge would not alter the past that had transpired. Have you noticed anything different about yourself compared to me? Yian ultimately handed the spirit stones to him. Sang Zheng accepted with a cheerful demeanor, appearing quite pleased. Unable to restrain herself, she continued, "What is different?" He glanced at his own feet, failing to perceive any anomaly. Shadows. She pointed to her own shadow, sensing that its color seemed to have faded. What? What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Sang Jing asked, rubbing his ears in confusion. Temporal rules. She could not vocalize. Never mind, it's nothing. Yi Yin shook her head and added, I lost my train of thought when you interrupted me. By the way, I am new here and unfamiliar with the paths. Would you kindly guide me to the city hall? Sang Zheng readily agreed. But on their way, they encountered a group of sword-wielding cultivators who were capturing civilians, binding them with ropes and magical tools. Disciples of Wu Jian's sect? Yi Yin recognized their robes at a glance. although it was said that sword cultivators were impoverished. The Wujian sect was a leading sect in sword cultivation. It seemed unlikely they would resort to robbery to survive. "You're also a cultivator." The leader, brimming with righteousness, drew his sword and charged towards Sang Zheng, exclaiming, "Stand aside, let me behead these vile demons." The sword energy sliced through the air, and Sang Zheng, a mere mortal, was paralyzed in fear, collapsing to the ground, while Yin stood resolutely in front of him. Not only was Sang Zheng stunned, but the sword cultivators were equally taken aback, their anger flaring anew. "Since you're also a cultivator, you must have come on a mission from your sect. This is a dead city, a city long perished. The living beings you see and the mortal you protect behind you have long since departed. They were but lingering spirits and obsessions." Yi Yin was well aware of this. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the empty space behind the sword cultivators, where shadows were absent. They had descended the mountain to vanquish demons and eradicate evil, but they too had perished in the calamity that followed 1 hour later. "Dead? Dead?" Sang Zheng murmured, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he smiled sadly. "I remember now. I have long since died." He looked at Yi Yin, his lips moving as if to say something, but before the first word could escape his throat, his figure was abruptly swept away by the wind. The swirling winds scattered not only the surrounding pedestrians, disciples of the sect, and architectural scenes, but also plunged Yi Yan's consciousness into darkness once more. When she finally opened her eyes again, she heard, "Miss, you have finally awakened." She abruptly sprang to her feet, warily scrutinizing the crowd encircling her. Yet this time, she did not see Zi Sangzheng. "Where's Zi Sangzheng?" she instinctively inquired, glancing around. Yi Yin was struck dumb. Did these people no longer remember the existence of Zi Sangzheng? It appeared that her task had two conditions for success. Without further hesitation, Yi Yin abandoned the crowd and swiftly located several disciples of the sword sect, knocking them unconscious and binding them in a secluded grove. She then hurried to the city lord's mansion. Only 15 minutes remained. 15 minutes. She soared through the sky on her sword, the remnants of the setting sun glistening upon its blade. While the sun raced westward, time was of the essence. Standing atop the eaves of the city lord's mansion, she was astonished to discover that the entire estate concealed a bloodthirsty formation. As she began to dismantle the array, the city lord launched a powerful attack, revealing himself to be a late-stage golden cord demon cultivator. With a thunderous crash, the city lord collapsed, lifeless. Yet the formation did not dissipate. Instead, it began to operate with even more eerie speed. Yi Yin's pupils dilated as she caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the corner. Chapter 70. Trapped by malicious intentions, only 5 minutes remained. She exerted all her strength, swinging her sword to break through the attack, her movements swift as a shadow, closing the distance to the malevolent figure in the blink of an eye. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, and with a mere flick of her wrist, she could sever his head from his body. Yet at the last moment, the tip of her sword halted abruptly at the man's neck. Her garments billowed, her ink-black hair flowing in the air, as her slender hand wielded the sword, but her expression froze, for before her was the familiar, beautiful face of Xian Yi. However, his demeanor was entirely different. Dressed in a black robe that rustled in the wind, with black hair and crimson eyes, he regarded her with a cold, arrogant, and indifferent gaze. The man resembled a dangerous wild wolf that had not yet been fully tamed, his gaze dripping with disdain for her, a mere mortal, akin to an insignificant insect. Even in the face of her full-powered strike, he did not even blink, his cold demeanor revealing a hint of condescending amusement, as if silently mocking her audacity to wield a sword against him. "How could it be you?" Yi Yin swiftly sheathed her sword and retreated 3 paces, her voice icy. She was acutely aware that the Xian Yi before her was not the mischievous creature she once knew. But why had he appeared in this realm? Was this truly him from a millennium ago? The Xian Yi who had not yet lost his memory? "Female mortal, do you recognize me?" The man regarded her with curiosity. Her fluctuating expressions intrigued him, prompting him to gaze a moment longer. "Why did you activate the formation? What is your relationship with the city lord? Do you intend to destroy this city? Why?" Instead of answering, she bombarded him with questions. "TSK, you mortal. How noisy you are," he replied, visibly fatigued, as if his patience were running thin. His expression grew dark and dangerous as he continued. "Whether to destroy 1 city or 2, it matters not to me." He lazily raised his hand, his long, pale fingers gesturing toward the city lord, who lay in a pool of blood. And with a smirk he said, "This foolish mortal, blinded by greed, attempted to barter my power with this city as his bargaining chip. Although you have slain him, the bargaining chip was already sold to me by that mortal. The lives of the people in this city are naturally in my hands. Whether I grant them life or death is entirely at my whim. And what do you intend to do?" She watched as he leisurely stepped into the heart of the blood formation. 3 minutes remained. "Filthy mortal, do you have so much to say? You truly are unending with your questions," he said, his patience wearing thin as he glared at her. "As you can see, I intend to kill them. This group of mortal insects will serve as my blood sacrifice, and that is their supreme honor. You cannot activate the blood formation." As night began to descend, her shadow behind her was swallowed by darkness, growing faint to the point of being nearly indistinguishable. "Who do you think you are, daring to command me?" This time, he was genuinely enraged. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Anger surged within him as he unleashed a wave of demonic energy toward Yi Yan. The light touch of his power could incinerate a mortal in an instant. However, just as it neared her, it was instantaneously repelled by a force of similar nature. Xian Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards her becoming laden with significance. "Mortal, who are you?" Only 1 minute remained. "No, 60 seconds. 59 seconds. Recalling Xian Yi's frequent exclamations, Yi Yan's lips moved as she urgently declared, "I am your female?" He interjected, stunned, his face flushing. "Nonsense. How could you possibly be my female? How could I ever take a mortal as my female?" His red eyes, filled with anger and embarrassment, narrowed into slits as he bit his lip, indignantly exclaiming, "A foolish and ignorant mortal dares to joke with me. You should be punished with death." Once again, he began to gather demonic energy in his palm. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Yi Yan glanced around nervously. The sun was setting, darkness was imminent, and she was drenched in cold sweat. Clenching the Suhui sword in her palm, she called upon the sword spirit, preparing for a desperate gamble. "How blind I was to have nurtured you so well, only to end up being defeated by you. 5 seconds. When I am dead, we'll earn money for you, cook for you, buy meat for you. You will weep every night, searching for a new female who will take care of you. 3 seconds. Xian Yi, you bastard, terminate the formation." In the last second, before she could swing her sword, the demonic energy in the man's hand suddenly took a sharp turn and, at the last moment, shattered the impending blood formation. His long lashes drooped slightly, his voice slowing as he asked, "Mortal, what did you just call me?" Crimson blood immediately oozed from the white gaps between his fingers, splattering upon the muddy grass, leaving a trail of damp marks. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, merely raising his gaze to stare at her, his eyes holding a hint of nostalgia for a name he had not heard in ages, one so distant that he had nearly forgotten he even possessed it. "Xian Yi," she repeated softly, her voice slightly hoarse. The night had fallen, and the formation had been completely destroyed, averting the impending disaster. She had escaped a calamity. His pupils momentarily widened, and after a lengthy gaze, he finally asked, "Do you truly consider yourself my female?" "Yes." Seeing him finally calm, Yi Yan sighed with relief and replied earnestly, "Though it is only after a millennium." "A millennium later?" Xian Yi's eyes displayed confusion. He remained silent, gazing at her in a daze, his expression urging her to continue. "If my assumptions are correct, you have been targeted by others with ulterior motives, and, at this moment, you..." Yi Yan gazed at Xian Yi before her, uncertain of his current state. "Demon, human, soul, or consciousness. You have been imprisoned in this space by another force. Your own time frozen for millennia. With my current strength, I cannot ascertain the source of that power, but I am certain that it seeks something from you, and I am here to help you find that something." Fearing he might not believe her, she took out the recording array, which she had entrusted to Qi Shan men long ago, never expecting to use it again today. Within the recording array, he gazed tearfully at the officials, fearful that she might secretly send him away, desperately clinging to her hand and employing every tactic of charm and pleading to avoid being abandoned. Chapter 71. Defeated by the schemes of the gods. The recording array could not be fabricated. The man's lips twitched slightly as he turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. "Is this truly me from a millennium later?" he mused. "Do not dwell on it. You were suffering from amnesia at that time, which explains your demeanor." She too felt that the little demon back then was rather foolish, attempting to console him. Enough, he huffed. I shall trust you this once. But should I discover that you have deceived me, I will not spare you. A smile graced his lips, captivating and exquisite. He leaned closer, gently cradling her cheek as he scrutinized her, realizing that the little female indeed met his aesthetic standards. Despite being foolish, she possessed discerning taste. However, there's one point where you're mistaken. I am not he, but merely a fragment of divine consciousness left behind by him a millennium ago. Gradually, the man's voice took on an ethereal quality, his tall and slender figure dissipating into the night breeze. Yet, what you perceive as him is not his true essence. In light of your appealing nature, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. Before his words could fully resonate, the man's silhouette vanished, replaced by a fragment of a pristine, translucent spine that appeared before her. The jade-like bone emitted a halo of pure white light that shrank within moments, ultimately settling in her palm. Drip, drip, drip. In a cold and damp cave, vines clung to the walls, growing wildly and expanding their territory. Water trickled through the crevices of the stones, methodically converging towards the center. A vast pool of dark water flowed slowly within the cavern, its icy light reflecting the faint moonlight streaming through the cracks, silent and elusive, with dark scales appearing sporadically in the shadows. The sound of clashing metal chains echoed, as the waters surged in fury, having been ravaged by human hands, leaving the once bountiful pool nearly dry. At the center of the pool lay a small patch of exposed land, where the man had been bound for an unknown number of years. 9 chains of divine gold, adorned with intricate spells, imprisoned his limbs, while 5 others pierced through his ribs, nearly merging with his flesh. Tap, tap, tap. The light footsteps of a young girl echoed from the corridor. The man, sensing her presence, opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils with a glint of shallow gold swirling within. He regarded the approaching human girl with a dangerous and cold stare. His tail, submerged in the water, lashed out towards her, only to be effortlessly blocked. Poor little dragon, why do you have such a temper? I have brought you delicious food. If you do not eat, not only will you be unable to defeat me, but you will also starve. The girl produced enticing roasted meat from her bag, feeling as if her intentions were laid bare under the scrutiny of his fierce red gaze. She sighed and pouted. All right, to be honest, I came here with great effort just to touch your horns. Are you really the legendary dragon? Dragons truly exist. Indeed, the man confined here not only possessed a beautiful, scaly tail, but also sported a pair of magnificent horns amidst his silken black hair. She had long been itching to touch them. Her last attempt at stroking his tail nearly ended with her being obliterated by this irritable dragon. Yet her desire to caress the great horns atop his head remained unquenched. The man scoffed. You, a mere mortal? Just a frail and insignificant insect. How absurd. The girl frowned. What of it? Even if you are so powerful, you are still trapped in this minuscule realm. Do not underestimate me. I am the most formidable cultivator in the realm of cultivation. There is no talisman I cannot draw, nor formation I cannot break. Upon hearing her youthful bravado, the man wore a disdainful expression, yet a smile played on his lips as he half-jokingly replied, If you truly can break the formation, I shall grant you a wish. Any wish. May I touch your dragon horns? The man's expression shifted slightly as he turned his head away, his dark hair concealing a hint of crimson at his ear. No, choose another. Very well, let me think. Recently the newly appointed demon lord of the demon realm has been excessively bloodthirsty, clashing with our cultivation realm multiple times, resulting in the deaths of many innocent humans and demon beasts. I wish for the war to cease. Granted, he replied nonchalantly, as if it were as trivial as eating or drinking, as simple as squashing an ant. I can kill that demon lord, become the new demon lord, and issue a peace treaty, restoring tranquility to your cultivation realm. As Yi Yin regained consciousness, the image before her was blurred, the faces of the girl and the man indistinct. She could only hear fragmented exchanges. Their conversations flowed at times, while at others they seemed forcibly severed by time and space, leaving her an outsider straining to catch a few words. The girl asked, If you are so powerful, why are you imprisoned here? After a prolonged silence, the man finally replied, I was defeated. Defeated? The girl was taken aback, her voice softening. How is that possible? Who could defeat you? To whom did you succumb? Again, a long pause ensued before he spoke once more. I was betrayed by the gods who had long conspired against me. When Yi Yin awakened from that illusion, her mind still hazy. She looked down at the jade bone enveloped in light within her palm. Was it this that had drawn her into the illusion? What was its purpose? Suppressing her swirling thoughts, she closed her palm. Beneath her feet lay damp earth stained with blood. However, she had walked a considerable distance without leaving a single footprint, and her shoes bore not a speck of dirt. As she ventured deeper, the number of people surrounding her grew. These individuals cast no shadows beneath their feet. They were the lingering spirits trapped in this place. Among the crowd, Yin recognized several familiar figures. Zisong, the old melon seller, the girl in blue, and the disciples of the Wu Jian sect. They were all souls lost in that calamity, now aimlessly drifting, yet the gates of the underworld remained closed, and no one came to collect these lingering spirits. Chapter 72. The Enigma of the Seven Killing Swords. It's you. Ah, you are the one who disrupted my plans. I shall kill you. A massive wraith, akin to a mountain, surged towards Yi Yin, its claw-like fingers poised to strike her face. Quick as lightning, Yi Yin rolled away to evade the attack, simultaneously unleashing a sword intent that cleaved the air. This vengeful spirit exuded an overwhelming aura of resentment. Unmistakably the city lord she had previously slain. To her astonishment, his power seemed to have grown even stronger after death, nourished by the ghostly energy to an unfathomable level. With a single strike, he shattered her full-force sword intent. His fury ignited, and he cackled maniacally. If it weren't for you meddling little pests, we would have ascended to immortality long ago. You wretched girl with yellow hair, come down and accompany me in death. His sanity had long since unraveled, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, fixating solely on Yi Yin as the enemy who thwarted his ambitions, entirely forgetting that it was he who, blinded by greed, had sacrificed countless innocent lives in his pursuit of that supreme divine bone, only to meet his demise due to his mortal vessel's inability to withstand such heavenly power. The massive hand, spanning 10 feet, came crashing down once more, accompanied by a nauseating stench of ghostly energy. Explosive talismans were nearly ineffective against a vengeful spirit in its ethereal state, and now, with the ghostly princess injured and unconscious, neither she nor Sui Hui stood a chance against the city lord. At the critical moment of life and death, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Yin. She swiftly stepped back with her left foot while reaching in her bag with her right hand. Water shield. The ghostly hand was momentarily halted by the water shield, but the city lord pressed forward with another surge of ghostly power, instantly shattering the water barrier. However, the time she gained was sufficient. Yi Yin hurled a towering ancient sword box, plunging it into the ground before her. This sword box, crafted from special materials, could contain the overwhelming sword energy of the celestial sword, and using it as a wooden shield to block mere ghostly energy should pose no problem. Yin pondered with a wandering mind. The enormous, ghostly hand had struck the sword case with a resounding force. The commotion reverberated as if the heavens were collapsing. Yet upon closer inspection, the sword case remained unscathed. Not even a minuscule crack dared to appear. Not only was Yin profoundly shocked by the sword case's remarkable durability, but the city lord was also taken aback. He had no time to doubt the ghost's existence, as a greater fury surged within him, compelling him to expend all his ghostly energy in a desperate attempt to ensure mutual destruction with Yin. However, a sudden flash of white light darted before his eyes, followed by a chilling sensation in his chest. Chilling? He was already dead, devoid of all senses. How would he feel anything? The city lord, dazed, looked down to see the gilded longsword piercing through his chest, and before he could emit a final wail, the golden light erupting from his chest obliterated him. Surrounding him, the golden radiance mingled with the killing intent of the Qiu sword, which floated in midair. Meanwhile, the sword case had already been opened. The sword spirit, feeling quite irritable lately, had been enjoying a deep slumber in the cellar, only to be inexplicably taken by a weak female cultivator. Just as it had managed to doze off again, these wandering souls disrupted its beauty sleep. They all deserved to be slain. After dispatching the vengeful spirit, the Qiu sword, brimming with fury, pointed its tip at Yin. The murderous sword energy was suddenly deflected by another sword energy that harmoniously blended strength and gentleness. Who dares to obstruct my endeavors? The Qiu sword cursed. A figure clad in a blue robe, reminiscent of rippling clear waters, stepped forward to shield Yin, furrowing her brow and coldly stating, "A good deed? Is it true that the legendary immortal sword engages in treacherous acts against its master?" Upon recognizing the sword spirit before it, the Kyuju sword's murderous intent dissipated instantly. It found itself momentarily dumbfounded, circling the two figures several times before directing its tip toward Sui. "Are you that broken?" Sui's eyes twitched slightly, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as she replied, "I'm the first weapon on my master's path to immortality, and I'm also her exclusive water spirit companion sword." Named Sui, the Kyuju sword harbored a profound regret for never having developed this sword spirit. Despite possessing power comparable to that of divine artifacts, it remained relegated to the inferior status of an immortal weapon due to this singular flaw. Now, witnessing Ymir possessing a sword spirit, while it itself did not, incited a surge of anger within the Kyuju sword, prompting it to contemplate eliminating both the insipid sword spirit and the bothersome girl. Though Sui is indeed just at present, its sword spirit was forged by me. "Do you truly intend to kill me?" Yin calmly remarked, her expression unchanged as the sword tip hovered perilously close to her. "You forge a sword spirit?" The Kyuju sword's tip abruptly halted, mere millimeters from her vitals. As it hesitated, it scrutinized Yin from head to toe, but found nothing particularly extraordinary about her. She was merely an unremarkable human girl, at best somewhat pleasant to behold. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. However, should you slay me now, you shall forever forfeit the opportunity to forge a sword spirit. With a firm grasp on the sword's vulnerability, Yin spoke with conviction. The current situation was laid bare before them, and the choice of belief rested solely with the Kyuju sword. "Do you truly possess the ability to forge a sword spirit?" The Kyuju sword inquired again, excitement bubbling within it, causing its body to tremble and emit a faint hum. Although Yin herself was uncertain how she had inadvertently forged Sui, who could not create a grand illusion. Initially, she had deceived Sui into submission with sweet words. Now, to charm the Kyuju sword, but was it truly deception? This was a sacred pact between a sword and its wielder. "Very well, I shall spare your life. However, you must first assist me in forging a sword spirit, and then I shall consider whether to follow you." The Kyuju sword, though appearing boisterous, was not easily swayed. This calculating human girl seemed exceedingly cunning, and as a newborn sword spirit still under 1,000 years of age, it could not allow itself to be tricked. Yin paused momentarily before reluctantly conceding. "If you wish to forge a pact with me, you must first demonstrate your capabilities. Should you fulfill 3 tasks for me, I will bind myself to you and even assist you in forging a sword spirit." Upon hearing the mention of a sword spirit, the Kyuju sword immediately brightened, eagerly agreeing to the terms. "It is a promise, but do not go back on your word." Though her words sounded peculiar, it cared little, as the prospect of soon acquiring a sword spirit occupied its thoughts. The Kyuju sword then joyfully zipped back into the sword case. With a resounding thud, the case was sealed once more. Sui, having witnessed the entire exchange, was momentarily stunned. The once unruly immortal sword had been so easily subdued by its master. The earlier declarations from her bore an oddly familiar resonance. "Follow me, and I shall assuredly help you forge a sword spirit. Follow me, and I shall assist you in reconstructing your sword heart." Surely this was merely an illusion, a fleeting trick of the mind. Chapter 73, The Light of Virtue Master. "How do you intend to deal with these vengeful spirits?" Sui inquired gently. "They have lingered here for a millennium, unable to find the door to the afterlife. It would be kinder to give them a swift release." However, Yin shook her head, stepping toward the wandering souls. "Some of them share a connection with me. Please protect me as I attempt to guide them to liberation." With her extraordinary ability to recall texts with perfect clarity, she had thoroughly perused the tomes of the 8 great sects library, leaving no stone unturned. How could the library of the ZingShG lack the teachings of the Buddhists regarding the path to rebirth? Though the number of Buddhist texts was scarce, she had managed to acquire 1 or 2 volumes, including the detailed DFNW, Ingju. Although Yin was not a practitioner of Buddhism and lacked understanding of its intricacies, she possessed a sincere heart, hoping to send the innocent, vengeful spirits to the afterlife. As she murmured the sutras, black mist dissipated, replaced by a gentle breeze, while a crescent moon hung above the treetops. Yin was uncertain of her success, yet when she opened her eyes again, the vengeful spirits had vanished without a trace. Yonse, Ome, a voice called from behind her. Yin turned to see several figures appearing before her, including Z.S. Ing Zhang, an old man selling melons, a girl in blue, and even others she recognized or did not, all waving goodbye. Yin smiled and waved back farewell, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Master, as you two are about to depart. Sui's gaze fell upon Yin, her voice abruptly halting. Yin was enveloped in a radiant glow, divine and resplendent, as strands of gold light circled around her. In an instant, the golden light surged into her forehead, causing it to shimmer momentarily before returning to normal. Yin conjured a water mirror to inspect herself and touched her forehead, but found no abnormalities. The light of virtue? She recalled from the original text that this world possessed such a concept, although the male protagonist had never received it. The lore indicated that only those with profound connections to Buddhism and great virtue might be granted such a blessing. Great virtue? Yin reflected inwardly. While she was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, one must remain humble. It must have been her recent act of liberating countless innocent vengeful spirits that had led the heavenly order to mistakenly deem her a person of great virtue. Although the light of virtue sounded appealing, it was merely an honorary title and would not bestow any practical opportunities. Yin soon dismissed the thought. With the wandering spirits liberated and their attachments dispersed, the space itself began to dissolve. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded. The cultivators who had entered the secret realm, diligently honing their skills, suddenly found a golden light cascading down upon them. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful skeletons they had been battling vanished without a trace. The entire secret realm began to collapse, with layers of depths, first, second, third, and even the seventh, crumbling without exception in a matter of moments. All surviving monks were forcibly expelled from the secret realm. Yinbao, what is our slogan? Shishi, one secret realm collapses, another follows. Chapter 74. Her head is beautiful. An incident occurred in the Jiuyu secret realm. The major sects Kuei, Yun, Wanxiang Mirror received the news immediately. Word spread rapidly, and the various powers were left in shock. The annual sect meeting had to be convened in advance. Could it be that great turmoil is about to descend upon this world? Just months after the collapse of the Xiantian secret realm, the Jiuyu secret realm has also encountered trouble. This has left Zhang Pu, the leader of Wuju sect, deeply worried, his brows furrowed in concern. He knew that, aside from these two great secret realms, his own sect's minor secret realm had also collapsed not long ago. In less than a year, 3 secret realms had collapsed in succession. Surely, a significant event was on the horizon. Brother Zhang, do not fret. My Tiangue Bureau is already diligently investigating this matter. If someone is indeed stirring up chaos behind the scenes, they will surely be jointly besieged by the major powers. The leader of Huan Yin's sect reassured him. Their sect's techniques and divination were indeed unparalleled. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the hall remained heavy. Numerous talented inner disciples from various sects had ventured into the secret realm for training, yet many had still not returned. Communication through jade tablets was unsuccessful, and the soul lamps of several disciples flickered uncertainly. Their fate was grim and uncertain. The disciples dispatched for reconnaissance and rescue had yet to report back. Many anxious elders hurriedly departed the hall. Outside the secret realm, within the toxic misty forest, many lay lifeless, sprawled in the mud, their numbers having decreased by nearly 13 since their departure. Some gradually regained consciousness, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings, still in a daze. I made it out. I'm still alive. One person struggled to rise, stumbling in search of companions. Others took the opportunity to escape unnoticed, lost in the toxic forest and turning into mere remnants of bones. After more than an hour, most had awakened, with Yin Sui and over 100 others being the last to come to. Upon waking, their first instinct was to check if their bodies were intact. One pinched his thigh hard, yelping in pain, yet his eyes shimmered with tears of joy from surviving the ordeal. It was terrifying. They had unwittingly entered that strange Kong Sang city, dying time and again. Each death not being the final execution, but rather a cruel torment, as if someone took pleasure in torturing them, wishing for a swift end. After countless deaths, they finally ceased to resurrect, merging their souls with the townsfolk, forcefully imprisoned in that space by an irresistible power. Just as despair engulfed them, dark clouds parted above, revealing the dawn, followed by divine golden light descending from the sky, enveloping them entirely. Soon after, a melodious and ethereal female voice echoed in their ears, though unclear. It warmed their weary souls. In the blink of an eye, consciousness faded to black, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves outside the secret realm. "Brother Yunhan, are you all right? I was so scared. I thought I would never make it out. I kept looking for you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I was so worried." Yi Qingyao cried as she threw herself into the arms of the just-awakened Mo Yunhan, her eyes red from weeping. Mo Yunhan felt a bit weak, nearly stumbling as she collided with him, a metallic taste rising in his throat. He took a deep breath to steady himself, expressionless as he gently pushed her away. "I'm fine," he replied, his lips pressed tightly together, his tone low. After both took healing elixirs and rested for a moment, Mo Yunhan raised his gaze to survey the chaotic crowd, searching for a familiar figure. Naturally, he had been caught in that illusion. His perceptiveness far exceeded that of ordinary people, and during his second resurrection, he had discerned the underlying mysteries. He had attempted to disrupt the blood formation, assassinate the city lord, even slaughter the entire city, yet still failed to pass through, ultimately left behind in that illusion. He had also heard that elusive female voice. Though indistinct, it reminded him of her. Contemplating this, an uncontrollable anger and complexity surged within him, prompting him to shift his indifferent gaze away from a beautiful figure in the crowd. In this secret realm, he had gained nothing, almost suffered irreparable harm, leaving him empty-handed. "Let us go," Mo Yunhan said, gripping the hilt of his sword as he departed the crowd. This expedition into the secret realm had proven fruitful for her. Not only had she acquired the legendary Tianjia elixir, but she had also successfully purified her spiritual root into the rare water spiritual root, her cultivation nearing the late stage of foundation establishment. Additionally, the mysterious egg in her spiritual beast pouch seemed to hold great promise. Yi Qingyao reached for the spiritual beast pouch at her waist, a smile gracing her lips as she anticipated how Yi Yin would contend with her in the future. The two were now worlds apart, a water spiritual root versus a useless 5 spiritual roots. Even if Yi Yin accidentally ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment, what of it? With her current prodigious aptitude, it would not take long for her to surpass her. Why has the secret realm become so unstable lately, constantly collapsing? Thankfully, we are fortunate. We are truly the children of destiny. Once again, we have escaped death, a jovial disciple remarked, gradually easing the tense atmosphere among the crowd. However, many cultivators were severely injured, some even suffering damage to their foundational roots, quickly settling down to meditate and recover their essence. Disciples from the same sect supported each other as they chose a discreet corner to rest. Yi Yin was unharmed, so she distributed some of the remaining healing elixirs from her Qinkuan pouch to the surrounding cultivators. Though they held little monetary value, it was a gesture of goodwill, and many cultivators gratefully clasped their hands in thanks. Where is Xianxi? Where has she gone? Her sense of perception was inherently sharper than most, and this intense and focused gaze was almost impossible to overlook. Yi Yin initially thought it was Mo Yunhan, but upon turning, she unexpectedly found herself staring at a striking figure in the crowd. A man in a white robe sat in a wheelchair, his features handsome and gentle, radiating a captivating aura, yet his eyes were an eerie grayish-white, almost merging with the scara, adding an air of somber frailty. A person with white pupils? She mused. Nearby, in the shade of a tree, Brother Wu Luan, a disciple from Dao Gui's sect, spoke up. The disciple then glanced in that direction, but what met his gaze was the silhouette of a woman. The woman was stunningly beautiful, strikingly alluring, yet exuded a chilling aura. Other disciples expressed astonishment, more puzzled than anything. In their memories, Brother Wu Luan was usually affable yet distant, seemingly disinterested in anything except puppetry. They never expected him to show such interest in a woman today. Although undeniably beautiful, there were countless beautiful female cultivators in the cultivation world, each with their own charm. Why was Brother Wu Luan so fixated? Wu Luan produced the nearly completed puppet head, delicately toying with it between his slender fingers. Her head is truly beautiful. Chapter 75. This person is a pervert. Such ambiguous words sent chills down the spines of many disciples. Why does it sound so strange coming from the senior brother? It's as if he has developed an interest in the girl's head, intending to use it for a puppet. Although disciples of Dao Gui's sect were known for their peculiar preferences and had a less than favorable reputation, they prided themselves on being upright individuals, never engaging in harmful deeds. They silently reassured themselves that the senior brother's words were likely unintentional. After all, everyone has different aesthetic tastes. Some are drawn to faces, others to legs, and some, like him, may even be captivated by heads. A beautifully shaped head could certainly enhance one's impression. It was merely jest, yet that individual struck a chord with me, evoking a sense of familiarity as if we had known each other for ages. Wu N's long lashes fluttered gently, concealing the darkness in his gaze, and a faint smile escaped his lips. His slender fingers deftly grasped the carving knife, revealing a wrist of alabaster, as pure as jade, bathed in the ethereal glow of a cold, still moonlight. With his other hand, he obscured the majority of the puppet's visage, subsequently unveiling a small portion beneath her eye, where he delicately placed a perfectly positioned beauty mark. Cold yet alluring. Exquisite. Veluen. This name flickered through Yn's mind. The character had little interaction with the male protagonist, thus receiving scant attention in the original text, yet left a lasting impression. This brevity was largely due to Yn. He could be considered the catalyst in the original protagonist's life, leading her into the dark path of the demonic arts. Although the original narrative did not explicitly state it, it alluded to the protagonist being cast into the wilderness by Mynhn, where she suffered humiliation, leading to her family's abandonment due to her poor talent and ultimately being expelled from her sect after failing the assessment, rendering her a stray dog with no refuge. From love, she descended into hatred, seeking vengeance, and in her most desolate hour, only he extended a helping hand. This individual was none other than Wu N. It is curious how such a minor character has lingered in Yn's thoughts, for he is undoubtedly a complete deviant. His life could be deemed legendary, a double agent traversing the realms of spirits, demons, and mortals until his undercover identity was finally unveiled by the male lead, culminating in his demise by a single sword strike. The duality of his nature is perplexing. As the most gifted disciple of the Doku sect, he saved countless cultivators and common folk, yet inexplicably succumbed to madness, desperately seeking the secrets to immortality, even resorting to sinister puppet arts to manipulate the living for experimentation. The original protagonist was lured into darkness through his deceit, ultimately meeting a tragic end, as he both drew her from the abyss and then cast her into it. Their fleeting gaze met, and Yn merely brushed past it, turning her attention elsewhere. She wished to avoid entanglements with the male and female leads, particularly with Wu N. The narrative had veered far from its original course. Surely, there would be no further connection between them. Gripping her sword tightly, Yn consumed a detoxification pill and, seizing a moment of distraction among the crowd, turned to venture into the nearby thicket in search of others. Hidden within the throng were several concealed presences, ghostly cultivators, demonic beings, and otherworldly entities. As disciples from various sects began to arrive, they quietly departed. One male figure, largely cloaked, transformed into a wild wolf the moment he was out of sight, racing toward the borders of the demon realm. They sensed a power that commanded reverence and submission from the demons. Could the recent rumors of the awakening of the demon god truly be authentic? This matter was urgent and must be reported to the Wolf King post-haste. A silent, icy glint pierced his chest. The wolf had no time to howl before collapsing lifelessly. Eyes wide in death. What brings you here? Yn arrived late, her eyes landing on something detestable. Su Nsh turned, instinctively grasping her hand, deftly tossing a precious fifth-tier demon core into her chinquin pouch. Yn spotted the lifeless wolf ahead, a flicker of contemplation crossing her gaze. Before she could approach for investigation, the little demon beside her tightened its grip on her hand. You found it. Yn was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her chinquin pouch had made its way into Su Nsh's possession. She had previously suspected that this bone was the object of his search, and it seemed her intuition was correct. Just as Su Nsh reached into the pouch, voices emerged from the thicket. It turned out that the elders and disciples sent for rescue had arrived. During this expedition into the secret realm, Many disciples were gravely injured, yet miraculously, none had perished. One disciple, spotting YYN and Su NSH from afar, waved them over, and the others soon followed. Their deeds had already been conveyed to the sect elders. It was surprising to see that this girl had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, rivaling inner disciples. Given time, she would surely enter the inner sect. After expressing her gratitude, YYN opened the communication jade disk and found her personal account balance had risen from 0 to 500. 500 contribution points were a considerable fortune, capable of exchanging for numerous rare sect resources. Elder ZH-ing then turned to Su and SH, marveling at the young man's exceptional appearance and demeanor. Despite his youthful visage, his cultivation was unfathomable. Which sect or prominent family had invested in nurturing such a prodigy? Pardon me, young friend, to which sect or family do you belong? My WJU sect would be honored to pay our respects. Su NSH regarded him with confusion, pursing his lips in silence, feeling irritated by the incessant chatter of these mortals, disrupting his solitude with YYN. He wished to absorb the bone quickly when no one was watching. Once stronger, he could earn spirit stones to support YYN. Noticing Su NSH's silence, the elder grew somewhat awkward, prompting YYN to intervene. This is my protector, named Su NSH. He currently has no sect or family, merely a wandering cultivator. A wandering cultivator? Not only were several elders astonished, but the inner disciples, who had been revered since childhood, were equally taken aback. When did a wandering cultivator emerge as such a formidable figure? It was truly astonishing that he was a wandering cultivator. This young friend is exceptionally talented and commands great respect. As the elder spoke, his gaze towards Su NSH shifted, becoming predatory, eyes gleaming with ambition. His tone grew fervent as he extended an olive branch. Would you consider joining the WJU sect? Chapter 76, Transformed? Joining a sect? Su NSH had little interest. With your talents, young friend, once you joined the sect, you could undoubtedly become a direct disciple, receiving the sect's utmost resources for your cultivation. Surely you have heard of the renowned prodigy MYNHN, who has gained fame in recent years. He is a genius disciple nurtured by our sect. With your qualifications, joining us, you would surely not fall short of him. The elder continued to speak at length. If this prodigy were not recruited into the sect, he would surely regret it for life, a burden of fate. MYNHN. Su NSH's brows arched slightly, finally piquing his interest. That loathsome mortal dared to covet his dragon bone and even presumed to be YYN's fiancé. Su NSH detested him, wishing nothing more than to dismantle him into pieces and scatter his ashes. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that he would no longer be left alone in the courtyard, waiting for YYN's return. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and nodded. YYN glanced at him, her brows knitting slightly. Are you certain? The little demon dared to audaciously join a sect when relations between humans and demons were tense. Did he not fear revealing his identity? Moreover, joining a sect required a test of spiritual roots. As a mere little demon, where could he possibly obtain spiritual roots? He would surely be exposed the moment he stood before the testing stone. YYN parted her lips to speak, but ultimately said nothing, leaving the decision in his hands. The sect elder, overjoyed, promptly retrieved an invitation from his sleeve, presenting it to Su NSH. The invitation was gilded on both sides, featuring the 5 elemental symbols of the WJU sect, representing the highest level of invitation. A month later, Su NSH could present this invitation to report to the sect. It coincided perfectly with the sect's annual recruitment ceremony. After accounting for the number of disciples, the elder noticed that YQNEO was notably absent. This disciple had taken it upon herself to venture out alone without prior notice. What if she encountered trouble along the way? The elder shook his head, realizing that time had been wasted as nightfall approached. He then produced a small boat, casting it into the wind, where it stretched and expanded. The expanse was a full 30 zhang wide, capable of accommodating over 100 cultivators. Yen, accompanied by Xin Shi, followed the procession and boarded the Shui Yunzhou. This vessel soared through the clouds, traversing 1,000 miles each day. After a brief slumber, the group awakened to glimpse the majestic mountain range of their sect. A peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from the courtyard, causing her expression to tighten with concern. She hastily pushed the door open and rushed inside. Xianxi lay unconscious on the bed, and the chinkoan bag on the floor was devoid of the precious jade bones and spirit stones he had consumed. Yet, his pallor was alarmingly wan, devoid of color. Even in unconsciousness, his long lashes quivered incessantly, as if he were ensnared in a terrifying and protracted nightmare. Yi Yin understood that it was imperative not to awaken Xianxi at this moment. Meanwhile, a colossal vortex seemed to manifest around his body, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Being near the sect, any sudden fluctuation in spiritual energy could attract attention, and should Xianxi's identity as a demon be exposed, dire consequences would surely follow. Calming her mind, she expanded her consciousness to inspect the defensive and breath-concealing formations she had previously established around the courtyard. Fortunately, there were no signs of damage. She let out a sigh of relief, although her nerves remained taut. She retrieved her gathering spirit array disc and placed it beneath him, encircling his body with an abundance of spirit stones. Though the sight was somewhat peculiar, it was the best remedy she could devise. After all, this place was far from the demon realm, making it impossible to find a demon healer. Whenever he felt unwell, he would indulge in spirit stones, and once his energy was replenished, he would typically bounce back by the following day. However, this time, 3 days had passed, and Xianxi showed no signs of improvement. Rather, his condition worsened. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Yi Yin succumbed to fatigue, crossing her arms and resting her head upon his chest. It was only when an unbearable scorching pain surged through her hand that she was jolted awake, glancing anxiously at the bed. Xianxi? His complexion was flushed. Beads of hot sweat glistened on his skin, and he curled up like a shrimp being sought edition. Yi Yan's pupils widened in shock as she swiftly unfastened his sweat-soaked garments, only to discover that his entire body was engorged with bulging veins. A thin layer of skin barely containing the tumultuous, burning blood coursing beneath, its hue a faint golden red. He lay bare, as if ensnared by countless golden runes. A mere touch of her fingers upon his skin felt like being seared by flames, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones, and she saw her fingertips turn ashen. Yet, she could not afford to consume a healing pill. The man's fragmented body seemed on the verge of exploding under some immense force. In his stupor, he gritted his teeth, a metallic taste of blood and sweetness filling his mouth, yet he remained silent. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. "Yin Yin," he murmured, his voice barely audible, filled with anguish. "Yin Yin, I feel unwell, it hurts." Yi Yin disregarded the searing heat, embracing him with open arms, her fingers weaving through his still cool black hair, whispering softly, "I am here." Her voice was cool, imbued with a soothing quality akin to jade, seemingly washing away the fiery turmoil. Upon hearing her voice, the furrow of his brows gradually softened. Yet, Yi Yan's heart raced like a drum. Her confusion and helplessness stemmed from her inability to alleviate his suffering, leaving her to merely hold him in comfort. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long. The heat radiating from Xianxi gradually subsided, restoring his usual cool temperature. Only then did Yi Yan release him, covering him with blankets and swallowing a few healing pills herself. However, she soon noticed patches of black scales surfacing upon his skin. Black scales? Demonic transformation? A sense of alarm surged within Yi Yan, although she had always been curious about Xianxi's lineage. Allowing him to undergo demonic transformation at this moment was far from wise. Had she known, she would not have given him the chinkoan bag. Typically, demons would undergo uncontrollable transformation, except for newly born demon cubs unable to manage their own demonic energy, or in cases where the chaotic energy within them was insufficient to maintain their form. This called for a protective, soul-solidifying pill. Such high-grade pills were rare and often unattainable. Yi Yin rummaged through her chinkoan bag and discovered that a large auction would be held in Ziyang City the following day, coincidentally featuring a precious protective soul-solidifying pill among the items for sale. Given that the young demon was still in the early stages of transformation, at this rate, he would completely revert to his true form in less than 3 days. After reinforcing the formations around the courtyard, she set off without delay, making her way to Ziyang City. Chapter 77. The auction in Ziyang City. The sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the streets, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. A considerable number of cultivators had already gathered before the entrance of one Kai Xian, eagerly anticipating the large auction held every 3 years. Wankai was one of the three major shops in the central region, second only to the Treasure Pavilion. Although this was merely a branch in a border city, the treasures auctioned were transported from the main store, ensuring their significant value. Many cultivators clutched their bulging pouches tightly, wary of the crowd around them. And as soon as the doors opened, they surged inside. Yin followed the throng. Most cultivators headed to the auction hall on the first floor, while a select few holding tokens, adorned in resplendent attire, were respectfully ushered to the second, third, and even fourth floor's private rooms. Yin paused, turning to approach the steward. Uncertain about how to sell the demon pill and whether she could join the auction at the last minute, she produced the demon pill discarded by Xian, she from her chinquan bag. The steward rubbed his eyes, unsure. Is this a fifth-grade demon pill? He had spent years dealing with various treasures and rarely encountered anything that could astonish him. Yet he now displayed a rare expression of surprise. He was not unfamiliar with fifth-grade demon pills. Rather, he was astonished by the young female cultivator before him, whose extraordinary aura and remarkable cultivation level were evident even beneath her sex robe. The steward quickly welcomed her with a smile. Fifth-grade demon pills are exceedingly rare. Wankai would be glad to accept it for the auction. He summoned a servant to take the demon pill, carefully placing it into a red silk box before heading to the auction's backstage. The steward turned back to Yi Yin, politely inquiring, according to our past purchase prices at Wankai, you have two options. We can pay you 5 million low-grade spirit stones directly, or you can choose to split the profits based on the auction price. How is the profit split? She asked, her gaze narrowing as she pondered. Based on past experiences, the starting bid for a fifth-grade demon pill was 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with the final auction price varying significantly each year. Thus, they could not provide a precise figure. If the market circulated, the usual split was 50-50. However, since they deducted a 10% auction fee, it became a 60-40 split. After deliberation, she replied, I choose the second option, a 40-60 split. Although the first option offered a substantial sum and was more secure, Yin found herself in a financially precarious situation, empty-handed and disheartened. The 5 million low-grade spirit stones would certainly not suffice to purchase the protective soul-solidifying pill, so she decided to take a chance. If that did not work out, she also possessed numerous talismans and had stockpiled several mid-grade breath-concealing talismans, which could be sold to cover the cost of the pill. Once again, the girl from the slums sighed under the weight of her financial struggles. The steward, surprised yet accommodating, handed Yi Yin a purple token, then directly led her to the most prestigious private room on the fourth floor. Years of experience had honed the steward's discernment. For such potentially significant future clients, one must naturally extend the utmost sincerity in service. Although the private room is not spacious, it is exquisitely adorned. Once the attendant departed, Yi Yin approached the window, her fingers gently resting on the sill as her gaze descended. The auction scene below was laid bare before her eyes. She could even discern the expressions and subtle movements of any cultivator within the hall. Surrounding the private room, various anti-eavesdropping formations, visual obstruction arrays, and defensive arrays had been meticulously reinforced. Wankai truly spared no expense. When would her own materials shop ever reach such grandiosity? Soon, a servant outside brought forth exquisite wine and delicacies. Yi Yin grasped her wooden chopsticks, lifting a tender morsel of honeyed meat to her lips. The pure spiritual energy coursing through her limbs, eliciting a heartfelt sigh of delight. The wine in her cup was also a rare spiritual liquor, prompting even the usually temperate Yi Yin to indulge in several sips. As she savored the fine food and drink, her gaze wandered to the increasingly fervent auction scene outside. The auction items were diverse, including demonic beasts, weapons, cultivation manuals, and rare treasures. Anything of value that someone desired could be presented for bidding. The first item for auction was particularly crucial, serving as an essential catalyst for excitement. A young woman in a red dress held a tray, lifting the crimson satin to reveal a small golden bell, known as the bewitching bell, a low-grade spiritual artifact, starting at a bidding price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. With just a few words, the atmosphere in the hall surged to its first peak. To present such a rare low-grade spiritual artifact as the bewitching bell right at the outset was indeed a masterstroke. It possessed an undeniable enchanting effect on cultivators below the golden core stage, and even had some restraining influence on those of the nascent soul stage. Wan Kaixian was clearly investing heavily this time. The crowd erupted in murmurs, many cultivators unable to remain seated, particularly a few sound cultivators present who eagerly began to bid against each other. Securing this treasure could effortlessly allow them to overcome adversaries beyond their level, potentially saving their lives in critical moments. 110 million. Someone initiated the bidding. 115 million. 156 million. 160 million. 200 million. Bids began to surge rapidly. The atmosphere intensified as many cultivators raised their wooden placards, some even standing up, their faces flushed as they shouted out prices, which climbed at a terrifying pace. In the blink of an eye, the bidding for the bewitching bell had soared past 400 million spirit stones. The young woman in red beamed with increasing delight, her delicate voice playfully inquiring if anyone wished to continue bidding at 400 million low-grade spirit stones. Few cultivators capable of producing such a sum were either immensely wealthy or of noble birth. Although spiritual artifacts are undeniably precious, no matter how rare, this bewitching bell was merely a low-grade artifact, and most present possessed more suitable weapons, while they might consider acquiring it for display or self-defense. Surpassing a certain price point would render it unworthy. 400 million once, 400 million twice, 400 million. Just as the young woman was about to strike the hammer to finalize the deal, a voice from a third-floor box called out, 500 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their attention to the third-floor box 306, speculating about the identity of such a wealthy individual willing to casually add 100 million spirit stones to the bid. Even Yi Yin cast a sidelong glance, secretly lamenting the gap between the rich and the poor. However, the window of the box had already been shielded by a visual obstruction array, and the voice had been obscured by a neutral tone, making it impossible for anyone to glean further information. Meanwhile, in box 306, Yi Qingyao was determined to acquire the bewitching bell. With her primary focus on sound techniques, she was in dire need of a suitable sound artifact. And this bell was an excellent choice, capable of both offense and defense, and even capable of creating illusions. Chapter 78. Losing big for the small ultimately. This item was won by her for 550 million spirit stones. Soon after, a servant knocked at the door with the auction item. Yi Qingyao quickly handed over a large bag of spirit stones. After the servant respectfully retreated, he inquired whether she needed more fruit wine. She repeatedly declined. And once the door was closed again, Yi Qingyao took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with delight as she lifted the red silk from the tray. What lay before her was the unassuming golden bell, the low-grade spiritual artifact known as the bewitching bell. Holding the bell in her right hand, she gently shook it. The melodious and eerie sound resonated throughout the box. Mo Yunhan felt his vision shift from the interior to the exterior, as if he had been drawn into an illusion. At that moment, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, his expression as cold as ever, his emotions placid, until suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, Brother Yunhan. Turning abruptly, he recognized the figure before him. His pupils constricted, as if the deepest taboos of his heart had been forcibly unveiled. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Yet the figure of Yi Yin before him morphed into Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao, who had been holding the bewitching bell, was startled, her grip loosening. With a chime, the bell fell to the soft carpet. The sharp edge of his sword was already pressed against her neck, drawing a trace of blood. Her face turned pale, her lips trembling. Yunhan. She had merely wanted to play and test the power of the bewitching bell, never anticipating its formidable strength. Capable of enchanting even Mo Yunhan, who was at the early nascent soul stage. Yet, she had not expected his reaction to be so intense. After a moment's pause, she stammered, "I'm sorry, I was careless and fell for the illusion." His countenance remained cold and foreboding. Yi Qingyao took the bell into one hand, lightly patting her chest, her fingers still trembling. That was close. She had nearly lost her life. However, this also indicated the bewitching bell's power was greater than she had imagined, making her purchase truly worthwhile. After consuming a few healing pills, she remarked, "I heard that this bewitching bell can pull one into the deepest illusions of their heart, allowing them to see the person they long to meet the most, or even dearly departed loved ones, subsequently controlling their spirit and leading them to die within a beautiful dream. Yet Yi Qing Yao felt this was somewhat exaggerated. It couldn't possibly be that mystical. She wondered what Yin Han had seen just now. Intentionally seeking to spark a conversation, she asked. Mo Yin Han, however, remained silent. His gaze fixed out the window, his brow heavy with thought. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Qing Yao did not dwell on it. Placing the bewitching bell into her chinquan bag before leaning on the windowsill, intently observing the subsequent auction items below. Her true purpose for attending this event still lay ahead. Mo Yun Han, arms crossed, silently awaited beside her, showing little interest in the auction items that were being fought over. After a moment, he rubbed his forehead, concealing the contemplation in his eyes, which involuntarily fell upon Yi Qing Yao. More precisely, it was the small red bird on her shoulder, which had just hatched. 3 beautiful tail feathers cascading down her back. The fire phoenix Luan, a creature of demonic royal blood. Mo Yin Han was aware of this, surprised that she had acquired such an opportunity. Yet, more than that, he felt regret. The fire phoenix Luan possessed fire attributes, while Yi Qing Yao had previously undergone marrow cleansing, transforming her water and fire dual spiritual roots into the opposing heavenly water spiritual root. The attributes of one person and one demon were entirely contradictory. If they formed a contract, she would undoubtedly be unable to unleash the true powers of the fire phoenix Luan. From this perspective, she had indeed lost significantly for the small. Since the fire phoenix Luan hatched, Yi Qing Yao had begun searching for cultivation resources for it. Having learned that today's auction in Ziyang City featured the Soul Protector solidifying pill, which could assist young demonic creatures in taking form, Yi Qing Yao hurriedly made her way here. However, she did not expect the first auction item to be a sound artifact that perfectly aligned with her cultivation technique, prompting her to decisively bid on it. She had prepared over 10 million low-grade spirit stones for this visit, and after acquiring the bewitching bell, approximately 8 million low-grade spirit stones remained, more than sufficient to bid on the Soul Protector solidifying pill. Yi Qing Yao never worried about running out of spirit stones. Yi Chunlong and his mother sent her a monthly allowance, and now she is a direct disciple of the sect elder, Biao Xinzi. Hence, she never faces a shortage of spirit stones. In the auction hall below, after the initial excitement for the enchanting MHND ing subsides, the subsequent items lack quality, causing many cultivators to lose interest and discreetly conserve their spirit stones, eagerly anticipating the grand finale. The woman in red, having witnessed such scenes countless times, remains unfazed by the lull in the atmosphere. With a cheerful demeanor, she effortlessly reignites the ambience with her witty remarks. As the auction progresses to nearly its halfway point, the woman in red claps her hands, and a young attendant carefully places an item concealed under a red silk cloth onto the high platform. This next exhibit was unexpectedly entrusted to us for auction by a young friend, and it can undoubtedly be deemed a remarkable highlight. Allow me to build some suspense. Let us see if anyone can guess what it is. As the crowd eagerly craned their necks, their curious gazes barely concealing their fervor, the woman in red smiled coyly. With a delicate hand, she lifted the red silk. A 5th-grade Yao Dan, starting bid at 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. After a beast's demise, its entire essence condenses into the Yao Dan. Surely, I need not elaborate on the value of a Yao Dan. Everyone is well aware of its rarity, especially this exceedingly elusive 5th-grade Yao Dan. This beast was comparable to a cultivator at the transformation stage. The announcement sent the crowd into an uproar. A beast of such caliber. To hunt, it would be akin to reaching for the heavens. How could Wan Kai-Xian possess the resources to acquire such a treasure? Many began to stir, eager to place their bids. 110,000, 112,000, 130,000, 150,000. The price quickly soared past the 2 million spirit stone mark. The fervor in the crowd rivaled that of the enchanting MHNL-ing. Meanwhile, in the private box on the 4th floor, Yin was also swept up in the fervor, astonished at the demand for the 5th-grade Yao Dan. Thankful she had not sold it outright. At this rate, surpassing 4 million spirit stones for the Yao Dan was entirely plausible. While Yao Dan holds limited use for cultivators, it greatly benefits the cultivation of beasts. In the realm of cultivation, the wealthier and more powerful the cultivator or family, the more they delight in nurturing rare or formidable beasts. The Yao Dan from a transformation stage beast holds significant potential to help an ordinary beast ascend to the golden core stage, which is a third-grade beast. Thus, a curious phenomenon emerged in the bustling auction hall. As the price of the Yao Dan surpassed 3 million spirit stones, the bidding from the first floor dwindled, while on the second, third, and fourth floors, the competition intensified, with bids climbing in increments of hundreds of thousands. 380,000 spirit stones, 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 600,000 spirit stones. The crowd gasped, many taken aback by the stark disparity in wealth. Did these individuals believe spirit stones were as commonplace as pebbles? The situation was indeed alarming. Yi Qingyao seethed with frustration. Why must there always be irritating individuals competing with her for treasures? 610,000. This prize was hers for the taking. Chapter 79. Establishing a small goal. Buying him a mountain. Although her original intent was to bid for the HHNGX Ingdian, she had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a fifth-grade Yao Dan. Both were exceedingly precious and rare. However, the HHNGX Ingdian is a concoction made by alchemists. As long as the alchemist remains alive, even if she misses this auction, she could always seek alternative means to procure the elixir. Yet, the fifth-grade Yao Dan was not so easily obtainable. That was a beast of considerable caliber, akin to a transformation stage cultivator, exceedingly challenging to hunt. Moreover, fifth-grade beasts often hold a significant status within their kind, and slaying one could invite retribution from their kin, which is why few cultivators dare to risk it. The excitement of the Hu F Ing Lu In indicated its strong desire for the Yao Dan. After all, the HHNGX Ing D N primarily aids a beast in enhancing its transformation success rate, while the Hu Effing Lu In had yet to reach the stage of transformation, whereas the Yao Dan could facilitate its advancement. Thus, Yi Qingyao was resolute in obtaining this Yao Dan. She still had over 8 million spirit stones remaining. Surely, she would not be outbid for the Yao Dan. 640,000, 650,000, 655,000. As the bidding reached a certain threshold, the pace noticeably slowed. 700,000. Yi Qingyao successfully outbid the last contender. The hall fell into silence. The woman in red beamed with delight. This price far exceeded their expectations. The customer in box 306 had bid 700,000 spirit stones for the fifth-grade Yao Dan. Would anyone dare to bid higher? 700,000 once. 700,000 twice. 700,000. Just then, from a silent box on the fourth floor, a voice called out, 800,000 spirit stones. Yi Yin silently raised her paddle. Indeed, it was her bid. From the urgency in the opposing bid, it was clear that person was eager to acquire the Yao Dan and did not appear to be short on funds. She believed this price could still be pushed higher. The underhanded tactics of malicious bidding were now in play. Meanwhile, in box 306, Yi Qingyao felt a surge of frustration, her face contorting with rage. 810,000. The bidding continued. 820,000. 830,000. 835,000. 830,000 was all Yi Qingyao had. If she bid more, she could not afford it. She glared furiously at the fourth floor box, her fists clenched, her teeth nearly grinding, her murderous gaze seemingly piercing through the thick walls. Why should she always be the one to seize treasures from others? How could she allow anyone to snatch from her? I still have 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. Mo Yunhan handed her a Chinquan bag. He too was intrigued, gazing out the window in astonishment at how a fifth-grade Yao Dan had fetched such an exorbitant price, more than doubling its value. He was curious about who resided in that fourth-floor box, possessing such wealth. Upon receiving Mo Yunhan's spirit stones, Yi Qingyao felt emboldened, directly raising her bid by 200,000. 10 million spirit stones. Her voice nearly cracked. The entire hall erupted in excitement. The woman in red's heart raced. This was the first time in decades that Wan Kaixian had auctioned an item for such a high price. The bid had surpassed her expectations. Yi Yin had originally intended to withdraw. Yet at this moment, she sensed that the person in box 306 might still have more to give. Yi Yin raised her paddle once more. 1,050,000. 1,100,000. 1,120,000. 1,200,000. How detestable. Did this person insist on competing with her? Yi Qingyao's eyes turned red, her frustration boiling over. 1,220,000. This time, Yi Yin deliberately hesitated for 2 seconds. Yi Qingyao's eyes brightened. Thinking her opponent would finally concede, she raised her bid significantly, 1,300,000. The hall fell silent, leaving only the two bidding voices. The tension was palpable. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was astounded into speechlessness. No matter how precious the 5th grade Yao Dan was, 600,000 spirit stones was nearing its value peak. Could there truly be a fool willing to part with over 10 million spirit stones? This was a considerable expense, even for many first-rate families. Once again, the 4th floor box remained silent. Just as Yi Qingyao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, believing she could finally secure the Yao Dan, the 4th floor once again echoed a deliberated decision, 1,400,000. The voice that called out this number was notably calm, as if it had made a momentous resolution. This 1,400,000 spirit stones must be their final limit. Having already expended such a significant amount of spirit stones, Yi Qingyao was resolute in her determination not to concede defeat. She decided to make one final bid to completely shatter her opponent's psychological defenses. 18 million. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. All eyes turned towards box 306. This extravagant spender was undeniably wealthy. 18 million spirit stones represented the entirety of Yi Qingyao and Mo Yunhan's fortune. Although they could no longer bid on the Soul Guard solidification pill, acquiring this 5th grade demon pill was imperative. Should she fail this time, she would have no choice but to relinquish her aspirations. With gritted teeth and a resolute gaze, Yi Qingyao fixed her eyes on the auction. Fortunately, the 4th floor box remained silent this time. The woman in red, momentarily stunned, was rendered speechless until the auctioneer stepped forward, prompting her to hurriedly bang the gavel. In a quivering voice, she announced, 18 million once, 18 million twice, 18 million thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed customer in box 306 for successfully purchasing this 5th grade demon pill. It will be delivered to you shortly. Following this unexpected climax, enthusiasm for the subsequent exhibits seemed to wane. Even the Soul Guard solidification pill attracted little interest, ultimately being acquired by Yi Yin for 360,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This was primarily due to the trepidation instilled in others upon witnessing her assertiveness, which deterred further bidding. Time slipped by swiftly. As the auction approached its grand finale, the once quiet auction hall erupted with fervor once more. A red silk cover was lifted to reveal a tray bearing a scroll map with a central region circled. To everyone's astonishment, it depicted an entire mountain. The woman in red, smiling gracefully, proclaimed, "Indeed, as you all can see, the final auction item is an entire mountain. See you in mountain." The starting bid is 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This is a piece of land that our Wankai Xian has painstakingly acquired, and it is the most precious item to grace the auction in nearly a decade. Most of the cultivators present had been waiting for this moment. The bidding escalated rapidly, surpassing 10 million spirit stones within a mere half-incense stick of time. Ultimately, it was won by a cultivator in the 4th floor box for a staggering 12,800,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the mountain, Yi Yin felt a pang of longing. She was in dire need of a territory to call her own, especially given the instability of the little demon's current situation. Keeping him in a rented courtyard made her uneasy. However, her aspirations were thwarted by the mountain's exorbitant price, which far exceeded her current financial capabilities. After the auction concluded, the manager approached her with the spirit stones. 18 million spirit stones. After the 60-40 split, Yi Yin received 720,000 spirit stones, an unexpected gain that left her quite satisfied. After accounting for the price of the Soul Guard solidification pill, she still had 360,000 spirit stones remaining. The manager hesitated, glancing at her. He had witnessed the earlier bidding and, even as someone accustomed to the tumult of auctions, he could not help but marvel at the thrilling spectacle. This young cultivator was truly remarkable. 18 million, an unprecedented price for their branch of Wankai Xian in decades. Had the opposing bidders ceased their bids, this young cultivator would not only have wasted her effort, but would have also faced a financial loss. Such reckless behavior was not something the average person would dare to undertake. By the way, manager, do you have any other mountains for sale? As the auction concluded, the atmosphere among the crowd shifted silently. The smiles faded from the faces of those who had acquired treasures. Their expressions grew tense and vigilant as they tightly clutched their chinkoan bags, wary of those with ill intentions. When the main doors opened, everyone rushed to exit, fearful of being targeted by nefarious individuals. Yet, a select few cultivators stealthily followed others, hoping to seize the opportunity to rob when unguarded. However, such matters were of no concern to Yi Yan. Protected by her box and retreating via a designated passage, she donned a veil and blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. Brother Yunhan? Yi Qingyao noticed Mo Yunhan staring intently in a particular direction and followed his gaze, but did not recognize anyone familiar. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head with a cool demeanor. Perhaps he had merely mistaken someone. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yi Yan paused, then turned to head towards another establishment of Wankai Xian. The third floor dealt in various properties, mountains, and land. A dedicated attendant managed the registrations. "I wish to purchase a mountain," she stated at the front desk. The attendant, barely lifting his eyes, handed her a price list and languidly remarked, "Once you have selected a mountain, just inform me. I will arrange for the migration registration. By the way, you will need to pay a deposit of 10% of the total price in advance." Ian took the price list from him and quickly scanned it. The list detailed 103 mountains, categorized into 4 price tiers: A, B, C, and D. There were only 2 mountains in Tier A, slightly inferior in quality to the sold Siyuan mountain, with prices fluctuating around 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. As her gaze shifted downwards to Tier B, she continued to assess Tier C mountains similarly. The mountains in Tier C were smaller, with sparser spiritual energy and fewer types of flora and fauna, generally priced between 400 to 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The lowest tier, D, had merely 3 mountains remaining, with the cheapest one priced just over 100,000 spirit stones, boasting a substantial area that rivaled the Tier A mountains. Noticing Yan's intense focus on the deserted Huangyi mountain, the attendant curiously sized her up twice, initially thinking she was affluent. "No offense, but since you're new here, let me share a bit more. Huangyi mountain is an unclaimed wasteland. Despite its large area, the mountain is strewn with rubble and weeds, and even birds do not come to roost. Its price has dropped from 200,000 spirit stones to now just 110,000, and for years, no one has shown interest in taking it over." The attendant shook his head repeatedly, sighing in apparent frustration. "It is quite strange. This wasteland is situated in the spiritually rich Central East region, surrounded by a few towering mountain ranges. The manager had high hopes upon acquiring it, but unfortunately, this mountain's resources have dwindled to nearly nothing, unable to sustain even the most ordinary of celestial plants. Perhaps you might consider looking at other mountains?" Ian listened intently to his explanation, but then handed over a large bag of spirit stones, saying, "Thank you for the information, but I will take it." The price was enticing, other mountains were beyond her budget, but more importantly, it was sufficiently remote, secluded, and secure. It perfectly aligned with her current need to care for the little demon. Moreover, given her current cultivation level, if she were to invest a large sum to purchase a spiritually abundant mountain, even if the shop claimed to keep customer information confidential, there was no guarantee she would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If any trouble arose, she would be unable to protect herself. In contrast, a desolate place like Huangyi Mountain would not draw anyone's interest. As for the lack of spiritual energy, it was of little concern. She primarily relied on spirit stones for her cultivation. Should she wish to cultivate some spiritual plants in the future, she could always set up a few gathering arrays. 110,000 spirit stones. She paid in full. With 250,000 spirit stones remaining, the attendant was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that someone would actually purchase this dilapidated mountain, the migration registration and land deed matters would need to follow the proper procedures step by step. So he told her to wait. "How long will it take at the earliest?" she inquired anxiously. The attendant, maintaining his lazy demeanor, replied unhurriedly, "This matter cannot be rushed. There are many customers ahead of you. It will take at least half a month." "Half a month? That's too long. I can't wait." Yi Yan stepped forward, crossing the front desk, the sound of the purple gold token at her waist resonating softly. Her gaze was icy, and her voice was calm as she stated her intention to check in the following day. From this angle, the young servant could clearly see the token. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned. When he looked back at Yi Yan, a fawning smile quickly spread across his face. "Ah, forgive my ignorance. I did not realize you were a purple token guest. How remiss of us to not give you a proper welcome. A mere land deed, easily arranged. I will take care of it at once, and you shall have the deed in your hands by tomorrow. The ingrained human nature to curry favor was evident. Yet Ian merely smiled slightly, her expression not reaching her eyes. The next afternoon, she successfully obtained the land deed, accompanied by a carefully marked scroll and map indicating the location of Huangyi Mountain. Ian also purchased several large protective mountain array discs and a variety of essential moving supplies. Her purse quickly grew lighter, yet she felt a sense of satisfaction at her fruitful haul. As she approached her new home, she sensed that several of the protective array discs had been damaged. Xianxi, her pupils constricted sharply, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly as she pushed the door open forcefully. A cloud of dust enveloped her, triggering a fit of coughing. Once she waved away the dust, she beheld the dismal state of the interior. The room appeared as if it had been ravaged by villains. Furniture lay shattered and strewn about. Various porcelain and jade wares lay in ruins, and any misstep could lead to injury from the sharp shards. Ian expertly cast a restoration and cleaning spell before stepping inside. Xianxi, her gaze swept across the room, landing on a mound of bedding. She hesitated, not yet lifting her foot to step closer. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged towards her face with lightning speed. It seemed to shrink, yet a small black tail remained conspicuously visible outside the bed. Yin lowered her sword, her heart racing. Upon recognizing the writhing black snake tail, she fell silent for quite some time. She had previously speculated that the enchanting being might be a mesmerizing fox spirit or a captivating sea demon, and even entertained the notion of a little lazy pig. However, she never anticipated that it would be a great black python. The revelation was somewhat unexpected. Beautiful? To be fair, as a modern individual, Yin inherently harbored a primal fear of snakes and typically avoided them at all costs. If someone were to throw a live snake at her, she would likely leap in fright. Even after spending a year in the cultivation realm, during which she had slain numerous serpentine beasts, her fear had diminished only partially, while her aversion to them remained unabated. The only exception was the small black snake she had encountered earlier, which was so stunningly beautiful that it seemed to be a masterpiece carved from exquisite jade. With dust and splinters swirling around, Yin retreated to the door to avoid accidental injury, her fingers gripping the doorframe tightly. The great black snake crashed into the furniture she had just restored, wreaking havoc. The imbalance of its demonic energy caused Xianxi to act out violently. Yet he seemed to retain a shred of rationality, intentionally avoiding her during each attack while smashing his tail against other items, leaving the room in utter disarray, as if the ceiling might collapse. Xianxi's true form bore a striking resemblance to the little black snake she had encountered before, albeit magnified several dozen times. Could it be? A sudden thought surged within Yin, pressing towards the truth. As if to confirm her suspicion, the great black python, having demolished the house, finally collapsed in exhaustion, its form shrinking down to the size of her palm. Yin's laughter erupted, fueled by exasperation. Was this not the very small black snake? This creature seemed to have recognized her as a free, long-term source of sustenance, having schemed to approach her all along. Before the house collapsed, she quickly gathered it up and stuffed it into her pocket. With a thunderous roar, the house finally crumbled into ruins. The cacophony startled the nearby landlord, who was left speechless, exclaiming, "What have you done? How could you bring the house down?" "I apologize," Yin replied, her expression earnest. "I was cultivating, and in a moment of negligence, the spiritual energy in my meridians reversed." She offered her remaining spiritual stones as collateral. After counting them, the landlord cast her a sidelong glance and reprimanded her before strutting away. Yin then took the little snake and flew towards Huangyi Mountain. Huangyi Mountain lay barren before her. Yin landed, her feet meeting sharp, jagged stones that were uncomfortable to tread upon. She surveyed her surroundings and found that the young servant's description was not exaggerated. The soil here was barren and loose, the spiritual energy dissipated, and gravel crushed vast swathes of withered grass and trees. The imposing mountain had no streams to speak of, presenting a desolate and alarming sight. She flew to a mountain peak and located a relatively flat area to land. From her Qian bag, she produced a palm-sized wooden house. The toy house expanded with the wind, transforming into a two-story pavilion spanning about 10 zhang in width and 3 zhang in height. Upon entering, she found the furnishings complete and neatly arranged. Ian placed the drowsy little black snake on the soft, white goose-down bed and tucked a corner of a small blanket around it. Sensing the comfort of its new sleeping nook, the little black snake instinctively curled into a round shape, its tail tip happily curling upwards. Soon, it buried its head in the coils of its tail, flicking out its crimson tongue. Seeing this adorable posture, Yin felt her irritation dissipate, a smile gracing her features as she instinctively reached out to stroke its smooth head. The little snake hissed in mild annoyance, retreating further into its tail until she gently coaxed its head out with her fingers. After the medicinal pill dissolved in water, Ian pinched its midsection and pried its mouth open. She used a spoon to administer the medicine. After consuming the remedy, the little snake resumed its drowsy slumber. Whether it was an illusion or not, its eyelids appeared somewhat dull, and the curve of its tail exhibited a few creases. The mountain was vast, with numerous secluded corners, all of which she fortified with defensive array discs. After circling the mountain 3 times to ensure there were no oversights, night fell. Exhausted from her recent travels, she removed her outer garment and was about to rest when she discovered the little black snake was missing. Missing? Ian jolted upright, turning the entire room upside down, only to find a grayish-white snake shed beneath the bed. The foot of the bed showed signs of significant wear, as if it had been scraped by massive scales for an extended period. Without time to change her clothes, she donned a soft, loose inner garment and ventured out to search for the snake. The cool wind tousled her dark hair, a few strands brushing against her lips. Finally, she spotted a dark snake tail draped over a rock by a pond. Xianxi? The tail flicked once more before disappearing into the depths of the pond. The surface rippled, yet no sign of him was visible. Yi Yin suppressed the urge to scold him and instead gathered her disheveled hair behind her. Stepping closer to the pond, her heart filled with curiosity. How could a pond have suddenly appeared here? During her daytime inspection of the mountain, she had found not a single drop of water. Her gaze fell to the cracks in the rocks near the pond, where she astonishingly spotted several sharp green sprouts. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but upon reaching the shore and dipping her fingers into the water, she felt an icy chill. Simultaneously, a surge of rich spiritual energy coursed in her meridians, startling her before she had time to ponder. With a splash, the surface of the water was broken. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, the surface of the pond reflects the image of a drenched beauty, her mere glance captivating enough to steal one's breath away. After shedding his skin, the man's features are even more exquisite than before, with his half-dry, half-wet ink-black hair cascading behind him. His upper body, exposed above the water, is sculpted like jade, with alluring muscles glistening with the enchanting hues of the water. He reaches out to brush aside his hair, his gaze firmly fixed on the woman by the pond, the azure in his eyes dimming slightly, losing some innocence while gaining an air of cold profundity, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. His voice, however, is a soft, intoxicating murmur as he swims towards her, his deeply contoured waist swaying enticingly. The black scales beneath the water, gliding through the azure like a mesmerizing water spirit. Subsequently, he lightly brushes his crimson lips against her fingers that have dipped into the pond, then bites down gently. The bite is not painful, merely a tender graze, and Yi Yin feels his sharp teeth glide over her fingertip, sending a tingling sensation through her. Why are you here at this hour? She steadies herself, withdrawing her finger. Xianxi recognizes that his true form has been discovered, and he quietly studies her expression, noting that she reveals no trace of fear or disdain, which eases his underlying caution. He then gestures towards the pond. There is spiritual energy here. After merging with the dragon bone, his demonic power surged and became tumultuous, and as his true form grows and transforms, he requires substantial spiritual energy for his shedding process, leading him instinctively to this place. The pond did not exist here before. It emerged like a fountain from the ground after he shattered the thick layer of earth. Chapter 82. The Way of All Things Returning to Spring. How could such a barren peak conceal a spiritual pond? The value of this peak must have increased tenfold. The 1 million spiritual stones were indeed worth the expenditure. When Yin first heard the servant recount the tale, she sensed something amiss. How could a peak situated in a fertile vein be inexplicably drained of spiritual energy? However, she did not ponder it deeply at the time. In retrospect, there may be hidden secrets beneath the surface. Xianxi remains lazily submerged in the pond, his arms crossed, comfortably leaning against the rocky shore, his long eyes half open. His gaze drifts towards Yin, subtly masking the cool vigilance in his depths. Before he diverts his attention to the tail, stirring the water. Within his mind, two voices clash. One is cold and unfeeling, urging him to abandon this inconsequential female human, while the other, though weaker, stubbornly expresses a desire to remain by her side. Since merging with the second segment of the dragon bone, the former voice has begun to dominate his subconscious. His actions and demeanor have started to be influenced by it, and he finds himself increasingly angered by the fact that this human female can effortlessly stir his emotions, compelling him to extinguish this factor that eludes his control. His palm twitches slightly, yet when she calls to him, that force dissipates in an instant. Xianxi raises his head to look at her, his lips pressed together. What is it? Try swimming down deeper. If I am not mistaken, there should be something hidden inside, Yi Yin suggests, extending her hand. Xianxi gazes down at the bottom of the pond, growing darker the deeper he looks, an abyss of blackness obscuring his vision. After a moment of contemplation, he reaches out his hand to her. You come too. His long fingers, glimmering like moonlight, are strikingly beautiful, akin to a meticulously carved jade sculpture. Yi Yin, momentarily entranced, instinctively offers her hand to him. However, in the next moment, with a splash, she is suddenly pulled into the pond, choking on a mouthful of water. Xianxi. Before she can finish her sentence, a cold wind sweeps by, making her sneeze violently, her body trembling. She quickly conjures a barrier of spiritual energy. The undulating, icy water soaks her light garment, outlining her graceful figure, the contours of her body enhanced by the water's hue, while her waist and thighs are held captive by the man's strong hands. Xianxi gazes at her unwaveringly, his eyes lingering over her form, a flicker of heated desire igniting within him. He swallows hard, whispering her name softly, Yin Yin. Almost instinctively, his long fingers glide over her exquisitely soft waist, his cool body pressed against hers, while his tail entwines around her ankle like a tendril of watergrass. Simultaneously, his powerful arms restrain her movements. His warm lips brush against her ear, murmuring softly, while his fingers gradually slip beneath her clothing. Yin senses his restlessness, taking a deep breath. Stop it. Is this important? Xianxi feels discomfort. Her assistance in alleviating it is his most pressing concern. Yin Yin, do you still like me? Did you find me unattractive after seeing my true form? If I appear ugly, will you no longer like me? Will you seek other males? His eyes glimmer with a watery hue, a look of pitiful grievance as he bombards her with questions, momentarily rendering Yi Yin speechless. Her protests turn into soft gasps, swallowed by him. This audacious little demon. His gall is increasingly audacious, daring to disrupt her tranquility. As the stars fall and dawn breaks, Yi Yin, after enduring his antics, only regains her composure the following afternoon, weary and leaning against her waist, lamenting how Xianxi's stamina has improved significantly since their last encounter. He seems like a different person altogether. She gazes out of the window. Though the desolate Huangyi mountain remains bleak and forlorn, the cultivators possess sharper senses, and she can discern the vibrant signs of spring in the nearby mountains, creating a stark contrast with Huangyi Mountain. She returns to the pond, dispersing her consciousness to explore the surroundings. Xianxi follows closely behind her, significantly more obedient than the previous day, responding to her every request. Go down and take a look. Xianxi tightly grips her hand, fearful of being left behind. Then come with me. I cannot swim. Yi Yin shoots him an exasperated glance, recalling the absurdity of the previous night. She would not allow this insufferable little demon another opportunity. Just try it. Xianxi insists relentlessly. Yi Yin glances at him again before tentatively stepping into the pond. As she enters, she instinctively holds her breath, only to discover a thin, paper-like energy barrier enveloping her entire body. Her spiritual energy barrier does not function with such finesse. Following the direction of her arm, Yi Yin realizes that the source of this power comes from Xianxi, whose form is already partially transformed, allowing him to swim more fluidly. She relaxes her breathing, bubbles forming at her lips. Xianxi gazes at her intently, suppressing the urge to pop the bubbles. They swim deeper into the abyss, and suddenly, the surroundings open up to reveal a hidden paradise. It turns out that Huangyi Mountain is not devoid of water sources. Rather, All the water is concentrated underground. Yi Yan's eyes widen in delight as she senses the increasing spiritual energy flowing through the water. She extends her hand to perform a spell, and the earth spirit energy clears a path ahead. Finally, a small section of a luminous spiritual vein emerges from the stone crevice. Much of the spiritual vein remains buried in the earth, but she is hesitant to exploit it recklessly. Instead, her gaze falls upon the black stones enveloping the spiritual vein. Her mind quickly provides feedback. Hey Jiashur, a precious earth material, capable of sealing spiritual energy, essential for crafting spiritual locking arrays. To her astonishment, this area contains a considerable amount of Hey Jiashur. No wonder the spiritual vein cannot supply energy to the mountain. If she were to sell the Hey Jiashur, she could become immensely wealthy. However, Ian does not intend to do so. Without the Hey Jiashur, the spiritual vein would be exposed, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. It is better to nurture the mountain gradually with the pond's resources. Yin, look over there. Xianxi points to a corner of the pond. In the water, spiritual flames flicker and vanish, then reappear. Yin carefully cradles a small cluster of spiritual fire in her palm and dives forward, swimming towards it. In a corner lay a wooden chest, surprisingly unscathed by the encroaching waters. Yin, eyes wide with astonishment, proceeded to open it. Within was a tome titled WNWW, Ing Ch Nju. A cultivation method? How could it possibly be here? Who had placed it in such a location? It was prudent to leave this place first. Chapter 83, The Skilled Farmer. With a splash, the two emerged from the water. Yin casually cast a cleansing spell, showering Xianxi with its light. In an instant, their soaked garments returned to their original state. Upon reopening the chest, she discovered not only the precious manual, but also a withered branch that had been obscured by the murky depths of the pond's bottom. Her focus shifted entirely to the WNWW Ing Ch Nju, a rare wood element heart method. Though the identity of the predecessor who had left it behind remained a mystery, she vowed to not waste its value now that it had come into her possession. Yi Yin devoted herself to studying the tome for a fortnight, experiencing profound enlightenment and growing increasingly attached to it. This was indeed a masterpiece of a celestial wood root master, a rare, earth-level heart method. The hierarchy of heart methods is classified from low to high as low grade, middle grade, high grade, earth level, and celestial level. Celestial heart methods had long been extinct on the continent, and earth-level methods were exceedingly scarce. Once revealed, they would undoubtedly draw the attention of powerful sects and their ancient cultivators. Although Yi Yin possessed 5 spirit roots, her predominant affinities were with water and fire, while her affinity for wood was the least developed, largely due to the absence of a suitable heart method. This newfound opportunity was truly a timely boon. In her training chamber, Yi Yin curled up with her knees hugged close, entering a meditative state. Through repetitive cycles and the tempering of her heart method, she sensed her meridians growing more resilient and expansive, while the capacity of spiritual energy in her dantian increased significantly. Her absorption rate of spiritual power accelerated several-fold, hinting at a breakthrough in the latter stages of foundation establishment. However, she suppressed the urge to advance recklessly, for she was not yet prepared to face the tribulations of forming a golden core. This heart method remarkably compensated for the slow cultivation speed inherent to her 5 spirit roots. Yi Yin felt immense gratitude for this divine fortune. An idea struck her, prompting her to extract a fragment of a map hidden among the pages of the tome. She rummaged through her chinkoan pouch and unearthed another fragment of a map. The texture of the 2 fragments was strikingly similar, yet remained uncertain if they belonged to the same cartography. After more than half a month without action, Yi Yin stood up, stretched, and moved her limbs. Just as she was about to step outside, she astonishingly noticed that the seemingly lifeless potted plant at her door had sprouted a tender green shoot. Initially taken aback, she soon felt joy blossom within her. Could this be a confirmation of her innermost thoughts? She harnessed her heart method, channeling a pale green with spiritual energy from her fingertips. Under her guidance, the tiny green shoot began to grow, flourishing rapidly as it reached for the light, soon blossoming and bearing fruit. With a soft thud, a ripe, red fruit fell to the ground. Yi Yin bent down to pick it up, brushing it with her fingertip before taking a bite. It was crisp, sweet, and bursting with juice, indistinguishable from any ordinary fruit. She marveled at this newfound utility of her heart method. No, more accurately, this might be the true purpose of the WNWW, ing ch, Inju. After savoring the fruit, she planted the seed in her courtyard, then retrieved the desiccated branch, finding a pot to plant it in as well. As she operated her heart method, the hours passed, yet the branch showed no signs of revival. Perhaps it had indeed perished? Yi Yin remained undeterred, as a more significant plan had taken shape in her mind. Carrying a large bag as she rang, she left her home and ventured toward the spirit pond. During the month of Yi Yin's diligent cultivation, she had not been idle either, playing the role of a diligent matchmaker. Rising to the window, he caught sight of her departing figure, still holding a freshly cut serpent skin, intending to craft a set of protective clothing for Yi Yin. His body was a treasure trove, containing elements such as blood, scales, skin, and remnants of dragon bones. Although he had lost much in the process of shedding, the serpent skin still held considerable value. While he could not gauge the quality of his serpent skin's worth in the cultivation world, it was undoubtedly superior to any protective garments Yi Yin could afford. He had been meticulous during the shedding process, ultimately producing a fine and complete serpent skin. That night, should she express disdain for her original form, he had contemplated secretly destroying the skin and leaving in a huff. Yet, unexpectedly, she seemed to have thought of something, causing the tips of his ears to flush with a faint hue hidden beneath his dark hair. She actually liked his tail and had spent the entire evening playfully toying with it. Of course, it was not merely the tail that she touched. There was some discomfort involved. Nevertheless, he did not mind. Seeing her so enamored with him, he reluctantly decided to remain by her side. When she arrived at the spirit pond, Yi Yin had already cultivated an acre of land. The long-stored she rang finally found its purpose. In addition to the previously sold array of spirit plants and herbs, she had wisely retained many seeds awaiting this very moment. Once these spirit plants were harvested, they would yield a substantial profit. Yi Yin sheathed her hoe as the spring breeze wafted by, stirring the hem of her garments. The freshly turned soil was remarkably soft, with spiritual water gently flowing through the furrows, contrasting starkly with the small green shoots peeking out amidst the surrounding rocky wasteland. She intended to cultivate this experimental plot first, and if the yield proved satisfactory, she would then attempt to cultivate other barren lands. The path of cultivation was long, and Yi Yin had all the time in the world to transform this desolate mountain into a dreamlike sanctuary. She nodded in agreement. His only desires were to eat well and sleep soundly, devoid of any grand ambitions. Oh, and perhaps to raise a couple of offspring as well. His gaze drifted to her waist, pondering if they were his. Due to the unique nature of their species, not only was the gestation period lengthy and slow, but it also did not exhibit visible signs of pregnancy, and there was no need for childbirth. Once the time was ripe, they could simply extract the offspring using their demonic energy. This was why he never worried about Yi Yin engaging in perilous adventures. If they were indeed his offspring, their vitality would be so robust that even he could not impede their growth. By the way, aren't you interested in joining the sect? The enrollment ceremony is in 3 days. Yi Yin interrupted his reverie. Are you truly certain you wish to go? Chapter 84. Yet another prodigy? She nodded. Of course, he wanted to go. If not, how could he prevent his mate from being lured away by those ill-intentioned males? And what of that troublesome fiancé? Just the thought of it made him angry. Once he entered the sect, he would have the chance to discreetly eliminate those bothersome male humans surrounding her. Even with your command token, you will still need to undergo a test of spirit roots and aptitude in the sect square before being assigned a master, she added, pinching her brow and sighing. As a demon, where would you even acquire spirit roots? If you accidentally reveal your tale, certain jealous cultivators might tear you apart. And I cannot save you. I possess spirit roots, he asserted confidently, thinking to himself that before those foolish mortals dared to act against him, he would ensure their demise first. Spirit roots? Where? Yin questioned. In the last secret realm we visited, many cultivators perished. I procured a few from their bodies. He muttered. Huh? Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a moment of surprise, she scrutinized him carefully, extending her hand and softly demanding, show me. Otherwise, I want to believe you. Words alone are insufficient. It's too bizarre to claim you can simply extract spirit roots from others and make them your own. Even the most infamous evil cultivators would not dare to do such a thing. She, however, deliberately kept her secrets, refusing to show her the details. After some contemplation, Yandere chose not to press further. Only after receiving his repeated assurances did she agree to escort him to the sect, as it was indeed more reassuring to keep the mischievous little demon under her watchful eye. To a certain extent, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Given the materials she currently possessed, the success rate for reshaping the sword's core stood at approximately 50%. Should the attempt fail, not only would her efforts be in vain, but the Suhui sword could potentially degrade to the level of a useless blade. Yandere needed to procure additional special materials to elevate the success rate, ideally raising it to above 80% before commencing the work. Precious forging materials such as Xianming Yuan Yang Tai, Xi and Shangshi, and Suling Jing were mostly available at exorbitant prices, and common markets often lacked them. However, the resources hall of a large sect specifically provided such materials for disciples. Furthermore, with 500 contribution points in her possession, it would be prudent to explore the hall, as fortune might favor her. Before departing, Yandere soared through the air on her sword, meticulously inspecting the protective array guarding the mountain on 3 separate occasions. She had not anticipated that her humble peak concealed such tremendous treasures, and the anxiety of these treasures being coveted and stolen weighed heavily on her heart. Yandere resolved that once she had sufficient funds, she would acquire several more advanced protective arrays, including illusion arrays, confinement arrays, and lethal arrays. As the two ascended through the skies, they had yet to approach the main peak when Yandere glanced down to see a dense throng of people at the mountain's foot, nearly occupying the entire area. The crowd was vast, with voices echoing in a cacophony, comprised of cultivators and children who had traveled great distances. The youngest among the children were merely 5 or 6 years old, while the oldest did not exceed 15. In 3 days' time, new disciples for the sect would emerge from among these children. This time of year, the 72 main cities of the central domain would provide fresh blood to the 8 great sections. Yandere's gaze swept across the scene below, spotting several children who had already begun cultivating their inner energy. Most hailed from first or second-tier cultivation families, showcasing impressive talents and exceptional temperaments. Even those with the least aptitude would likely be selected as outer disciples, with exceptions like the original host. Yandere sighed softly, shaking her head, uncertain of the reason behind her own lament. Although she possessed an invitation, the test for spiritual roots was a hurdle all must face. After registering their information with the elder in charge, they would await the day of reckoning. Yandere promptly escorted him to the 3rd challenge. At the sect's square, 36 towering stone pillars adorned with intricate carvings stood resolutely, the white jade bricks laid out in an expansive area measuring 100 feet in length and width, with arrays subtly flickering in and out of visibility. They were uncertain where to place their feet, apprehensive of inadvertently triggering the concealed lethal formations beneath the ground. At the very center of the square, a massive stone platform bore a gray-brown boulder approximately 3 zhang in width and length, known as the Spirit Testing Stone. In its center lay an irregular indentation, vaguely resembling a palm, from which a faint, ethereal light seeped, surrounded by fine fissures that testified to the stone's enduring existence over countless millennia. This was the sect's triannual recruitment ceremony, a rare and significant event that might unveil exceptionally gifted disciples. Naturally, the sect leader and various elders were in attendance, seated upon a high platform. The mist at their elevation obscured their faces partially, yet the imposing aura they radiated rendered the gathered crowd uneasy. Amidst the throng, Yandere suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon her back. She turned her head, her cold eyes scanning the area, yet found no one in sight. However, she surmised the identity of the observer, a sardonic smile appearing on her lips as she acknowledged that Mo Yunhan had ascended to the early stage of Yuaning, thus qualifying as a junior elder of the sect. With the authority to recruit disciples, he was undoubtedly observing the unfolding events from the high platform. Yandere, a tug at her sleeve, drew her attention. As time progressed and the sun dipped below the horizon, the queue ahead began to disperse. She nudged the languid little demon leaning against her shoulder, feeling impatient. It seemed he was in no hurry, and she wished to give him a nudge to spur him on. Shi, reluctantly detached from the warmth of her embrace, appeared sullen as he made his way through the crowd. Many who had excelled in the previous 2 challenges stood before the Spirit Testing Stone, their palms sweating from anxiety as they fervently hoped for favorable spiritual roots, lest their efforts be in vain. A young boy pressed his palm against the indentation of the spirit testing stone. The stone emitted a blend of golden, brown, and green hues, revealing spiritual roots of metal, earth, and wood, with a purity deemed average. He passed and joined the queue. Next, a young girl stepped up, her roots manifesting as water, wood, and earth, also of average purity, yet she was deemed worthy to pursue water's spiritual energy. A boy with no roots was eliminated, followed by another with roots of metal, wood, water, and fire, all of low purity, leading to his disqualification. Many others followed suit, with a mix of joy, sighs, disappointment, and even some collapsing under the psychological pressure. But these occurrences were beyond Yi Yan's immediate concern. The crowd quickly thinned, and finally, it was Xian Shi's turn. As he stepped forward, he moved gracefully, requiring no extraneous gestures, akin to the moon gliding through a gentle breeze, dispersing the surrounding twilight. Many gasped in astonishment at his striking presence. A figure of such extraordinary talent they had never encountered before. Some unmarried female cultivators followed him with keen interest, their gazes fixated on him. Even the recording disciple, who had maintained a dismissive demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Xian Shi, a loose cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect, the recording disciple noted, his eyes widening as he observed that she was a special invitee by the elders. His demeanor shifted to one of respect as he warmly smiled at Xian Shi, instructing him to place his hand upon the spirit testing stone. Channel your internal energy, and if you possess spiritual roots, the stone will reveal the corresponding luminescence. The colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth will emerge, with higher purity indicating superior roots. I will record and report your results. Understood. Xian Shi complied, placing his palm upon the stone as he channeled his internal energy. The audience below remained fixated on the scene above, including Yi Yan, who felt a tightening grip on her hastily prepared talisman, regretting her decision to bring the little demon along. The elders of the sect were observing closely, and the sect leader, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, possessed extraordinary insight. Should the little demon's true identity be revealed? At that moment, the high platform illuminated with a grand display, capturing the reactions of the crowd below. The sect leader and various elders focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. They were already aware of Xian Shi's background and were curious about the qualifications of this exceptionally gifted disciple, hoping that he would not disappoint. Mu Yunhan, standing beside the sect leader, wore a cold expression as he scrutinized the scene. His eyes narrowed at Xian Shi before shifting to another slender figure in the crowd, intrigued to see how Yi Yan would react. A hum resonated from the spirit testing stone as two beams of blue and brown light erupted from the boulder. To everyone's astonishment, it revealed dual spiritual roots of water and earth, boasting above-average aptitude, an extraordinary talent indeed. The recording disciple exclaimed in disbelief. This year, the sect was set to enroll over 1,000 disciples, most possessing 3 or 4 roots, with only a handful of dual roots, and even fewer with decent quality. The emergence of such a high-purity, dual-rooted individual was truly unexpected, likely to be directly accepted as a personal disciple by the elders. The elders of the sect atop the high platform looked on with satisfaction, their expectations nearly realized. Although they could not compare to the extraordinary disciple, Mo Yunhan, the qualifications and strength of the others were indeed remarkable. Mo Yunhan, coldly observing, wore a face of disdain. He turned his gaze toward Yi Yan, only to find no trace of disappointment on her countenance. Why was that? His mood sank once more. That man was merely a dual spirit root, far inferior to him. How could she still be smiling? The dual spirit root of water and earth was indeed exceptional. Just as the named disciple was about to excitedly inscribe this on paper, a tremendous rumble reverberated beneath his feet, causing the pen to drop from his hand. The crowd initially thought they were imagining things, but as the noise escalated, it carried an ominous force that threatened to annihilate the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the ground around the spirit testing stone tore open like thin paper, and the unyielding white jade collapsed, causing the entire square to sink several meters. Gasps of shock filled the air as many fell to the ground. The defensive array set within the square was forced into action. What was happening? The sect leader, and elders rushed over. Xianzhe maintained a steady hand on the spirit-testing stone, his expression unervingly indifferent, as if he were an outsider. At the moment, the elders arrived. Two beams of light from the stone suddenly merged into one, erupting into an even more dazzling brilliance that engulfed everyone. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, the massive stone shattered completely. The sect leader unleashed his pressure at the Mahayana stage to control the sudden upheaval of the natural world. Amidst the chaos, he caught sight of a chilling silver light shooting into the sky, nearly shattering the entire firmament. The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically. It was a mutated ice spirit root. The supreme ice spirit root derived from a dual spirit root of water and earth. The ninth grade defensive array shattered, and the entire square was reduced to rubble. "Restore," commanded the sect leader, casting a protective barrier of spiritual energy. With a solemn gesture, he began to mend the broken walls of the square. Yet the spirit-testing stone and the defensive array were beyond repair. What had just transpired? Why had it suddenly? The crowd's faces turned pale, their hearts still shaken by the horror they had just witnessed, believing they might perish on the spot. The sect leader and the elders had no time to comfort the panicking crowd. They approached Xianzhe in astonishment. It was only then that the crowd realized the commotion had originated from him. A mutated ice spirit root, a rarity encountered once in a millennium. Would you be willing to join our Wuju sect as a direct disciple? Upon hearing these words, the previously disgruntled crowd fell silent, their minds racing to comprehend the calm expression on Xianzhe's face. A mutated ice spirit root? More precious than a heavenly spirit root. Was this truly happening before their eyes? Just arriving and overhearing this, Mo Yunhan froze, his gaze snapping to Xianzhe in shock, his dark eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions, his hands tightly clenched. Then he heard the sect leader's joyous laughter and exuberant delight. In just 5 short years, our sect has been fortunate enough to acquire 2 disciples with mutated heavenly spirit roots. Truly, the heavens favor Wuju. Joining our sect, under the guidance of myself and the esteemed elders, with your qualifications, you shall undoubtedly rival my esteemed disciple. Mo Yunhan heard the male cultivator with the ice spirit root speak of his disciple. The sect leader's intention to boast was clear, hoping to instill a sense of rivalry within him. Surely, you have heard of my renowned disciple, who possesses a mutated lightning spirit root, equally outstanding as your own. Montak Yunhan. Mo Yunhan's expression softened slightly, yet he still approached with an icy demeanor, his eyes fixed ahead. Montak Yunhan? Xianzhe sensed the approaching presence and raised his delicate, pale finger, pointing vaguely at the figure. Is that him? What significance did he hold? Chapter 85. What if I am irredeemably wicked? Xianzhe spoke lightly, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, as if it were a mere casual remark, yet his confidence was palpable. The sect leader and elders believed they had misheard, while only Mo Yunhan caught the flicker of provocation in Xianzhe's smile, causing his expression to darken as a murderous intent surged within him. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, no one daring to speak. They all secretly lamented that such audacity came from a newcomer, openly challenging the sect's esteemed disciple. She stepped onto the stage, pulling Xianzhe down and shielding him with her own body, blocking the curious gazes with a calm demeanor. She did not glance at the increasingly uncomfortable Mo Yunhan, instead offering a respectful nod to the crowd. I apologize for my friend's indiscretion. He often speaks without restraint. Please forgive his thoughtless words. Xianzhe pouted, ready to retort, but she swiftly covered his mouth. Feeling the soft touch of her lips and the refreshing fragrance enveloping him, he paused, his long lashes fluttering, and ultimately decided to remain silent as she guided him away. The sect leader and elders paid little mind to her intervention. Their focus was entirely on the extraordinary new disciple acquired by Wuju sect. The destruction of the sect's defensive array and the spirit-testing stone paled in comparison to the magnitude of this event. However, the enrollment ceremony could not proceed as planned. There were still over 100 disciples who had not yet undergone their spirit root testing. The square would require several days to repair, and they would need to find another spirit-testing stone. On the way back, Xianzhe seemed somewhat unsettled. He lowered his head, murmuring, "Yin Yin, do you think I am formidable?" "What?" Yi Yin reached up to touch his forehead, which felt unusually warm. The little snake's body temperature should have been cool, not radiating such heat. She handed him a pouch of spirit stones, which he accepted and crushed the few precious ones, finally letting out a long breath. Was my display just now impressive? So was that. The mutated ice spirit root was indeed eye-opening. Impressive, Yan praised wholeheartedly. The earlier display had astonished her. She had not expected Xian Zhe to be capable of seizing another spirit root and even manifesting a mutated one. Xian Zhe's long lashes drooped, and he smiled briefly before the smile faded. He leaned against her, seemingly lost in thought, his melodious voice dimming. Taking the power of others. Before, I thought I was formidable enough to never be bullied again, but that only led to more fear, even hatred. Even when I did nothing, I was despised, avoided, and wished dead. My existence poses the greatest threat to those individuals, both openly and covertly. Despised? Yan paused, sensing his sudden shift in mood. She turned to look at him. His delicate, beautiful profile bore a heartbreaking frailty. Instinctively, she reached out, her fingertips brushing against his warm, rosy cheek. I don't believe that. Though your reputation may be somewhat daunting, as long as you do not act recklessly, how does it truly concern others? What if I am irredeemably wicked? He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers, shadows lurking in the depths of his eyes, a hint of crimson emerging. Yan met his gaze, momentarily taken aback, her heart trembling. Had he recalled something? After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I was not part of your past, nor do I know what you have done. So I cannot pass fair judgment. Yet, to me, you are certainly not the type to indiscriminately harm the innocent. I do not believe you are that kind of evil being. If you truly were a malevolent spirit, would you harm me? She countered, fixed his gaze upon her for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips, and he spoke, I will. Will? Will. At this moment. Should he not have resolutely declared otherwise? Yet this reasoning seemed quite valid. Yeyan successfully convinced herself. The man pressed his lips together in silence. Indeed, he had inexplicably kept her in his present company. He felt no compassion for a mere mortal female, nor did he harbor any affection for offspring that would merely siphon away his divine power. He wished nothing more than to eradicate them swiftly. However, why had he allowed this mortal female to linger by his side for so long? The man pondered for a lengthy while and could only attribute it to his current inability to act. Once that so-called offspring was born, he would unhesitatingly eliminate both. By the way, can your ice spirit root be of use, or is it merely a decorative trinket? Yan deftly redirected the conversation, wishing to avoid further discussion of the previous matter. The atmosphere grew inexplicably oppressive, leaving her breathless. Yet, the man beside her remained silent. Yan turned to look and discovered he had fallen asleep. Since his recent fainting spell, there had been no signs of awakening. Drawing from her past experiences, Yan remained unperturbed. She arranged a circle of spirit stones around him, awaiting his natural recovery. She then made her way to the Sex Resource Hall. The list of refining materials included Xianming Yuanyang iron, Heart Saint stone, and Swaling crystal, filling an entire sheet of paper. 500 contribution points were swiftly exhausted. Upon procuring the materials, she realized she still lacked the final ingredient, which was crucial for the reconstruction of the Sui Wei sword, Xianming Yuanyang iron. Such high-tier refining materials were exceptionally rare and difficult to acquire in the market. Not only was the resource hall devoid of them, but even at the foremost refining sect, Shui Jinzong, they would be hard to find. Where can such iron be produced? She inquired. Perhaps you should visit Jinshi City. The elder in charge suggested after a moment's reflection. Jinshi City? Yan pondered for a moment and quickly recalled information about the city. Jinshi City, one of the 72 main cities in the central region, is renowned for its abundant refining materials. Under the influence of the local culture, generations of its inhabitants have become adept at refining, hence the name Jinshi City. The Shui Jinzong, one of the 8 great sects, is situated nearby, and the city is governed by 4 major refining families: the Shangwan family, Helian family, Dantai family, and Suo family. Shangwan? Coincidentally, the master who taught her refining techniques also bore the surname Shangwan. She wondered if it was the same individual. Thank you for the information, Elder. It seems I must make time to visit Jinshi City. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Xianzhe finally awoke, appearing completely oblivious to their previous conversation. Upon awakening, he merely felt an insatiable hunger, clamoring for the roasted meat she had prepared. Yan had intended to practice fasting and had scarcely partaken of food lately, but seeing the longing in the little demon's eyes, she shamefully relented and personally prepared a lavish feast of roasted meat. Curiosity piqued. Yi Yan wondered whom Xianzhe would choose as his master. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they were greeted by well-wishers. However, when they reached the entrance of the grand hall, Xianzhe refused to enter. "I do not wish to choose a master." He suddenly turned and embraced Yi Yan. "Yin Yan, I want to be with you. Wherever you are, I shall be. At night, I want to sleep in the same bed as you. If I choose those mortals as masters, will I have to part ways with you?" The little foolish snake regretted his decision. His sole purpose for entering the sect was to remain by her side, to be unable to be cast aside, never expecting things would turn out otherwise. Swan said, "No." Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh at his shameless demeanor. "What do you wish to do then? It seems you cannot leave, nor stay. I simply want to be with you." Through this journey of flattery, Xianzhe had begun to grasp the nuances of what the mortals referred to as outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. The moment he stepped through those hall doors, he would at least become an inner disciple, while Yi Yan would only remain an outer disciple. Their paths were destined to diverge. "Do not worry. Wait for me 3 months. After 3 months, it will be the outer sect competition." Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. She had already devised a plan. This year, she would enter the inner sect. Although her current strength surpassed that of most outer disciples, there were thousands of outer disciples, many of whom were talented and diligent. She could not underestimate them and needed to prepare thoroughly. The reconstruction of a Sui Hui sword was one such endeavor. Yi Yan turned to the resource hall, intending to purchase a scroll map of Jinshi City. The master-disciple ceremony had just concluded. Xianzhe spotted her through the crowd and rushed over, instinctively tossing his newly acquired jade disc into her chinquan pouch. Yi Yan reached out and retrieved the jade disc, placing a spirit stone inside. The basic information about the owner was clearly displayed. Xianzhe, a direct disciple of Wuju Zong, was affiliated with the Qing Song main peak. "You chose the sect master as your master?" Surprised, yet unsurprised, Yi Yan responded with mild astonishment. Xianzhe had merely chosen the highest-ranking individual. Yi Yan took out her communication jade disc, and they added each other as friends. Seeing his female companion's name on the jade disc, Xianzhe was elated and cherished it dearly. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Yan glanced up and caught sight of Mo Yunhan emerging behind Xianzhe, alongside a blue-clad young woman whom she did not recognize. Mo Yunhan has also taken on a disciple, a female cultivator. She appeared lively and spirited, likely one of his future harem members, Zhong Jing. Yi Yan quickly organized the characters in her mind. Among the vast harem of Long Out Yin, Zhong Jing was not the most beautiful, possessed average strength, and had a low presence. Her only intrigue lay in the master-disciple relationship with Mo Yunhan. Alongside the ensuing love entanglements, once Yi Yan was discovered as Mo Yunhan's former fiancé. Yi Yan had found it quite amusing back in the day. Zhong Jing, experiencing the stirrings of first love, harbored a crush on the powerful and cold master. Upon discovering Yi Yan's past, her jealousy surged, leading her to confront Yi Yan. She had even aided in Yi Yan's downfall. The two walked right past Yi Yan, and Mo Yunhan did not spare her a glance, treating her as if she were invisible, while Zhong Jing curiously glanced in her direction, batting her wet almond eyes. "Master, who is that female immortal? She is truly beautiful. She is the most beautiful immortal I have ever seen." Their voices quickly faded away. Why can he take on a disciple? Xianzhe felt a pang of unfairness. As long as one was a direct disciple of the sect, they could take on disciples upon reaching the Yuaning stage. Yi Yan sensed his intense gaze upon her. Akin to a wolf eyeing its prey, and a sense of danger arose within her. She slightly moved her lips. "Do not entertain any ideas. The minimum requirement to take on disciples is 3 years of tenure. You are still new here, and there is ample time ahead." Moreover, she had no desire to engage in any inappropriate relationships. The following half-day, she took Xianzhe to register their soul lamps and to receive the disciple's share, which he had unceremoniously stuffed into her chinquan pouch. Yi Yan advised him to remain in the sect for a few days to acclimate to the environment, while she casually accepted a sect task and set off for Jinshi City. After traversing countless mountains and rivers, Yi Yan's spiritual energy was depleted, compelling her to pause for rest. Just then, she passed by a nearby village, Xingping Village. It was now evening. She landed her sword and stepped into the village, intending to find lodging for the night. To her surprise, the villagers were exceedingly hospitable, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Seeing that night had fallen, she hesitated no longer and sincerely clasped her hands, stating, I happen to be passing through this blessed land and would appreciate it if you could offer me a place to stay for the night. I shall be on my way by tomorrow. This is a token of my gratitude. She produced a pouch of spirit stones. Ah, dea xianzang, y muskumfas. This place is utterly isolated, with no village ahead and no shop behind. Within 100 miles, our Xingping village is the only settlement. It is not uncommon for wandering Xianzhong to pause here for a respite. Please do not stand on ceremony and simply call me Chun Dajiang. As she spoke, Chun Dajiang led her to a modest dwelling. The typical farmhouse, with walls of earth and stone and a thatched roof. Yi Yin surveyed her surroundings, finding no signs of danger, and thus felt at ease to settle in. Chun Dajiang kindly prepared some dishes for her. Although she had been fasting recently, abstaining from mundane food for quite some time, she could not resist the hostess's warm hospitality. If she did not partake in at least a bite or two, it would seem rather disrespectful. Just as Yin was about to lift her chopsticks, she caught a glimpse of two small figures at the doorway. A boy and a girl, both children, were peering curiously into the room. To her surprise, Chun Dajiang had two children. Yin set down her chopsticks and smiled, waving at the two kids outside. Yet, they appeared to have seen something terrifying and hurriedly fled. Chapter 87. Neither male nor female. Yin sensed something amiss, casting a sidelong glance behind her, only to find Chun Dajiang silently standing close by, having not noticed her presence until now. Chun Dajiang rummaged through a wooden box for needle and thread, then sat down beside the bed. She was taller and sturdier than the average peasant woman, likely from her habitual labor. Oh dear, you mustn't trouble yourself with that, Chun Dajiang insisted. The children are probably playing merrily in the fields. I shall call them in soon, or else your meal will grow cold. You should eat quickly. With that, she set down her needlework and rose with an air of urgency. Yi Yin regarded her for a moment, then settled back down, unhurriedly replying, I see that the children in your household are not so small anymore. I wonder if their spiritual roots have been assessed, if they possess a connection to the celestial. Sending them to a sect for training would surely be preferable to remaining here to toil in the fields. Oh dear, our family of 3 has always been of humble origins. How could we have such fortune? Chun Dajiang sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Moreover, we lack the funds to afford their travel expenses to a sect. Oh, let's not speak of such useless matters. As she spoke, she realized the food had gone cold. Shall I warm it up for you? Yi Yin expressed her gratitude. That would be too much trouble. Chun Dajiang chuckled. Not at all. My family has received much kindness from various Xianzhong. It is only right that I extend my hospitality. Once Chun Dajiang departed, Yi Yin fell into deep contemplation. If she had not misinterpreted, the fear etched on the children's faces was directed towards Chun Dajiang. But were they not a family of 3? Chun Dajiang always bore a smile and did not seem like someone who would mistreat children. How peculiar. There was no man in the household. He must be away working to support the family. Yi Yin glanced at the meager noodles in her bowl, realizing the family's financial struggles. She lifted her chopsticks to pick up 2 strands of noodles, but hesitated. If she had not been mistaken, the 2 children had been dressed in rags, their sleeves rolled up, revealing several fresh scars, perhaps recently acquired injuries. The boy mouthed something to her, his lips forming the words, "Save us." While she was distracted, Yin discreetly stowed the noodles in an idle Chinquan bag. Moments later, she rested her chin on her hand, massaging her furrowed brow, stifling a yawn. Observing her, Chun Dajiang promptly ushered her to a side room to rest, then departed, lowering the door curtain behind her. As soon as Chun Dajiang left, Yin opened her eyes, quietly staring at the ceiling, her fingers resting on the bedding, which bore a trace of dry blood. This Chun Dajiang was indeed sinister. Once the noises from the side room subsided, she rose swiftly, retrieving a mid-grade concealment talisman, which she affixed to herself before hastily exiting the courtyard under the cover of night. The darkness was thick, devoid of stars or moonlight. The distant, shadowy mountains loomed like malevolent spirits, while the chilling winds rustled through the wilderness, cutting against her tender skin like blades. Standing alone on the village path, Yi Yin noticed that every household was shrouded in darkness. She burst through a door, only to find the furniture covered in dust. This village was long abandoned. No wonder she had sensed something was amiss upon entering. The village was too desolate, with no smoke rising from chimneys during the evening. However, upon her arrival, she had encountered Chun Dajiang, who warmly welcomed her into her home, leaving her no time to assess the situation along her path. The cold wind brushed against her exposed skin, inducing a shiver. Suddenly, faint cries echoed from the nearby fields. Upon discerning the content, Yi Yan's expression changed, and she drew her sword, rushing forward. "Stop hitting. I understand my mistake. It was all my idea. It has nothing to do with my sister. Don't hurt her." The boy lay on the ground like a beaten dog, barely clinging to life, his body riddled with old and new wounds, tattered and torn. Yet he clung desperately to Chun Dajiang's leg, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth filled with blood and saliva. But Chun Dajiang, who had appeared so amiable, now wore a terrifying expression, brandishing a whip that she brought down with force. Crack! The whip struck the small girl curled on the ground, eliciting a piercing scream as her skin split open. "Don't hurt my sister." The boy, driven to madness, bit down on Chun Dajiang's leg. Her expression darkened as she kicked him several meters away, followed by another lash of the whip. Yet her rage remained unsated. She spat on the ground and cursed. "You two ungrateful wretches. I've fed and cared for you this long, and you dare betray me. You even thought of seeking help from that cultivator. You wretched little wolves. You nearly ruined my plans." Chun Dajiang's voice turned sharp, a blend of male and female, human and ghost, as she raised the whip again, threatening, "Today, I will beat you both to death. Once you two ungrateful wretches are gone, I shall seize that cultivator's body and cultivation." The whip, black and barbed, bore the gruesome remnants of flesh and blood from the children. Chun Dajiang was a demonic cultivator. From her concealed position, Yi Yan's pupils dilated, her hands clenched tightly around the Suhui sword, ready to strike. Just as Chun Dajiang swung her whip to descend upon the two children, a fierce sword energy sliced through the air, severing the whip in two. Chun Dajiang let out a piercing scream as the sword energy, sharp and domineering, severed her wrist. Blood sprang forth. Seizing the opportunity as she writhed on the ground, Yi Yan scooped up the unconscious sister, hoisting the brother over her shoulder, and with her other hand, crushed several swift travel talismans, darting forward like the wind. "You wretched!" Chun Dajiang bellowed in fury, tossing a handful of healing elixirs into her mouth. Her severed wrist began to visibly regenerate. She pursued relentlessly, astonished that this female cultivator had managed to escape unscathed. Had she not succumbed to the drugged food? Truly cunning. Her clothes were torn, revealing demonic patterns, and Chun Dajiang finally revealed her true form, a burly man. It was unclear what dark art she had practiced to render herself in this androgynous state. Chapter 88, The Yin-Yang Duality Game. Yi Yan dragged the two children to a secluded spot beneath a dense canopy of trees, a perfect hiding place. "You two stay here. Do not wander or make sound. I will go out to confront her." She affixed a concealment talisman to each child. Zhang Xiaohu cradled his unconscious sister, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to find his voice. He wiped away his tears, staggered to his feet, and called out to Yi Yan, who was turning to leave. "Sister Xianchong, please be extremely cautious. This person possesses unfathomable strength. A year ago, he was severely injured and stumbled into our village. We, believing him to be a pitiable soul, extended our kindness to aid him. Little did we know, he repaid our goodwill with malice, slaughtering the entire village, leaving only my brother and me alive as his medicinal bait. He then disguised himself as an ordinary peasant woman, deceiving other Xianchong to stay in the village, just as he did today, but those individuals met with a brutal fate. Who would have imagined that the realm of cultivation had been infiltrated by demonic cultivators? You demonic cultivators are mercilessly annihilating villages. Such crimes are utterly unforgivable." In the woods, Yi Yan unsheathed her sword and charged forward, demanding answers. "What does it matter to kill a few mortals? I intend to slay you as well." "Huh! A delicate female cultivator, like you, is most suited to be a medicinal bait. Your beautiful exterior is truly a waste. Why not let me speak while Aunt Chun attacks you?" Yi Yan's energy surged as she channeled her chi, unleashing several sword strikes that shattered trees and sent rocks flying. Aunt Chun was forcefully pushed back several meters, astonished by the young female cultivator's formidable prowess. No longer concealing his true strength, he unleashed his demonic powers and charged at her again. The two exchanged lethal blows, but the demonic cultivator gradually faltered due to fatigue. Yi Yan threw several explosive talismans, catching him off guard. Amidst the confusion created by the swirling dust, Yi Yan's wrist flicked, and she coldly declared, 10,000 flower needles. 100 silver beams pierced through the dust, targeting his acupoints. A scream followed as Aunt Chun's life veins were penetrated, and after a mournful wail, she collapsed to the ground, her limbs twitching twice before falling silent. Yi Yan sighed in relief and leaped forward to check on her, only to see the individual suddenly open her eyes and smile eerily at her. Hunyuan Demon Pearl, come forth. Oh no, it was a trap. Yi Yan's pupils dilated as she attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Aunt Chun pulled a pitch-black pearl from her sleeve, its form somewhat familiar. But there was no time to ponder. The pearl levitated above Yi Yan's head, and dark energy surged from within, swiftly forming an indestructible prison to confine her. The amount of black energy within the prison increased, rushing toward her 7 orifices. Yi Yan saw Aunt Chun's sinister grin, her eyes filled with greedy determination. As her limbs began to weaken, Yi Yan surmised that this person aimed to seize her body. How could she allow that to happen? She circulated her spirit energy, desperately resisting. To Aunt Chun, this struggle resembled a trapped beast fighting for freedom, inciting her laughter. Do not waste your effort. This treasure was acquired from a secret realm. It is the Yin-Yang dual trigram chess, a low-grade celestial artifact. Although I have only obtained the Yin piece and refined it into the Hunyuan Demon Pearl, controlling a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you is more than sufficient. It is this very artifact that has transformed me into this abominable form, but I have no regrets. Your body is truly beautiful. Once I seize it, I can finally be free of this wretched vessel. The demonic cultivator laughed maniacally. Yi Yan felt a chill run down her spine. What a perverted individual. A man, no, now he should be considered a eunuch, actually desires to seize a woman's body. It appeared that this individual had lost his sanity due to the influence of the Yin piece. A wave of demonic energy invaded her body, and under the fervent gaze of the demonic cultivator outside the prison, Yi Yan, despite her intention to resist, found her body unwittingly accepting the demonic energy. Moreover, the demonic energy was gradually being refined within her. This revelation caused her to gasp in shock, while the demon cultivator stared at her in disbelief, his eyes glowing red with madness. Could it be that you're the Suyin body? The Suyin body, a remarkably rare constitution, considered a once-in-a-century occurrence, allowing for exceptional cultivation speed in demonic arts, truly a natural talent for demonic cultivation. Yi Yan furrowed her brows in silence, astonished to discover that the original host possessed such a unique physique. No wonder she had recklessly entered the demonic path afterward. After the initial shock, the demonic cultivator's gaze became even more fervent. Heaven has favored me. I initially thought you were merely an ordinary cultivator, but you are actually a once-in-a-century Su-Yin body. Once I seize your body, my demonic powers will ascend to a new level. His palms swirled with black mist, aimed directly at her face. But from his side came a gust of sword energy that sent him crashing to the ground. Who is it? The demonic cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging in fury, catching a glimpse of a blue sleeve fluttering. Su Hui bent down, tenderly lifting Yi Yan from the ground, wiping her off with his sleeve. During the scuffle, he had been inadvertently knocked to the ground by the demonic energy, and the sword blade had become stained with dirt and filth. Yam Sui, do not harm my master. He protected the one imprisoned within the cage, his expression calm as he faced the incapacitated demonic cultivator with his sword drawn. What? A sword spirit? This sword has actually birthed a sword spirit. The demonic cultivator's voice filled with wild joy, realizing that this female cultivator had brought him unexpected surprises. Before the demonic cultivator could reach out to capture her, Su Hui swung his sword again, knocking the man to the ground, his handsome features now cold and stern. This loathsome demonic cultivator dared to covet him. His pure and flawless sword body would never allow anyone other than his master to touch it. Remembering his previous experience, Yi Yan dared not be careless. She commanded Su Hui to eliminate the demonic cultivator. This demonic cultivator was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, having been gravely injured by Yi Yan and was no threat at all. Meanwhile, the sword spirit Su Hui's strength was comparable to that of the early nascent soul stage, swiftly ending his life. The only troublesome aspect was that black pearl. It was evident that this demonic cultivator lacked the strength to form a contract with the celestial artifact. Even upon his death, the pearl and the prison it created continued to function. The influx of demonic energy into her body could not be halted. However, Yin had no intention of following the path of the original host. The yin-yang dual trigram chess, she had seen it in the library. It should consist of one black and one white piece. Although only the black yin piece remained now and could not unleash the full 110 power of the celestial artifact, it was nonetheless a genuine celestial artifact. To destroy it, one would need to wield greater power or a higher grade celestial artifact to forcibly cleave it apart. Chapter 89. The First Favor. The Seven Absolute Sword. The ancient sword box was hurled forth, radiating dazzling sword light, unmatched in brilliance. Damn it! The Seven Absolute Sword had long been poised for action. It flew out of the sword box, lightly flicked its tip, effortlessly shattering the prison of demonic energy. The Hunyuan demon pearl darkened and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Mortal, consider this your first favor. As per our agreement, you still have 2 chances to use my power. The Seven Absolute Sword proudly flitted around Yin, boasting. If you fail to help me reform my sword spirit after 3 chances, remember the corpse lying on the ground. I will ensure your death is worse than his. Thank you. Yin was unperturbed by the Seven Absolute Sword's threats and sincerely cupped her fists in gratitude. I am truly fortunate to have your assistance. You are indeed the foremost celestial sword. Remarkable, I am in awe. The Seven Absolute Sword was taken aback by her praise, feeling light and buoyant, almost euphoric. Its earlier threats stuck in its throat, and it could not utter even a single curse. It looked at the smiling Yin, astonished that a cultivator would express thanks to a sword. Shouldn't this mortal consider it a matter of course? Moreover, she actually praised its prowess. Although the Seven Absolute Sword knew it was formidable and exceptional, with countless cultivators yearning for it, even fighting viciously for its possession. This was the first time someone had expressed gratitude in such a tone. It felt as if it were a living, breathing human. Why did the Seven Absolute Sword desire to cultivate a sword spirit so fervently? Because it wished to view the world's breathtaking beauty from a human perspective. Behold, once a mere unshaped sword embryo, it lay in the blazing furnace, repeatedly hammered by its smith, who incessantly recited tales of splendid mountains and rivers. A tapestry of beauty spanning thousands of miles. The smith vowed that once it was forged, he would take it into the vast world, to engage in duels with the exceptional blades of renowned cultivators. Alas, he had long since perished, and the sword was forced into confinement within a dark, sunless cellar for millennia, ultimately falling into the hands of an unremarkable female cultivator. Should she forge a pact with it, its rank would be suppressed, rendering it incapable of displaying even 1% of its true power. With this thought, the Chiju's sword felt quite vexed, exclaiming disdainfully that humans are all great deceivers. No need for gratitude, for I am the foremost among celestial swords. Since this is a promise I have made, I shall not go back on my word. But I hope you will not break yours either. Mimicking Yi Yan's flowery speech, it adopted an air of superiority and spoke in a stiff manner. Naturally, if she chose not to summon it a 3rd time, that would be fine as well, Yi Yan mused quietly. She could hardly be bothered to rummage through her Chinkoan bag, suspecting it contained some sinister demonic art. She preferred to incinerate it thoroughly, out of sight, out of mind. Yet beside the ashes lay a fallen token. Although Yi Yan did not pick it up, her keen eyesight allowed her to discern the character Qi inscribed upon it. It was a Qi Mo token. Could this demon cultivator be a subordinate of the deceased father of the second male lead, Mo Ziyuan? The demon realm is ruled by 7 great demon lords, with the Qi Mo clan under the command of the warlike Mo Zhang, the strongest among them. Under Mo Zhang's leadership, the Qi Mo clan was invincible, swiftly dominating a significant portion of the demon realm within a century. However, following Mo Zhang's death at the hands of the 8 major sects, the Qi Mo clan fell into disarray, while the other 6 demon clans seized the opportunity to retaliate. It seemed that the demon clan was indeed in turmoil. In the original narrative, the second male lead awakens his demon bloodline and leads the remnants of the Qi Mo clan to unify the demon realm, but that is still far from the timeline, and it is not something for her to ponder. Yin bent down to retrieve the black orb that had rolled to the ground, and as soon as she grasped it, she felt a chilling malevolence encroaching upon her mind. Fortunately, Her spiritual resolve was exceptionally strong, sparing her from its seduction. Subsequently, Yin took out a grayish-white orb from her Chinquan bag, one she had acquired from a ghost cultivator in the Jiuyu secret realm, which she had yet to discern any purpose for, and had simply allowed to gather dust in her bag. The two orbs were remarkably similar in appearance and size, differing only in color, one black and the other white. They perfectly matched the description of the yin-yang dual trigrams found in sect records. The moment the two orbs came into proximity, it was as if countless invisible threads drew them together, causing them to adhere closely. Yin felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere, a natural phenomenon. Yet before it could continue, the white piece was flicked to the ground by the black piece. The black piece remained suspended in midair, shrouded in a dense black mist, forming an impenetrable barrier around itself. Was her white piece deemed unworthy? The yin piece, having been refined by demonic energy for years, rejected the proximity of the yang piece, indicating that she would not be able to merge the two for the time being. However, Yin felt little regret, even if she were fortunate enough to possess the yin-yang dual trigrams. Her current strength would not suffice to wield such a celestial artifact. The proud Chi-Ju's sword was a testament to that. Moreover, the malevolence emanating from the dual trigrams was overwhelming. Without external purification, her mortal body would be incapable of utilizing them. Forcing a pact could harm the foundations of her celestial path. As night deepened, the distant howling of wolves echoed, originating from the direction of the two children. Yin hurried over, fortunately arriving in time to slay several lurking wolves with a single stroke of her sword. Once everything settled, she inquired compassionately of the two children about their plans, asking if they had any relatives or acquaintances offering to escort them. The younger sister had already awakened, her pair of glistening apricot eyes exceptionally adorable, as she timidly peeked at Yin, clutching the corner of the blanket. It was not fear, but rather a natural aversion to strangers, as the little girl appeared no older than 5 and had endured such cruelty. The older brother, slightly older, was better able to control his emotions. Despite being just as lost, he comforted his sister like a little man. He shook his head, tears glistening in his eyes, and softly murmured, unsure of where to go. The two had lived with their mother since childhood, growing up in the village's fields. A year prior, their mother had been brutally harmed by that demon cultivator, leaving them to serve as the demon's medicinal bait, living in constant fear. Now that the demon was finally dead, the burden weighing on their hearts had lifted, yet they were left with a profound sense of confusion, unsure of where to turn, with no one to accept them. "What are your names?" The boy said. "Zhang Xiaohu." The little girl shyly murmured, her soft pink lips trembling, unable to speak. Yin, with a flourish, produced a crystal-clear spiritual fruit, crouching beside the bed to meet the girl's gaze, placing the fruit in her palm. "Do not be afraid. The past is behind you. I have rescued you both, and I will not harm you." Chapter 90. Two promising farmers. The spiritual fruit exuded an enticing aura that awakened the appetite, a treasure the two farm children had never encountered. Under the gentle urging of her brother, the sister, astonished, accepted the fruit, softly introducing herself, Zhang Linger. Zhang Linger, a beautiful name, just like you, Yin praised, gently patting her head. Linger blushed and lowered her head. A 5-year-old child already possessed a basic sense of beauty and ugliness. Being complimented by such a lovely fairy sister made Zhang Linger flustered and shy, leaving her at a loss for words, her fingers helplessly caressing the spiritual fruit. "If you both possess spiritual roots, I could indeed take you to the sect." Yin retrieved 2 small stones from her Chinquan bag, low-grade spirit testing stones. These stones could only estimate the attributes of spiritual roots with an accuracy of 80, but significant discrepancies were rare. The two children nodded, each taking a stone and following her instructions to grasp it. A brown and green light flickered in Zhang Xiaohu's hand, revealing that he possessed dual spiritual roots of earth and wood, a remarkably rare talent. Yian's astonishment had yet to fade when she saw Linger's palm glow with a blue-green light, indicating she had water and with dual spiritual roots. Offspring with dual spiritual roots were exceedingly rare in ordinary cultivation families, and would surely deplete all family resources to nurture them. The fact that these two children from small village were both blessed with such gifts was astonishing. The probability of 2 siblings, both possessing dual spiritual roots, was extraordinarily low, almost negligible, unless at least one of their parents was an exceptionally talented cultivator. It was no wonder the demon cultivator slaughtered the entire village, leaving only the two as medicinal bait. Does one of your parents possess cultivation abilities? This matter seems too peculiar. Yin needed to clarify. We have lived with our mother since childhood. She was merely an ordinary farmer. The one you refer to as a cultivator. Zhang Xiaohu paused, struggling to utter the words. Father. My sister and I have never seen our father. Our mother often spoke of him with admiration, claiming he was a remarkable figure from afar. Yet he never sought us out. Even in her final moments, she called out for him in despair, but he did not appear. Zhang Xiaohu clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. It seems this father is quite the scoundrel, Yin mused thoughtfully. Presumably, he was a scion of some affluent family, promiscuous and entwined with a beautiful village woman, yet unwilling to acknowledge her due to his status. He fled early on. Such absurdities are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. You two possess excellent talents. You could enter the celestial sect for training. Yin gently held the hands of the two children and smiled, saying, If you wish, I can escort you to the nearby Chui Jin Zone or another sect, and you need not worry about the travel expenses. The siblings shook their heads in unison, expressing their disinterest in the path of cultivation. Yin was initially astonished. You do not wish to join a sect? Countless mortals yearn for the path of immortality, yet find it elusive. Yet these two children, possessing such remarkable potential, so readily refuse. However, as she pondered further, she considered whether the much-desired path of cultivation was truly as desirable as it seemed. Cultivation often defied the heavens, accompanied by calamities and tribulations. Even she had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. In contrast to the tumultuous path of cultivation, the siblings evidently preferred to live a peaceful and fulfilling life. They had been nurtured by the fields and wished to dedicate their lives to the land. Having farmed since childhood, their innate affinity for plants aligned perfectly with their desires. Thus, Yin could protect the siblings, allowing their talents to flourish. Naturally, they were willing. Grateful for Yi Yan's rescue from peril, they were eager to assist her in any way they could. Yi Yan then took flight on her sword towards Jinshi City with the siblings. The two, perched upon the sword, felt both astonished and delighted, while Yi Yan tightened her grip on one of them, discreetly slowing the speed of the sword. 3 days later, they arrived in Jinshi City. Yi Yan arranged for the siblings to stay at an inn while she sought information and directly visited the residence of the Shangwan family to state her intentions. Entering the inner hall, several elders and a young man were seated together. The foremost figure was a middle-aged man in a gray robe seated at high position. His large hands were calloused and scarred, a testament to years of crafting. Shangwan Peng, the current head of the family, was at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm and was known for his stern demeanor. He addressed Yin. You wish to purchase Xianming Yuan Yang iron? Indeed. She replied. Xianming Yuan Yang iron is exceedingly precious, with extremely harsh mining conditions. 80% of it in the continent is sourced from our Jinshi city. Had you come a few days earlier, I could have sold it to you, but unfortunately you have arrived too late. Too late? What do you mean, head? Yi Yan furrowed her brows. He sighed. As a friend from afar, you may be unaware of the recent turmoil in Jinshi city. It is not that I do not wish to grant you this favor, but this situation is rather peculiar. Recognizing Yi Yan as a disciple of Wu Zhuzong, Shangwan Peng treated her with respect and revealed, Jinshi city has thrived for a millennium, relying on the rich variety of refining ores extracted from the Jinshi mine. The Xianming Yuan Yang iron you seek is among those ores. As the lifeblood of the city, the mine has been jointly controlled by our 4 great families for 1,000 years without incident. However, a month ago, a significant quantity of precious ores was stolen from a mine. To this day, the truth remains undiscovered. The 4 families are filled with suspicion, each believing another is secretly hoarding the ore. After much negotiation, 3 days ago, we decided to temporarily close the mine and will hold a competition among the 4 families in half a month. The family that emerges victorious will gain exclusive rights to the mine. If you wish to purchase Xianming Yuan Yang iron, you must wait until after the competition when the ownership of the ores is determined. Such an unusual incident indeed evokes a sense of lament. Upon hearing the entire story, Yi Yan sighed in agreement. Shangwan Peng, seeking to forge a connection, invited Yi Yan to stay at the residence for half a month, yet she politely declined. Do you know Shangwan Cheng? Chapter 91. At 1,320 years old, what longevity! The head paused in surprise at her words. Before he could respond, A handsome young man in a blue robe suddenly stood up, gazing at Yi Yan. You know Shangwan Cheng? His watery eyes widened, fists clenched, his face flushed with excitement. Our Shangwan family's most talented ancestor was named Shangwan Cheng. A millennium ago, in the realm of cultivation, he was a figure of great renown. The young man's voice brimmed with pride. Shangwan Xiao recalled reciting the family history in his childhood, where the name appeared prominently at the top of the lineage. Coupled with the tales shared by the elders, the disciples of the Shangwan family were well acquainted with the name Shangwan Cheng. It was this extraordinary ancestor who elevated their ordinary refining family to one of the four great refining families in Jinshi City. Indeed, they had come to the right place, Yian thought to herself as the young man continued. During his lifetime, our family experienced its most glorious era. His mastery of crafting was renowned throughout the realm, and legends say he forged the mythical immortal sword. However, as he spoke, his voice faded, and he lowered his head, unable to finish his sentence. Another elder interjected solemnly, "Alas, our ancestor suddenly went missing one day, and since then, there's been no news of him." The loss of such talent dealt a severe blow to the Shangwan family, leaving us in a state of despair. Subsequently, we faced oppression from the other three families, and now we find ourselves at a dead end, struggling to survive. In recent decades, we have not been able to forge even a single spiritual weapon, and we have endured much ridicule. The title of a refining family has become a mere fad. Await the family competition in half a month. The Shangwan family is destined to be a mere participant. If I am not mistaken, during my trials in the secret realm, I was fortunate enough to encounter your ancestor. The crowd turned their gaze towards her, filled with anticipation. Yean purset herlips, lojirin hergaze. Everyone understood that the ancestor had likely long since departed this world. A sense of gloom fell over the crowd, and a collective sigh arose. Yi Yin then produced a tome and presented it to the head of the family, saying, "This is a manual I obtained in the secret realm. I hope you will take a look, as it rightfully belongs to your family." Shangwan Peng trembled as he accepted the tome, and the others gathered around with eager anticipation. The cover bore the bold title, Crafting Techniques and Insights by Shangwan Cheng. With immense courage, Shangwan Peng opened the first few pages, and the distinctive crafting insights nearly convinced him that this was indeed the legacy of their talented ancestor. There was also a letter within the book. Yi Yin added, "And there is a letter." Shangwan Peng quickly opened it, and moments later, tears welled in his eyes. This must be shared with the old master. It is a letter from our esteemed ancestor." He suddenly choked up, rising hastily from his seat, stumbling towards the door, rushing to a secluded side room. Though Yi Yin was bewildered, she followed along with the others. Old master, we finally have news of our ancestor. You have waited so long for this news." Inside the side room, the space was meticulously arranged, attended by 3 servants. An elderly man, nearly reduced to a skeleton, lay in bed. The soul lamp flickered uncertainly on his desk. Without the support of a lamp cover-like spiritual artifact, it might extinguish at any moment. Hearing the voices outside, the old man struggled to turn his head, peering in their direction, though his blurred vision could scarcely discern anything. What? The old man's mouth opened wide, his voice hoarse and drawn out, weak like a flickering candle in the wind. He weakly raised his emaciated hand. Shangwan Peng bent down to place the letter in his palm, but the elderly man could no longer grasp it. Tears filled his eyes as he opened the letter and read aloud to the old man, word by word. The letter was addressed to his wife and children, filled with boundless longing and guilt. Shangwan Peng held the old man's frail, wrinkled hand, akin to a brittle twig, fragile and aged. His voice resonated slowly yet audibly, striving to reach the ears of the nearly deaf old man. "Old sir, this is your father, a letter left for you, your mother, and your elder brother. He expresses his apologies for not being able to reunite with family or see you one last time. Although the family letter arrived a millennium late, it finally achieved a bittersweet closure." The elder closed his eyes, tears glistening in the corners. A gentle breeze swept through the window, extinguishing the soul lamp on the table. The room fell into a profound silence, with faint sobs echoing in the background. The head of the family and others carried the old man's body away, preparing for the funeral the following day. Beside Yi Yin, the young man in a blue robe wiped away his tears and softly said, "Old Su is our family's longest living elder. He has lived for 320 years. Moreover, he is the youngest son of our ancestor, the only living relative connected to that esteemed ancestor. The old man had been afflicted with a grave illness for several years, and half a year ago, he suddenly ceased to breathe in the middle of the night. We all thought he had passed, but unexpectedly, he opened his eyes and persevered until now. Now that the soul lamp has been extinguished, perhaps the old man has finally found his resolution and, like other ancestors, has departed for good. The youth murmured, tears shimmering in his eyes. Yi Yin glanced at him and remarked, perhaps he can finally reunite with his loved ones. Upon hearing her words, the youth wiped his tears and smiled, saying, indeed, the old man can finally be with his family. The next day, 2 spirit tablets were added to the family shrine. The tablet inscribed with the name Shangguan Chung finally filled a void that had existed for a millennium, closely followed by that of Shangguan Sui. The long-held wish of the elder Shangguan was finally fulfilled, symbolizing a return to one's roots, a completion of beginnings and endings. Yi Yin felt a lightness envelop her, realizing that the karmic ties binding her had dissipated. She had received the elder's grace and formed a bond. Every member of the Shangguan family, young and old, came to pay their respects, donning mourning attire and kneeling in the hall for an extended period. As the current head of the family, Shangguan Peng bowed and placed 6 incense sticks into the incense burner. By the time the eulogies were recited, evening had fallen, a cool breeze wafting through as the stars and moon began to appear. Shangguan Peng honored Yi Yin as a distinguished guest, presenting her with a substantial offering of spirit stones and magical artifacts, as well as a lavish banquet. Yi Yin, feeling unable to refuse such kindness, graciously accepted. In half a month, the 4-family competition would commence, and time was of the essence. The head of the family should hasten to train the disciples at the training grounds. She clasped her hands and said, I must take my leave now. Chapter 92. Magical Artifacts and Thunder Tribulations. Shangguan Peng smiled and said, on this matter, I must express my gratitude to you, my esteemed friend. You are truly a benefactor to the Shangguan family. Thankfully, you brought this artifact refinement manual, which has greatly invigorated our disciples. Moreover, this manual contains many insights into artifact crafting from our ancestors, which have been immensely beneficial. This time, the Shangguan family shall strive for the championship. Yi Yin responded with a respectful bow and a smile. Then I congratulate you in advance on achieving your wishes. In a vast square, countless furnaces and tools were laid out, the floor and stone pillars blackened by smoke. Hundreds of individuals worked together, controlling fire to refine artifacts. The blazing flames and swirling black smoke created a breathtaking spectacle. The bloodline within them carried the family's craftsmanship and their mastery over the heat, refining techniques. And material processing held many secrets. Observing this day after day, Yi Yin felt like an amateur in the presence of true artisans. Amidst the authentic culture of artifact refinement, she subconsciously corrected her previous misconceptions regarding refining techniques. Seated below, she rested her gaze and noticed the young man in blue successfully crafting a superior magical artifact. Many approached to congratulate him, and the sunlight illuminated his smile, radiating the youthful vitality of triumph. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth draped over his shoulder and hopped down the steps. After knowing you for so many days, I still don't know your name. Yi Yin offered him a bowl of refreshing water. Thank you, I'm Shangguan Xiao. The youth accepted the water, taking a deep drink that brought him relief. Soaring beyond the clouds like a bell in the wind, it is a splendid name. Your parents must have high hopes for you, remarked Yi Yin. Upon finishing the water, the youth felt his cheeks flush as he scratched his head shyly and said, My father, as the head of the family, carries a heavy burden. 3 years ago, I began assisting him with family affairs. He expressed that one day this weight will fall upon me, and he hopes I can lead our kin to restore the family's glory, which is why he named me thus. Yi Yin, having recognized the youth's talent for artifact refinement, was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was the son of the family leader, feeling a sense of pride in her discerning eye. Have you joined the sect to study yet? She inquired. Shangguan Xiao nodded, his brow adorned with pride. I am now an outer disciple of Chui Jinzong. I believe that in 2 years, I can advance to the inner sect. Then I wish you great success. Shangguan Xiao cleared his throat, touched the back of his head, and asked, May I know your surname, esteemed sister? Yi, she replied. He repeated her name softly, committing it to memory, and then cheerfully said, Sister Yi. Seeing that the evening was still early, Yi Yin requested Shangguan Xiao to explain the competition rules to her. This competition was divided into 4 divisions, each with its own scoring system: the Qi Refinement Division, the Foundation Establishment Division, the Golden Core Division, and the Nascent Soul Division. Each family could send 10 disciples to the Qi Refinement Division, where they would be randomly paired for battles, earning 1 point for each victory. The Foundation Establishment Division could send 5 disciples, with the same rules, awarding 2 points for victories. The Golden Core Division allowed 3 disciples, with 4 points for victories. The Nascent Soul Division featured battles between family heads, granting 8 points for victories, making it the grand finale. The family with the highest total score would emerge as the ultimate victor and gain control over the gold and stone mine. As evening fell in the artifact refinement room, Shangguan Peng was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked, his body radiating heat like fire. He had been in seclusion for 10 full days, awaiting the final step to achieve great success. Yet, he had only managed to refine a superior magical artifact. Shangguan Peng shook his head, feeling disheartened. Perhaps his talent and cultivation were only sufficient to limit his artifact refinement career to this point. Though he felt reluctant, a deeper sense of helplessness lingered within him. He truly was an inadequate family leader. As such, during the 4-family competition in 3 days, the Shangguan family was destined to fall short against the other 3 families. Suyu Dao, a superior magical artifact, featured a smooth blade and a razor-sharp edge, reflecting the craftsman's exceptional skill, yet it was too conventional to claim the championship. Yi Yin entered, backlit, her voice cool and candid as she offered her evaluation. Upon seeing her, Shangguan Peng hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face, performed a cleansing ritual, and invited her to sit. "Ah, indeed, as you say, esteemed friend." Yi Yin took a sip of tea. "With your cultivation and expertise as the family head, you might challenge yourself to refine even superior magical artifacts, contending in the competition. Who knows, you may even break through your own limitations." "Are you implying that esteemed ancestors' writings?" Shangguan Peng inquired. Yi Yan nodded. Shangguan Peng shook his head, sighing, "Alas, I have perused it. The ancestral texts indeed contain numerous methods for refining magical artifacts, but the time is too pressing. I fear I cannot successfully replicate a magical artifact." Yi Yin pondered for a moment, then produced the Sui sword and offered it to him. "Do you discern what sets this sword apart from ordinary magical swords?" The family leader immediately recognized the intricate patterns carved by spiritual energy on the sword's body. He was astounded, his emotions surging. Though it may appear opaque to the untrained eye, he, as an insider, discerned the enhancement this spiritual pattern provided to the weapon's attributes. "This is truly remarkable," he exclaimed, becoming increasingly captivated. How could such a talent conceive the idea of inscribing spiritual patterns on a weapon? "Where did you acquire this artifact?" Shangguan Peng, upon observing the youthful countenance of Yi Yin, assumed she had procured her weapon through substantial financial means from elsewhere, and thus sought to engage her in enlightening discourse. Yi Yin, with a gentle smile, remained silent as she picked up the calligraphy brush resting on the table, dipped it in ink, and delicately inscribed wind patterns upon her Suyu Dao. This wind pattern was a manifestation of insights gleaned from the swift movement talisman, yet she had not yet had the opportunity to put it to practical use. She inquired if the clan leader might assist her in testing whether these patterns could indeed enhance the weapon's attack speed. "These patterns are your original creation?" Shangguan Peng, who had initially perceived Yi Yin as merely an ordinary sect cultivator, was taken aback to discover that she, too, was a master of weaponry, and her expertise rivaled, if not surpassed, his own. 3 days later, the 4-clan competition commenced at the city's training grounds. To ensure the integrity of the contest, the 4 prominent families had invited a venerable elder of the Hammering Gold sect to serve as a witness and judge. The entirety of the city's populace gathered to witness the spectacle, engaging in fervent speculation regarding which clan would emerge victorious. Numerous betting establishments were erected near the arena, the atmosphere rife with excitement. In Chapter 93, titled The 100 Weapons List, the tension among the 5 arenas was palpable. Although the contests among weaponsmiths did not involve the bloodshed typical of sword cultivators, nor the elemental clashes of spellcasters, they demanded considerable time and effort, with impatience being their greatest adversary. After the Qi refinement practitioners drew their lots, they promptly took to the stage. wasting not a moment as they swiftly selected their materials and commenced their alchemical processes. An array of dazzling materials was transmuted into weapon liquid under their deft hands. As time progressed, the liquid cooled and solidified, and they meticulously forged their weapon forms. After half a month, the 4 rounds of competition in the Qi refinement category concluded. The descendants of the Shangwan family had previously selected their most proficient weapons from the ancestral weapon catalog, dedicating the preceding fortnight to relentless practice, honing their skills to perfection. Their performance exceeded expectations, achieving a total of 6 victories in the Qi refinement category, thus securing the clan's first triumph. Notably, Shangwan Xiao, having attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, astonishingly crafted a low-grade magical weapon, leaving the audience in awe and claiming the title of champion in the Qi refinement competition. In the Foundation Establishment Arena, 3 members of the Shangwan clan emerged victorious, while the Golden Core Arena yielded a single narrow victory. At this juncture, the Shangwan family ranked second overall, trailing only the formidable Suo family. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the champion would likely be determined between these 2 clans. The final and most exhilarating showdown took place in the nascent Seoul Arena, where Shangwan Peng faced off against Suo Hanhai. The contest between the 2 clan leaders was a sight to behold. Your Shangwan family is indeed teeming with talent this year, possessing several promising juniors. Yet they remain somewhat inferior to my Suo family. The Golden Stone Mine shall undoubtedly belong to us, Suo Hanhai declared with unabashed confidence. Shangwan Peng, casting a cold glance, retorted, the Suo clan leader certainly knows how to boast. Let us see your true capabilities. The atmosphere was electric, ready to ignite. The process of selecting materials, refining them, and forging weapon liquid persisted for an entire week, with crowds of onlookers ebbing and flowing, all eagerly anticipating the outcome. Both clan leaders endured sleepless nights, their eyes bloodshot. Yet they dared not slacken their efforts, driven by the weight of the competition. This contest bore significant implications, not only for the 10-year rights to the Golden Stone Mine, but also for the future fortunes of their families. Whichever clan secured the mine would wield considerable influence in Golden Stone City, enabling them to cultivate future generations more effectively, thus ensuring their dominance. As the skies darkened and ominous clouds gathered, the expressions of the spectators shifted dramatically. What is happening? Is a storm approaching? The clouds churned ominously, a harbinger of tribulation. It is the thunder tribulation, the spirit weapon thunder tribulation. Someone exclaimed. Everyone, take cover. This tribulation rivaled that of the Golden Core stage. Those of lower cultivation would be obliterated upon being struck. The crowd hastily retreated as 3 bolts of thunder descended from the heavens. Suo Hanhai was instantly engulfed in lightning. Yet in that fleeting moment, his eyes snapped open, radiating with the light of thunder. With a flourish of his sleeve, he produced a thunder-controlling spirit artifact, encasing himself in a semi-transparent golden cauldron. The majority of the thunder was deflected, though a fraction still surged violently toward his broad blade. With a resounding crash, the blade erupted in brilliance, ultimately being sculpted by the lightning, transforming into a spirit weapon. The Thunder Blade, a low-grade spirit weapon, was born. It seemed that the champion of this contest would inevitably fall to the Suo family. The crowd erupted in fervor. Yin, too, watched intently from the stage, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle of the spirit weapon Thunder Tribulation for the first time. She realized that if she were to reforge the Suhui sword, she would inevitably have to endure such a formidable tribulation. The elder from the transformation stage, observing the scene, was equally astonished. Suo Hanhai had previously been an inner disciple of their Hammering Gold sect, and his talent in weapon forging was extraordinary. To produce a low-grade spirit weapon in such a short span was nothing short of remarkable. It appeared that the rights to the mine would indeed fall to the Suo family. Meanwhile, Shangwan Peng felt the weight of pressure intensifying. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to maintain control over his spirit fire, nearly jeopardizing all his efforts. In a moment of desperation, the image of the wind pattern drawn by Yi Yin flashed in his mind. He had practiced the intricate designs of the wind pattern countless times, but had never dared to attempt using it. Faced with such dire straits, he resolved to take a leap of faith. With renewed determination, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and he experienced a moment of enlightenment amidst the peril. Just as the thunder tribulation for Suo Hanhai subsided, a denser bank of black clouds began to gather ominously above, evoking curiosity among the crowd. They gazed upward in astonishment as a more ferocious bolt of lightning surged toward Shangwan Peng. Shangwan Peng, unprepared for the possibility of forging a spirit weapon and lacking a thunder-controlling spirit artifact, braced himself against the onslaught of lightning with nothing but his physical form. The lightning coursed through his being, converging into the long sword he held in his palm. The sword gleamed with the essence of thunder, its surface adorned with wind patterns that danced with vigor. With a mighty shout, Shangwan Peng lunged forward, cleaving the trial stone in two with a single stroke. Astonishingly, he too had forged a spirit weapon. Both clan leaders had simultaneously created spirit weapons. The trial stone lay severed, and the display of power suggested that Shangwan Peng's sword might even surpass that of Suo Hanhai. In a stunning turn of events, the tide of the competition shifted dramatically in the final moments. This contest had certainly surpassed all expectations, and it appeared that the Suo family might face significant losses. Suo Hanhai's face darkened, his grip tightening around the hilt of his thunderblade, a low-grade spirit weapon. Once the chaos subsided, the elder from the transformation stage examined the weapons of both competitors, channeling spiritual energy to assess their qualities before offering his evaluation. Ultimately, the Shangwan family emerged victorious in this contest. Despite the dissatisfaction of the other three families, they had no choice but to depart in dejected silence, much like defeated dogs. Among them, the Suo family was the most indignant. As the strongest of the four clans, they had initiated this competition, expecting to claim the Golden Stone Mine as their prize. The unexpected turn of events left them seething with frustration. Suo Hanhai glared at the triumphant Shangwan Peng before turning away, sweeping his sleeve with force as he led his family away. Congratulations to the Shangwan family for claiming the championship. The clan leader has also broken through to a new level of cultivation, a truly joyous occasion. Double happiness. Yi Yin approached to extend her congratulations. In Chapter 94, titled The Little Beast That Can Become Invisible, Shangwan Xiao remarked with delight, "Father, this Bailing sword should surely qualify for the 100 weapons list." As he watched the elder depart, he excitedly addressed Yi Yin, "Heavens, Sister Yi, you must be aware of the 100 weapons list, right?" He scrutinized her closely, initially assuming that all weapon cultivators shared the same knowledge. Yet was perplexed by her apparent ignorance. This was indeed a realm she was unfamiliar with. In the year that has passed since her arrival, Yi Yin has either been diligently immersed in her studies or tirelessly toiling to earn a living, remaining largely oblivious to many affairs within the realm of cultivation. Shangwan Xiao, with hands clasped tightly and eyes full of yearning, remarked, "In the circle of our weaponsmiths, the Baichi Bang is renowned and holds immense prestige. It represents a significant milestone in the path of a weaponsmith. The higher one ranks on the Baichi Bang, the more illustrious the smith, leading many to seek their assistance in forging their personal weapons. Our esteemed ancestor once held the top position for 3 consecutive years with a celestial sword." Why only 3 years? Before Shangwan Xiao could respond, Yi Yin was interrupted by the 7 secret transmission, explaining that the list only permits a weapon to remain on it for a maximum of 3 years. Otherwise, with my esteemed rank, even the mightiest weapon would be relegated to second place. What weapon currently holds the top position on the list? Yi Yin, dismissing the arrogant voice echoing in her mind, excitedly recounted her past glories while casting a glance at Shangwan Xiao. Rumor has it that it is a low-grade celestial sword, likely crafted by an elder from the Chue gene zone. "Ha! A worthless sword, inferior to even a fraction of my prowess," commented Qi Ju disdainfully. Yi Yin, after enduring great hardships to forge a spirit weapon, perhaps believed this to be the pinnacle of her life. Shangwan Peng promptly sent the Bailing Jian for evaluation. As anticipated, the Bailing Jian achieved the commendable rank of 98 on the Baichi Bang, although it only secured a position at the tail end of the list. The number of family orders multiplied several times over. In a flurry, the crowd busied themselves, overwhelmed yet delighted. Yi Yin glanced towards the training grounds, observing everyone engrossed in their work, leaving no time even for a celebratory feast. The Jin Shi mine had fallen into the hands of the Shangwan family, yet extracting the required time. Shangwan Peng had promised to personally deliver the Xianming Yuanyang iron in 7 days, but soon after, alarming news arrived. The already scarce Xian Ming Yuan Yang iron had completely vanished from the mine. What? Shangguan Peng, filled with fury, immediately suspected foul play from the other three major families and dispatched people to investigate. Apologetically, he addressed Ian. This matter is indeed perplexing and unexpected. But please do not worry, Dao friend Yi. Since I, Peng, have made a promise, I will not go back on my word. I shall unearth this Xian Ming Yuan Yang iron, no matter the effort required, and present it to you. May I have permission to accompany you? Ian pondered for a moment before inquiring. In the stillness of night, beneath a starry sky, the mine lay desolate. Yi Yan affixed a mid-grade concealment talisman to herself and infiltrated the mine, searching for most of the night without encountering any suspects. Instead, she discovered peculiar, serrated marks on certain ores, as if gnawed by some creature. Picking up a gem-like piece of ore, she traced her fingers along the edge, where she found bite marks. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a series of chattering noises reached her ears. She quickly concealed herself behind a rock. A gust of wind swept by, and before her eyes appeared a creature that resembled both a mouse and a bear. The small beast was not large, standing about the height of a human calf, with a yellow-brown coat and long fur, while its back gleamed with what could only be ore. The ores were indeed growing on its back. As it chattered, the little creature's eyes darted around, and with the swiftness of the wind, it grasped a piece of ore from the ground and began to gnaw on it. Xiantai Shou, a rare demonic beast, adept at invisibility and burrowing, primarily feeding on various ores, capable of purifying ores and adorning its back with them. Its excrement possesses miraculous properties for enriching soil. Upon reading these words in her mind, Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gazed at the little beast feasting on the stone. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a demon binding net, a gift from the head of the Shangguan family. But before she could throw it, she noticed the little beast's ears perk up, seemingly sensing her presence. It cautiously glanced in her direction and vanished in an instant. Invisibility. Yi Yan tightened her grip, refraining from startling it. Clinging to her concealment talisman, the small beast could not detect her presence. Sure enough, moments later, the little creature reappeared, continuing its joyful meal. This time, Yi Yan held her breath, lightening her steps. With a swift throw, the small beast was ensnared in the net before it could escape. The adorable little creature, with its mouth agape, revealed hundreds of steel-like teeth, anxiously gnawing at the tightly woven net in an attempt to break free, oblivious to the figure approaching it from behind in cloud-like boots. The demon-binding net was swiftly removed, and before long, the creature was lifted into someone's embrace. Xiantai Shou, a woman's voice, cool as jade, inquired. In this day and age, not only in the human realm, but even in the realm of demons, it is rare to encounter a Xiantai Shou. This timid and weak creature, despite its ability to purify ores, has been hunted to the brink of extinction by various factions eager to obtain the precious minerals it accumulates on its back. To her surprise, she had encountered one today. The little Xiantai Shou curled up, nervously tucking its head beneath its paws, playing dead. Yi Yan's fingers brushed against its body, feeling its trembling form. After a moment, her palm became damp, and she was taken aback. Gently stroking its head, she comforted, "Do not fear. I won't harm you for your ores." She offered the half-eaten piece of ore to its mouth. The little creature remained still, continuing to hold it out. It seemed to sense that this human bore no ill intent. Finally, it opened its eyes, revealing amber-colored pupils glistening with moisture. Tentatively, it extended a paw to grasp the ore from her palm. Seeing that she did not hinder its actions, its eyes lit up. It seized the ore eagerly and began to chew on it voraciously. The hard ore was reduced to crumbs in just a few bites. Weak combatability? Where have you hidden the stolen ore's little beast? Yi Yan scanned her surroundings, realizing there was only this one small creature present. It could hardly consume all that ore. She wondered where it might have secretly stashed its hoard. The little beast wriggled anxiously in her arms. Yi Yan sensed its agitation and gently placed it on the ground, tying a golden thread around it as a precaution. She allowed the little creature to lead her deeper into the tunnel. In a corner of the deepest part of the tunnel, a hidden pit awaited, filled to the brim with various ores. Her suspicions were confirmed. Who would have thought this little beast was a hoarder? Yi Yan had never experienced hunger, oblivious to the struggles of the little Xiantai Shou. Their kind is constantly hunted, never having enough to eat, and if they do not seize opportunities to hoard food, they risk starving to death. The little creature affectionately rubbed against Yi Yan's pant leg, and with a determined expression, it propped up its short, stout body, pawing at her clothes. Strangely, Yi Yan felt as if she could understand its intentions. She opened her arms, lifting the dirty little creature once more, casting a cleansing spell that revealed its formerly fluffy yellow coat, now adorably cute. Do you wish to come with me? Yi. It nodded eagerly. From this human, it sensed an exceptionally mysterious energy that instinctively invoked a desire for submission. Moreover, there seemed to be a profound destiny guiding them. Following her, it would no longer suffer from hunger and could finally cease its furtive thievery of ores. What? You say the Jin Shi mine has been attacked by a demonic beast. Shangguan Peng slammed his hand on the table, furious, and immediately ordered people to apprehend the beast. Yi Yan raised her hand to stop him, smiling lightly. Rest assured. Family head, that beast has already been slain. It buried most of the stolen ores in a hidden chamber, and with a little effort, we can excavate them. Shangguan Peng then led a group of people to the mine. As expected, they found a cavern overflowing with ore. The surrounding walls and floor were stained with dried blood, indicating that the beast had met its demise the previous night. Yi Yan remarked that the beast's hide was precious and decided to take it for herself. Shangguan Peng, without any doubt, promptly dispatched individuals to clean the area. Expressing his gratitude, Shangguan Peng clasped his fists and said, "Friend, you have aided my clan for the third time." His excitement was beyond words. The clan head is truly too polite. There is no need for future favors, as I require your assistance at this moment, Yi Yan replied, producing a piece of white paper inscribed with black characters, a contract for cooperation. The Shangguan family was to forge weapons monthly for the Baishang materials shop to sell. Shangguan Peng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yi Yan's shrewdness, as she had even drafted the contract in advance, preparing 2 copies, one for each of them, waiting for his signature and seal. In that instant, he felt as though he had taken the bait, but he had no choice but to comply. Such a modest request was impossible to refuse. Selling to whom was still selling? Naturally, he had to honor this favor from his benefactor. Shangguan Peng readily pressed his fingerprint on the contract, and after the two exchanged heartfelt oaths, the agreement was officially in effect. Before departing, Yi Yan, under the pretext of refining weapons, procured a significant amount of ore. This only deepened Shangguan Peng's admiration for her. Despite having the opportunity to secretly take all the ore the previous night, she chose not to engage in theft. A person with such principles and a pure heart is indeed rare in this world. This manual should be entrusted to you, my friend, Shangguan Peng said, retrieving the ancient weapon refinement manual from his sleeve. He handed it back to Yi Yan, explaining that this legacy left by their ancestors was meant for someone fated to comprehend it. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was most appropriate to pass it on to her. He had witnessed her talent firsthand. In his astonishment, he felt a deep respect. Perhaps the manual could only truly shine in her capable hands. Yi Yan accepted the manual with heartfelt thanks, acknowledging, "Then I shall humbly accept it." She was indeed reluctant to part with the manual, as much of it remained blank, requiring her cultivation to unlock its secrets. Suddenly, she realized that it had been over a month since the little demon had last spoken to her. Initially, she thought he was diligently studying in the sect and refrained from disturbing him. However, more than a month had passed, and there was still no news from Xianxi. This was somewhat unusual. Could it be that his identity had been exposed, and he had been captured or killed by the sect leaders? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Yi Yan felt a surge of panic and hastily inserted a medium-grade spirit stone into the communication jade tablet, urgently sending a video message. On the other end, the call was almost instantly connected. Although she could not see him, his voice reached her first. The beautiful figure spoke in a tearful tone, her eyes glistening with tears, an expression profoundly endearing. Yi Yan, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense was he spouting? How could she possibly forget him? The dullness of that wretched place was unbearable, and his purpose in joining the sect was to be close to her at all times. Since she was absent, he had no reason to remain in the sect either. And you, Yin Yan, have you forgotten me? He feigned indignation, trying to turn the tables. In the days of her absence, he had been unable to focus on anything. Though he did think about food, he had been hungry for over a month. To his dismay, he realized he was still a hopelessly incompetent little snake. He couldn't fathom how he had survived until now, much less managed to remain so pristine and lovely. I want to speak to you, but I cannot understand what is written here, he admitted, his voice growing softer. Realizing her oversight, Yi Yin remembered that the little fool could not read. The only characters he recognized were her name, though she was unsure when he had learned it. He indeed did not know any other words. He propped his chin on his hands, idly tracing her features on the jade tablet with a long, pale finger, stroke by stroke. Chapter 96. Encountering a brute? Ian reached out to touch his slender finger. Xianxi's gaze flickered slightly. Soon, her worries about the little demon being killed shifted to concerns about him starving. All within the span of a video call. 5 days later, as dusk settled, Ian sent a message to Xianxi in advance. She was startled to find the kitchen in disarray upon entering, fearing a fire or a thief had invaded her home, only to discover Xianxi wielding a knife. What have you done? She exclaimed, gazing at the kitchen, which looked bombarded, her hand pressed to her chest in shock. Xianxi rushed toward her, his cheeks flushed and his eyes filled with shyness. I was preparing a meal for you, despite his eager expression begging for praise. Yian's peripheral vision caught sight of a bowl containing a mysterious black mass. She felt compelled to say, it's burnt. This kitchen cost me 150,000 spirit stones. If you had destroyed it that day, I would not hesitate to sell you to the Demon Bureau and buy a new one. After successfully threatening the little demon, Yi Yin surveyed the chaotic surroundings and cast a restoration and cleaning spell, returning the kitchen to its original state. For her own sake, she decided to use his failed meal as fertilizer for the plants and prepare a new dish. Although she didn't eat much herself, it was primarily for Xianxi and the two siblings to fill their stomachs. Xianxi expressed his displeasure at the arrival of the siblings. He disliked having his domain disturbed by other beings. In his subconscious, it was a blatant provocation, even if they were just two human children. In the past, they wouldn't have even been worthy of being a snack for him. Fortunately, Yian had prepared a new small house for the two children, situated near the spirit field, providing ample space for them to reside comfortably. The siblings' faces lit up with joy, their voices barely coherent as they exclaimed, "Is this for us? It's so big, such a large house, and this land is so fertile. Having both a house and land is the greatest happiness in life." Amidst their excitement, they did not forget their responsibilities. In the following days, the two diligently tended to the land, and the abundant spiritual energy of the spirit field subtly nourished them. However, Xianxi hesitated, wanting to speak but held back by Yi Yan's gentle hand. "We'll discuss other matters tomorrow," she said wearily, her voice slightly hoarse. She wrapped her arm around his long, elegant neck, resting her head against his firm chest, feeling remarkably comfortable. To be more precise, ever since her arrival in this world a year ago, she had felt an overwhelming fatigue, a dual exhaustion of mind and body. One matter after another had arisen, leaving her feeling like a spinning top, unable to pause and catch her breath. She desperately needed someone to hold her, just to embrace her for a while. Perhaps she was genuinely worn out. It wasn't long before she dozed off, leaning against him. Xianxi's long lashes fluttered slightly as he gazed down at her, his arms securely holding her. Beneath them, a soft serpentine tail formed to cushion her, ensuring she remained undisturbed throughout the night. Days later, while visiting the market, Yian purchased several new garments for the siblings and gifted them the manual titled All Things Return to Spring for their studies. Why bestow a cultivation manual upon them? It was because she had discovered their exceptional talent. They had only recently moved to the spirit field and had already successfully drawn energy into their bodies. Lacking any other suitable cultivation methods for their spiritual roots, she decided to give them this earth-level manual. All Things Return to Spring consists of 5 levels. She had nothing else to teach them. They would have to comprehend it on their own. However, she soon realized that the siblings could not read either. It seemed she would need to hire a tutor. Ian announced a recruitment message on the Communication Jade Discs World channel, patiently awaiting destined individuals to come for interviews. Having lingered in Jinshur City for too long, only a month and a half remained until the external sect examination. After witnessing the astonishing spiritual weapon Thunder Tribulation last time, Yian postponed her plans to reforge the Suhui sword. She took the opportunity to visit the material shop. In just 2 months, Tong Jin, dressed in splendid attire, was nearly unrecognizable. Indeed, wealth alters one's demeanor. He now conversed jovially with various merchants, shedding the timid disposition of the past. He had just secured an order from the Shangwan family. Yi Yin had initially intended to produce 20 treasures and 3 magical artifacts monthly, but he, with his eloquence, raised it to 30 treasures and 5 artifacts per month. Truly, he embodied the acumen of a merchant. Yi Yin once again marveled at her wise choice of a shop manager, which saved her considerable worry, as she merely needed to collect the profits. Currently, she earned at least 1 million lower-grade spirit stones each month. She inquired if there were any significant events in the shop recently. "Thanks to your grace, the shop is thriving and steadily profitable. It's flourishing," he replied. "However, it seems the nearby treasure pavilion is planning something big. Yet, I am no longer afraid of them. Let them come." Tong Jin had become a standard Yi supporter, brimming with confidence. Besides the Shangwan family's channel for artifacts, he had also cultivated connections with other networks and acquired 3 major material sources. Although the store still lacked high-grade goods, it had firmly established itself in the market. While listening to his report, Yi Yin flipped through the accounts, finding no issues before taking her leave. Before departing, she handed him 50 middle-grade concealment talismans, declaring that from today onward, the material shop would venture into the mid to high-end product market. With her cultivation increasing, her talisman drawing skills were becoming increasingly adept. On days when she neither ate nor drank, she could produce nearly 10 middle-grade talismans. Her cultivation also experienced subtle enhancement through this practice. Yi Yin could never have anticipated that a seemingly light-hearted comment today would significantly wound the treasure pavilion. To this day, they remain puzzled as to how the Baixing material shop could persist in selling talismans at a loss while thriving at the same time. In a world where talisman masters are rare and the cost of talismans exceedingly exorbitant, how could one survive? Chapter 97. News of your divine bone. The Xiantai beast frolicked joyfully atop a craggy hill. To others, this hill, strewn with debris, appeared desolate. Yet to the Xiantai beast, it was a paradise of dreams. So many stones, so many delectable stones. Having often been starved throughout its life, it had never dared to dream of such abundance. The Xiantai beast did not limit itself to consuming ores. It could devour any stone. As long as it could be chewed, it would indiscriminately crush and swallow it. Having endured hunger in its youth, upon encountering such a bounty, it wished to burst its belly in satisfaction. The heaps of stones, which Yi Yin viewed as cumbersome waste, constituted a grand feast for the Xiantai beast. Concerned about its nutrition, Yi Yin provided it with the ore she had purchased, fearing it might not recognize when it was full, and thus set daily limits on its consumption. The more it ate, the more it excreted. The little beast's droppings were rich in mineral nutrients, possessing miraculous effects for soil improvement. The spiritual plants in the soil had also shown remarkable growth recently, with some younger specimens now ready for sale. Yi Yin suspected that the increasingly heavy ore on its back had compressed its stature. For several days, the usually voracious little beast had refused to eat or drink, preferring to rub against furniture around the house, leaving scratches on the edges of tables and chairs. This unusual behavior persisted for days before returning to normal. One day, while cleaning the room, Yi Yin stumbled upon layers of shed ore beneath the bed. Indeed, the Xiantai beast molted ore, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Yi Yin collected the precious ore, her delight reminiscent of a farmer joyfully gathering eggs from a hen. This ore surpassed ordinary stones, yielding exceptional results in weapon crafting and even elevating the grade of weapons. She lamented the unscrupulous poachers who hunted beasts for their ore, sighing that they were unaware of the adage about killing the hen to get the egg. Xiao Hu and Ling Er adored the gentle Xiantai beast. The little creature, with the mentality of a 4 or 5-year-old child, loved to follow the two and play joyfully. With so few people around the vast mountain, it was exceedingly dull. Yi Yin, often busy, entrusted the care of the Xiantai beast to them. The little beast not only provided companionship to the siblings, but also benefited from their meticulous and kind care, achieving a win-win situation. She took stock of her belongings. The money pouch contained over 2 million lower-grade spirit stones. It appeared substantial, yet with her considerable expenses, she was perpetually on the brink of financial ruin. Her weapons included the Suhui sword, binding demon net, golden rope, Wanhua needle, and yin-yang dual divination chess, excluding the 7 absolute sword. After a few days, the hatchlings she had nurtured had all perished. Meanwhile, Yi Yin had finished her supply of elixir. With foresight, she resolved to try again for sustainable future development. Determined to raise a hive of live bees. Learning from past mistakes, she recognized that the previous batch had perished due to a lack of worker bees to tend to the larvae. Thus, she ventured to a nearby mountain range to find a wild beehive and brought it home, relocating the entire colony. She placed the beehive under a budding sapling beside the spiritual spring. Indeed, the area around the spiritual spring had flourished, not only sprouting trees, but also a plethora of flowers and grasses. Upon moving in, her foresight paid off. The seeds and saplings she had purchased thrived under the nurturing of the spiritual water, sprouting vigorously. The once desolate mountain began to show signs of greenery, and the peaks had been tidied up excellently. Laughter from children and the calls of beasts occasionally echoed across the fields and beside the spiritual farmland. With only half a month remaining until the external sect competition, Yian divided her spirit stones into 2 portions, one for cultivation. Just as she planned to enter seclusion for her preparations, the next morning, a teacher arrived to apply for a position. After tidying up, she received the visitor in the main hall. "I'll go too." On the bed, Xian Shi, still groggy, lazily reached out to tug at her clothing, causing to slip and reveal a beautiful, pale wrist. To her surprise, the usually lazy little demon seemed to have taken an interest today. Yian raised her brows slightly and chuckled. "All right." She pulled him out of bed. "Are you here to apply for the teaching position?" In the hall, Yian observed the rugged man with scars covering half his face, finding it somewhat strange. Upon further inspection, she realized she sought a teacher, not a martial arts instructor. Unconvinced, she checked the communication jade disk, confirming there was no error. It indeed stated teacher. "Yes, I saw your message on the communication jade disk, and the remuneration is quite appealing, so I came to apply as a teacher." The burly man chuckled, bowing slightly while sneaking a glance at Xianxi beside her. Xianxi was intently playing with a female finger. Sensing something, he glanced over at the scarred man. Their eyes met, and the man's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly looked down at his toes. As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. Thus, Yi Yin adjusted her demeanor, casually extracting a scripture to test the man. After confirming he could indeed read and teach, a faint smile graced her lips. "May I ask how to address you, sir?" "I am Mr. Bai." Yi Yin nodded with a smile and said, "Since that is the case, I shall trouble you with these 2 children." She beckoned to the 2 siblings who were hiding just outside the door, peeking into the room. However, they were startled to see the fearsome Bai Hu, causing their little faces to blanch, especially the younger sister, whose eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively hid behind her brother. Sometimes, a child's intuition is remarkably strong. Zhang Linger sensed that this individual was truly terrifying, harboring a level of concealed danger that surpassed even that of the malevolent cultivator who had slaughtered an entire village. Bai Hu found himself at a loss, unable to comfort the young ones. Although his appearance did not suggest benevolence, he indeed was not a good person. He was the renowned demon king, Bai Hu, sent specifically to serve the demon lord. Little did he expect that on his very first day in office, he would encounter such a formidable challenge. With tears streaming down his face, he looked towards Xianxi, who stood beside Yi Yin, exclaiming, "Demon Lord, it is not that this old servant refuses to obey, but I am truly powerless." Xianxi slightly moved her lips, tugging at her sleeve, and said leisurely, "I will also learn. Let him teach me." She added, "Did you not claim to dislike learning characters, finding it tiresome? Yet now you wish to learn." She spoke slowly, with an air of confidence. "Then let us stay for a couple of days to see if you can learn. As for Ling Er and the others." After contemplating, Yian posted a recruitment notice on the jade plate, adding that the primary requirement was to be kind-hearted. With no applicants at the moment, she asked Xianxi to help her keep an eye out for a few days. Once everything was settled, Yian would retreat to cultivate. As night fell upon the mountaintop, with the bright moon hanging high, Bai Hu knelt on the ground, lamenting, "Without your control, the demon realm is in chaos, with powers contending and lives in peril. They are fighting among themselves. What does it have to do with me?" Xianxi replied indifferently, resting his chin on his hand, casting a faint shadow on his beautiful eyes with his long lashes. He had already fashioned half of the snake skin garment in his hand, while the other hand held a needle and thread, pondering under the moonlight. Should the waistline be tighter or looser? What type would Yin Yin prefer to wear? Should I embroider another flower? What flowers do human females like? The demon king, Bai Hu, was left dumbfounded, repeatedly scrutinizing the elegant man before him. How had the demon lord changed so much upon awakening? Even Bai Hu, who had served him for a millennium, could barely recognize him. There is news regarding your divine bone in the demon realm, Bai Hu continued. Xianxi paused his work and finally raised his gaze to meet Bai Hu's. His voice was cold and clear as jade. Find it. In the blink of an eye, the time for the outer set competition arrived. Yi Yin rose early to groom herself. In front of the copper mirror stood a woman with jet black hair and snow-white skin, her eyebrows naturally defined, enchanting eyes, a delicate nose, and a pair of red lips, complemented by a perfectly placed beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She appeared even more beautiful than a year ago, her figure strikingly graceful. Yi Yin admired her reflection, a smile gracing her lips when a pair of strong arms wrapped tightly around her slender waist. Xianxi rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice deep and languid. He gazed at their embrace in the mirror, his eyes glimmering with affection and contentment. His long fingers slid down, slipping beneath her loose undergarment, teasingly unfastening it. Feeling the little demon's restless hand, Yi Yin glanced up at him, about to speak when she suddenly noticed a layer of cool fabric pressed against her skin. What is this? She looked down to find a soft, silk-like layer. She had just tied on her protective garment. I shall be attending the competition today. What if I accidentally bump into someone? He explained, determined to be thorough as he had worked tirelessly through the night on it. After she secured the last strap. He pointed to his own eyes, which were shadowed slightly. Yi Yin then recalled that he had been preparing for this in the brightly lit room next door for the past few days. Although she was unsure of the fabric's material, it felt surprisingly comfortable against her skin. Thank you for your hard work. Warm fingers brushed against the handsome man's face, finally resting at the corner of his eye, before she lightly kissed his soft lips, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water. I will go with you. He pressed his lips together, taking her hand as they moved forward. In the distance, the arena had been set up, and the formation was already activated. The peak masters and elders had arrived. Yi Yin caught a glimpse of the sect leader, casting a calm gaze in their direction. Was he looking at Xianxi? Unable to resist, she poked his arm and asked, Have you provoked the sect leader? His gaze seems like he could devour you. To be cautious, she placed a concealment talisman on both of them. It's nothing. He just wants to teach me some mental techniques. I told him honestly that the technique was quite inferior. He got angry and insisted I choose one from the 9th floor of the library. I said I couldn't read the characters. He didn't believe me, got even angrier. And then some unpleasantness ensued. The sect leader asked Mo Yunhan to teach him. Xianxi naturally refused and ended up mocking him before leaving. Xianxi was only interested in the sect's pass, which would allow him to accompany Yi Yin at all times, but he never anticipated it would be so troublesome. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Nearby the square, many large gathering formations were set up. Yi Yin had barely arrived when she felt the dense spiritual energy surge towards her, causing her already unstable realm to tremble. Dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky, prompting her to suppress them. The ominous clouds above her head dissipated quietly. This year's outer set competition attracted over 1,000 disciples, most of whom were at the early or mid-stage of foundation building, with dozens at the late stage or beyond. Yi Yin surveyed the situation below the platform and formed a rough strategy in her mind. The outer set competition was divided into 3 rounds, with simple yet brutal rules that emphasized the disciples' overall combat ability. The first round was a free-for-all, where thousands fought together, leaving the last 100 disciples standing. They would then enter the second round, drawn randomly to face off in pairs, determining the top 8. The top 8 would compete against each other again, each with a maximum of 2 revival chances, with rankings based on wins and losses. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. As the ancient bell tolled, the head elder called for the star of the competition. The moment Yi Yin stepped onto the stage, a disciple charged at her. She immediately unleashed a sword chi, sending him flying off the platform, blood spilling from his mouth. Eliminated, with this show of might. The surrounding disciples realized she was not an easy opponent and opted to conserve their energy, retreating to attack others instead, creating an increasingly chaotic scene. Initially, a few individuals attempted to strike at her, but regardless of whether they were early, mid, or late foundation builders, they were all swiftly dispatched by her sword. Yi Yin soon became a figure to be avoided, akin to a plague. Finding a corner, she lamented not having brought any snacks. As the sun rose and set, the number of participants on the stage dwindled until only the last 100 remained. In the first round, Yi Yin succeeded with ease, comfortably securing her place. The next day, The second round commenced, featuring platform battles, where opponents were determined by drawing lots, and any opponent knocked off the platform was deemed defeated. Listening to the raucous cheers from below, Yin drew her sword from her side. She surveyed the over 100 disciples around her, noting that the lowest among them were at the late foundation stage. This is going to be challenging, she mused while slowly polishing her sword. The battle among the 100 would continue for 3 days. During this time, Yin either fought fiercely on the platform or was en route to engage in combat. Exhausted and drained of spiritual energy, she could only sip water and meditate during the brief intermissions between rounds, awaiting the elder's command to rush back into battle. Finally, Yin emerged victorious without a hint of doubt, successfully securing a place among the top 8. After all, in the past year, she has not had a moment of leisure, repeatedly entering perilous realms, facing life-and-death situations. Due to her frequent practice of talisman drawing and artifact refinement, Yian's spiritual awareness has far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Her strength has already exceeded that of typical outer sect disciples by a considerable margin. Senior sister, you are truly remarkable. That last move, Shui Long Yin, was unparalleled. Absolutely stunning. I almost thought you would lose. But you managed to turn the tables and strike back unexpectedly. As soon as Yin stepped down from the stage, Long Tianyu rushed over with tea and water, his face brimming with joy, more elated than if he had won himself. The outer sect competition is a grand event for the sect, especially for the outer sect disciples. The vast spectator stands were already filled to capacity, with cheers erupting for the battles unfolding on the stage. As her role model, Xiao Pangyu cheered for Yi Yan throughout the competition, along with Li Mei'er and the others, who gazed intently at the happenings on the arena. When they saw Yi Yan descend from the stage with the poise of victory, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief, questioning if they were dreaming. If they remembered correctly, Yi Yan had only entered the outer sect a year ago. How could it be that she had already clinched victory in the grand competition in such a short span of time? It was nothing short of unprecedented, leaving them astounded. Li Mei'er hung her head in dismay. She had only just achieved the peak of qi refinement and thought herself formidable, but upon glancing at Yi Yan, she realized she was still far behind, a wave of disappointment washing over her. However, upon reflection, Yi Yan, with her inferior physique, had dared to step onto the stage to challenge others and break through her limits, while she was merely lamenting from the sidelines. Judging by that alone, she had already lost. Clenching her fists, Li Mei'er's feelings of despair gradually transformed into a fierce determination, an unwillingness to accept her current state, a drive to become stronger. Unbeknownst to her, she was no longer the arrogant little girl she had been a year ago. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated. She was about to break through. Everyone, step aside. Give a young lady enough space. Do not hinder her, exclaimed those nearby. Such a young age, and yet capable of enlightenment, truly enviable, remarked several older cultivators. The square was filled with gathering spirit formations, abundant in spiritual energy. Without the need for spirit stones or gathering spirit pills, Li Mei'er sat down to cultivate. Her eyebrows knitted in concentration, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Meanwhile, Yi Yan was oblivious to the commotion. Having emerged victorious in the second round, she had already qualified for entry into the inner sect. However, her aspirations extended beyond that. She also yearned to contest for the position of champion. The first-place winner could select an artifact of their choice from the sect's treasure vault. Yi Yan was still in need of a Yu-Lei spiritual artifact. Such artifacts are rare, and Yu-Lei artifacts are even more so. Generally, the sects or families capable of refining them do not sell them to outsiders, but reserve them for their own. Even if she were fortunate enough to encounter a Yu-Lei artifact for sale, it would either be of inferior quality or a defective piece. High-quality Yu-Lei artifacts are auctioned off at prices starting from upper-grade spirit stones, a sum far beyond her means. Yet, as one of the 8 great sects, Wuju Zong undoubtedly possesses Yu-Lei artifacts in its treasure vault. She retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, catching a glimpse of the bustling atmosphere at the gambling den nearby. What are they doing over there? She inquired. Betting, Xin, she replied slowly, his mind racing to ensure he had used the term correctly, observing that those individuals were wagering on the champion. After adjusting her state, Yi Yan made her way to the gambling den with Xian Shi, thinking it would be harmless to join in the excitement. However, she soon discovered that her name was the only one on the betting board without any wagers placed. This simply would not do. Losing the competition was one thing, but losing face was another. How many spirit stones do we have left? We must at least wager 2 spirit stones to maintain appearances. Xianxi exchanged a glance with her, their thoughts in sync, and directly placed a bag of spirit stones on the betting table. Their entire fortune, 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, was on the line. His voice rang out clear and resolute. The speed of his actions so swift that Yi Yin could not intervene in time. Whether the jade had shattered, she did not know, but Yi Yin was acutely aware that her heart had broken. This extravagant fool, how could he put their entire fortune at stake? This loss would leave them destitute, forced to depart empty-handed. Oh heavens! 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Am I seeing things? Gasps echoed around them. When the name of the man placing the bet was revealed, the crowd's eyes lit up, their anticipation palpable, as if the 1,000,000 spirit stones were already theirs. Yi Yin cast one last glance at the spirit stones her foolish companion had wagered. There was no room for failure. Whether for the Yulei artifact or for the entirety of her stake fortune, she had to secure the position of champion. Yi Yin had navigated the first 2 rounds with relative ease. However, her only concern lay in the 3rd round, the championship match. Several thousand disciples vied for supremacy, with only the top 8 emerging victorious. These 8 represented the pinnacle of outer sect disciples. Yi Yin's cultivation level was the lowest among them. Her luck had run thin as she drew the first match, having no time to observe the fighting techniques of others before being forced to take the stage. Opposite her stood a burly man, a half-step Jin Dan swordsman, Liao Min. The burly man introduced himself, bowing. Yi Yin, I apologize for the offense. Just as the giant's voice faded, he stomped heavily, charging at her with his massive blade. The sound of the wind and the sense of danger enveloped her. Yi Yin was already prepared, her wrist coiling with energy as she raised her sword to block. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying as they both staggered back from the impact. Huh, this is somewhat interesting. You were able to withstand my strike. Liao Min gazed at the slender female cultivator before him, amusement flickering in his eyes. He did not underestimate her simply because she was a woman. Any disciple who could reach the championship match was not to be taken lightly. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that blow, yet she had successfully countered it. Many male cultivators at the peak of Foundation establishment would struggle to achieve such a feat. Liao Min swung his blade again, the wind howling as he charged at her with full force this time. The terrifying might descended like a massive boulder, causing Yi Yan's hands to split, and she retreated to dissipate the force, countering with a wave of sword energy. Liao Min narrowly avoided the attack, catching a glimpse of the ground where he had stood, now marred with cracks. He inwardly marveled at her sharpness. After exchanging hundreds of blows, they remained evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. It is imperative to conclude this swiftly. His expression hardened as he forced every last drop of spiritual energy from his dantian, coalescing it into a powerful blade intent aimed at Yi Yin. Meanwhile, Yi Yin moved like a breeze, her water sword flowing like a dragon, her speed far exceeding Liao Min's. After half a day of combat, she had only evaded attacks, seeking to gauge her opponent's depth while conserving her energy for a war of attrition. His strength lay in power, while his weakness was speed. She noticed that Liao Min was already fatigued. The moment had arrived. She sidestepped, unleashing a wave of water dragon sword intent. The clash of blade intent and sword intent erupted in a blinding flash of white light. By the time the spectators could see the battle again, the burly man had already been sent flying from the stage. Wow! Liao Min fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Perhaps others had not perceived it, but he distinctly felt that when their blade intent and sword intent collided, her overwhelming spiritual power far exceeded his, propelling him off the stage with ease. He hadn't even had a chance to resist. Yet this female cultivator appeared so young. Where could she possess such abundant spiritual energy? This simply could not be the spiritual energy reserves of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. I concede. Yi Yin leaped down from the stage, cupping her hands in respect. Cough. I underestimated you. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I will certainly give it my all. Liao Min harbored both disbelief and astonishment, but he accepted his defeat gracefully. After a brief respite, Yi Yin returned to the stage, drawing the third arena to battle against a red-clad female cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, Feng Yingxiu. Following their introductions, they immediately engaged in combat. Feng Yingxiu initiated the attack, seizing the advantage with her weapon, an 8-bone fire cloud fan. As one of only 2 female cultivators among the 8 participants and a direct competitor, she had closely observed Yi Yan's previous match. It became evident to her that although Yi Yan's cultivation was inferior to that of other disciples, her exceptional swordsmanship and seemingly inexhaustible spiritual energy were the keys to her victory, as demonstrated by the defeat of the sword cultivator Liao Min. Feng Yingxiu wielded her fire cloud fan with ferocity, launching a fierce assault against Yi Yan in an attempt to establish dominance. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, she was confident that her opponent would not gain the upper hand, especially with her backup strategies in mind. A glimmer of determination shone in Feng Yingxiu's eyes. After several exchanges, Yi Yan found herself at a disadvantage, realizing that her opponent was both ruthless and resolute. The fire cloud fan, although a secondary spiritual weapon, surpassed the quality of a superior magical artifact like the returning sword. The flames emitted from the fan were malevolent, nearly igniting the entire arena, causing the floor to heat to a searing red. Water waves gather. Yi Yan summoned water beneath her feet, reminiscent of a mighty river. This technique provided a tenuous defense against the fiery onslaught, yet her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. She could not afford to be passive. She needed to identify her opponent's weakness. While Feng Yingxiu excelled in long-range attacks, she was limited in that regard, and finally, Yi Yan spotted an opening. Out! With a flick of her sleeve, golden ropes shot forth like lightning, ensnaring Feng Yingxiu's limbs like a venomous snake. 8 bones break. At the moment Yi Yan's sword intent struck towards Feng Yingxiu, the tip of the fire cloud fan unleashed 8 bone needles aimed directly at Yi Yan's vital points. An unexpected hidden weapon. Gasps echoed from the audience. This was indeed the lethal technique of the fire cloud fan, catching everyone off guard and providing a valuable lesson today. The female cultivator was in a dire predicament. Losing the match was one thing, but sustaining a grievous injury could jeopardize her foundation. Feng Yingxiu's ruthless tactics were evident. Although using hidden weapons was not against the rules, it was somewhat underhanded, especially against a cultivator of lower realm. Whispers of disapproval rippled through the crowd. The sudden turn of events occurred at lightning speed, leaving Yi Yan with no time to evade. Just as the bone needles were about to pierce her, another force rebounded them. Without time to ponder the cause, Yi Yan saw Feng Yingxiu free herself from the golden ropes, brandishing the fire cloud fan in her charge. In haste, Yi Yan brandished her sword in defense, while simultaneously launching her own hidden weapon, the myriad flower needles. If you employ hidden weapons, so shall I. Let us see whose ambush proves more unexpected. A decisive strike. Hundreds of poison needles surged forth simultaneously, causing Feng Yingxiu's pupils to constrict and her complexion to pale, utterly astonished that her opponent had concealed such a tactic. With all her strength, she retreated, unable to consider anything else. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yan unleashed a sword intent